Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in pervasive spiritual mist, had since ancient times been a realm wreathed in immortal chi where celestial birds and divine beasts roamed and immortal blessed lands abounded. Yet at this moment, 10,000 li away near the foothills of Kunlun, the world was anything but tranquil. Thunder rumbled, and soon a drenching rain came pouring down. Water splashed incessantly upon the forest floor as a fox, its body covered in wounds, dragged its exhausted frame forward, running with great difficulty through the dense woods. It was a white demon fox with 9 tails unfurled behind it. Now its entire body was injured, and the fur that had once been pristine was matted with blood and filth. As it ran, fresh blood continuously oozed from the gashes on its body. Clenched in its jaws was a stone radiating a 7-colored halo. A mysterious rune was carved upon the stone, and threads of golden light flowed intermittently along the rune's intricate lines, making it appear extraordinarily extraordinary. Thunder boomed and rolled intermittently across the heavens. Waves of exhaustion and dizziness surged straight to the fox's crown. The prolonged flight for its life had driven the 9-tailed demon fox to the brink of collapse. Palm imprints pounded toward it one after another, and it could only drag its battered, weary body to dodge. Suddenly, with a dull boom, a gigantic transparent yellow bell descended from above, trapping the 9-tailed fox within. Forced to halt, the 9-tailed fox checked the talisman paper tied around its foreleg and sensed that it would still take some time before it could be used again. That talisman had been a gift from a trusted friend of its father, the Heavenly Fox Demon King. The item was not overwhelmingly powerful in attack, yet as a life-preserving treasure it was exceptionally effective. Unfortunately, it was consumable, usable only 7 times in total, and with each use its efficacy diminished. Seeing the situation, the 9-tailed fox thought to itself, "This is bad. It seems I can only stall for time first." When they saw the fox trapped, the pursuer's face took on an expression of smug satisfaction, and that pursuer turned out to be a monk. The monk had 3 painted stripes on each side of his face, and the Buddhist beads he wore were exceedingly strange. On closer inspection, each bead contained the sealed remains of some creature, human or demon, entombed within. Such an ominous and sinister string of beads even held faint threads of restrained golden light deep inside. Judging by their remnants, none of those creatures had been ordinary in life. They must have been formidable figures who dominated their respective territories, yet for unknown reasons they had been forged into this extremely baleful artifact. From head to toe the monk exuded a lecherous, wicked aura, nothing at all like a proper cultivator of the righteous path. A flash of silvery light swept through his eyes as he barked, "Wicked beast, cease your futile resistance at once." This poor monk has heard that when the Fox clan takes human form, each and every one is as beautiful as a celestial fairy, especially a legendary 9-tailed heavenly demon like you, the most peerless of peerless beauties. Today hand over the 7-colored divine stone, then immediately follow this poor monk back to Dawei Temple. This old monk will see to it that you linger in ecstasy, savor endless delights, and never wish to return. Panting heavily, the 9-tailed fox set down the 7-colored divine stone, placed one paw upon it, spat in contempt, and sneered, "Dawei Temple. Tui. Fahai throughout the eastern wilderness domain, who does not know that your Dawei Temple is the scum of the cultivation world? A pack of depraved cultivators who bully men and prey upon women, and you still dare to covet me. I spit on you. Those men you seize are slaughtered outright, while the women are kept for your pleasure. You didn't even spare the Kang clan of Pig Demon Mountain. You are nothing but refuse of the cultivation world. Amitba. Brazen beast. With death upon you, you still dare to slander my Dawei Temple. Watch as this seat subdues you. Dawei Heavenly Dragon." As his words fell, Fahai's visage became solemn and majestic. Chanting scripture, he shot straight into the sky, legs crossing beneath him as he sat suspended in midair, his entire body erupting in golden radiance. His golden meditation staff likewise gleamed, revolving rapidly around him. In an instant, dark clouds amassed, lightning filled the heavens, and thunder roared without cease. Fahai's chanting did not stop. He took off his prayer beads and flung them toward the golden bell, trapping the 9-tailed fox, shouting in a deep-voiced great Luo Dharma mantra. At once a large golden character for curse flew from Fahai's mouth and affixed itself to the prayer beads, empowering them. The beads came to a steady hover above the golden bell, while the enormous golden character for curse pressed down from directly overhead, suppressing them from above. The instant this technique took effect, the 9-tailed fox within the bell felt the pressure surge. Waves of immense force pressed down from above again and again, making even the slightest movement excruciatingly difficult. Anxious to the extreme, the nine-tailed fox knew the shrinking thirst talisman could only be used 2 more times, and it had yet to finish cooling down. Given the present crisis, the outlook was anything but hopeful. High above, Fahai cared nothing for what the nine-tailed fox might be thinking. He had long since discerned that the talisman tied to its leg was a treasure from the immortal realm, unfortunately a consumable one. Though the fox had backing from someone in the immortal realm, Fahai had the Buddhist sect behind him. Thus he felt no fear whatsoever. In name, Buddhism was subject to the heavenly court's authority, but in truth it was a power that obeyed orders in form, not in spirit. For trifling matters such as this, the heavenly court would not trouble itself to pursue a minor figure like him. Therefore neither Dawei Temple nor Fahai felt the slightest need to be afraid. World-honored Buddha's Prajna Paramitha. With a hiss of power, a gigantic golden handprint descended toward the nine-tailed fox, its immense pressure making the very air ripple in visible waves. Though the golden hand fell at a deliberate, unhurried pace, clearly Fahai's intention was to force the fox to submit. Within the area covered by its power, space itself seemed to congeal, the spatial barrier growing ever more solid. Fahai burst into wild laughter in midair, bearing himself with an air of absolute arrogance, as though no one under heaven could rival him. Well, demon, as long as you yield and offer yourself for my enjoyment, this seat can spare your life. How about it? Never. The nine-tailed fox squeezed out the 2 words with extreme difficulty under the crushing weight. Then this seat shall see whether your bones are as hard as your tongue. With that, he did not forget to pour more spiritual power into the golden handprint. Empowered by the surge of chi, the handprint swelled in size, golden ripples coursing across it as both its might and pressure doubled. With a thunderous impact, the nine-tailed fox's body, which had been barely supporting itself, was smashed flat against the ground. Cracks spread out ring by ring from beneath the handprint, radiating in all directions across the earth. Now the nine-tailed fox's head and body were pinned firmly, unable even to open its mouth. It could only endure the handprint's suppression. The immense pressure crushed the dim, shrinking thirst talisman on its leg into fragments, the paper charm disintegrating inch by inch. The cooldown for the shrinking thirst talisman was just about to end, yet it was annihilated beneath this accursed strike of Fahai's. Its final life-saving measure thus vanished. The nine-tailed fox secretly hated its own greed, but matters had come to this, all that remained was to entrust its fate to the heavens. With that thought, the nine-tailed fox closed its eyes in unwilling resignation. Fahai laughed harshly. Demon, you are about to die, yet still you refuse to submit to the seat. A humming sound arose as the 7-colored divine stone beneath the fox's paw began to tremble violently. The rune on its surface erupted with 7-colored radiance that flowed out to envelop the nine-tailed fox. With a resounding boom, Fahai's golden handprint smashed into the 7-colored barrier. Where the 2 forces collided, space rippled in rings like water, as if they were locked in a contest of strength. Seeing this, Fahai's smile faded. Watching the 7-colored divine stone shield the nine-tailed fox, he feared some unforeseen change might occur, so he no longer held back and unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the 7-colored barrier. Sheltered by the 7-colored barrier, the nine-tailed fox felt a considerable portion of the pressure ease. The 7-colored divine stone was indeed wondrous, but with no one actively controlling it, and with Fahai standing at the peak of the 12th layer of tribulation transcendence, half a step into the realm of immortals, its advantage was limited. In its current grievously wounded state, the nine-tailed fox had no strength to wield such a powerful spiritual treasure. Thus, under Fahai's assault, no matter how extraordinary the 7-colored divine stone might be, it was powerless to reverse the situation. After all, it was an innate treasure that had never been properly refined. Cracks soon spread across the 7-colored barrier. The nine-tailed fox sighed softly. It seemed that only by burning its divine soul to forcibly tear open space and escape would there remain a sliver of hope for survival. Burning one's divine soul was a desperate soul-burning technique, a method used to stake one's life, and at a critical moment it could serve as the final means of preserving it. Yet in most situations where one was driven to burn the divine soul, few ever escaped disaster. Only a very small number of the truly fortunate managed to survive after igniting their souls. To burn the divine soul meant at best a drastic fall in cultivation realm, and at worst the utter annihilation of soul and spirit. But when it thought of what awaited if Fahai captured it, a fate of unspeakable misery, the nine-tailed fox felt sickened to its core. Thus, even if the odds were 9 deaths to 1 life, it would choose this path without hesitation. Without the slightest delay, it ignited the essence of its divine soul, forcing space itself to tear open a rift into which it plunged. In the very instant the little fox slipped into the spatial rift, the seven-colored barrier shattered beneath Fahai's palm like a broken mirror. The enormous golden palm crashed down upon the spot where the nine-tailed fox had been imprisoned. Fahai stared at the massive handprint gouged into the ground before him, empty, devoid of the nine-tailed fox's figure, and with the seven-colored divine stone gone as well. A wave of frustration washed over him. Had he known, he would have simply killed it outright. He had originally planned to savor the taste of a nine-tailed fox, but unexpectedly, through his own misplay, it had escaped completely. What a pity. Though the nine-tailed fox had torn through space, with its current injuries, it could not possibly withstand the chaotic spatial turbulence. Fortunately, the seven-colored divine stone not only blocked nearly 80% of the damage from the space currents for it, but also continuously repaired the fox's ravaged body. No one knew how much time had passed when within the chaotic currents a sudden spatial crack appeared and sucked both the nine-tailed fox and the seven-colored divine stone inside. At last the fox escaped the spatial turbulence and returned to the mortal world. At this moment the nine-tailed fox no longer breathed, its life aura had completely vanished. The seven-colored divine stone floated above its head, trembling and humming. It dissolved into countless tiny seven-colored light particles that slowly descended, streaming into the fox's brow. When the final strand of seven-colored light sank into the fox's brow, its body began to emit a soft, multicolored glow. From all directions, white motes of light slowly gathered and flowed into its body, fusing completely with the nine-tailed fox. The life force that had just faded resurfaced within the nine-tailed fox, though it remained extremely weak and sank into a deep, profound slumber. In a vast underground chamber, a figure with bandages wrapped around his head and arms slowly emerged from the darkness, his cane thudding rhythmically against the floor. A young boy with short hair parted in the middle, wearing a cat-faced mask, knelt on one knee. When he saw the newcomer approach, he asked softly, "Lord Danzo, you called for me?" Danzo nodded slightly and said, "Yes. I summoned you here to ask whether you have made your decision about that matter. Will you choose your clan, or will you choose the village?" The boy fell silent. It was a painful decision. On one side stood the village, on the other his clan. By rights he should help his clansmen, yet he had witnessed the Nine-Tails calamity when he was only 4 years old. War was always accompanied by immense casualties. Though he had been very young back then, that did not mean he had felt no grief. From that moment on he had secretly sworn to himself he never wished to witness war again, and he would devote all his strength to extinguishing its smoke and flames. Seeing the boy remain wordless, Danzo grew displeased and barked, "Itachi, you must make your stance clear. Will you aid your clan in provoking war against Konoha's leadership, or will you trade your clan for the peace of the entire village?" Realizing he could no longer evade the issue, Itachi, holding back his tears, finally voiced his condition to Danzo. "Lord Danzo, I understand. But I beg you to spare my younger brother Sasuke. This is my only request." Hearing this request, Danzo sprang to his feet like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and shouted, "No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The very existence of the Uchiha clan is a constant threat to Konoha. Itachi, I have never treated you poorly, yet you still wish to leave such a hidden danger for the village. How can you justify that to me?" Danzo's cane thudded heavily against the floor as he spoke, his expression tinged with anger. Itachi remained silent, but in his heart he cursed the old dog. This old dog had done nothing for him or his clan beyond extracting information, yet he still had the gall to claim he had not treated him poorly. It was shameless beyond belief. Though Itachi was filled with anger and dissatisfaction, he was helpless. The clan's strength was far from enough to stage a successful rebellion. It would only increase casualties throughout Konoha. Thus Itachi could only hold his tongue for now. As for Sasuke's chance at survival, he could only turn to the Third Hokage. After calming his inner anger, Danzo paused, then continued, "Itachi, you must understand, even the first clan to found Konoha, the Senju, was slowly ground down by the third when they threatened the village's stability. The power of the Uchiha is too great. If we let it grow unchecked, who can say whether a supreme force like Uchiha Madara will not arise again? When that happens, not only Konoha, but the entire shinobi world will return to the blood-soaked Warring States era. Is that truly what you wish to see?" Hearing this, Itachi lowered his head. He could imagine that if his younger brother, driven by vengeance, one day gained overwhelming power, he might become the greatest obstacle to peace in the shinobi world. Given what he knew of Sasuke, the answer was certain. It seemed that before he left he would have to find Sasuke a suitable guide so that his brother would not stray onto a twisted path. After a brief pause, Danzo went on, wherever Konoha's leaves reach, the fire burns eternally. Every person of Konoha ought to inherit the Third Hokage's will of fire. Those who uphold the will of fire must place the village's interests above all else. Personal honor and the survival of one's clan are trivial matters. Enough. Itachi, you may withdraw. Remember what you exist for: Konoha's peace. The boy did not speak, he simply bowed slightly and took his leave. Leaving Danzo's underground base, Itachi's face was full of unwillingness. He could not understand. For the sake of Konoha's peace, he was even willing to offer up the Uchiha clan, so why would that old thief Danzo still refuse to spare the young Sasuke? Unable to make sense of it, Itachi could only, as always, head to his usual training ground. Gazing at the place that had accompanied his growth, his heart was filled with turmoil. After the night of the clan's annihilation, he would bear the status of a rogue nin hunted across the world. Even if he ever had a chance to return, he knew he could never walk back openly. Fragments of memory surfaced. Missin, teach me how to throw kunai. Missin, your three-colored dango is so delicious. Missin, please teach me ninjutsu. Sasuke, forgive me, Missin has other matters today and cannot keep you company. Well done, you truly are my son. Itachi, come home for dinner after training. Scene after scene from the past flickered through his mind. For the sake of this so-called village, this so-called peace, and the will of fire preached by the Third, was he truly to consign his entire clan to oblivion? Could he really raise the blade against his parents and his younger brother? As the final kunai struck the target dead center, Itachi's feet touched down silently. He shook his head violently and thought to himself, no, I must go to the Third and see whether I can secure a sliver of hope for Sasuke. Once the thought arose, he acted. Itachi performed the body flicker technique and vanished from the training field in an instant. At the entrance of the Hokage's administrative building, Uchiha Itachi, wearing his Anbu cat-faced mask, walked slowly inside. Inside the Hokage's office, an elderly man with hair and beard both white was blushing fiercely as he stared at the crystal ball before him, muttering to himself, "This is good. That one is quite nice too." Not only was this lecherous old man slacking off during work to sneak a look at inappropriate scenes, he even shamelessly stretched his hand beneath the desk as though engaging in some strange ritual. Though he could no longer muster much vigor, he was content to amuse himself in this clumsy way. After all, the pleasure lay largely in his imagination. A faint creak of a door opening abruptly broke the silence of the office. Startled, the old man trembled, instantly realizing that someone had come in. With lightning speed, he stowed away the crystal ball and straightened his disheveled clothes, and even remembered to press the yellow-stained part of his Hokage robe under his seat. Then, acting perfectly composed, he lifted his pipe and drew in a long, steady breath. The whole sequence flowed as smoothly as water, so practiced it was almost heartbreaking. Clearly, he had dealt with such sudden situations countless times and had long since reached a state of consummate skill. Inwardly, the old man sighed, "Alas, in all my years this is my one small indulgence, and even that is constantly interrupted. Is it easy being an old man like me?" This lecherous old man was none other than the current leader of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha and its longest-serving Hokage. Seeing that the visitor was Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in his aged voice, "Itachi, you are..." Looking at the Hokage he respected so deeply in such a disheveled state, Itachi felt a flicker of puzzlement, but he did not ask. Innocent in matters between men and women, he did not understand why the Hokage's face was flushed and his demeanor a touch flustered. He simply nodded lightly. After smacking his lips around the pipe a couple of times, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked slowly, "You have come about your clan's affairs, have you not?" Itachi shook his head and answered softly, "No." "Then, is it for your younger brother?" "Yes. I hope Lord Hokage will agree to spare my younger brother Sasuke. In return, I will quell the Uchiha rebellion for Konoha." Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. If he refused and drove Itachi back toward his clan, Konoha might well be gravely wounded, giving other villages the chance to strike plunder or even annihilate it. Given the formidable might of the Uchiha, agreeing to Itachi's proposal seemed the best way to minimize their own losses. "Itachi, after this you will bear infamy for a lifetime and the brand of a Roganin hunted by every nation." After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, "Of course, in return, I will see to Sasuke's care." "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Itachi could not help feeling somewhat relieved, for he knew that with the Uchiha's current strength, any rebellion was destined to fail. Once suppressed, the Uchiha would surely be wiped out without a trace. Now at least he could protect his younger brother, ensuring that the Uchiha lineage would not end there. For that he was willing to become the sinner of his clan. Itachi, you came to me for this. You must have already met with Danzo. Yes. Yes, Lord Hokage, but Lord Danzo rejected my request. Itachi, you need not worry. I am the Hokage. Danzo's word is not final. Yes. Thank you, Lord Hokage. After leaving the Hokage building, Itachi went to the Hokage rock and sat cross-legged, gazing upon the prosperous village below. His resolve to protect the village's peace grew ever firmer. For some reason, a golden yellow figure suddenly flashed through his mind, that of the young Uzumaki Naruto. Though that child had been subjected to the villagers' malice since early childhood, he had never done anything truly excessive, only a bit of mischief. The Uzumaki had once been a great clan in the shinobi world, yet now only he remained. After this matter, Sasuke would be the only Uchiha left in Konoha. Perhaps they would become good friends someday. After a long while, Itachi rose to his feet. With a flicker of his body, he vanished from Hokage Rock and reappeared outside the village. The thought of annihilating his own clan left Itachi despondent. Though he could save Sasuke, the Uchiha were human beings as well. Walking alone, he finally sighed for Konoha, for peace, and for the will of fire. My clansmen, I am sorry. I have no choice. Just as he was about to return to the village, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation of power. Curiosity stirred within him, for he had never encountered such a force before. Guided as though by an unseen hand, Itachi soon arrived at the place where the Ninetails fox was. By now the rainbow-hued radiance around the Ninetails fox had faded, and the body that had been covered in wounds was fully restored. Only the bloodstains matted in its fur attested to a brutal battle it had recently endured. Itachi arrived to find a fox, its fur soaked in blood, curled up and lying quietly on the ground. A hint of gentleness flickered in his eyes. So it was only a wounded fox. After inspecting the fox for a while, he found no visible wounds upon it, but he did notice that this fox possessed 9 tails. Though the blood on its fur had dried, he could still see patches of pristine white down beneath. The rest had darkened only because of the dried blood. Itachi's hand trembled slightly. This was the 9 tails. Yet although it had 9 tails, this fox was no larger than an ordinary fox, and its fur was white. The 9-tailed demon fox he had seen during the Ninetails calamity had been massive, with orange-earth fur and deep hostility toward humans. He could clearly feel that though this white 9-tails was small in size, the power sealed within its body far surpassed that of the 9-tails he had seen back then, more terrifying and far more formidable. Regardless, he would first uncover this 9-tails' origin before deciding what to do. Cradling the sleeping 9-tails fox in his arms, Itachi turned and headed away from Konoha. Crack. Pop. The small fire pit in the cave emitted soft sounds of cracking wood as sparks flew. A wild boar was roasting over the fire, its meat already glistening golden and sizzling, looking incredibly delicious. The flickering flames cast a dim yellow hue over the cave scene. Itachi had always been a person of great standards, and his culinary skills were no exception. Whenever he was on missions with Captain Kakashi, he was the one who cooked. Looking at the now clean 9-tailed white fox in his arms, Itachi found himself at a loss for what to do next. He didn't even know when this fox would wake up. If this 9-tailed fox harbored hostility towards him, he would likely meet his end here. However, he could not afford to die. If he did, his younger brother would surely be slaughtered in the aftermath of the rebellion's suppression. Yet, if he could gain the assistance of this 9-tailed fox, perhaps the fate of the Uchiha clan could be rewritten. Shaking his head, he pushed aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind and finished seasoning the roasted meat. Perhaps having slept enough, or perhaps having caught the scent of food, the 9-tailed white fox in Itachi's arms lazily stretched and opened its eyes, saying that was a really comfortable sleep. As soon as the 9-tailed fox finished speaking, it spotted the wild boar meat roasting over the fire. Its nose twitched a couple of times, and the aroma instantly made its mouth water. Sensing that something was off, the 9-tailed white fox glanced around and then looked at Itachi, who wore a gentle smile. It quickly jumped onto a nearby pile of grass that Itachi had prepared for it. The 9-tailed fox looked at Itachi with caution and asked, "Who are you? Where is Fahai?" Fahai. Itachi was filled with questions. Who is Fahai? Do I know him? I can be considered somewhat famous in the ninja world, having encountered many strong individuals. But Fahai, who is he? Given the fox's cautious demeanor, he must be exceptionally powerful, yet such a formidable figure has never been heard of in the ninja world. One must know that the nine-tailed fox before him is far stronger than the one sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. Although Itachi was also puzzled by the question, he still answered what he could. My name is Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Now it was the nine-tailed fox's turn to be bewildered. Although it hadn't traveled the entire continent, it had roamed the vast territories of the eastern wasteland, southern barbarians, northern regions, and western forests for hundreds of years, yet it had never heard such a peculiar name. As if sensing something, the nine-tailed fox scanned the surroundings with its divine sense, realizing that its cultivation level had plummeted and that its range of divine sense had also diminished to only 10 meters. It was now in an unfamiliar alien world. The spiritual energy in this world was extremely scarce, and its level had dropped to the pinnacle of chi refinement, and recovering would be incredibly difficult. Though it could still feel the power within it seemed to have been sealed by some unknown force. Could it be the seven-colored divine stone? Seeing the nine-tailed white fox display such a human-like demeanor, even its tone of speech resembling that of a person, Itachi thought that it probably held no significant animosity towards him. It was merely a bit wary due to the unfamiliarity. Recalling how he almost perished in the turbulent space, Itachi realized that he should be gravely injured and on the verge of death. However, thinking of the vibrant, mysterious rune on the seven-colored divine stone eased his heart. It must have been the innate Tao rune of the seven-colored divine stone that pulled him back from the brink of death. Looking at the person before him with a gentle smile, Itachi felt that this individual must have saved him. Otherwise, left exposed in the wilderness, he would likely have been devoured by wild beasts or become a decorative piece for some noble. Due to the decline in his cultivation level, his divine sense had also diminished to a radius of only 10 meters. In this world with such sparse spiritual energy, how could he hope to recover? The nine-tailed fox felt confused. Logically, it should express some gratitude towards this person. However, having suffered too many losses at the hands of humans, it no longer trusted them. A flurry of thoughts flashed through its mind in an instant, yet it remained vigilant, planning to converse a few more words with this mortal named Uchiha Itachi to understand this world better. "Did you save me?" the nine-tailed fox asked. Itachi nodded yes. "I can sense a very mysterious power within you, but in the ninja world, I have never heard of or seen such a peculiar power, nor have I heard of a tailed beast like you." Pausing for a moment, Itachi continued, "So you must be from another space or dimension. Or perhaps a place similar to the three great immortal mansions." However, upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's eyes lit up. "Immortal mansion? You mean there are immortals in this world with such sparse spiritual energy?" Faced with the nine-tailed fox's question, Itachi found himself unsure of how to respond. However, judging by its inquiry, he clearly guessed correctly. It indeed hailed from some other space. "Yes, we do have immortals here." Itachi briefly introduced the ninja world to the nine-tailed fox. However, since he himself had never encountered those legendary figures, everything he knew was merely hearsay. He had no idea whether it was true or what kind of strength those so-called immortals possessed. Nevertheless, upon hearing Itachi's description, the nine-tailed fox could at least grasp some understanding. So this was a low-level cultivation world. Aside from the disciples who could absorb natural power from the immortal mansions and the legendary sage of six paths, no one else practiced the so-called immortal arts. Instead, they all cultivated a low-level energy called chakra, which was said to have been divided during the founding of the ninja sect by the sage of six paths. He wondered what kind of strength the immortals in this world possessed. It seemed he should take the opportunity to meet these so-called immortals. Although Itachi referred to them as immortals, everyone in this world practiced a low-level energy called chakra. Wouldn't the so-called natural power used by those immortals be spiritual energy? From the perspective of this mortal, those so-called immortals were likely just people with hollow reputations, not necessarily that powerful. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: those individuals occupied the areas with the densest spiritual energy in this world. If he wanted to quickly restore his cultivation, he had to find the three great immortal mansions. "Uchiha Itachi, right? Although I am not a being of this world, I can tell from your name that you must come from a prominent family. Am I correct?" Upon hearing the nine-tailed fox mention a prominent family, Itachi's expression darkened, and he slightly lowered his head to respond, "A prominent family. After tomorrow it won't be anymore." Itachi slightly raised his head, gazing at the starry sky outside the cave entrance, slowly revealing his current predicament. Hearing that this human was troubled by such trivial matters, the nine-tailed fox inwardly cursed him for being foolish. However, that was someone else's business. What did it have to do with him? Having expressed the repressed thoughts in his heart, Itachi felt a bit better. Yet at that moment a sudden idea struck Itachi. Although he couldn't save his clan, ensuring a bit more security for his brother would also be worthwhile. Itachi had always been calm and composed in the face of challenges since childhood. This time he had turned his thoughts towards the nine-tailed white fox without showing any signs of turmoil. However, he was unaware that even a single thought in his heart was impossible to conceal from the nine-tailed fox who had once reached the stage of tribulation transcendence. The celestial demon race is extremely rare with only 12 categories. The birth of each type of celestial demon signifies the death of a previous one of the same kind. They are called celestial demons because they are the favored children of heaven and earth, each possessing innate divine abilities and distinct physical manifestations that set them apart from other species. Every tale of the nine-tailed fox's growth is accompanied by an understanding of a divine ability. This powerful ability to evolve is an innate divine talent unique to the nine-tailed fox. After growing 9 tails, it can transform into a human form and thus cultivate human techniques, gaining human-like comprehension. The third divine ability it comprehended was telepathy, also known as mind connection. Therefore, the thoughts in the heart of the person before it were impossible to escape the nine-tailed fox's probing. Moreover, once a cultivator reaches a certain level, they can sense hidden dangers in the void. Although its cultivation level had declined, the spiritual awareness of a tribulation transcendence demon king still remained. Having traveled through the 4 major domains of the cultivation world for hundreds of years, the nine-tailed fox naturally understood that the faint sense of danger it felt emanated from the person before it. However, it pretended not to notice, while its claws unconsciously reached for the wild boar meat, tearing off a piece and tossing it into its mouth. Gulping down the wild boar meat, it exclaimed, "Wow, this is quite delicious." Noticing the nine-tailed fox not bothering with pleasantries, Itachi said nothing and simply cut off some meat with his dagger and started eating. The nine-tailed fox praised him without reservation, saying, "Kid, your skills are quite good." Itachi responded with a faint mm. Sensing the indifference from the other party, the nine-tailed fox said nothing. After all, they were not familiar with each other, so its aloofness was natural. The man and the beast fell silent, and the cave grew quiet, with only the crackling sounds of the fire remaining. "Do you know about the nine-tailed fox?" A voice suddenly spoke up. "The nine-tailed fox? Are you referring to me?" Itachi shook his head. "No, I mean the native demon beasts of our world." "Oh, so there are nine-tailed foxes in your world. Tailed beasts. Are they named according to the number of tails they have?" "Yes, that's right. Tailed beasts are a collective term for powerful demon beasts in the shinobi world that possess special powers referred to according to the number of tails, ranging from 1 tail to 9 tails. Oh, so the number of tails is indeed closely related to their strength." The nine-tailed fox asked with interest. "Yes, legend has it that the 9 great-tailed beasts originally split from one supreme-tailed beast, the 10 tails. Oh, then these tailed beasts are most likely controlled by your ninjas, right?" Although it was a question, it was said with certainty. "In this world there aren't many powerful demon beasts, nor have they formed strong factions. It is hardly surprising that they are controlled by humans." Yes, Itachi nodded. The nine-tailed beasts are controlled by the 5 great nations of the shinobi world, and the core powers of these nations are the 5 great shinobi villages. These tailed beasts are sealed within the bodies of the ninjas of the 5 nations for them to wield, and these ninjas who seal tailed beasts are known as Jinchuriki. Itachi thought that upon revealing this, the nine-tailed fox would immediately show hostility towards him, or even attack him directly. The nine-tailed fox merely replied indifferently, "Humans have always been like this, whether in my world or in your shinobi world it is the same. Humans never allow powerful forces to exist beyond their control unless that force is strong enough to stand on equal footing with humans. You're right, the human desire for control is insatiable, and as a result my kin have been continuously oppressed to the point of rebellion." Upon hearing Itachi's words, the nine-tailed fox scoffed disdainfully. "To sacrifice one's own kin for the benefit of unrelated individuals is simply foolish. I have reached an agreement with the village. They will spare my brother, thus there is still hope for the revival of the Uchiha clan. But you don't trust the higher-ups of the village, and you deliberately told me these things about the tailed beasts in order to plan on sealing me within your brother for added assurance. You know." Itachi was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that the demon beast before him was so intelligent. However, remembering that it was a being from another realm and contained immense power made him understand. Having lived in the shinobi world since childhood, how could he comprehend the existence of mind-reading abilities? The nine-tailed fox responded domineeringly, "You are but a mere mortal, I am the nine-tailed celestial demon king, how dare you offend me?" Saying this, the nine-tailed fox struck claws sweeping as several white blades of light flew towards Itachi, tearing his body into 4 parts with a loud thud. However, the severed body transformed into a flock of crows cawing as they flew out from the remains. After this move, the nine-tailed fox did not continue its assault. In its divine sense, Itachi's figure was trapped in a separate space. Everything here was an illusion. Aware that he was in an illusionary space, the nine-tailed fox did not wish to break free from the deceptive realm, but wanted to witness what ninjutsu was truly like. Long before Itachi cast the illusion, the changes in his pupils and the mobilization of energy within him had been fully exposed before the nine-tailed fox's divine sense. The nine-tailed fox stood still. Suddenly the space shifted, and a group of dark Itachi phantoms surrounded it, each holding a blade slowly closing in. A wave of immense pressure surged forth, attempting to pin the nine-tailed fox down. Sensing this pressure, the nine-tailed fox remained silent, for this was nothing. Seeing the nine-tailed fox cornered, Itachi's voice echoed from all directions, "Next you will be at my mercy." The nine-tailed fox slightly tilted its head to look at the void ahead and said, "Really?" Where the nine-tailed fox was looking was precisely the location of Itachi's real body in this space. "You are quite special, nine-tailed fox from another realm. If I had a choice, I would not wish to be your enemy." Soon the nine-tailed fox was surrounded by a swarm of dark Itachi figures, and batches of figures approached, thrusting their ninja blades towards the nine-tailed fox. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew as the phantom Itachi's ninja blade shattered. Itachi was stunned at what was going on. The illusion he cast was aimed at the spirit, and even if his physical body was impervious to blades and guns, it shouldn't be the case for a spiritual form. The nine-tailed fox, however, curled the corner of its mouth into a slight smile, saying, "How does it feel? Do you feel powerless?" I will make you feel fear." Itachi's voice came. "Then continue." Suddenly the space shifted, and the nine-tailed fox fell from above. Below was a lava pool bubbling with red magma. Splash! The nine-tailed fox fell into the lava pool, magma splashing everywhere. After a few bubbles rose up, there was no more movement. "Finally, I can catch you now." Splash! The nine-tailed fox's head popped up above the surface. Itachi was dumbfounded at what was going on. Just now there was clearly no movement. How could it resurface? Although it was an illusion, it perfectly simulated the spiritual torment of a real environment, and in comparison, it only lacked physical wounds. How could it pose no threat? This feels nice." The nine-tailed fox continued to swim in the lava pool, playing while saying, "Feel free to use all your abilities. I can easily break free from this illusion." Hearing this, Itachi realized that the illusion had no effect on the nine-tailed fox and could only withdraw it. At this moment, Itachi had exited the cave, and the nine-tailed fox also stepped out from the cave. But the next moment, a white light flickered around the nine-tailed fox, and in an instant it transformed into human form. A perfect figure appeared before Itachi's, skin like snow, face like a peach blossom, a stunning beauty draped in a beautiful hanfu that Itachi had never seen before, exuding a unique aura that could captivate anyone. The ethereal, otherworldly woman before Itachi left him somewhat astonished. He couldn't help but sigh that if there were celestial maidens, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a human could make even them feel inferior. However, Itachi's resolute heart couldn't be swayed by beauty. Well, maybe just a tiny bit moved, but it was not enough to change his intention of leaving the nine-tailed fox as an aid for his brother. The nine-tailed fox, now in human form, said lightly, "Although I have fallen in rank, I once led the demon clan and dominated a realm. Our realm is incomparably larger than your shinobi world. How could you, a mere mortal, be my opponent?" "But I still want to try," Itachi said unwillingly. As his words fell, a visible red energy burst forth from his body, enveloping him and forming an armored warrior image. Unlike before, this time Itachi unleashed the complete Susanoo, still holding the Tensigen and Yada. In previous battles, Itachi had always used a half-formed Susanoo to conserve chakra, but this time was different. The enemy he faced was likely unmatched in this world. Looking at the massive Susanoo standing like a mountain before him, the human nine-tailed fox remained unfazed and said, "What is this?" "A Dharma form." "It doesn't seem like it. It's merely somewhat similar to a Dharma form, but compared to a true Dharma, it is not." As she spoke, she unleashed her own Dharma, and suddenly a human-shaped nine-tailed fox energy body appeared before Itachi, several times larger than Itachi's Susanoo. With the casting of the Dharma, the immense pressure nearly suffocated Itachi. Seeing that Itachi Susanoo could not hold on any longer, the nine-tailed fox slightly restrained its power, controlling this Dharma to shrink to the same size as Susanoo, also removing the pressure. This prevented Itachi Susanoo from collapsing on the spot. Just a fleeting moment of pressure nearly shattered Itachi Susanoo, and seeing the cracks covering Susanoo, he had no choice but to increase the chakra output to repair it. How about it, kid? The difference in our powers is like that of clouds and mud. If I hadn't restrained my aura just now, your energy form would have been finished. However, Itachi did not respond to the nine-tailed fox's mockery. He slowly closed his left eye, blood trickling from the corner, and when he opened his eyes again, he shouted, Amaterasu. As Itachi's voice rang out, the black flames suddenly ignited on the nine-tailed fox's Dharma form. The nine-tailed fox's Dharma did not move, but allowed the black flames to burn, only feeling a faint and almost negligible sting. This black flame is called Amaterasu. Such a strange name. Unfortunately, your flames cannot even breach my Dharma's defenses. They are far from my supreme true flame. As soon as the nine-tailed fox finished speaking, white flames surged from its Dharma, instantly engulfing the black Amaterasu flames. The so-called indestructible and eternal black flames of Amaterasu were directly extinguished by the nine-tailed fox's flames. This was yet another kind of spell from another realm that Itachi discovered after the Dharma and transformation. Each one was something this world had never possessed, broadening Itachi's horizons, but it also came with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, a despairing gap. Of course, Itachi was not arrogant enough to think that Amaterasu could defeat such a powerful demon beast capable of transformation. Thus, Amaterasu was merely a feint based on Itachi's battle experience. The real killing move should be used at the most opportune moment for the greatest effect. Itachi commanded Susanoo to approach the nine-tailed fox's Dharma, and the two began a clash of physical techniques. Unfortunately, Itachi's Susanoo was no match for the opponent's Dharma, which was too strong. A Susanoo could not break through its defenses, and chakra energy hitting it was like a mud cow entering the sea, completely wasting chakra. Bang! With just one strike, the left half of Itachi's Susanoo was obliterated, leaving only the right half, which had to retreat to keep its distance from the nine-tailed fox. Pfft. Itachi, enveloped in Susanoo, spat out mouthfuls of blood. Clearly, this battle had taken a toll, and due to chakra depletion, his already ailing body was becoming uncontrollable. Kid, I gave you a chance, yet you still dared to provoke the Demon King. Even with your life saved, you will still die. Itachi weakly responded, Is that so? It seems heaven wants to wipe out my Uchiha. No need to say more, I will send you down to wait for your kin, foolish human. The nine-tailed fox's Dharma reached out a palm towards Itachi. Now, a mental probe, a concentrated, refined, conical mental energy shot towards the nine-tailed fox at high speed. Although the nine-tailed fox had wandered through many human territories at this moment, she was still careless, thinking that a single palm strike would turn her opponent into mush. The powerful mental attack penetrated the Dharma and directly assaulted the nine-tailed fox's sea of consciousness. With a scream, the nine-tailed fox covered its head with both hands, its sea of consciousness suffering a heavy blow, and the Dharma dissipated. Then a red flame burst through the nine-tailed fox's body. Pfft. The nine-tailed fox spat out a mouthful of seven-colored blood, which sizzled upon hitting the ground, corroding the earth beneath it into a hole the size of a human head. Seeing this scene, Itachi's heart jolted. Seven-colored blood. This demon beast actually has seven-colored blood. The nine-tailed fox, however, did not care why its red blood had turned into seven-colored blood. Her heart was filled with shock, because she sensed that the fire penetrating her body was a sword spirit, and she could confirm that this was the most powerful sword spirit that could only be born from a celestial weapon in the cultivation world. There are many tool spirits in the cultivation world, but the strength of this sword spirit requires at least a celestial sword level to be born, and such a sword spirit embodies the principles of the Tao containing rules. It is the supreme material for refining imperial weapons. Even in the entire cultivation world, there is only one in each of the 4 regional domains. Although the sword spirit before her was incomplete, it still retained a trace of the true meaning of the Tao. She hadn't even used her divine sense to investigate, and unexpectedly, she had gotten herself into trouble. The nine-tailed fox looked at Itachi and asked, What is this sword spirit? Where did your sword spirit come from? Your world has no human cultivators, so it is impossible for celestial weapons to exist. Itachi shook his head, saying, I don't know what you mean by celestial weapons. All I know is that it is called the Tensigen, also known as the Sword of Sealing. Feeling the immense binding force that confined her, knowing that she was about to be sealed, the nine-tailed fox felt somewhat unwilling. Humans say that the Fox clan is cunning, but compared to humans, we foxes are always one step behind. Itachi channeled his last chakra to seal the nine-tailed fox, and Susanoo dissipated. Dragging his weary body back into the cave with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Chirp, chirp. The morning sunlight streamed into the cave, warming Itachi's face, causing him to slowly open his eyes. Itachi sat up, listening to the birds chirping among the mountains, basking in the morning sunshine. Itachi's expression dimmed as he murmured, if only this world could remain peaceful forever, just like the harmony among the creatures in these mountains and forests. What he did not know was that while he was lamenting the harmony of nature, the conflicts between species had never. Feeling his body, he was relieved that after a night had passed, the chakra that had been excessively consumed within him had recovered somewhat. Itachi sat up and began to refine his chakra, soon feeling it fill him once again. It was time to go back, Itachi murmured. Just as he was about to leave, a black vortex appeared at the cave's entrance, and a figure dressed in a black robe with red clouds, wearing an orange-yellow mask with curved patterns, emerged. The newcomer spoke directly. Uchiha Itachi, you've run quite far. I've been looking for you all night. Looking at the person before him, Itachi coldly asked, what do you want? I'm here to remind you that the Uchiha rebellion is inevitable. If you don't act quickly, the higher-ups in Konoha will take action. At that time, even if Konoha does not fall into ruin, it will suffer great losses and be exterminated by the other 4 major ninja villages. Haven't you always upheld peace and the will of fire from the Third Hokage? Itachi put on his Umbu cat mask and replied faintly, I know, I will act quickly. Looking around at the devastation, it was clear that it was the aftermath of a great battle. Did you have a battle here last night? The masked man asked. Itachi did not answer, but simply replied, not my business. Hearing this, the masked man became very displeased and said sternly, are you looking for death? However, Itachi retorted, if you were certain, you would have acted already. Though somewhat unwilling, the masked man knew that fighting Itachi was pointless. Moreover, Itachi possessed the 10-tailed sword and the Yada mirror, making him not someone to be trifled with. He could only suppress his frustration. Itachi stood up, walked out of the cave, and after brushing past the masked man, he paused and said, don't forget what you promised me. Rest assured, your brother hasn't opened his eyes yet. I won't touch him. After all, one more pair or one less pair of Sharingan makes no difference to me. Moreover, your combat strength cannot be underestimated, so as long as you are here, I won't make a move against Sasuke. With these words from the masked man, Itachi said nothing further and walked toward the village. At the edge of Konoha village, the Uchiha clan gathered in a special underground meeting room designated for their discussions. Chief Sarutobi's old thief has pushed us to the limit. Are you still planning to endure? Chief, the elder is right. The pride of the Uchiha clan cannot be trampled on, not even by the Hokage. Yes, the elders are right. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the crowd of elders and branch leaders expressing their opinions, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart, a bunch of fools. However, as the clan leader, he had to prioritize the overall interests of the clan. The current Konoha no longer had the soil for the Uchiha clan to thrive. Under the suppression of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the living space of the Uchiha clan, was constantly being squeezed, leading to escalating conflicts, with Konoha's higher-ups reaching a point where it was on the verge of eruption. Yet, as the clan leader, Fugaku naturally had a long-term perspective. Unfortunately, the current situation left him feeling utterly helpless. On one hand, if they stayed in the village, the higher-ups would further suppress the Uchiha, and the Uchiha were a powder keg. At this point, the internal stability was already wavering. If it weren't for him, the clan leader, suppressing them, they would have likely rebelled long ago. But Fugaku knew that with the strength of the Uchiha, they were not capable of defeating the village. After all, within the village, there were many renowned noble families of the ninja world, and the Uchiha alone could not possibly win in such a level of conflict. At most, they would only be able to injure their opponents. While establishing their own faction was a path, without the support of the great nation's feudal lords, their future days would surely be difficult, as there would be no economic backing. But this path was currently the best option for the Uchiha. Unfortunately, the clansmen were unwilling to take it. Even as the clan leader, due to the ongoing suppression policies from the higher-ups, he had gradually retreated, resulting in his prestige among the clan diminishing year by year. After thinking it over, Fugaku could only propose the suggestion of leaving Konoha to seek another path. Although he knew that it was highly likely that the proud Uchiha clansmen before him would not agree, he could only take a gamble with a dead horse. What? Chief, are you saying that the Uchiha must swallow this anger? The elder beside Fugaku said with displeasure, Fugaku, you have truly disappointed me. When I handed you the position of clan leader, I hoped you would lead the Uchiha to greater heights. I never imagined that in the face of such a situation you would choose to retreat. This is truly disappointing. Creak. The sound of the sliding door being pulled open echoed. Uchiha Itachi walked in. Seeing Itachi arrive, Fugaku asked, "Itachi, where did you go last night? Why did you come back only now?" "Father, I was on a mission last night," Itachi replied evasively. Itachi did not speak of what happened last night. After all, with so many people present, if that secret were to be known by others, it would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble, even affecting Sasuke's future and life. "Uchiha Itachi, you arrived just in time. We are discussing important matters. Listen, and see if you have any good suggestions." Itachi nodded and found a place to sit. "Chief, as long as you agree to the coup, that old thief Sarutobi will definitely not dare to confront the Uchiha Hiden. This can be seen from Sarutobi's actions during the external wars of Konoha. This matter is not possible." Fugaku shook his head and said, "The Third Hokage will never allow unstable factors, filled with chaos, to continue to exist. Just think about how the Senju clan disappeared and you'll understand. Are you really going to abandon the pride of the Uchiha, watching your clansmen being bullied, watching the glory of the Uchiha fade, and watching the Uchiha wither away until they vanish like the Senju clan? Itachi, what do you think?" The third elder looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked. Hearing the third elder's question, Itachi remained silent. Other clansmen also turned to look at the talented young clan leader, eager to hear his opinion. However, Itachi's response left these clansmen disappointed. "I believe my father's suggestion is the most appropriate. Young clan leader, you and Shisui are the pride of our Uchiha clan, but now that Shisui has been killed and the village hasn't given any explanation to the Uchiha, plus the higher-ups are still suppressing us, this is simply too much. Itachi, Shisui was also your good elder brother. Can you really endure this? Are you also going to abandon the pride of the Uchiha?" A group of high-ranking Uchiha members echoed in agreement. However, Itachi said nothing further and walked out. Watching Itachi's disappearing figure and the enraged Uchiha high-ranking members, Fugaku fell silent. Itachi was someone he had watched grow up. Itachi had long been a double agent between the family and the higher-ups of Konoha, he knew this. Fugaku understood that the Uchiha could not escape this calamity, so he chose to stop speaking, having already become thoroughly disappointed in the Uchiha clansmen who were blinded by the power of the Uchiha. The positions of the clan leader and the young clan leader left them very dissatisfied, so they all expressed their willingness to follow the elder's decision. Thus the clan leader Fugaku found himself isolated, and with no other choice he had to leave. Leaving the family conference room, Itachi arrived at the ninja school and walked to the classroom on the second floor. At this moment, Irika was still teaching. Itachi knocked on the door. "Irika, I'm looking for Sasuke." Irika nodded and called Sasuke out. "What do you need, Itachi?" Sasuke rushed out of the classroom, eager to see his brother. However, Itachi did not answer him and turned to leave. "Wait for me, Itachi." The young Sasuke ran after his beloved brother. Upon reaching the playground, Itachi leaned against the swing support and said to Sasuke, "Come sit here." Sasuke, with a youthful face, was not angry that his brother had not responded earlier. Instead, he happily agreed and sat down on the swing. Itachi reached out and started to swing the ropes of the swing. After a minute of silence, just as Sasuke was about to speak, Itachi preemptively said, "Sasuke, do you know about the family's predicament?" "I've heard some things from the clan members, but what can a child like me do?" "Father and the elders will handle it, you don't need to worry, Itachi." "Sasuke, no one can solve all the problems. If one day I'm no longer by your side, you must protect yourself. You carry the heavy responsibility of the Uchiha legacy." "It's still too early for you to tell me this, Itachi," Sasuke pouted, not taking Itachi's words to heart. "You know how busy I am. I wanted to tell you early so you could grow up faster. Go back to the classroom, Sasuke." After speaking, Itachi left. Watching Itachi's departing figure, Sasuke felt a bit surprised. Today, Itachi seemed different from usual. If it were before, Itachi would have indicated for him to come closer, then flick his forehead and say, "Forgive me, Sasuke, I have things to do and can't stay with you longer." However, the naive Sasuke did not understand the strange words his brother said when he came to school just for him today. Confused, Sasuke did not think much more about it and returned to the classroom to continue his lesson. In the evening, Itachi stood on a telephone pole watching the moon about to rise. He pulled the calf-faced mask from his head down and vanished. However, a massacre was occurring in the Uchiha clan territory, with cries of anguish echoing occasionally. Though the cries were not loud, they still alarmed the other Uchiha clan members, leading many to come to assist. In the entire Uchiha territory aside from this battlefield, another fierce battle was underway, but compared to Itachi's battlefield, the other side was particularly bloody. In the center, within the residence of the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, were quietly kneeling on the ground awaiting the arrival of their eldest son who would bring about their slaughter. Soon Itachi resolved all the clan members in this area and then entered his parents' room. Seeing the figure pushing the door open, Uchiha Fugaku spoke, "Itachi, you have come." Itachi stood at the doorway, the ninja blade in his hand, still dripping with blood. Seeing her son's appearance, Uchiha Makoto felt a pang of sorrow. "Itachi, you are a kind child, you must be in great pain doing this. No matter what you do, your mother will support you." Hearing his mother's supportive words, Itachi gripped the ninja blade tighter, yet he was still unable to bring himself to lower it. Seeing his son standing motionless for a long time, Fugaku spoke, "Son, it's come to this, you have no room for regret." "Yes, father and mother, journey well." As he looked at his son walking step by step toward him, Fugaku did not show any sadness. Thud Uchiha Makoto directly lunged onto the ninja blade in Itachi's hand, the blade piercing through her delicate body, blood dripping down the blade. She slowly turned her head to look at her husband. "I know you have more to say, Fugaku. I will go below and wait for you." Itachi withdrew the ninja blade, watching his mother fall to the ground. Tears flowed uncontrollably. He took a step closer to Fugaku. Looking at the ninja blade still stained with his wife's blood, Fugaku did not say much. Itachi raised the ninja blade. Fugaku spoke, "Protect your brother." Tears streaming down his face, Itachi softly replied, "I will, father, you journey well." Having said that, the ninja blade fell, and with a thud Uchiha Fugaku collapsed. A black vortex suddenly appeared and the masked man also appeared in the room. Looking at Itachi, he said faintly, "I have been waiting for you for a while, have you made up your mind?" Itachi simply replied, "Rest assured, after this matter, I will join Akatsuki. Your purpose has been fulfilled, so you should leave now." "You really are quite rude rushing me away like this. I at least helped you share half the pressure of the Uchiha. I could do this without you." "Then I will wait for you in Akatsuki." With that, the masked man disappeared from the room in his signature manner. As night fell, the ninja school also dismissed its students. Sasuke was very happy today. His brother had never come to the ninja school to see him before. Although his brother did not stay long, Sasuke was already very satisfied. The Uchiha clan's residence was a distance from the center of the village where the ninja school was located. A 20-minute journey was quick for Sasuke, who had already received ninja education. Upon arriving at the Uchiha territory, Sasuke felt that something was off. At this time, although it was somewhat dull, it was usually bright and bustling. Today, however, he could only see with the bright moonlight. Feeling uneasy, the young Sasuke's childish face slightly changed, and a sense of anxiety surged in his heart. The further he walked in, the more something felt wrong. A faint smell of blood permeated the air, causing Sasuke's body to tremble slightly. Unable to endure the dead silence and unspoken fear, Sasuke ran frantically, wanting to return home. Bang! Startled, Sasuke forcefully opened the door to the room only to see his brother inside, and behind him were their parents. Sasuke's eyes widened as he stared at the unbelievable scene before him. The pale blue moonlight illuminated his parents, and the blood on the ground glowed with a bluish tint. His beloved brother stood in the shadow, where the moonlight did not reach, wiping the blood from the ninja blade with a towel. Sasuke, disregarding his fear, shouted loudly, "Why? Itachi, tell me why this is happening." However, the response Sasuke received was, "There's nothing to it. I just wanted to test the level of... I have been waiting for you for a long time, Sasuke. Now that you're back, I can let you see your brother's strength for yourself." "No, don't. Brother, I am your little brother." After saying that, Sasuke opened the door and ran outside. Yet Itachi suddenly appeared in front of him. Then there was a thud. The young Sasuke fell to the ground, trembling all over, shaking his head, while tears and snot flowed uncontrollably as he cried, "No, don't kill me, I don't want to die." However, Itachi walked in front of Sasuke and lifted him high with one hand. Sasuke struggled desperately, tears streaming down his face. Bang! Itachi punched Sasuke in the abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. After this, Sasuke became obedient. He numbly accepted his fate, knowing he could not escape. "My foolish little brother, if you want to kill me, then hate me. Live on with this hatred and become a vengeful spirit." Seeing that enough hatred was built up, Itachi stopped talking and directly cast Tsukuyomi on Sasuke, imprinting the scene of his slaughtering the clan into Sasuke's mind. The screams lasted for several minutes. At this moment, a tear welled up in the corner of Itachi's eye, and he couldn't help but ask himself, is this worth it? However, no one told him the answer, and at this point there was no turning back. he could only walk this dark road to the end. Still held high by Itachi, Sasuke's gaze was vacant, his expression dull, and he kept whispering while thud. Like throwing away an unwanted broken toy, Itachi casually discarded Sasuke on the ground. He turned and walked into the darkness, leaving behind a voice, "If you want to kill me, then hurry up and get stronger. I will wait for you to come for revenge." As Itachi disappeared, Sasuke saw the moment Itachi killed their parents in the Tsukuyomi space. "No!" Sasuke screamed, then completely fell unconscious. Not long after Itachi left, a member of the Akatsuki organization, with a head half black and half white, slowly emerged from the ground. He muttered to himself, "Itachi is truly ruthless toward his own brother, even using that move." He sensed that in the entire Uchiha clan only Sasuke still had a presence. All the other Uchihas had lost their lives. Ju said nothing more. His task this time was to monitor Itachi, and since the matter here had been settled, he chose not to linger any longer. After leaving, Itachi sensed Ju's departure and released a crow. The crow flew beside Sasuke, transforming into Itachi's appearance. Currently, the entire Uchiha clan was protected by a formation barrier, allowing only Itachi to come and go. Of course, Ju and the masked man were exceptions, as their abilities were unique. This formation disc was something Itachi obtained by chance, along with a book on basic formations and cultivation techniques, as well as 9 spirit stones. Although both books were incomplete, Itachi learned about this new power system of formations and basic mental attacks from them. Even though Itachi only grasped the basics, the formation isolated the outside world's probing, ensuring that this place was safe. This clone was a backup method left by Itachi. Itachi used a sealing formation he learned from the basics to inscribe the formation patterns on the ground, then placed the 9 spirit stones into the 9 formation patterns. Instantly, the patterns emitted light, and Itachi placed Sasuke into one of the empty slots within the formation. This sealing formation was called the Control Spirit Formation, which, as the name suggests, was designed to seal spirit beasts for humans to exploit their power. Naturally, the empty slot was reserved for the 9 tails that was to be sealed. Itachi believed that in the entire shinobi world it would be quite difficult to find true sealing techniques capable of sealing the 9 tails white fox. That fox from another world possessing 9 tails called itself the Demon King. Clearly, even in its original world, it was an existence capable of dominating a region. It was merely due to a drop in its cultivation that its strength diminished. Coupled with the opponent's carelessness, Itachi managed to seize the opportunity, otherwise he would have had no chance whatsoever. Thus, Itachi secretly doubted whether the thing he obtained was from the same world as that fox, or perhaps a similar world. If that were the case, then perhaps this 9 tails could be considered, or even was the spirit beast mentioned in the sealing formation. Based on his understanding of this formation, it should also be able to seal tailed beasts. Therefore, whether this 9 tails was a tailed beast or a spirit beast, using this control spirit formation to seal it would be the most appropriate. The control spirit formation is divided into the control formation and the spirit formation. The control formation is where the controller resides, while the spirit formation is where the spirit beast being controlled is sealed. More importantly, sealing the 9 tails with it would leave no traces of the sealing technique, making it impossible for anyone to detect or find the seal on Sasuke. Itachi activated Susanoo and released the 9 tails. However, the released 9 tails was directly placed by Itachi into the spirit formation. Witnessing the scene before it, the 9 tails realized that this mortal intended to seal it within his brother, turning him into the so-called Jinchuriki, thereby allowing the use of its power. Yet looking at the formation before it, the 9 tails felt a hint of familiarity. This was a formation from the cultivation world. But this was the shinobi world. How could there be formations from the cultivation world? Am I not the first person to accidentally enter this world? Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, among the descendants left behind by the Eastern Wild Qing Emperor, there was an exceptional, unparalleled genius. This genius was extremely gifted in formations, able to set up a 4th-level formation at the age of 5, a feat only a formation master could accomplish. Generally, it would take ordinary people 100 years to reach the level of a formation master. Even so-called geniuses would take 30 to 50 years to attain mastery in formations. However, when he was 6 years old, he went missing while experimenting with a self-created formation. Could it be that he accidentally ended up here? Did this mortal before me obtain his legacy? Just as I am about to be sealed, I have so many questions. Wait, before sealing me, answer me a few questions. In exchange, I can wholeheartedly help your brother, and even ensure his safety at critical moments and perhaps even pass on cultivation techniques to him. Upon hearing the Ninetales' willingness to cooperate, Itachi nodded, asked away. Are you the inheritor of the Qing Emperor's descendant Chufeiyu? I have obtained a relic from a person from a world called the cultivation world. He indeed has the surname Chu, but I do not know if he is called Chufeiyu. What I obtained were merely 2 nearly completely weathered books and 9 stones called spirit stones. It must be him. In the cultivation world, the Eastern Wild Qing Emperor was an emperor who entered the Tao through formations, using his body as the foundation and the Tao as guidance to inscribe killing formations. After ascending to the immortal realm, he was also a formidable figure. Chufeiyu is indeed a descendant of the Qing Emperor. It's just a pity that he likely perished in this place where spiritual energy is so thin that it is nearly negligible. An emperor, using the body as the foundation to inscribe killing formations. Ascending. Immortal realm. Spiritual energy. These concepts sound grand and lofty, but this world is too weak for me to touch that level. Although hearing the Ninetales speak this way made Itachi somewhat yearn for the cultivation world and that legendary immortal realm, he thought to himself. The immortal realm must be a place full of immortals, right? But he knew that such thoughts were too ethereal and illusory for him, so he did not dwell on them. Since he is a descendant of an emperor, how could the inheritance be just 2 books and a few spirit stones? It must be that his Tao relic was damaged in the spatial turbulence. The spatial turbulence is extremely terrifying, and Chufeiyu was only 6 years old when he arrived in this world, likely in a severely injured and dying state. You must understand that even an enlightened immortal could perish if they are not careful in the spatial turbulence. To have left anything behind after not dying directly in the turbulence is already quite remarkable. Even I barely survived thanks to a precious treasure. You must know that my current strength is less than 1/10th of my peak state. To hear that what I obtained came from a 6-year-old child. Itachi's heart shook. He too was known as a genius, but for such a young child to pass through a place where even immortals could fall was truly incredible. I need spiritual energy to recover, but there are no spiritual veins in the shinobi world, and the spiritual energy is too thin to cultivate normally. Only the natural power that can be utilized in the 3 great immortal estates you mentioned could possibly be spiritual energy. Perhaps that is an alternate space with spiritual veins. How can I get in touch with the relevant people? Itachi thought for a moment and said you might have a chance to contact them by following Sasuke. Isn't your Uchiha clan completely extinct except for you and your brother? Itachi shook his head and said, as far as I know, the legendary Konoha's 3 ninjas have a significant connection with the 3 great immortal estates. Among them, the one closest to the immortal estate is Master Jiraiya, who is a disciple of the Third Hokage and also the teacher of the Fourth Hokage. The Fourth Hokage's son is named Naruto Uzumaki, and the Fourth Hokage and his wife died due to the Ninetales incident. Since Naruto is the 4th son, it is very likely that Jiraiya will take him as a disciple, and Sasuke will likely be placed in the same team as Naruto. Your master-disciple relationship is quite chaotic, taking your disciple's son as your disciple. Wouldn't that mean the son has to call his father's senior brother? Moreover, how do you know they will definitely be placed together? Because the other clan disciples have fixed pairings. Generally, commoners find it very difficult to enter the Shinobi Academy. As a surviving clan member of Uchiha and the 4th's orphan, it's a foregone conclusion that they will be placed together. After hearing Itachi's explanation, the Ninetales understood. If it remained outside in its current condition, it would be unable to cope with the entire shinobi world, especially since even in a war of attrition, it would be exhausted given its current cultivation. It was still the same saying, humanity's desire for control is too strong. Although this sealing formation is extraordinary, once it reaches the mind-dividing stage, it could be broken. Moreover, mortals only live for a few decades. Even if I cannot recover my strength, once the host dies in a few decades, the seal will automatically lift. Although my realm has fallen so much, I still have a lifespan of 10,000 years, so I have nothing to worry about. Additionally, following Sasuke may provide an opportunity to access that immortal estate, which might offer a chance to restore my cultivation. I have finished asking my questions, let's begin. Itachi controlled the Great Formation to seal the Ninetales within Sasuke's body, but the seal's location was within Sasuke's hidden Sea of Consciousness. Within Sasuke's Sea of Consciousness, a series of runes glowing with blue light marked the void isolating the space that sealed the Ninetales. The Ninetales tested the seal. It was very firm, at least with its current self it couldn't break free. In Sasuke's Sea of Consciousness, Itachi said gently to the Ninetales, "As long as you protect my brother, I believe that one day you will surely restore your strength and return to the world that belongs to you." The Ninetales replied, go away, I want to sleep." Itachi shook his head, helplessly exiting Sasuke's Sea of Consciousness, putting away the formation disc and transforming into a crow to fly away. Around the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, there were dark ninjas and root ninjas everywhere. Due to Itachi's formation, no one could spy on the specific situation inside. Only when Itachi's clone removed the formation plate could the surrounding ninjas observe and sense the situation within the Uchiha clan. Surrounded by 6 or 7 dark ninjas, the Third Hokage was also dressed in battle attire, gazing at the Uchiha clan's territory. Although he could not comprehend Itachi's actions as he watched him fiddling with something at the center of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take it to heart. However, at the moment the formation was established, both he and the dark and root ninjas were stunned, as they could neither see nor perceive the situation within the Uchiha clan. Itachi's maneuver left Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat astonished, but considering their overwhelming numbers and his own direct involvement, he believed that Itachi could not possibly escape this calamity. In order to eliminate the unstable factors in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been preparing for a long time to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, the Uchiha clan was a prominent family, so he had to consider the implications of taking action himself. Therefore, they hid near the Uchiha clan's territory surrounding them. Thus a group of them waited until midnight, and only when Itachi took away the formation plate could they know the situation inside the Uchiha clan. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to execute Itachi on the spot for the crimes of patricide, matricide, and harming his clansmen. However, after waiting for a long time without seeing Itachi emerge, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered a few people to go in and investigate. The ones sent to explore the Uchiha clan were dark ninjas directly under the Hokage. Danzo also sent a few root members down to investigate. Baiji, do you think Itachi Uchiha really followed Lord Hokage's orders and killed all the Uchiha? The one named Baiji slapped the back of the talking person's head and scolded, "What order? If you keep babbling, do you believe I will kill you? It's just that Itachi Uchiha awakened the Uchiha clan's gifted powers and became too inflated, which led him to commit such acts. Do you understand?" The dark ninja who got slapped laughed awkwardly and said, yes, it was Itachi Uchiha who became too inflated, which is why he did this. Hurry up and work, stop talking nonsense, or you won't even know how you died. Baiji's words were directed not only at the ninja who got slapped, but at everyone present. Yes, Captain, several people responded in unison. Meanwhile, the root members wasted no time and quickly checked each room as soon as they landed. The streets and walls were covered in dried blood, yet no corpses were found. The dark ninjas probing in the same direction found blood everywhere in the rooms and outside, but the absence of any bodies made it suspicious. However, they soon found Sasuke lying on the ground. Captain Baiji instructed one person to take Sasuke out. After a fruitless search, they couldn't help but wonder whether the Uchiha clan had prepared to hide and launch a surprise attack. Could all that blood be fake? They looked towards the central Uchiha clan leader's mansion. Gulch, a ninja swallowed hard, smelling the strong bloody scent wafting from the mansion, and a thought immediately popped into their minds. Could it be that all the corpses of the Uchiha clan are here? They had no idea that all those corpses piled up in the clan leader's mansion were the doing of the masked man. Though they felt some fear of an ambush, they were dark ninjas under the Hokage, essentially the Hokage's exclusive reapers, so they had to resolutely carry out the Hokage's orders, even at the cost of their lives. Baiji calmed his mind and stepped forward, slowly pushing open the clan leader's mansion. A chilling gust of wind swept across Baiji's face, causing him to feel a sharp pain as if his skin were being cut. However, what met his eyes was a courtyard filled with corpses, all belonging to the Uchiha clan, many of whom had their eyes gouged out. As a member of the Hokage's direct dark forces, Baiji was also a powerful genius ninja. The pile of corpses in this courtyard numbered nearly 1,000, and over 800 of them were likely ninjas. Baiji believed that even if they were all ordinary people, he could kill 400 to 500 at most, as chakra and physical strength are limited. Although the Uchiha clan had declined, it remained a force that even the Hokage feared. Moreover, among them there were at least 400 jonin, more than 300 chunin, and around 100 genin, yet they were all dealt with by Itachi Uchiha alone. How strong must he be? Faced with such power, even the Hokage would struggle. Baiji now had a preliminary understanding of Itachi's strength. It seemed that Itachi was perhaps stronger than the Hokage. On the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as a dark ninja approached him holding a child. He knew this must be Itachi's brother Sasuke Uchiha. If Itachi had to leave someone alive, it would likely be his brother. After questioning the ninja, he learned that nothing useful had been found on the outskirts, not even a single. Soon the remaining dark ninjas returned and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen about their investigation results regarding the Uchiha clan. Aside from Sasuke, no one survived. Listening to his subordinates' report, Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat shocked. Originally, he came not only to ambush Itachi, but also to prevent any Uchiha from escaping. He never expected that Itachi could completely eliminate the entire Uchiha clan and then slip away unnoticed, surrounded by so many. At this moment, Itachi's threat level rose significantly in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Now Sasuke was Konoha's greatest bargaining chip for stability. With this in mind, he arranged for the Dark Ninjas to take Sasuke to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had intended to intercept Itachi and kill him, but it seemed that his plans would be foiled. Even if there was only one Uchiha left, they still possessed tremendous potential. This little guy in front of him might become Konoha's greatest hidden danger in the future. But now he had no choice. As long as Itachi Uchiha was alive, he could only treat Sasuke kindly. At least I can't handle him the way I dealt with Naruto. Unlike Naruto, who was completely alone and had no one to claim his parents' inheritance, no one dared to say anything. But Sasuke was different. Since Itachi had awakened the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength was probably not inferior to his own. If he did not treat Sasuke well, Itachi would likely go to any lengths to destroy Konoha. The next day, the Uchiha clan was completely annihilated overnight, and the perpetrator was the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, the young clan leader Itachi Uchiha. This news quickly spread within the ninja circles of Konoha. The Hokage's office officially announced Itachi Uchiha has become a rogue ninja and is wanted for a bounty of 100 million ryo across all the ninja nations. In the Hokage building in the conference room, Danzo and 2 Konoha advisors were present along with the daimyo. The matter of the Uchiha clan's annihilation was too significant, and the daimyo naturally wanted to support the Hokage's aftermath work. After all, the economy of the ninja village relied entirely on the daimyo's support, and as a financier, he naturally held considerable influence. The Uchiha clan was a major clan in the ninja world, and Itachi Uchiha, as a rogue ninja who committed patricide and matricide, must be captured to prevent other clans from feeling uneasy. The 2 advisors echoed the daimyo's words. Rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. Danzo said calmly, Sarutobi, you should send dark ninjas to hunt down Itachi Uchiha. Do not let him gain any momentum outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, realizing that Itachi's strength was formidable, and he was not someone a Hokage could contend with. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo feigned disdain and mocked, the third Hokage lacks the courage to pursue a rogue ninja. If you can't handle it, let me take the Hokage position instead. Danzo, do you not understand that Itachi is not to be trifled with? He simply wanted to provoke the Hokage's faction into self-destruction. The daimyo was somewhat displeased and interjected, Danzo, Sarutobi is the Hokage, please do not overstep your bounds. Although Danzo was rebuked by the ordinary daimyo, he did not lose his temper, as he still needed to give the financier some respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could you put a bounty of 100 million ryo on Itachi Uchiha? The daimyo clearly expressed his displeasure. 100 million ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, please do not joke with me. Though 100 million ryo was not too much for the daimyo, putting it solely towards the capture of a rogue ninja seemed excessive. Rest assured, this 100 million cannot be taken away by anyone, so even if it were 1 billion ryo, what of it? The daimyo's tone softened somewhat, but he clearly asked with some discomfort. As I mentioned earlier, Itachi Uchiha is not someone a Hokage can contend with. The allure of wealth can lead to reckless individuals attempting to test his strength, but those people are bound to fail. Only by understanding his strength can we truly launch targeted attacks against him. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, the daimyo began to grasp the situation. However, he still asked somewhat uneasily, are you certain that Itachi Uchiha is not someone a Hokage can contend with? Absolutely, Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed decisively. At once the daimyo did not say anything further, but agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion. What about the Uchiha orphan? Hiruzen, how do you plan to handle him? Itachi Uchiha's power is too strong. We can only treat Sasuke kindly and allow him to inherit his family's legacy. Additionally, we must convey an attitude that we treat the orphan of the Uchiha clan well, which also serves as a signal to other clans that the higher-ups of Konoha will not completely wipe out the Uchiha clan to avoid causing unease among them. The Uchiha clan's wealth was so vast that even the daimyo had some envy, but he also understood that for the stability of the Land of Fire, Konoha must also be stable. The daimyo nodded. The third Hokage is very considerate. I will leave this matter to you to handle. Remember, no matter how you deal with it, Konoha does not belong solely to your Sarutobi clan. Other clans are also an indispensable part of Konoha. In terms of military strength, the daimyo indeed does not have the qualifications to compete with the ninja village, but in terms of political skills and economic means, Konoha cannot compare to the daimyo. This statement from the daimyo at first glance seemed inconsequential, but upon careful consideration it was clear what the daimyo meant. Evidently the daimyo was somewhat dissatisfied with the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha's power was still very important to Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal interests were too pronounced, leading the daimyo to admonish him not to go too far. The third Hokage was also a cunning old fox and naturally understood the daimyo's meaning. Although he was the Hokage on the surface, the daimyo was the leader of the Land of Fire, and secretly the Hokage's economy relied on the daimyo's support. On the surface, he still had to obey the daimyo's orders, but generally the daimyo did not interfere much in the affairs of the ninja world. As long as the will of fire does not perish, Konoha will thrive. Please rest assured, daimyo. In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Haruno Sakura looked at the empty seat where Sasuke usually sat, feeling anxious, as she hadn't seen him for several days. She had also heard the news about the extermination of the Uchiha clan, but it was said that Sasuke was the only survivor besides the perpetrator. She couldn't understand why there were people capable of killing their own parents while also annihilating their own clan. Thus her mind was filled with thoughts of Sasuke, leaving her unable to focus on her lessons. At this moment, Naruto, who was just as worried about Sasuke, was also preoccupied. Nibbling on the end of his pencil, Naruto glanced at Sasuke's vacant seat and grumbled to himself, "What is that guy Sasuke up to? It's been days and he still hasn't come to school. It's so boring without him around to challenge." He could only grumble, oblivious to the fact that Sasuke, whom he regarded as an arrogant show-off, had gone through something significant these past few days. Alright, that's enough for today's lesson. We'll end class early so you can head home sooner. Upon hearing this, the group of students who had been dozing off instantly perked up. Seeing the eager movements of the students wanting to leave the classroom, Iruka signaled for everyone to quiet down, and they quickly complied. With a heavy expression, Iruka said, "Students, you must have noticed that Sasuke hasn't attended class for several days. Do you know why that is? It's because his family was wiped out and Sasuke was also severely injured." Yamanaka Ino suddenly spoke up from the back of the classroom. The other students looked at her in surprise. Ino was typically quiet and reserved, often a silent presence, so it was unexpected for her to be the first to speak up this time. Even Iruka was slightly taken aback. This guy usually didn't talk, so why was he speaking now? What Shino said is correct. Sasuke's family has been exterminated. You should have heard some related rumors over the past few days. Today, Sasuke has awakened. As classmates, let's all go visit him. Children are inherently straightforward, and immediately someone voiced their opposition. "I don't want to go see that show-off. That guy loves to show off and steal the spotlight. He's so annoying." However, a girl who had a crush on Sasuke immediately retorted, "What show-off? What spotlight? It's just that you don't see how outstanding my Sasuke is." The speaker was Sakura, Sasuke's #1 fan. But as soon as she said this, others naturally became displeased. "What did you say, you big forehead? What do you mean by your Sasuke? Sasuke-kun is mine." Ino countered sharply. "I'm talking about you. Do you want to fight? Bring it on, I'm not afraid." The two girls became red-faced as sparks seemed to fly between them. The other girls also split into two factions, ready to clash at the slightest provocation. Of course, there was one exception: Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Out of the corner of her eye, she kept glancing at Naruto, who was propping his head up with one hand and nibbling on the pencil, deep in thought. She wondered what Naruto was thinking. With Sasuke absent, Naruto had calmed down a bit these past few days. Did he feel lonely without Sasuke around? Iruka, on the podium, feeling somewhat helpless, thought that this group of children was truly difficult to manage. He leaned forward on the desk and shouted, "Everyone quiet down." Fearing the authority of their teacher, the children gradually quieted down and returned to their seats. You all can make such a fuss just from visiting a classmate. What would happen if I really let you go? In that case, those who don't want to go can leave now, and those who do follow me. After saying this, Irika left the classroom, followed by a group of students. In the Konoha hospital, Sasuke lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A nurse was trying to feed him, but no matter how she attempted, Sasuke wouldn't open his mouth, letting the food and soup spill from the corners. The nurse, feeling helpless, could only wipe his face with a tissue before leaving the room. At the moment the nurse opened the door, she happened to see the attending physician arriving. The doctor asked, "How is it?" The nurse shook her head in exasperation, indicating that he still hadn't eaten. The doctor also felt helpless and instructed the nurse to think of a way. After all, the Hokage had ordered that Sasuke must be taken care of properly. Failing to do so would result in a demotion. The doctor entered the ward and observed Sasuke's condition, carefully making a record of his medical status. Previous medications had been ineffective, so this time the doctor planned to use a more extreme method to treat Sasuke: mental stimulation to help him regain consciousness. "Sasuke, are you not eating because the death of your parents has dealt you a severe blow?" Sasuke did not respond. Seeing no reaction, the doctor continued, "Who killed your parents?" On the hospital bed, Sasuke, who had been blankly staring ahead, suddenly exhibited a sharp glint in his eyes, but it faded almost instantly as he weakly uttered a name: Uchiha Itachi. The doctor noticed that Sasuke was showing some reaction and was about to continue. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock clicking open echoed as Irika entered with a fruit basket and a group of students. This hospital room was specially arranged by the Hokage and was significantly larger than a standard ward, and the 10 or so students following him did not make the room feel crowded at all. Seeing visitors arrive, the doctor became somewhat irritated and reprimanded in a low voice, "Who let you in? I am treating a patient. Don't you think it's rude to barge in like this? What if something unforeseen happens because you interrupted the treatment? Can you take responsibility for that?" To this, Irika appeared embarrassed. Although the accusation of rudeness was somewhat forced, he could understand the doctor's feelings. Thus, Irika merely scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry for interrupting your treatment. I'm his teacher, and I heard he woke up, so I brought my students to see him. Even though I'm not pleased with your sudden intrusion, since you're all here, I can't just kick you out. Just make it quick, I'll come back after a while." After the doctor left, the group began to show concern for Sasuke in the hospital bed, with Sakura being particularly enthusiastic. Irika also stepped forward to say a few comforting words, but there was no sign of response from Sasuke. "Sasuke, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking?" "We came to see you." Sakura, anxiously gripping Sasuke's hand, kept calling out to him. "Sakura, why are you bothering him like this? Be careful not to break him, and let go of your sticky hands." "Ino, what are you saying?" Just as Sasuke's two biggest fangirls were about to clash, suddenly a bright orange figure stood on the hospital bed. For a moment, everyone was stunned. In the entire class, it was evident that only Naruto Uzumaki would dare to do such a thing. "Naruto, what are you doing? Get down." Irika was the first to react, scolding him. "Yeah, Naruto, get down. You're scaring Sasuke-kun." Sakura and Ino chimed in. In the midst of the scene, Hinata, who had been hiding in the crowd, was biting her finger nervously, thinking Naruto-kun is so cool. Although I don't know what he plans to do given his special bond with Sasuke-kun, what he's going to do next should be helpful for Sasuke-kun's condition. As Sasuke lay there, a flicker of unusual color flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his previous dazed expression. His entire clan had been exterminated, and a group of people came to watch him as a joke, especially this perennial underachiever in front of him, who had always opposed him. He never expected that at this moment he would also join this group to mock him. To Sasuke, the Uchiha clan's annihilation, which he once regarded with pride, now felt like a joke. The fact that these people came to inquire about him during such a time was an extremely ironic act in his eyes. But it didn't matter anymore. He had become a solitary figure, and Itachi was too powerful for him to surpass. Since revenge was hopeless, he might as well just die. "Naruto, what are you doing? Get down." Irika scolded. "You idiot, Naruto, hurry down, you're disturbing Sasuke's rest." Sakura's crisp voice came through. "Naruto, you fool, hurry down. Sasuke is in this state, and you still want to trouble him." Yeah, Naruto, come down quickly." The other girls also urged Naruto to stop. "Naruto, you idiot. Even though Sasuke is usually full of himself and quite annoying, your behavior is too rude." Kiba couldn't stand it any longer and criticized Naruto. Although I'm not very talkative, I have to say Kiba is right. Sasuke is a patient right now, your actions are too excessive. Can't you wait until he recovers to discuss things? Even Shino, who usually said little, and Kiba, who didn't particularly like Sasuke, found Naruto's sudden behavior unacceptable. However, unfazed by the crowd's criticism, Naruto crossed his arms and stared intently at Sasuke, whose eyes were vacant and dazed. Hey Sasuke, aren't you the one who loves to show off? Why are you acting like an idiot now that you're in trouble? Now the entire Uchiha clan of Konoha has only you left. The responsibility of your clan's legacy lies on your shoulders. Are you willing to let it end like this? Don't you want to know why your clan was exterminated? Are you willing to let the murderer roam free? Or are you too scared to face it? Oh, I see now, you've been scared into silence. Naruto pointed at the lying Sasuke. TCH. Naruto pouted and tilted his head. Turns out he's just a coward. However, in Sasuke's eyes, Naruto, the perennial underachiever, was still as annoying as ever. With a hint of disdain, he retorted, "Shut up, what do you know, you underachiever? Stop lecturing me." He wasn't scared into silence, he simply felt despair at Itachi's power. He sensed he had no chance for revenge, which is why he felt that way. Yet Naruto's words still stirred a sense of pride within him. As a member of the Uchiha clan, and the son of the clan leader, although he couldn't compare to his brother, he was not someone that this perennial underachiever could lecture freely. He immediately kicked at Naruto, but Naruto anticipated this move and easily dodged the attack. Naruto performed a backflip and landed with one hand on his hip, wiping his nose with the other wet. Not happy. Come and hit me. Sasuke. Sakura called softly, just about to reach out to pull Sasuke. Sasuke glanced over and Sakura felt a terrifying chill from his gaze. The hand she extended immediately froze, and she could only awkwardly say, "Sasuke, it's good that you're awake just now." Before Sakura could finish her sentence, the already cold gaze emanated an even colder aura, and he coldly said, "Get lost." The sudden turn of events frightened everyone present. The chilling aura felt like they were falling into an ice cave. The Third Hokage once said that the Uchiha clan was evil, and once their evil side is fully awakened, it would consume everything, including themselves. Now it seems that this statement may not be false, considering everything. The extermination of the Uchiha clan was indeed not unjust. Iruka thought to himself. However, at this moment Sasuke's eyes were blood red and his black pupils suddenly turned red, with a black tomo appearing. Staring coldly at Naruto, he spoke, "Even if the Uchiha clan has perished, you are not a small character like you who can provoke me. Now I will make you pay for your actions." With that, he vanished with a whoosh. Before the crowd could react, Sasuke had already appeared in front of Naruto, who was just about to respond. With a loud bang, Naruto was sent flying by Sasuke's punch. He crashed against the wall and slid down to the ground with a thud. Ugh, cough. Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood. Sasuke, how could you hit Naruto so hard? Even though Iruka felt pleased that this fox, which had caused his parents' death, had received this blow. Yet on the surface, he still had to pretend to scold Sasuke, but he did not fulfill his duty as a teacher to stop Sasuke. This guy is too brutal. Kiba thought to himself, amazed at Sasuke's incredible speed. Good job, Sasuke, that annoying Naruto deserved it. Unlike everyone else, Sakura cheered happily, completely forgetting how Sasuke had treated her earlier. Hearing this, Sasuke shot her a cold glare, causing Sakura to feel a terrifying chill and her outstretched hand to freeze in place. She could only awkwardly say, "Sasuke, it's good that you woke up just now." Sasuke's icy glare seemed to pierce her soul, making her feel a stinging pain that accompanied the chill, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Seeing Sakura's state, Ino felt pity and subtly tugged at Sakura's sleeve. Sakura, in tears, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing more, closing her lips instead. She didn't want Sasuke to think of her as annoying. Sasuke emotionlessly remarked, "You are really annoying." Sakura's heart sank. Although she felt a bit dissatisfied seeing Sasuke's lack of further action, she decided to endure it. Cough, Sasuke, you are truly excessive. Sakura clearly only has eyes for you, yet you treat her. Sasuke walked step by step to Naruto, grabbing his collar and lifting him up, coldly stating, "You are just an underachiever. Oh, what do you understand? In this world, everything is illusory. Only strength is the true path." Cough, I don't understand you, but do you understand others? Sasuke, don't let hatred blind your eyes. Naruto wanted to argue back and pull Sasuke back from the edge of despair caused by the destruction of his clan and family. Stop lecturing. After saying that, Sasuke pulled out a hand and slapped Naruto directly in the face. That Naruto immediately fell to the ground, and then Sasuke mounted him, grabbing Naruto's collar and pulling his head up, shouting hysterically, just inches from each other, "I am not a coward. I will kill that guy, kill that guy, kill that guy." Naruto looked at Sasuke's unusually intense eyes. Is this the Sharingan? Do you think you are the only one who is pitiful? Since I was young I have not known who my parents are. I have nearly died several times. The villagers have ostracized me and classmates in kindergarten called me a bastard without parents. Even now people on the streets still curse me as a damned fox treating me like a snake or scorpion. It's a miracle that I've survived to this day. Do you think you're so pitiable? At least you have seen your parents and your clan. I've never seen my parents, nor do I have a single clan member. Shut up. You who have never had parents or clan, how can you understand my feelings? Saying this, Sasuke started punching Naruto's face repeatedly. Iruka could no longer bear to watch and prepared to step in to stop it. If Naruto were to be killed, he would face severe punishment from Lord Hokage. Thus, even though he was reluctant to stop Sasuke, he had to intervene. Sasuke, hurry up. Iruka had just uttered a word when a figure appeared behind him. Feeling someone behind him, Iruka immediately realized it was Sasuke. A thought flashed through Iruka's mind. How fast? When did? It was too slow, teacher Iruka. Bang. Sasuke's sidekick sent Iruka. The sudden scene caused a chill to run down the spines of the children, who thought to themselves, Sasuke is terrifying. Even Iruka-sensei, a Chunin, is making a move. Though caught off guard by Sasuke's attack, Iruka quickly adjusted himself, twisting in the air before landing unsteadily, almost falling. But after landing, Iruka's heart was filled with an inexplicable terror. Is the Uchiha clan this formidable? This child, not even a few years old, was able to strike him. If that kick had been with a kunai or a ninja blade instead, there was no doubt he would have lost his life. The Uchiha are too fearsome. After all, he was still just a little brat who hadn't graduated from the ninja academy yet, and despite his young age, the immense pain radiating from his spine made even this adult Chunin struggle to bear it. Sasuke, if you strike again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Iruka said sternly. Ruthless? Don't think you can act arrogantly in front of the Uchiha just because you're a teacher. Sasuke retorted without hesitation. Then let's see what you can do. Iruka coldly commanded. After all, he was dealing with a child, and as a Chunin, he felt a bit embarrassed in front of his students. Sasuke stood up straight and said nonchalantly, Get out of the way, I'm going to kill that deadweight Naruto. Shut up, Uchiha brat, stop looking down on others. Iruka shouted sharply. Sasuke slightly tilted his head back, resting a hand on his face, and scoffed. Ha ha. Sasuke, with a disdainful expression, said, No matter how fallen the Uchiha, maybe we are not to be trampled by the likes of you. Today I will teach you how to respect the Uchiha. Suddenly a black shadow flashed by. Sensing the imminent danger, but unable to react in time, the kunai thrown by Sasuke was already in front of him, aimed directly at his throat. Iruka had no time to block and could only frantically dodge the lethal strike. Thud! The kunai pierced into Iruka's shoulder. Iruka was alarmed this time. Sasuke truly intended to kill him, but his speed was too fast for Iruka to respond. In a flash, Sasuke appeared right in front of Iruka. Bang! A whip kick struck Iruka on the head, sending him flying. Chunin is nothing. You're just like Naruto, a deadweight. Even if you've become a Chunin, you're still worthless. Sasuke mercilessly taunted. Iruka was furious, but after receiving 2 heavy blows, he was in unbearable pain, his head spinning from the kicks. At this moment, he could not utter a word, having been defeated by a brat who hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy. The group of kids nearby were dumbfounded. They initially thought Iruka-sensei was knocked away because Sasuke had ambushed him, but they were shocked to see that Iruka, a Chunin, had been hit multiple times. Hey Sasuke, you jerk. How could you hit Iruka-sensei? I will never forgive you. Naruto, who had slowly stood up while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, said with a serious expression. Seeing Naruto so serious, Sasuke looked at him with disdain and mockingly said, Oh, the deadweight actually has some courage. Courage is not power. What do you have to fight me with? Hey! Hee hee. Sasuke, you show off. Do you think you're strong? At least I'm stronger than you. Then let me show you a greater power. With a clap of his palms, Naruto released a burst of blue chakra that surrounded him. As Naruto gathered energy, the blue chakra spun around him faster, with strands of red chakra swirling up from the ground, forming a gradient of red and blue. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, the powerful chakra surrounded Naruto, creating a strong gust of wind that shook the entire hospital building. The commotion was so great that it startled everyone in the hospital, and they all thought an earthquake was happening, shouting in panic as they rushed outside. Iruka watched Naruto with astonishment, gulping down his saliva. He had always cared for Naruto a bit out of respect for the Third Hokage's wishes. However, he had never imagined that this student he had always underestimated would stand in front of him at this moment when all the other students were intimidated by Sasuke's aura and the terrifying amount of chakra emanating from him was at least of Jonin level. Naruto. When did he acquire such powerful strength? That red chakra. It's from the Nine Tails. There's no mistake, the chakra of the Nine Tails is the most unique, with an energy density unmatched, imbued with a strange energy that even Lord Hokage cannot compare to. Naruto. Calm down, keep your composure, your teacher is fine. Iruka nervously urged Naruto, trying to keep him calm. What he feared most was Naruto completely losing control. If the Nine Tails broke free from its seal, Konoha would be reduced to ruins. With a whoosh, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by a loud bang as Sasuke was sent crashing against the wall at the head of the bed, falling onto the bed. This punch directly struck Sasuke's face. Ack! Spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the hospital bed. Iruka looked at the scene and realized it was beyond words, immediately scolding the students. What are you all dawdling for? Get out quickly. Leave the hospital, hurry. The group of students, pained by the gusts of wind from Naruto's overwhelming chakra, were frightened and quickly ran out of the ward. However, a voice suddenly rang out, I won't go, I want to stay with Sasuke. Saying this, Sakura ran to Sasuke and helped him up. Sakura glared fiercely at Naruto and said, Naruto, how could you do this to Sasuke? He only hit you once. Who told you to insult Sasuke earlier? You deserve to be hit. Just now, because Sasuke was attacked, the nine-tailed demon king, who had been napping in the sea of consciousness, awakened and pulled Sasuke's spiritual sense into the sea of consciousness. Oh, little ghost, it seems you've hit a wall. Do you want your sister to help you? Sasuke was a bit dazed at suddenly finding himself in such a strange place where a pet-like white nine-tailed fox spoke human words in front of him, addressing him as sister. What sort of sister can a mere fox be? For a moment, Sasuke was left speechless. Seeing that Sasuke wasn't responding, the nine-tailed fox slowly said, What's wrong? Are you dumbfounded? Didn't you want to defeat that annoying guy in front of you? I can help you. You can really help me. Sasuke was somewhat skeptical. The nine-tailed fox murmured, This place is your sea of consciousness, your very own personal space. Now I reside within your sea of consciousness. Although the opponent is that nine-tailed Jinchuriki in front of your sister, they are nothing. If you are so small, what power can you possibly have to defeat the nine-tailed Jinchuriki? I am a demon king who dominates the realm of cultivation. How can any ordinary fox compare? In her prime, even 100 billion of those ordinary tailed beasts would only be a minor nuisance. If you really know how to boast. Sasuke scoffed. But in the next moment, the nine-tailed white fox transformed right in front of Sasuke. A burst of white light enveloped the nine-tailed fox, and in just an instant she transformed into a human form. A stunning figure appeared before Itachi with skin like snow and a face like a peach blossom, exuding an otherworldly beauty. The unfamiliar attire she wore gave her a unique aura, one that could captivate all. The ethereal and captivating woman before him caused even the arrogant Sasuke to be somewhat astonished. If a fairy existed, this beautiful figure was undoubtedly one. The nine-tailed fox was quite pleased with Sasuke's reaction. In her view, both the previous Itachi and the current Sasuke were individuals indifferent to feminine beauty, yet even such people found it hard to resist her allure. After all, she hadn't even unleashed her charm yet. Having never heard of a demon beast transforming into a human form, Sasuke was now enlightened, and he felt an absolute confidence in defeating Naruto. He didn't know how strong the legendary strongest tailed beast truly was, but he believed that among all the ninja world there had never been a demon beast that could transform. He was certain that a demon beast capable of transformation was far stronger than one that couldn't. Thus at this moment his eyes were filled with determination as he immediately asked, How will you help me? My name is Sue Daji, and you can just call me Sister Daji from now on, Sasuke, little brother. You go out and I will lend you some of my power to use. Sasuke's shoulders heaved as he took a deep breath, surprised that this underachiever had hidden such powerful strength. But as a Uchiha, how could I possibly lose to someone like you here? That red chakra must belong to the Nine Tails. You demon fox. Don't think that just because you have the Nine Tails power you can be arrogant in front of me. Boom. A surge of white energy erupted from Sasuke's body, enveloping him in white spiritual energy like flames. However, Sakura beside Sasuke suffered. She let out a painful scream as she was violently thrown back, crashing through the hospital door. With a thud, Sakura fell unconscious, blood slowly pooling beneath her. Seeing Sakura's tragic state, Iruka could no longer care about the two of them and hurriedly picked up Sakura to escape. Seeing his beloved Sakura treated this way by Sasuke, Naruto's eyes turned red. The red Ninetales chakra almost completely replaced Naruto's own chakra, covering his entire body with a thick layer of Ninetales chakra. His fingernails gradually sharpened and 5 red chakra tails emerged behind him, lunging toward Sasuke. Feeling Sister Daji's immense power, Sasuke was filled with confidence for revenge, even thinking about killing that man right now. Facing Naruto's tail attack, Sasuke stood firm and did not evade. However, a strange scene unfolded. Naruto's chakra tails dissolved upon contact with Sasuke's outer white spiritual energy, vanishing as if they had sunk into the sea. Realizing that Naruto in his two-tailed state posed no threat to him, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu." Boom! A fireball the size of a person erupted from Sasuke's mouth, instantly engulfing Naruto and burning away the Ninetales chakra that was covering Naruto's body. Fearing that the Jinchuriki might be killed when the tailed beast chakra was completely burned away, Daji, in Sasuke's sea of consciousness, retracted her spiritual energy. At this moment, Naruto returned to his normal state, and Sasuke knew that he couldn't truly take a life, so he said nothing about Daji retracting her power. However, Sasuke did not want to hold back. Wrapped in white spiritual energy, he appeared directly in front of Naruto as if he had teleported. At this moment, Naruto, battered and in pain, could not move at all and could only stand there in a daze. Slap. 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 Sasuke's fists rained down, striking relentlessly. As if he had had his fill, a heavy punch sent Naruto crashing out of the window. Naruto smashed through the window with a crash, the sound echoing as both the window glass and Naruto fell down. Naruto. A faint voice echoed in Naruto's ears. Was that Hinata? As he fell, Naruto was horrified. Although he had been controlled by the Ninetales, his consciousness remained, and he understood how Sasuke had defeated him. What he couldn't comprehend was what that extremely powerful white energy was. So, am I that pathetic? Naruto muttered to himself. Thud. He hit the ground. Seeing Naruto fall, Hinata rushed over. Naruto. Your hand is injured. Is there anything I can do for you? It's fine, I just need to sleep for a bit, Naruto said with difficulty before passing out. The group of little ones were stunned. They had thought that seeing Naruto unleash such powerful strength meant he would defeat that annoying Sasuke, but in the end Naruto was the one who lost. Sasuke stood on the windowsill looking down at Naruto with indifference and said, Jinchuriki. Is that something to be proud of? I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall be the avenger from this day forth. Anyone who dares to offend the Uchiha will die, and that man one day I will find him and kill him. At this moment, the normally unbloodied Sasuke was enveloped in a faint aura of murderous intent, startling those below. The Umbu who had been monitoring Naruto and Sasuke were still on the outskirts. Although they sensed the two powerful auras, they were terrified of such overwhelming power and feared they would be killed if they intervened. Thus they dared not act rashly and immediately sent someone back to report to the Hokage. When they looked again, they saw the people from Konoha Hospital rushing outside, and they had to step in to maintain order and evacuate the crowd. Soon an Umbu ninja arrived with Kakashi. Kakashi had been sent by the Third Hokage to handle the situation. Upon seeing Kakashi, Iruka stepped forward to explain the events that had transpired. Kakashi looked up and saw Sasuke on the windowsill, lost in thought. Iruka said that Sasuke possesses an exceptionally powerful chakra, and at that time Naruto was also being overwhelmed by the Ninetales power, and even began to undergo transformation. Kakashi couldn't help but take an interest. A white chakra, huh? To defeat the rampaging Ninetales Jinchuriki, it seems he possesses incredible power. At this moment Sasuke felt immense joy, for he had gained the strength to defeat Itachi. As long as he found Itachi, he could kill that guy. However, in the next moment a wave of pain swept through his body and his head spun. Sasuke fell straight down from the 7th floor. Kakashi jumped up and caught Sasuke, muttering, "This is truly a headache of a problem. These two genin caused such a ruckus, what a new..." Though he lamented the trouble, Kakashi ignored everything else and ordered a few Umbu to handle the aftermath while he took Sasuke and left. Sakura, lying on a stretcher, watched as Kakashi took Sasuke away, her heart filled with worry for him, completely unaware that it was Sasuke's actions that had caused her own injuries. 2 people were called to lift Naruto onto a stretcher. You all should return to your posts and get back to work. The situation was organized efficiently. Over on a distant mountaintop, a middle-aged man with long white hair was observing the movements at Konoha Hospital through binoculars. Suddenly, Kakashi holding Sasuke appeared behind the middle-aged man. Without turning around, the man looked down at Konoha and said with a frown, "Sigh, how boring. I just got back and have already been discovered." "You didn't conceal your presence, Lord Jiraiya," Kakashi's gentle voice rang out. "What business do you have, Sasuke Uchiha?" Kakashi felt a bit uneasy and wanted to ask Jiraiya if there were any ways to protect Sasuke. Although his actions were somewhat extreme, he was still a pitiful child. Kakashi followed the Hokage's orders, but still felt that the Third Hokage was being a bit unfair. Moreover, since he was originally promoted by the Fourth Hokage, he wasn't particularly fond of the Third, thus, he worried the Third might make things difficult for this child. "Don't worry, based on my understanding of the old man, this child will likely face some hardships, but since Itachi is still around, he should be safe from lethal danger. Although I'm not sure how strong Itachi is, the Third probably hasn't made things difficult for Sasuke out of fear for Itachi's strength. Therefore, the old man will likely spare his life, but because of that power, Sasuke may end up being thrown to Ibiki." Upon hearing that Sasuke might be thrown to Ibiki, Kakashi felt a pang of sympathy. Sasuke is also a pitiful child. Like Naruto, he is a lonely person at heart, and with a little guidance perhaps, they could become good friends. At this point, Kakashi couldn't help but think of Obito, who had given him his eye as a birthday gift. Without a doubt, he was kind-hearted, kind enough to frequently help old ladies cross the street, and genuinely sincere to others. Kakashi shook his head, temporarily setting aside those painful memories, and asked, "So, what will happen to this child, Sasuke? He's just a small child, and Ibiki's place is not suitable for anyone." "Relax. I'll go explain to the old man. You just focus on your own duties," Jiraiya reassured, as he put away his binoculars and patted Kakashi's shoulder. "All right, Kakashi, let's go. I'll accompany you to see the old man." At the Hokage's office, the door was wide open, and after the Umbu had finished handling the scene, one of them returned to report the situation to the Hokage. Upon hearing the Umbu ninja say that Sasuke possessed a unique white chakra that had reverted the Nine Tails formed Naruto back to his original state, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Seeing Kakashi and Jiraiya standing at the door, he said, "All right, you can leave now. Just ensure that surveillance is properly conducted." The Umbu ninja withdrew, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyes to the door, placed the pipe in his mouth, took a puff, and said, "Jiraiya, Kakashi, come in." "Hey, how have you been lately, sensei? I just came back to take a look." Jiraiya grinned as he greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, I'm back." Looking at Sasuke slung over Kakashi's shoulder, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Kakashi, "Why don't you share what you've learned about the situation?" "Hokage-sama, the cause of this incident was that Naruto Uzumaki provoked Sasuke Uchiha, and the two ended up fighting. Iruka intervened, but was injured by Sasuke, which led to Naruto in a fit of emotion losing control and ultimately being severely injured and unconscious after clashing with Sasuke. I examined Sasuke's condition. He is in a deep coma due to his body being unable to handle such strong energy and excessive physical exhaustion. He likely won't wake up for 2 or 3 days." "Kakashi, how could a child who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy defeat a rampaging Jinchuriki like Naruto?" "Hokage-sama, the Umbu who just reported back must have mentioned that unique chakra. When I checked Sasuke's body, I found no trace of it at all. Bring Sasuke over, let me take a look." Kakashi placed Sasuke on the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined Sasuke's body and also found no traces, shaking his head. "There's not a single trace. It's truly unfortunate to have missed out on a power that could allow an ordinary person to easily defeat a rampaging Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However," Jiraiya chimed in, "Lord Sarutobi, Sasuke became my disciple when I returned last year. I saw potential in him and taught him some things, even taking him to Mount Myaboku where he failed during sage training." "Oh, you took Sasuke on as a disciple. You even brought him to Mount Myaboku. Don't the sages there despise the Uchiha? How could they allow Sasuke to train there?" the Third Hokage asked suspiciously. Jiraiya casually sat on the sofa across from the Hokage's desk and replied, "What's wrong with that? Although Mount Myaboku is not fond of the Uchiha, the sages there hold Sasuke in high regard, saying he possesses great destiny. Moreover, judging a person's worth cannot be done with your narrow views, sensei. Although Sasuke failed his sage training, he unexpectedly caused the natural energy he absorbed to mutate, forming a new type of chakra. This new energy, while not sage energy, is even stronger. Thus it's not entirely unreasonable that Naruto lost control against Sasuke. However, that power is elusive, using it once takes a long time to recover. That kind of power is a result of mutation and is Sasuke's personal fortune. Others cannot replicate it, so I hope you won't make things difficult for this child. Hearing Jiraiya's words, the third Hokage did not respond immediately, but instead asked, how long do you plan to stay this time? This time. There's nothing particularly important, just gathering materials and checking on this little guy Sasuke. I happened to run into this incident, so I came over with Kakashi. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked over to Jiraiya, leaned in close, and quietly asked, don't forget to bring me a copy of your new work. Oh, how's your student doing? He's pretty good, right? Capable in both literature and martial arts. Rest assured, I've always brought you a full set of my new works, haven't I? I'm sure you're trustworthy in your work. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Kakashi, feeling awkward, interjected, actually, you don't need to be so careful around me. I can hear everything, and I'm also a fan of Lord Jiraiya's books. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit embarrassed, considering he was an old man in his 70s. Being called out like that in front of others was somewhat mortifying. To cover up his embarrassment, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject. Since you put it that way, let's forget about today's incident, but the damage to public property still needs to be compensated by both of you. Sasuke's share can be directly deducted from the Uchiha inheritance. As for Naruto, Kakashi, since you are the fourth disciple and Naruto is the fourth son, you can cover his share. Time flies, and soon it was time for the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Only those who pass would officially become ninjas of Konoha. During this period, Naruto and Sasuke had completely recovered, with Naruto still maintaining his unchanged demeanor. Returning to the Ninja Academy, Sasuke had transformed into a different person, exuding a cold aura with indifferent eyes. His excellent ninjutsu and taijutsu results drove the female classmates wild. Even Hinata, who usually only had eyes for Naruto, began to admire Sasuke's demeanor. Every glance at Sasuke made her feel a flush of heat on her cheeks. Although she would feel this way when seeing Naruto as well, it was different now. She no longer paid Naruto the same attention as before. Despite the frenzy among the girls in the class, none dared to make a fuss in front of Sasuke, quietly discussing and admiring him instead. Seeing that Hinata, who usually cared a lot about him, was starting to show signs of admiration for Sasuke, Naruto felt a pang of jealousy. Really, that annoying guy, it's bad enough that Sakura is taken away, now even Hinata is being stolen by him. Sigh, I truly feel like a failure. That guy Sasuke clearly hasn't done anything yet, so many girls are fawning over him. Of course, in response to the scene, Kiba and Shino also felt a bit envious of Sasuke's treatment. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was enjoying his leisurely time, happy to sleep and slack off. Chuji was still munching on snacks as usual. As for the girls, well, eating was still more important. Iruka at the podium had been feeling quite frustrated during this time. Ever since failing to show off in front of Sasuke last time, he had developed a bit of a shadow in his heart. However, due to the third Hokage's orders, he couldn't hold a grudge, though he felt a bit embarrassed. To avoid further embarrassment, he never dared to target Sasuke directly, fearing he would lose face. Iruka wrote the words graduation exam on the blackboard, then turned around leaning on the podium and said, today is the day of the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. The exam consists of 3 parts: the body flicker technique, a written test, and a death match. Those who pass will become genin and receive a headband from Konoha. Those who fail will remain to study until they pass the exam. Is that clear? Clear. The students replied in unison. Great, the first exam today is the fundamental body flicker technique. Now I will call names. Akafune. Fail, Yamada Motonari. Pass, Akumamoto Kame. Fail. The exam progressed quickly, with Mizuki next to Iruka, recording the names of the students who passed. Haruno Sakura. Perfect, Ichiji. Pass, Uchiha Sasuke. Excellent, Shikamaru. Excellent, Hinata. Pass, Uzumaki Naruto. Fail. Soon the exam was over. Alright, I have recorded everyone's results, so don't worry. Mizuki said with a fake smile to the students, not in a hurry. Those who pass today will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow is the written test. I hope you all prepare well. Now you may leave. Then Iruka left with Mizuki. Soon almost everyone in the classroom had left, leaving only Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata. What? You ask why Sakura didn't stay. She wanted to, but she knew Sasuke disliked her being around, so she politely left. Hinata felt a bit awkward with her 2 major crushes on either side, though not close together. Being shy and timid in nature, her heart raced and her face flushed, making her feel quite unnatural. Sasuke kept staring out the window wanting to seek revenge on Itachi, but his sister Daji wouldn't allow it, knowing his current strength was insufficient for vengeance. He really didn't understand her. Daji's power was so strong even the Sage of Six Paths might be defeated by her, yet she refused to lend him her strength for revenge. To seek revenge, Sasuke had no choice but to obey Daji, yet he felt extremely anxious inside, so he trained even harder after returning home. Naruto held his head in his hands, feeling distressed. Why am I trying so hard yet still can't even perform the basic body flicker technique? Tilting his head, he looked at Sasuke. What was that guy thinking at this moment? Damn me. If I fail this exam, I'll probably forever bear the title of being the last one. How can I compete with Sasuke for first place? How can I still become Hokage? Although Hinata felt conflicted, she understood Sasuke's personality. He was handsome, but that was all. Yet the one she cared about the most was still the ever-optimistic Naruto. Hinata approached Naruto's seat nervously, poking her fingers together, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, Naruto-kun, can we go for a walk together? This was Hinata's first time taking the initiative to invite someone, and it was also Naruto's first time receiving a girl's invitation. With a hey, he immediately cast aside the shadow of failing the exam, replying, let's go. Naruto placed his hands behind his head and walked in front while Hinata followed him like a little shadow. Where should we go? Naruto asked. Let's just walk by the river. Hinata shyly suggested. Naruto-kun, what will you do since you failed this exam and won't graduate? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, saying it's nothing. If I can't do it this year, I'll just try again next year. What's the big deal about graduating a year late? The two of them sat down on the grass by the river, enjoying a beautiful yet fleeting moment. Before long, Hinata's bodyguards arrived to take her away. Naruto lay alone for a while, feeling bored. Although he had acted indifferent during the conversation with Hinata, he knew deep down that he really wanted to graduate and had worked much harder than most. However, contrary to his wishes, he ultimately failed to pass. In the Hokage's office, Iruka handed the results to the Third Hokage. Looking at the results of this year's graduating class, the Third Hokage nodded. They were about the same as previous years. However, upon seeing Naruto's results, he frowned, thinking Naruto is the son of the Fourth Hokage. His talent shouldn't be this poor. It seems I need to come up with a plan to help Naruto graduate. With a calculating mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly formulated a plan to assist Naruto. He took the Book of Seals from the shelf behind him, pretending to study ninjutsu. Alright, I understand. Iruka, Mizuki, you two can leave now. Tomorrow's exam will be overseen by Ibiki and you don't need to go. Yes, Lord Hokage. As they took their leave, Mizuki noticed the name of the scroll that the Hokage had just taken out was the Book of Seals. If I could get my hands on the Book of Seals. But this thought was quickly suppressed. However, Mizuki couldn't help but plot on how to obtain the Book of Seals. After Hinata was taken away by the guards, Naruto, feeling bored, picked up a blade of grass and closed his eyes, intending to take a nap. Suddenly, a figure with white hair and wearing various disguises appeared next to Naruto. Noticing someone had arrived, Naruto opened his eyes and spat out the grass from his mouth. Shuema Sensei, are you here to make fun of me? Shuemu sat down beside Naruto. Hehe, Naruto, I can tell that you're feeling down after failing the exam. Actually, both Iruka Sensei and I hope you can pass and graduate smoothly, but your results indeed leave much to be desired. Sai, I've been trying really hard, but for some reason my chakra just won't stabilize and I can't perform the jutsu properly. Naruto felt a bit dejected. I might have a way to help you pass today's exam successfully. Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Shuema Sensei, you aren't lying to me, are you? Shuemu chuckled, reaching out to pat Naruto's head, saying, when have I ever lied to you? Then what exactly is this method you mentioned, Shuema Sensei? There is a scroll called the Book of Seals in the Hokage's office. As long as you can retrieve it, I will teach you the jutsu written within, and then I will call Iruka Sensei over. You just need to demonstrate the newly learned jutsu in front of him, and he will pass you for the exam. Really? Naruto asked again. Of course it's true. Shuemu revealed his signature fake smile. After Shuemu left under a nearby tree's shadow, Sasuke slightly smiled. Hehe, the Book of Seals, huh? That might actually be quite useful for me. As night fell, a shadow stealthily emerged from the Hokage's office. The shadow was none other than Naruto, but he did not notice that the people here had long been dismissed by the Hokage to facilitate his actions. Watching Naruto walk away, Sarutobi Hiruzen called for Iruka, instructing him to retrieve Naruto and the Book of Seals. Iruka was quite astonished to hear that Naruto had stolen the Book of Seals. You must know that the Hokage's office is guarded 24 hours a day, and even the least skilled guards are of elite ninja level. How could it be so easily stolen by a brat who hasn't even passed the clone jutsu? Despite his doubts, Iruka still followed the Hokage's orders and went to track down Naruto. Sarutobi took a couple of puffs from his cigarette and smiled, thinking that with the Book of Seals the little guy should be able to avoid the interference of the Ninetales and learn the jutsu smoothly. In the woods, Naruto was currently flipping through the scroll trying to learn the jutsu written within. While he was engrossed in studying the scroll, he did not notice a figure silently approaching from behind. With a swift chop, Sasuke knocked Naruto unconscious on the ground. A black tomo spun rapidly in Sasuke's eyes as the Sharingan quickly read the jutsu recorded on the scroll while the master rolled up the scroll. With little time to spare, he had no choice but to forcibly use the Sharingan to memorize the jutsu in his mind. After finishing, the master rolled up the scroll and placed it in Naruto's arms, then infused a bit of spiritual energy into Naruto before quickly leaving. A few minutes later, Naruto rubbed his eyes and woke up. Ugh, what just happened? Feeling as though he had been struck and then fell asleep, he noticed the Book of Seals still in his arms. Without thinking much, Naruto continued to study the jutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. Shueimoe, growing impatient waiting for Naruto, decided to find him. Seeing Naruto alone examining the scroll, Shueimoe was overjoyed, feeling that this came without any effort. Shueimoe walked over saying, "Naruto, why haven't you gone to the place we agreed on? It's more concealed there, and I can teach you the jutsu better." As he spoke, Shueimoe reached out to grab the Book of Seals. Naruto immediately hugged the book tightly and jumped back, saying, "Shueimoe-sensei, I want to learn by myself first. If I can't understand it, then I'll come ask you, okay?" Seeing Naruto like this, it was clear he did not intend to hand over the Book of Seals to him. So he stopped pretending, replacing his fake smile with a sinister expression. Shueimoe sternly shouted, "Brat, hand over the Book of Seals quickly, or I won't be polite." Naruto, however, did not respond and turned to run. Observing this, Shueimoe immediately chased after him, quickly cornering Naruto against a large tree. Naruto darted to the left, a kunai grazed his cheek. He darted to the right, another kunai flew by, cutting off a lock of hair. The sting on his left cheek jolted Naruto back to reality. The opponent was a chunin while he was still just a genin. There was no way he could escape from him. With that thought, Naruto reluctantly prepared to throw the Book of Seals to Shueimoe. "No. Naruto, don't give it to him." Iruka's voice came from afar. Hearing Iruka's voice, Shueimoe turned around. "Iruka, how did you get here?" Iruka swiftly appeared in front of Naruto. "You encouraged Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, and you still have the nerve to ask me how I got here." "How I got here? You should know your own heart." Don't try to gain the upper hand with mere words. Today the Book of Seals is mine. If the Umbu were here, I really wouldn't have a choice but to retreat. But you, a useless underachiever. Who gave you the courage to come and stop me? Do you think you can take the Book of Seals back from me? Dream on. Naruto, do you know that Iruka's parents were killed by the Ninetales? Do you understand why the villagers call you the Fox Demon? Today I will tell you." "Shut up, don't say any more." Iruka sternly interrupted. But Mizuki would not be obedient and began to speak for himself. "You have been ostracized and insulted since childhood. Everyone calls you a fox demon because the Ninetales, which once wreaked havoc in the village, killed many people, and you are the embodiment of the Ninetales fox, so now you know why you are so hated in the village. Moreover, Iruka's parents also died at the hands of you, this fox demon, so Iruka has only pretended to be good to you, while secretly he has been insulting and slandering you." How ridiculous. You still naively believe that Iruka is good to you. That's merely a command from the Third Hokage. Naruto widened his eyes, looking at Iruka's back, and asked, "Is what he said true, Iruka-sensei?" Iruka, feeling helpless, could only turn around and say, "I'm sorry, Naruto, but it is not your fault. You are merely a victim of the villagers' hatred for the Ninetales fox. And, although I have also hated, I know that those matters have nothing to do with you. Naruto, you are a kind child, and today I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? In the future, I will treat you sincerely." Looking at Iruka's expression, Naruto was slightly taken aback. He never expected someone would apologize to him for this. Although Iruka-sensei's previous kindness was due to the Third Hokage's orders, at least he never insulted him in front of him. Moreover, the Ninetales within him did indeed kill his parents, and as the host of the Ninetales, he naturally had to bear some of the consequences. Naruto, with a resolute expression, said, "Hey, it's nothing, I've gotten used to it. But at least you have been good to me, and now you are apologizing, I won't hold it against you." Stop being naive. Naruto, his only goal is to retrieve the sealing scroll. His apology is just a trick to gain your trust. Just hand over the sealing scroll to me, and I will teach you ninjutsu to ensure you pass the exam. Mizuki, shut up. Today I will capture you. Stealing the sealing scroll is a grave crime, and the Hokage will not let you go. Iruka's words made Mizuki scoff. I think that old man the third Hokage is getting senile. He actually sent a useless person like you to die. How foolish of you to boast about capturing me. Mizuki took out a shuriken from his back and threw it spinning towards Naruto. If you won't cooperate, then die. As the huge shuriken flew towards him, Naruto was scared and his eyes widened, forgetting to dodge. With a splatter of blood, Iruka stood in front of Naruto, his hands braced against the tree trunk as the shuriken pierced Iruka's body, thankfully not hitting any vital points. But this blow was evidently quite injurious. Iruka looked at the frightened child, feeling a surge of guilt. All along he had harbored extreme hatred for Naruto, even though the third Hokage had ordered him to treat him well. But the enmity over his parents was something he could not easily swallow. But what did this child have to do with it? He is just a pitiful child. At this moment, Iruka realized that Naruto was innocent. He should not bear the burdens that did not belong to him. Iruka, with tears streaming down his face, said, Naruto, these years must have been very hard for you. I am sorry, teacher, for always having a grudge against you, but you have never held it against me. You are a sensible and good child, yet you have carried too many burdens that do not belong to you. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will safely take you back. Iruka Sensei. Naruto was deeply moved by Iruka's words. He slowly replied, it's okay, it's all in the past, I don't mind anymore. This guy Naruto is truly foolish and naive. Whether it's Iruka the third Hokage, or this Mizuki, they all just want to use him. Sasuke, who was watching, secretly felt a bit of sympathy for Naruto. Although he was a very annoying and bothersome guy, at least he was sincere to others, even if he was somewhat foolish. But for himself, it was this foolishness that reignited his fighting spirit, preventing him from sinking further. In a way, Naruto also saved himself. Alas, fate truly plays tricks on people. Sasuke could only sigh to himself. The reason Sasuke did not leave was that he was somewhat worried about Naruto's safety. Mizuki clearly looked like a bad guy, and fearing Mizuki would harm Naruto, he stayed. Now with an added character, he might as well watch the show. Shueimoe sneered, ha, weakling. All you can do is be sentimental. No amount of tears can change the fact that you will face defeat. Iruka reached behind him to pull out a shuriken and threw it to the ground, producing a crisp metallic sound. He stood up, drawing a kunai, his expression resolute. Shueimoe, you won't succeed today. Without wasting words, Shueimoe charged at Iruka, and the two began to engage in a rapid exchange of blows, the sounds of clashing metal ringing out. After a while of trading blows with Iruka, Shueimoe realized he couldn't overpower him quickly. Worried about changes, he used Iruka's momentum to retreat and swiftly formed hand seals in midair. The moment Shueimoe landed, the space around him shifted and his figure vanished. Realizing he had fallen into an illusion, Iruka was about to form hand seals to dispel it when Wusha kunai flew straight towards his hands that were forming seals. Iruka had to stop his hand seal. Clang! He blocked the suddenly flying kunai, focusing intently on any potential attack from any angle. Is this all you can do, hiding and striking? It seems you're a bit nervous facing me, the perennial underachiever in your eyes. Shueimoe chose not to respond. As soon as he spoke, he would be pinpointed, so he hid in the shadows to launch surprise attacks, changing positions to stay safe. Seeing his taunts had no effect, Iruka continued to guard against Shueimoe's hidden attacks. After blocking several strikes, he bore a few more wounds. Seemingly having found a pattern, Iruka closed his eyes, sensing the changes in the surrounding space. Soon he detected unusual spatial fluctuations, realizing that every kunai shot caused a shift in location. A smile crept onto Iruka's lips there. With a whoosh, he threw the kunai in his hand, and with a bang it struck Shuaima's kunai mid-flight, changing direction and embedding itself in Shuaima's shoulder. In pain, Shuaima's chakra became chaotic, causing the surrounding space to revert to its original state, revealing his figure before Naruto and Iruka. The illusion was finally dispelled, and as soon as Iruka spoke, thrust. A kunai pierced Iruka's body directly. Bang! The Shueimoe hit by Iruka transformed into a cloud of smoke and became a wooden log. It was a substitution technique. Cough, cough. Iruka spat out a mouthful of blood, surprised that Shueimoe had been cautious enough to use a substitution technique along with the illusion. The previous dispelling of the illusion was intentional, aimed at deceiving himself. Iruka thought to himself that he was in deep trouble, he might not make it out of this. Naruto watched his teacher protect himself with his body once again injured, and a surge of anger boiled within him. "You bastard, how dare you treat Iruka-sensei like this?" he shouted angrily, "I will kill you." With that, Naruto crossed his index fingers in front of his chest and shouted, "Multi-shadow clone technique." Suddenly numerous shadows of Naruto appeared, filling the ground, and trees a massive number, over 1,000. Iruka's eyes widened in disbelief at this technique. Shuemu, who had stabbed Iruka, was equally shocked. He could not fathom how a kid who had struggled with the shadow clone technique could learn a new ninjutsu in such a short time. Moreover, this was a forbidden technique. What was even more infuriating was that this kid could produce over 1,000 clones while using a forbidden technique. What an immense amount of chakra must that require? In the shadows, Sasuke was equally astonished. Naruto, who had clearly failed the shadow clone test earlier in broad daylight, now managed to produce over 1,000 clones in one go. A typical ninja would probably collapse from chakra exhaustion. Furthermore, this kid's talent for learning was surprisingly strong. Sasuke had been observing him closely, but had never seen him practice, yet he could perform so many clones. At this moment, Naruto's talent left Sasuke puzzled, as Naruto usually performed poorly, yet now he was able to produce so many clones without practice. Sasuke couldn't understand why. Naruto's talent should not be lacking. Was the sealing book a means of hiding his true potential? Thinking of Naruto's idiot nickname, Sasuke became confused again. Naruto really is strange. Seeing the massive number of shadow clones, Shuemu became frightened, falling to the ground with a cry. Naruto's clones swarmed in, and Shuemu struggled to fend off 30 or so clones. The smoke from the dissipating clones obscured his vision, allowing the other clones to seize the opportunity and unleash a one-sided beating. The cries of pain were incessant. After several minutes, Shuemu was beaten into a puddle of mud, lying on the ground, completely unconscious. Iruka struggled to prop himself up and moved to lean against a tree. Watching the battle end, he revealed a look of relief and smile. Sasuke, hidden in the shadows, smirked, "This guy has truly opened my eyes today." Satisfied that there would be no more trouble, he quietly left. Naruto, as if presenting a treasure, happily ran up to Iruka and said, "Iruka-sensei, look. I can create so many clones now. I should pass, right?" Looking at Naruto, Iruka broke into a radiant smile. "Naruto, come here. I have a gift for you." Iruka took off his Leaf Village headband and tied it around Naruto's head, saying, "Congratulations on passing the exam." "Yay! I passed the exam too," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Naruto jumped for joy. "You idiot, don't celebrate too early. You've only passed the first exam, there are still 2 more to go. Only if you pass all of them can you truly graduate." Upon hearing that there were still 2 exams left, Naruto lowered his head, losing the earlier excitement, as the theory test tomorrow seemed even harder for him than ninjutsu. A hand ruffled Naruto's hair. "Don't worry, didn't you struggle with the shadow clone technique too? Tonight study hard, and I believe you'll pass the exam tomorrow." Iruka comforted Naruto. Although he didn't believe Naruto could pass the theory exam, as a teacher, he needed to encourage his student. Naruto, with his small frame, struggled to carry Iruka, who weighed far more than him, as they walked towards the village. Not long after they left, 2 Umbu ninjas wearing animal masks checked Shuemu's injuries before taking him away. The 2 headed towards the direction of the Leaf Village, chatting along the way. "I'll borrow your headband, you have to return it to me later." "Got it, Iruka-sensei. I will have my own headband soon." Naruto passed the first exam after mastering the shadow clone technique, thus every member of the ninja team, led by Kakashi, successfully cleared the initial test. The second exam of the group was also shrouded in mystery. Just at the moment when Ibiki announced that they had passed the second exam. With a loud bang, the glass classroom shattered and a kunai flew into the room, embedding itself in the wall of the podium, unfurling a banner announcing the third Chunin exam. A female ninja jumped in her entrance, somewhat exaggerated. Ibiki, seeing the newcomer, was somewhat speechless. "You arrived quite quickly." The newcomer retorted, "Ibiki, it seems your second exam wasn't that impressive, huh? So many still passed." "There was nothing to be done. They were simply too outstanding," Ibiki said helplessly. The female ninja merely smiled faintly and did not respond. "Next is the third exam. I am Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for the third Chunin exam. All of you little brats follow me." Anko led the students who passed the second exam to the entrance of the Forest of Death. "You all understand the rules of the exam. I need you to gather at the central tower of the Forest of Death within a week, holding the Heaven and Earth books. Of course you will have to solve your own food issues for the next few days. There are 8 entrances around the Forest of Death, and you can enter from any of these 8 directions. Remember, this exam is different from the previous 2. Why is it different? Naruto in the crowd asked. Suddenly a kunai sliced across Naruto's cheek, causing a thin line of blood to trickle down. Startled, Naruto broke into a cold sweat while Anko appeared behind him, licking the blood from his face and whispering, "Because you might die." Sakura was disgusted by Anko's actions, feeling a wave of nausea. Sasuke also found it difficult to watch, thinking that this proctor was truly vile and perverse. Suddenly a figure appeared behind Anko, startling her. When did they? The person had an androgynous face and a slightly hoarse voice, indistinguishable as male or female. With a smile, they handed over the kunai, saying, "Your kunai." Anko grinned ominously. "Thank you." She accepted the kunai and returned to her previous position to continue overseeing the exam. After announcing the exam rules, she instructed the group to split into 2 teams to collect the exam tools, the Heaven Book and the Earth Book. However, the third exam was a trial fraught with life-threatening danger in the Forest of Death, making it exceedingly difficult to pass. After receiving the Heaven Book, teams led by Umbu ninjas entered the Forest of Death in several groups from 8 different directions. Watching the candidates enter the Forest of Death, Anko recalled the odd person from earlier, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. But upon closer reflection, she realized she had never seen that person. It must have been an illusion. She then took out the 3-colored dango she had prepared earlier and began to eat with delight. Led by Kakashi, Team 7 held a brief meeting after entering the Forest of Death, establishing Sasuke's leadership in the team while entrusting the Heaven Book to Sakura for safekeeping. Since Sakura was the weakest, she would likely not be the first target in an encounter, thus providing a form of indirect protection for the exam tools. Though Naruto felt disgruntled, he understood that he was not as capable as Sasuke, so he reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Sakura naturally gravitated towards Sasuke's side. The 3 quickly moved towards the center of the Forest of Death. The forest was vast. Even if they rushed towards the center, it would still take several days. The following morning, Naruto woke Sasuke and Sakura from their last watch. Their breakfast consisted of a few small animals they caught the night before. They ate a little and prepared to continue their journey. "Hey, I need to take a leak, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up quickly," Naruto said nonchalantly. Sasuke felt he was stronger than Naruto, but acknowledged Naruto's strength was also impressive. Generally, no one could easily deal with Naruto, so he said nothing further and continued moving towards the center area. Seeing this, Sakura called out to Sasuke, "Wait for me," and hurried to catch up. However, Sasuke and Sakura, moving ahead, were unaware that they had been watched all night. Once the group had left, a long-haired figure wearing a hat appeared in the shadow of a large branch. The newcomer licked their long tongue and muttered, "Hee, the taste of the Uchiha is truly delicious. I wonder, how does Sasuke's flavor compare to Itachi's?" After speaking, the person transformed into a puddle of mud and vanished into the tree trunk as if they had never existed. Naruto found a clearing and began to whistle, while relieving himself just as a giant shadow loomed behind him, casting him into darkness. Without time to pull up his pants, Naruto instinctively jumped aside. Bang! While in midair pulling up his pants, Naruto was swallowed whole by a giant snake. As the pace slowed, Sakura and Sasuke were still on their way. With a whoosh, a sound of slicing air echoed as a kunai struck the tree trunk in front of them with a thud. The 2 halted. A figure slowly emerged from the trunk. "Who are you?" Sasuke asked warily. A slightly hoarse and androgynous voice replied, "What you have is the Heaven Book, right? What I have is the Earth Book. And who I am is not important. What matters is your time is up." A rustling sound came from all directions as countless snakes began to converge on Sakura, and seeing the ground and trees swarming with snakes, Sakura's scalp went numb, as she hated such disgusting creatures, especially when so many appeared at once. However, the snakes did not attack the 2 directly, instead they surrounded them. So it's a ninjutsu that controls animals. Sasuke sneered. He wasn't afraid of these snakes and could easily burn them all. Yet he decided against attacking immediately, wanting to see what the opponent's purpose was in surrounding them without attacking. Your goal isn't to snatch the Heaven Book, is it?" Sasuke scoffed. "Sasuke-kun, you're quite clever. I actually have no interest in the Heaven Book." The strange man extended his tongue, rolled up the scroll of the earth, and swallowed it, saying ominously, "If you want it, just show your strength. Defeat me, and you can obtain the scroll of the earth. Go, my little ones, treat our guests well." The rustling sounds converged and swiftly darted towards the surrounded duo attacking them. Sakura, protect yourself. I'll handle the rest. Okay, Sasuke, be careful. Originally, Sasuke had no interest in such a boring event as the Chunin exam, but Sister Daji insisted he go along with the flow and promised to teach him the ways of the cultivation world afterward. Having witnessed Sister Daji's power plummet yet still possessing such strength, Sasuke was extremely eager to acquire that kind of power. With that power, avenging himself would be a certainty with no pressure at all. The large group of small snakes before Sasuke was hardly a threat. Although his own chakra wasn't abundant under Sister Daji's guidance, he could initially absorb a bit of the spiritual energy in the air. Although he couldn't condense that spiritual energy, yet merely integrating it with his chakra reduced chakra consumption by 1/3, while also significantly enhancing its power. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire-style fire dragon tornado." A spiral of flames ascended, forming a 3-meter-tall fire dragon. Amidst the crimson flames, wisps of white vapor rose. The attacking swarm of snakes darted toward the fire like moths to a flame, turning to ash upon contact. Seeing Sasuke's ninjutsu, the strange man was taken aback. What kind of flame is that? I've never seen it before. Since when did fire style become so powerful? Sasuke observed that none of the snakes controlled by the other party could pass through the barrier of the fire tornado, which put him at ease. Although he had mastered this technique long ago, this was the first time he used it in actual combat. He had expected that with so many snakes at least a few would breach the fire tornado's defense. He didn't anticipate that utilizing that mixed spiritual energy would greatly enhance its power. Kid, how's that? Isn't the spiritual energy much stronger than your chakra? Indeed, Sister Daji, are you awake? I am so bored, but unfortunately I can't cultivate right now. The spiritual energy here is pitifully scarce and is of no help to me. Once I get my revenge, I'll find a place with abundant spiritual energy for you. For now, focus on dealing with the enemy. That guy is significantly stronger than you judged by your standards. He's about on par with the Third Hokage. Yon, Sister Daji remarked, that guy isn't interested in your Book of Heaven and has no intent to kill you. He won't harm you. I'm going to sleep now, little brother. Sakura initially thought fighting these snakes would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly Sasuke solved it with a single ninjutsu. Eyes sparkling with excitement, Sakura exclaimed, "Sasuke, you're amazing." Sasuke glanced at the strange man standing atop the tree and coldly snorted, "Speak, what is your purpose?" "I just heard that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is formidable, so I wanted to come and see for myself." "With just these useless snakes?" Sasuke sneered. "Don't be impatient, that was just an appetizer." The strange man swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, summoning technique. Boom! With a puff of white smoke, a massive two-headed python appeared. Seeing the shimmering scales of the great snake, Sasuke realized that this one would be much harder to deal with. "What do you think, Sasuke-kun? How will you deal with it now?" Hee hee. The strange man chuckled ominously. "Go, my little pet, take him down." Hiss! The two-headed snake opened its mouth and released a cloud of green smoke. Where the green smoke spread, many leaves and patches of grass were corroded into a pool of goo by the potent toxin. Seeing the poisonous attack approach, Sakura felt nervous and called out softly, "Sasuke." Sasuke quickly formed hand seals using fire-style void fire sea. Boom! A large expanse of flames collided with the poison. Sizzling sounds erupted. Although the flames were effective in vaporizing some of the toxins, the sheer volume forced Sasuke to shout, "Move." Sakura followed Sasuke and retreated to another tree. With that one move, Sasuke's chakra was instantly reduced by more than half. "Is that all? You can't escape my little darling that easily." Bang! Sasuke narrowly dodged the two-headed snake's attack. The branch he had just been on, thick as a human leg, was shattered into 3 pieces by the charging python. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air. After evading the giant snake's attack, Sasuke directly threw shurikens at it, but when the shurikens struck the snake's head, they only sparked without any effect. Even the fire tornado was directly breached. Left with no choice, Sasuke used Chidori to attack the two-headed snake's head, but the tough hide of the snake was impenetrable. Although the massive current caused the snake's body to tremble, it ultimately dealt no substantial damage. With no other option, Sasuke had to retreat. Soon the two-headed snake recovered and began attacking even more frantically. Sasuke was caught off guard and received a sweeping tail strike from the giant snake. The sound of the air breaking echoed as it slammed into him. Ugh! Blown away by the tail of the two-headed snake, Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into a tree trunk and fell to the ground. Sasuke. Sakura hurriedly jumped over to him upon seeing him injured. What? Is this all you can do? It seems the Uchiha's bloodline is nothing special after all. Ha ha ha. Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted defiantly, "Stop looking down on me. It seems you still have some strength left, so let's continue." Boom boom boom. In an instant, a massive roaring sound continuously echoed. Sasuke and Sakura kept dodging. However, although the two-headed snake appeared large, its movements were extraordinarily agile. Soon both of them were struck by two tail whips. Sakura fainted on the spot, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Seeing Sakura fall unconscious, the strange man laughed ominously. Hee, this annoying little girl can finally be quiet for a while. Am I really going to die here? Is this all the strength I possess? If I can't even overcome this little difficulty, how will I ever seek revenge? I must grow stronger, I want revenge. The powerful fury stirred Sasuke's remaining chakra into a frenzy. Chakra slowly spilled out from his body. Amidst the original blue chakra was a hint of crimson. Sasuke struggled to rise. He looked up at the strange man in the tree, and his black pupils slowly revealed two black tomos spinning rapidly, hinting at an impending chakra explosion. The two-headed snake opened its massive mouth, aiming to bite Sasuke. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking echoed as Sasuke dodged the attack. It's time to end this. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals and growled, "Lightning Dragon." This technique was originally still in the conceptual stage, a powerful ninjutsu, but he had never been able to achieve that state of chakra. Being able to use it now was entirely due to the power of his bloodline, which stirred Sasuke's anger and activated his bonus potential, elevating his chakra strength. A whip crackling with arcs of electricity appeared in Sasuke's hand. Without further ado, he swung the lightning whip at the two-headed snake, sending both heads flying. The finger-thick arcs danced wildly across the two-headed giant snake's body. The snake writhed and shrieked before quickly falling silent. Looking at the summoned beast that had just been defeated by Sasuke, the strange man gazed at Sasuke's double tomo Sharingan and said lightly, "Very good, impressive, truly worthy of the bloodline of a strong warrior. To be able to turn the tide and counterattack my beloved pet even when chakra is nearly depleted. But I'm not that easy to deal with." With the technique Shadow Snake Hands, the strange man's arm transformed into a snake and lunged at Sasuke. Sasuke swung the thunder whip in his hand, continuously interrupting the attacking snakes, but those snakes would regenerate instantly after being struck, as if they were endless. Swish! The strange man's head elongated, rapidly darting toward Sasuke. With a snap, the strange man's head clamped down on Sasuke's shoulder, injecting a strange liquid into his body. A strong sensation of paralysis swiftly spread throughout Sasuke. Bang! Sasuke, with the strange man's head biting his shoulder, was violently slammed to the ground. The Thunder Dragon Whip in Sasuke's hand vanished due to the inability to maintain chakra output. This impact nearly knocked Sasuke unconscious. With his already exhausted body coupled with the immense chakra depletion and overuse of the Sharingan, Sasuke felt nearly completely drained. The sensation of paralysis throughout his body reduced his awareness to a low point, making it extremely difficult to control his limbs. After struggling for a long time, he barely managed to tremble and stand up. Huh. Sasuke gasped, feeling unwilling. I can't fight anymore, I need to escape, Sasuke thought. Seeing that Sasuke could still stand, the strange man transformed his body into a mass of small snakes. The snakes moved quickly as if swimming through water, and in the blink of an eye they gathered in front of Sasuke and reformed into the shape of the strange man. Sasuke stared at him and asked, What kind of monster are you? He had never seen a person whose neck could stretch so long, truly a monstrous being. The strange man did not respond. His hand transformed into a snake, slowly reaching towards Sasuke, as he said to himself, Next you are going to be doomed. Seeing the strange man preparing to attack, Sasuke attempted to evade, but with a thud his trembling body, Sasuke had completely lost the strength to fight. Now even fleeing seemed impossible. It appeared he would meet his end here today. What a pity he couldn't take revenge. Looking at Sasuke, who had no more fighting strength, the strange man showed no intention of stopping. Instead, both of his arms transformed into snake heads, biting down on Sasuke's shoulders and lifting him up. The strange man licked Sasuke's face with his long tongue, grinning ominously as he asked, Sasuke, are you in despair? Do you want power? Do you want revenge? I can give it to you. After saying this, the strange man's neck elongated and his head bit down on Sasuke's neck. A sharp pain surged through Sasuke, causing him to lose consciousness. Thud. The strange man casually tossed Sasuke onto the ground. You will come looking for me, he said, preparing to leave. Swish. A sound of slicing air rang out as a black kunai flew past the strange man's body, which had just melted into small snakes, directly severing two of them. The small snakes gathered together nearby, reshaping into the form of the strange man. Who are you? What did you do to Sasuke? Naruto asked. You're the Ninetales brat, I recognize you. The snake that attacked me, that was yours too, right? The strange man chuckled ominously. Indeed it was. Then who are you? Naruto asked again. The strange man tore off his human skin mask, revealing his own face, and smiled. So do you recognize Orochimaru? You are one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru. Naruto gulped, speaking with difficulty. Not bad, Ninetales brat, you recognize me. It seems the Third Hokage still appreciates me as a disciple. Unfortunately today you all are going to die. A murderous aura emanated from Orochimaru, and Naruto was directly intimidated, the fear of death making it feel nearly impossible for him to move. But recalling how Sasuke had faced Orochimaru alone without giving up, he thought he couldn't lose to him either, otherwise he would lose face in front of Sakura. Naruto plunged a kunai into his thigh, the pain temporarily overcoming the fear in his heart. As the feeling of fear dissipated, he quickly rushed to Sasuke's side. His gaze fixed on Sasuke, his face showing concern. He saw 3 clumps of black matter congealed in Sasuke's neck, with wisps of black mist seeping from the wounds. Naruto's heart sank as he sensed the powerful force contained within it. He knew this was a very mysterious power, exceptionally strong, exuding an evil aura. If not resolved and released in time, Sasuke's life would be in danger. But Naruto's worry was unnecessary because Sasuke's entire meridian system was protected by Daji, and that powerful black force could not harm him at all. Daji had sensed earlier that the somewhat disgusting fellow harbored no killing intent, so she was not worried about him killing Sasuke. However, she was somewhat surprised that the black force turned out to be demonic energy. Isn't this world filled only with ninjas who practice chakra and the so-called immortality techniques of the 3 great immortal realms? How could there be demonic energy? Moreover, although this demonic energy was scarce, it was extraordinarily pure. Even those 3 small clumps of demonic energy were stronger than Kakashi and Jiraiya's energy. It seems I have a new target now, Orochimaru, you really are a peculiar little fellow, though a bit disgusting. Taking a deep breath, Naruto formed hand seals, and a powerful chakra energy surged from his body, enveloping his fist as he swiftly charged towards Orochimaru. Seeing a low-ranked ninja daring to rush in for close combat, Orochimaru was speechless. Was this little brat missing a screw? Who am I? I am the legendary Orochimaru of the Sannin of Konoha. This little brat really has some guts. After pretending to exchange a few blows, Orochimaru kicked Naruto away effortlessly. Little brat, I must say you really have guts. Even Kakashi-sensei wouldn't dare act against me. You actually dare to fight me. Ha, not bad, little brat. I find you somewhat interesting. Today Shishi will play with you. Come Mingren, let me see how much the son of Shui Men is truly worth. What Shui Men and the like, mere vanquished underlings of mine. Mingren paid no heed to Dashiwan's words. A retort would suffice, for everyone knew that Dashiwan was a rogue shinobi of Mu Yi. It was written even in the Mi Ninja Academy's textbooks. Dashiwan, withdraw the poison you placed within Zhuozhu. That will not do. That was a gift I gave Zhuozhu and a token of my recognition of his strength. Even if I were to reclaim it, it would depend on whether Zhuozhu himself consents. But he could die. I do not care. Those who crave power must bear its risks. I am sure Zhuozhu will be eager to accept such strength. Mingren wasted no more words. He pressed his index and middle fingers together and cried aloud, multiple shadow clone technique. With a staccato of impacts, countless shadow clones sprang forth, hemming Dashiwan in until there was no escape. Facing 1,000 clones, Dashiwan remained utterly unperturbed. Brat, not bad, such a wealth of chakra. Truly a member of the Xuanhua clan. Were it not for Zhuozhu's Xiaolunian, I might well consider taking your body. You want Zhuozhu's body. What would you do with it? Why would I tell you, little brat? Dashiwan sneered contemptuously. You want Zhuozhu's body. No way, you will not leave today. Stay. One of Mingren's clones leapt forward to strike Dashiwan. Dashiwan sneered, what a brazen boast. He formed seals, pressed a hand to the earth, and softly intoned lightning release, thunder serpent flying needles. From his hands materialized 1,000 thunder serpents, which radiated outward from Da Shiwan in all directions. Bang bang, Ming Ren's clones were repeatedly shattered by Da Shiwan and the dissipating chakra smoked and thickened, and before long Ming Ren's 1,000 clones were utterly annihilated. Watching the scene, Ming Ren felt his heart choke with resentment. Damn it, this man is too strong. A single ninjutsu wiped out my thousands of clones. Heh brat, it seems your clones are of little use. Damn you. Though unwilling, Ming Ren knew the truth. He simply did not know many jutsu. Even with abundant chakra, he could not hope to match the Da Shiwan before him. What to do? Staring at the unconscious Xiaoying and Zhuozhu, Ming Ren was filled with frantic anxiety. Brat, though you are the son of Shui Men, you shall die today as well. Go to your death. Da Shiwan's arm morphed into a serpent. Its maw spat forth a Chao-Ti Jian that shot straight at Ming Ren. Seeing the blade hurtling toward him, Ming Ren for a moment forgot to dodge. Bang! The sword was deflected, spinning as it embedded in a tree. Zhuozhu, wreathed in black chi, stood between Ming Ren and danger. Ming Ren, you idiot, how did you take so long? Zhuozhu's voice, edged with displeasure, reached Ming Ren's ears. Ming Ren stared at Zhuozhu's body, covered in dense black flame-like markings and suffused with an atmosphere of jet-black chakra. He was shaken to the core. He could feel the formidable strength in Zhuozhu, utterly different from the force used in their previous duel, yet no less potent. Is this the gift Da Shiwan bestowed upon Zhuozhu? This power is terrifying, making one tremble involuntarily. If the Ninetales' power once seemed extraordinarily mighty, then this energy within Zhuozhu was a profoundly mysterious and fearsome source. Not only was Ming Ren astonished, even Da Shiwan was taken aback. Zhuozhu's talent was so great that Da Shiwan himself had nearly died in his past efforts to seize this power. For that reason, he had been forced to reincarnate prematurely, risking the tearing of his soul to forcibly occupy a new body. Otherwise, he would have perished beneath the cursed seal's backlash. Unexpectedly, Zhuozhu had not only borne it, but so swiftly absorbed and turned it to his use. Not bad, Zhuozhu. Are you pleased with the gift I gave you? Heh. A triumphant, sinister smile curled Da Shiwan's lips. He could not help but grin. Zhuozhu's strength had in effect been crafted as a gift for himself. Zhuozhu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. Once more he felt invincible. Yet such tremendous power placed enormous strain on his body. Unless he suppressed it swiftly, he feared he might be torn apart. Zhuozhu, do not be careless. The opponent is Da Shiwan, one of Mu-Yes legendary 3 shinobi. I understand. Da Shiwan, is that so? Zhuozhu's mouth curved. Thanks for the gift, but you may be on your way. No sooner had Zhuozhu finished speaking than he vanished where he stood. Pfft! A fist from behind tore through Da Shiwan's body. Aya! Da Shiwan's deep, pained cry echoed. The fabled 3 shinobi, nothing more than this. But the Da Shiwan who had moments before worn a face of pain merely chuckled. Zhuozhu-kun, not bad. That strike was swift indeed, but to kill me, that is far from enough, he mocked, erupting into crazed laughter. Da Shiwan laughed, wildly dissolving into a puddle of slime that seeped into the ground. Zhuozhu, power alone will not defeat you. If you seek strength, come to me. Da Shiwan's voice drifted from the distant sky. Did Da Shiwan just leave like that? Ming Ren stood dumbfounded. He could not fathom what Da Shiwan was doing. Glass rogue shinobi came to me, thrashed Zhuozhu, and then departed. Was he simply playing at mischief? Absent-minded Ming Ren naturally let Da Shiwan's boast about wanting Zhuozhu's body slip from his thoughts. Zhuozhu sneered, coveting the power of the Uchiha, yet coming to me instead of you, seeking a mere wretch. Zhuozhu coldly laughed. Ming Ren, you idiot, why were you gone so long? Ming Ren scratched the back of his head and grinned. I was letting them win earlier because a giant serpent attacked me. Well, I came as soon as I broke free. Next time be more vigilant. This place is riddled with danger. Go and see how Xiaoying is. With a thud, Zhuozhu collapsed the moment he finished speaking. His body had reached its limit and could no longer bear up. The malevolent aura that had swirled around him was suppressed by Da Ji and fell still. Ugh, the cost was too great. He needs somewhere to rest. Ming Ren created a clone. Together they each took one of the unconscious companions and soon found a hollow in a tree. Inside the hollow, a brown bear roared at the intruders, attempting to scare them off. Ming Ren charged forward and pummeled the beast until it accepted defeat and fled, yielding its precious den. Thus the hollow became the trio's temporary refuge. Fortunately, the hollow was a natural cavern formed by the interlacing roots of several venerable trees, each seemingly over 5 centuries old. There were even a few bare nests of dried grass within, so the place was reasonably comfortable. Oh, gurgle. In the dark of the death forest, the cries of fierce birds and the roars of beasts echoed. At the temporary camp of Team 7, Naruto had built a campfire outside a tree hollow roasting fish. Sakura and Sasuke were still unconscious. In the distance, a ninja peeked out from a branch dense with leaves, observing Naruto below, who was enjoying his roasted fish. Having witnessed the previous battle of this team, the newcomer knew they were not to be underestimated. However, with both members gravely injured and unconscious, only a somewhat dim-witted guy remained, making it likely to take him down easily. Yet to be cautious, the person decided to wait until Naruto was in a drowsy state to strike, which would lower the chances of injury. Seriously, when will Sasuke and Sakura wake up? They haven't even obtained the Earth Book yet. Naruto took a big bite of the fish. Inside the tree hollow, Sakura blinked her eyes open and saw Sasuke lying opposite her. She sat up and gently shook Sasuke's shoulder, softly calling his name. Hearing Sakura's voice, Naruto turned his head and said, "Sakura, you're awake. Come over and have some roasted fish." Seeing Naruto, Sakura couldn't help but get angry. "Naruto, you idiot. Why did you take so long? You put both me and Sasuke in danger. You're really annoying." Feeling scolded, Naruto awkwardly said, "I'm sorry, Sakura. Don't be mad. I was late because I got ambushed, but now we're out of danger, right?" Seeing the guilty look on Naruto's face and understanding he was late due to being attacked, Sakura felt she couldn't blame him too much. As for Sasuke, don't worry. That guy is really strong. He even drove off Orochimaru. He's just a bit exhausted. He'll be fine after some rest. Gurgle. Sakura's stomach growled from hunger. "Sakura, come have some roasted fish." Taking the roasted fish from Naruto, Sakura bit into it. The flavor was fresh and smooth, not quite exquisite, but certainly delicious enough. "Naruto, I didn't expect you to be this good at roasting fish, even though you're always so annoying," Sakura said with a hint of satisfaction. Listening to Sakura's half-hearted praise, Naruto ignored the critical part and just grinned. "Of course. My roasting skills are honed through countless trials. Save the big one for Sasuke. He fought the hardest and needs to eat more." Sakura pointed at a fish as big as 2 adult palms together. All right, it's up to you, Sakura." Naruto acted like a devoted follower. For him, fish was always a good meal. A bigger one just meant he could eat more smaller ones. In no time, only 3 larger roasted fish remained for Sasuke. "I'm so full." Both of them were stuffed. The ninja, observing the camp in secret, felt delighted that these 2 fools dared to relax and feast in such an environment, which was tantamount to seeking death. "Should we go?" Another ninja's head popped up nearby. "Hey, now is the perfect time. Just watch out for that guy. The girl ninja is a rookie and has overeaten, making her easy to deal with. I'll distract the blonde kid, you handle the girl." Okay, the other ninja nodded and silently disappeared into the darkness. After eating her fill, Sakura recalled what Naruto had said about Sasuke driving off Orochimaru. Orochimaru. That monster who can control snakes is Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Naruto, did you just say that the one who attacked us was Orochimaru, one of the Sannin?" Upon mentioning this, Naruto stated seriously, "That's right, Sakura. That guy is indeed Orochimaru. He said it himself, and his abilities truly live up to his name. He's a genuine monster." "And Sasuke?" Sakura glanced and noticed the black mark on Sasuke's neck, something she hadn't seen before. Now that she did, she couldn't help but worry about Sasuke's safety. Seeing Sakura's gaze fixed on Sasuke's neck, Naruto realized she was worried that the strange power might harm Sasuke. Naruto had thought the same. However, seeing Sasuke's current condition, he figured he would be fine. Though unsure why perhaps the Uchiha bloodline was strong enough, Naruto could only offer this explanation, which he thought was somewhat reasonable. "It's fine, Sakura. That guy Sasuke is really strong. He's my only acknowledged lifelong rival. It won't be easy for him to get hurt." Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura looked at Sasuke again. His breathing was steady and his complexion was rosy, which didn't seem like a sign of trouble, easing her worries. Just as Sakura felt relieved, a sudden whistling sound cut through the air as a kunai flew towards her. "Watch out!" Naruto shouted and darted forward. Thud, the kunai struck Naruto's body, causing him to fall to the ground. The sudden attack and Naruto's fall stunned Sakura. She shouted his name and rushed over. Blood oozed from Naruto's mouth and a kunai was embedded in his chest. With this blow, Naruto was gravely injured, and after just eating, he had no strength to recover quickly. "Haha, after waiting so long, I finally get what I want. Hand over the Book of Heaven if you want to save your life." A ninja dressed in a gray-white jumpsuit emerged from the shadows, speaking to Sakura. Sakura glanced at Naruto, then at Sasuke, who was still unconscious. With her own combat power lacking and Naruto heavily injured, it was a tough situation with only one enemy visible. But she knew that if she easily handed over the Earth Book, Sasuke would surely blame her. To avoid disappointing Sasuke, she had to try to buy time and not give up the book until the last moment. Seeing Sakura still wanting to resist, the jumpsuit ninja wasted no time and began his attack. Though Sakura lacked combat power, her intellect was sharp and her use of ninjutsu was commendable, making it difficult for the enemy to subdue her in a short time. However, Sakura's chakra soon dwindled, unable to cope with multiple enemies. After a while, she was beaten to a pulp. Thud! Sakura collapsed. With a foot on Sakura's head, the ninja laughed sinisterly. So what will it be? Your life or the scroll? Make your choice. Ah! Sakura cried out in pain as her hair was grabbed. Look at your companions, their lives are in your hands. Tears streamed down Sakura's face as she was about to hand over the Earth Book. At that moment, dark energy surged from Sasuke's neck, followed by a powerful aura. Sasuke stood up, his closed eyes slowly opening, a glint of sharpness flashing as he surveyed the scene, coldly stating, "Let her go and hand over the Earth Book, and you may keep your life." Sasuke's icy words carried a hint of demonic energy, striking fear into the enemy ninja. The hidden ninjas felt a tremor in their hearts. Those cold words seemed to come from the depths of hell, mingled with terrifying killing intent and pressure, extremely horrifying. So what if you're awake? Now you are alone, a wounded person trying to act tough. You are mere— Sasuke smirked. "Oh, is that so? Then how about this?" With a clap of his hands, he crossed his fingers and a black lightning spear appeared in his grasp, pointing it at the ninja. "Annihilate," Sasuke whispered. Boom! A lightning dragon instantly exploded the upper half of the enemy ninja, whose foot had still been on Sakura's head. Sakura was frightened by Sasuke's strike. In that moment, she felt a chilling sense of impending death. The coldness piercing to the bone made her feel that Sasuke had become extremely unfamiliar. Sakura's face was covered in blood, her clothes stained with both enemy and her own blood, tattered in several places. At this point, she was utterly exhausted, having depleted all her chakra. Seeing Sasuke awaken, combined with her physical exhaustion and inner fear, she struggled to stay conscious, softly calling Sasuke before closing her eyes and fainting. The two hidden ninjas, seeing their teammate instantly annihilated by Sasuke, immediately lost their will to fight and turned to flee. You think you can run in front of me?" In an instant, with his Sharingan activated, Sasuke captured and predicted the retreating trajectories of the two, sending two lightning spears straight at them. At the 20-meter distance couldn't change their fate. Thud! Thud! Two black lightning spears pierced through their bodies, causing their corpses to plummet to the ground, crashing down and raising clouds of dust. With such little power you dare to covet my Team 7's mission." Sasuke scoffed. After dispatching his opponents, Sasuke sensed several more groups watching from afar. He coldly spoke, "Anyone thinking of stealing the Earth Book should weigh the consequences, as it could cost you your lives." Terrifying is this, the power of the Uchiha. The hidden observers couldn't help but feel shock. That ninjutsu was clearly extraordinary, its power so fearsome that even a jonin would find it difficult to withstand. Threat. A blatant threat. Though those around felt displeased by Sasuke's intimidating presence, no one dared to speak up. With a thunderous might, Sasuke eliminated his enemies, showcasing immense strength, making him one of the top contenders among the examinees. Such a terrifying individual was not one they wished to provoke. With a thud, Naruto stood up, expelling the kunai embedded in his body, pushed out by the Nine-Tails chakra, the sound echoing as his chest wound rapidly healed. "You stole the spotlight again. Blame it on me eating too much earlier." Naruto pouted. "Hey, are you a bit slow in the head? Are you still being reckless in a place like this? You've grown stronger again. I should give you a chance to show off," Naruto said stubbornly. "Enough talk, go find the Earth Scroll from those guys." However, after Naruto's search, he found that the three opponents had no Earth Scrolls on them at all. Suddenly Sasuke clutched his neck, letting out a painful howl. The hidden onlookers witnessing this felt a stir of excitement. These individuals had already been through several battles. While they were indeed powerful, it was evident that after such intense fighting, the Uchiha's previous moves must have consumed a significant amount of chakra, merely meant to intimidate and instill fear in the rest. Even with such thoughts, no one dared to act recklessly, though there would always be exceptions who felt quite capable. A long-haired boy with a bandaged head chuckled. "This is the target Lord Orochimaru instructed us to eliminate, and right now they are at their weakest. Let's just complete the task now. The 3 members of the Sound Ninja team unanimously approved this approach, and thus the trio leapt into action. Upon seeing them jump out, Naruto's heart sank. It wasn't over yet. Thud Sasuke fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain travel through his neck, spreading throughout his body. He let out a low, painful growl. Sasuke, this is demonic energy. Your body cannot fully withstand it yet. Each time you use it, your body suffers a backlash, but it's not a major issue. Each backlash will make you more accustomed to it, and eventually you will no longer feel it. This is because with each backlash, your body is also being strengthened. But at this moment, Sasuke was in so much pain that he could hardly pay attention to Daji. Daji finished her statement without elaborating further. She only needed to ensure that Sasuke and that young man named Naruto didn't die, so she had no intention of providing too much direct help. If she did, he wouldn't grow strong enough. Without growth, how could he attract the attention of the big shots in the ninja world, and how could she regain her powers at the sage's abode? Naruto transferred a layer of Ninetales chakra to Sasuke, the faint oranger chakra, helping to alleviate Sasuke's pain. For a moment, Sasuke's groans of suffering lessened. However, Sasuke's body still felt paralyzed by extreme pain, and he could barely muster any strength. The Sound Ninja trio positioned themselves in a triangular formation. Although the Konoha team they were facing had already been through several battles and were weakened, they were still cautious, possessing absolute confidence in their own strength, allowing them to act at this moment. Naruto clapped his hands together, building up power as the oranger chakra surged forth from his body. Boom! A massive chakra akin to flames erupted from within Naruto. The powerful chakra erupting from Naruto stunned the Sound Ninja trio. What? What level of power is this? T.S. the leader was drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, a hint of regret filled his mind as he contemplated fleeing, for this power was far too terrifying. What kind of monster was this kid possessing such formidable chakra? Originally, Naruto wouldn't have been able to use the Ninetales power so freely at this stage, but the Ninetales within him sensed a kind of innate affinity within Sasuke's body. Thus its power began to evolve slowly. This change was a result of Naruto encountering that white energy during their last battle. Because of this, the Ninetales felt that there might be an even more mysterious existence within Sasuke's body, possibly even sharing a bloodline connection. To please this unknown being, the Ninetales decided to show off a little. The overwhelming chakra greatly enhanced Naruto's attributes. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! The Sound Ninja trio was directly sent flying, crashing into branches, causing the ground to crack. The tremendous force left the 3 heavily injured. They spat out several mouthfuls of blood before struggling to stand up. Among the onlookers in the distance, a boy with red hair and the word love carved on his forehead, carrying a gourd, snorted. That guy is quite interesting. I can sense he is like me. Gaara, are you saying? Kankuro seemed to be preparing to ask Gaara something. However, the shorter red-haired boy Gaara merely shot Kankuro a cold glance, saying emotionless. Hearing Gaara's reprimand, Kankuro could only close his mouth and remain silent. Tamari's lips curled up slightly. It seems those 3 down there are about to meet their end. Now, because the power was willingly given by the Ninetales, Naruto hadn't been corrupted by its will. He was quite clear-headed. He slowly approached the 3 opponents, saying blandly, "Hand over your scrolls." Not a chance. The 3 endured their pain and stepped back. "Tch, Naruto scoffed, you defeated foes still want to struggle. I think you're celebrating too soon. Your strength may be great, but we aren't pushovers either." Form the formation, TOS commanded, and the 3 activated Orochimaru's technological combination skill. Instantly, 3 waves of sound at different frequencies intertwined and emanated from the trio. The powerful sound waves rippled through the air, enveloping the surrounding area with a tremendous force, expanding outward from the 3 as the center. Amid the high-frequency sound mixed with intense air currents, Naruto's oranger chakra seemed to flicker like a flame swaying in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Naruto was shocked inside, realizing he hadn't expected the opponents to possess such a powerful skill. However, at that moment, he didn't know many ninjutsu techniques. Right now, he was merely brimming with power, but had nowhere to direct it. The intense high-frequency vibrations caused direct harm to Naruto's body through the Ninetales chakra. Naruto experienced severe pain, but knew he couldn't delay. He needed to finish this quickly. Swish! Relying on his formidable strength, Naruto forcefully broke through the strong gusts of wind and charged straight at the 3. Observing Naruto recklessly attacking them, the 3 sneered, "Idiot." Just as Naruto's fist was about to connect with TOS, it felt as though he had struck an invisible mirror wall, causing ripples in the air. All his powerful force and Ninetales chakra were absorbed completely. We have technology modified by Lord Orochimaru, and no matter how strong your power is, it's futile. At this moment, Naruto's ears were already injured by the high-frequency sounds, rendering him unable to hear the words of the trio. With a surge of energy, the trio unleashed a powerful sound wave, directly sending Naruto flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Lying on the ground, Naruto felt blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Clenching his fists and pounding the ground, he cursed, "Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why are these guys all so bizarre? TCH brat, you are truly embarrassing me. I gave you such immense power, yet you can't even defeat a few small fries. What a shame. Quit whining, your power isn't that great either. You were easily scattered by their sound waves, yet you still have the nerve to show off in front of me. You are simply too weak, little ghost, and cannot wield my power. Let me assist you." The Ninetales snorted coldly. "Just leave your body to me and watch closely." With the goal of the beast achieved, the Ninetales began to move. Naruto's eyes transformed into the beastly eyes of the Ninetales, and 3 tails sprouted from behind. The aura of the Ninetales had appeared, and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office quickly sensed it, realizing that something might be wrong with the Ninetales' Jinchuriki. He hurriedly donned his combat gear and set off with a group of Umbu toward the Death Forest. With a whoosh, the 3 tails shot straight toward the 3 ninjas in the formation. Seeing the 3 orange chakra tails approaching, the trio couldn't help but sneer foolish. However, what happened next would be etched in their memories forever. They thought this attack would be easily thwarted like the last one. The 3 tails pierced through the invisible barrier in front of the 3, causing ripples to appear. The 3 were initially somewhat worried that this time they might truly be breached, but the ripples in front of them eased their minds. However, Naruto, whose consciousness was occupied by the Ninetales, smiled coldly. The 3 tails wrapped around the trio's formation, and with a forceful tug, bam! It shattered like glass. The formation created by the 3 was instantly shattered into specks of starlight, while the trio was caught by the giant hand formed from the Ninetales' tails and snared like rice dumplings. With the formation broken, the 3 were stunned. They had believed they would be invulnerable, yet they never expected to be defeated so easily, leaving them momentarily dazed. Toss was the first to react, his face filled with disbelief as he muttered, "Impossible, it's impossible. The powerful strength bestowed upon us by Lord Orochimaru, how could it be so easily shattered? Impossible, impossible." Toss continuously mumbled, "Impossible." Hearing this, the Ninetales couldn't help but snicker. Orochimaru. In the entire ninja world aside from Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, I fear no one. With a whoosh, the chakra tails binding the 3 contracted, and the Ninetales lifted each of them by their tails, its cold, beastly eyes staring at them hand over the Book of Earth. The 3 looked into the Ninetales' beastly gaze. A chilling sensation invaded their minds, and they felt a shiver. Such terrifying power in front of this monster, they were like ants existing at its mercy. Reluctantly, Toss had no choice but to order his companions to hand over the Book of Earth. With the book in hand, the Ninetales laughed coldly. "Die." The giant hand formed from the tails tightened, and the 3 managed to shout no. With a crunch, 3 sounds echoed, and the trio was crushed into fragments by the Ninetales' giant hand. Thus the Sound Ninja trio was annihilated, and the 7th team of Konoha successfully achieved the first condition for passing. Having completed this deed, the Ninetales slowly withdrew its control over Naruto's body. Naruto regained control, and upon seeing the remains of the Sound Ninja trio, he couldn't help but vomit. Just as Naruto was continuously retching, the Hokage, leading a group of Umbu ninjas, arrived at the scene. The Ninetales within Naruto grumbled, displeased. "These guys are quite fast." Looking at Naruto, who seemed to be fine except for vomiting, Sarutobi was somewhat puzzled upon seeing the remains of the trio on the ground. Can Naruto really eliminate a small team by himself now? With his understanding of Naruto, he couldn't believe he would resort to such extreme measures. Gazing at Sasuke, who had just awakened, Sarutobi thought perhaps during the battle Naruto lost control, and in a surge of emotion awakened the Ninetales' power. Sasuke must have risked serious injury to slay the 3 of them. After all, it's understandable that Sasuke, having experienced the massacre of his clan, would be a bit ruthless. One must say, at any time, imagination is invincible. Sarutobi's conjectures allowed him to finally relax his mind. "Grandpa Third, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. Sensing that the seal within Naruto was intact, Sarutobi didn't elaborate. Perhaps it was due to the 4th's method of leaving Naruto a means of survival, using the Ninetales chakra, leading to the overflow of the Ninetales chakra. "Oh, it's nothing, little Naruto. You all carry on. A Grandpa Third has other matters to attend to. I'm leaving now. The third hurriedly left with the group of Umbu ninjas. Watching Sarutobi leave, Sasuke struggled to support himself upright. The pain from that power had diminished significantly, and with Naruto's Nine Tails chakras healing ability, his injuries had improved considerably. Leaning against a tree, Sasuke said coldly, Naruto, that old man Sarutobi is not a good person. You'd best not get too close to him. The Uchiha clan is powerful and Itachi serves directly under the Hokage's Umbu. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan would not have happened without the village's higher-ups' orders. Itachi would never have acted against his family so easily. Besides, even if Itachi were ruthless, he couldn't have wiped out the entire Uchiha clan alone. It must have been that old man Sarutobi's arrangements that led to this. However, aware of his current weakness, he did not fear death, but for the sake of revenge, he could not die in vain, so he chose to endure. He merely wanted to prevent Naruto from getting too entangled with the third or the village lest their future relationship become strained, which is why he warned Naruto. Yet Naruto paid no heed. It's fine, Sasuke. Grandpa Third is a great person. My ninja gear was even sponsored by Grandpa Third, otherwise I wouldn't have grown up at all. Foolish. Although Sasuke didn't know why Naruto's living conditions were worse than those of ordinary villagers, he understood Naruto's displayed talent and strength extremely well. Although Naruto may not excel in ninjutsu, he possesses an immense amount of chakra. Sure, one could call it chakra, but what Naruto has is an overwhelming amount of chakra. One could say that his innate advantage is unmatched in the current ninja world. Looking at the scattered remains on the ground, Sasuke scoffed, this kind of clown deserves such a fate. Hearing Sasuke's cold words, Naruto felt a pang of guilt and sighed, I don't want to kill, I just couldn't control myself earlier. In Naruto's view, although killing was not his intention, it was still an act he committed with his own hands, leaving him with a sense of guilt. The onlookers in the distance were astonished to see that even the so-called strongest Hokage, the third Hokage of Konoha, was disturbed by this battle. They felt a significant sense of shock and silently vowed to avoid this group of people except for the one named Sakura, who was of average strength. The Uchiha and the blonde boy were both tough nuts that should not be provoked. However, there was an exception. The short-haired redhead Gaara with the kanji for love engraved on his forehead lowered his head, his face shadowed, murmuring, Mom, can you feel it? That powerful force, along with the delectable scent of fresh blood, fills me with vitality. I will offer them all to you. Hearing Gaara's words, the two beside him, Temari and Kankuro, felt a chill run down their spines. They all knew that once Gaara spoke like this, he would have an extreme craving for blood and could kill at any moment indiscriminately. This thought sent shivers down the spines of the two. Seemingly sensing their unease, Gaara coldly said, Don't worry, I won't turn my hands against you. I will use the blood of those two guys to honor my mother. Upon hearing this, both of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they still felt some fear, concerned that Gaara might do something reckless, Temari reminded him, Gaara, the plan to seize Konoha is of utmost importance. You should refrain from acting rashly for now. Gaara said nothing in response, only letting out a cold snort to express his dissatisfaction. The intimidation from this battle was sufficient, and the surrounding spectators began to disperse. Let's go to the central tower, there's nothing more to do here. After the battle with the Sound Ninja, the candidates from other countries also feared the strength of Sasuke's team and did not dare to provoke them. Sasuke too was uninterested in those guys. As they arrived outside the central tower, a young man with a head full of white hair appeared before the three. Oh, it's Kakashi Sensei's 7th team. How's it going? Wasn't the trial in the Forest of Death quite exciting? It was, Senior Do. Well, it wasn't that exciting, we just clumsily wiped out 2 small teams. Naruto said with a proud expression. Not bad, Naruto. I didn't realize you were quite strong, Do remarked, adjusting his glasses and glancing at Sasuke, his eyes flickering to the mark on Sasuke's neck. That curse seal, Lord Orochimaru actually gave that to Sasuke. It seems Lord Orochimaru holds him in high regard. Although many thoughts flashed through his mind, Do smiled gently and asked Sasuke, that mark on your neck looks strange. Oh, what's going on? That's none of your business. Sasuke replied coldly. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Do was not angered, merely smiling gently as he said, Hey Sasuke, don't be so distant. I'm just concerned about you, that's why I asked. If you don't want to say, then fine. Yeah, Sasuke Senior, Do is only asking out of concern, you shouldn't be so cold. Sasuke let out a cold snort and fell silent. Seeing Sakura's clothes were somewhat tattered, Do smiled and said, It seems that Sakura-kun had quite a tough time in this exam. Right, Naruto? After Do's remark, Naruto hung his head, saying, "I blame myself for not protecting Sakura well, which led to her getting hurt." "It's nothing, Naruto. You tried very hard to protect me," Sakura comforted, seemingly feeling a bit. "Looks like you two are getting along quite well." While the group was talking, other teams from Konoha began to arrive. Those who came had gathered the exam props so they wouldn't engage in a major brawl here. Do led the group into the central tower. At this moment, inside the central tower there were a group of people, evidently those who had passed the exam. Looking around, it was clear that 2/3 of the ninjutsu had been eliminated. After everyone entered, a ninja who was responsible for announcing the exam results arrived to verify each group's exam props one by one. After confirming everything was correct, the exam results were announced. With the results of the third exam of the ninja school graduation announced, the trial in the Forest of Death came to a successful conclusion. However, some candidates would forever remain in that Forest of Death. After the graduation exam of the ninja school, the 12 young talents of Konoha all successfully passed the graduation exam. However, the world of ninjas is not peaceful, nor is the world of humanity. Every day people die on the battlefield. Therefore, the world of humanity is not at peace, and ninjas, as a special force in the ninja realm, play a crucial guiding role. Of course, those who have just graduated from the ninja school, let's call them rookies. Currently, all they can do are trivial errands, which can be said to have nothing to do with ninja work. After all, they are just kids who have graduated, and with their current ranks, they can't take on any worthwhile mission. However, the long hours of weed pulling and pet-searching tasks frustrate Naruto, who is eager for novelty, and also irritate Sasuke, who is focused on gaining power. If it weren't for Daiji keeping him in check, he would have long gone to seek Orochimaru. Although the power given by Orochimaru is formidable, Sasuke feels that compared to sister Daiji it falls short, for she can easily suppress Orochimaru's cursed seal power even at her non-peak state. He learned about the cursed seal's power from Kakashi, as Orochimaru had been researching it even while the exposure of the cursed seal implantation experiment led to Orochimaru's defection from Konoha. Because the cursed seal is a forbidden power in Konoha, no one can comprehend it. The irreversible damage caused when the first Hokage Hashirama fought Uchiha Madara led Tobirama to persuade Hashirama to try the power of the cursed seal to save him. As a result, Hashirama could not withstand that power and was backlashed to death. Later, with Tobirama's research, he discovered that the power of the cursed seal seems to be related to a certain special physique, leading him to speculate that only those with that physique can use the cursed seal's power. However, Tobirama could not find the owner of that physique, so the cursed seal was sealed away only to be unearthed by Orochimaru. Although Sasuke does not particularly like Orochimaru, he admires his spirit of exploration. All of this information was revealed to Sasuke by Kakashi. This is also why Kakashi, seeing that the cursed seal power on Sasuke had not caused him any adverse effects, decided not to seal it despite some side effects being within acceptable limits. During this time, although the group did not go out on missions, they were handling some trivial tasks in the village. Fortunately, they received some payment for these tasks, so they had a bit of pocket money. Sasuke doesn't need to worry about money, but Naruto and Sakura are really short on cash. At noon, during lunch, "So boring every day is the same mundane stuff, not challenging at all," Naruto complained as he ate. "I think this is great. We don't have to go to the battlefield for dangerous missions, and I can be with Sasuke every day, which makes me very happy." Sakura continued Naruto's words, but stared at Sasuke. Sasuke said nothing, just continued to eat with an upset expression. Seeing Sasuke's demeanor, Naruto felt that this guy always had a cold expression, giving off a really Aside from Sakura, who was clearly not content with the status quo, Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi said lightly, "You two brats have just graduated from the ninja school not long ago. Why are you already thinking about going out on missions?" "What?" Naruto asked. "That is strength does not represent everything, you brats. The world is not just about fighting and killing, but also about humanity and social dynamics. Moreover, you are a team. Sakura's strength is not inferior to yours. Her strength is just ordinary among the graduates. When you execute missions, the weakest teammate could become a fatal weakness. Do you understand?" Sasuke thought to himself, feeling displeased. Sakura is just a bothersome nuisance. It would be better without her on missions, but now that he is part of a team of 3, he couldn't directly voice it. All right, you all need to understand that everything has a gradual process. You can't become fat by eating all at once." Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto shoved all the food from his bowl into his mouth and retorted with a garbled voice, "Who says you can't become fat by eating all at once? I already did. Cough, cough, cough." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he started to choke. He clutched his throat with one hand and grabbed the nearby water jug with the other, pouring it into his mouth. Seeing Naruto's antics, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura could not help but facepalm. What kind of idiot is Naruto actually doing such a foolish thing to refute a statement? Kakashi was speechless. Naruto really isn't afraid of choking to death. Cough cough. After swallowing the food that had choked him, Naruto, feeling much better, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. That was an accident, an accident. Alright, today's tasks are done. Tomorrow morning at 8 we gather to take on a new mission. We definitely shouldn't take on such boring tasks again, it's a waste of time. Sasuke complained unhappily. Okay, it's rare for you to complain. It seems you've been holding in a lot of frustration during this time. Fine, let's see what the situation is tomorrow. Even though Kakashi did not directly agree to take on more advanced tasks, at least he opened the door for discussion, which was somewhat comforting. The next day at 8 in the morning, as the three arrived at the mission hall, Kakashi was already there. Kakashi-sensei, this is the first time you've been so punctual. Sakura exclaimed with some. The reason for my previous tardiness, I told you, was that I was helping an old lady cross the road. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with my late arrival, Sakura. No, I wouldn't dare to be dissatisfied. After all, you are the teacher. Sakura replied insincerely, but her inner self was kicking Kakashi down and stepping on him, muttering, told you to be late, I'll get you for that step on you. Humph, Kakashi-sensei, have you encountered too many old ladies? Naruto said without mercy. After what Naruto said, Kakashi replied, it seems. There are a lot, huh? I should try to have fewer in the future. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were rendered speechless by Kakashi's words. So you don't even need to bother covering it up, huh? Alright, let's go take on a mission. At the front desk for taking missions, after some negotiations, the group still could not take on a more advanced task. Naruto and Sasuke expressed to Kakashi that they would not take on the previous type of task. Kakashi felt helpless. He didn't particularly like those tasks either, but due to regulations he still followed tradition, letting the kids focus on small tasks to level up their team's mission rank. It seemed the kids weren't too keen on that. So Kakashi brought them to the Hokage's office, where they happened to encounter an old man with a big beard holding a wine bottle, speaking to the Hokage. Seeing them, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, "Oh Kakashi, you're here." Kakashi-sensei, these two kids, Naruto and Sasuke, don't want to do those low-level tasks anymore. I'm here to see if Lord Third can assign a slightly higher-level task to let these two kids experience the harshness of the ninja world. Looking at the three behind Kakashi, Hiruzen fell silent. He could understand that sending ninjas to do mundane tasks that even ordinary people could do was a very boring thing. If it were an ordinary team, exceptions would never be made. But Kakashi's status in Konoha is not low, and with his strength and the information he has gathered about Naruto and Sasuke during this time, it seems their team strength is indeed sufficient to take on higher-level tasks. Grandpa Third, please tell us if there are any better tasks for us to do. We really don't want to do those boring missions anymore. Naruto urged impatiently. Naruto, don't be rude. Kakashi admonished softly. But Hiruzen waved his hand. Kakashi, it's fine. Looking at Naruto, he said, how about this? I just happen to have a crank mission. How about we assign it to you? Crank. Hearing that it was no longer a drink mission, Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Hiruzen pointed at a scruffy old man who was carrying a bundle and occasionally drinking from a bottle while they spoke, saying, this is Mr. Tazuna, the bridge expert from the Land of Waves. Your task is to escort Mr. Tazuna safely back to the Land of Waves. Hearing the Hokage's words, Tazuna glanced at the group and disdainfully said, Hokage-sama, how can these kids take on such a task? Please rest assured, Mr. Tazuna, these kids are quite strong and escorting you safely home is no problem, Hiruzen assured. And with Kakashi here, Kakashi is an elite jonin of Konoha. Honestly, this task is not a big deal for the overall strength of your team, so please rest assured, Mr. Tazuna. Humph, kids, how can they be trustworthy? Mr. Tazuna, don't underestimate these kids. Dozens of bandits wouldn't even be a challenge for them, and I'm here too, it's just a crank mission. Kakashi said, visibly displeased. Although I am reluctant to let these kids take the mission, I have no choice. After all, I have already spent most of the money on drinking. After confirming the mission, the five of them prepared and met at the village entrance the next day to set off. After leaving Konoha, the five of them traveled smoothly. Kakashi walked in front, appearing indifferent, but he had already discerned the situation around him. The sound of the wind gently brushed by, and a leaf slowly fell onto the surface of a small depression in the ground, creating a ripple. As Kakashi passed, the small depression chains suddenly appeared, trapping him, and two gray-clad ninjas pulled hard on either side. With a puff, Kakashi's figure was directly severed into several pieces. Witnessing this sudden scene, the others, except for Sasuke, gasped in shock. With a thud, Dazna sat down on the ground, exclaiming, "It's over, it's over. I didn't expect your Konoha ninjas to be this useless. What elite jonin are you? One encounter, and he's gone. Truly pathetic. You're going to drag me down to die here too." Seeing the two ninjas in front of him, they chuckled, "Haha, we didn't expect this mission to be so easy." The two looked at the few people below and said, "Little brats, you're going to accompany this old man to the grave. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for taking on this old man's mission." However, as soon as the man finished speaking, he was left speechless. At that moment, Sasuke directly grabbed the man's neck. The other person quickly reacted, wanting to save his companion, but was kicked away by Sasuke, crashing against a tree trunk. "Wuwa Kakashi-sensei, you died so horribly." Sakura began to cry. "What are you crying about? Look clearly, that guy won't be taken down so easily." Sasuke's cold words calmed Sakura down. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that what had been Kakashi's severed figure had transformed into several pieces of broken wood. Sakura's eyes brightened, and of course, as an elite jonin, Kakashi couldn't be so easily taken down. It seemed he had sensed something was wrong and had already prepared a countermeasure. "What the heck?" Kakashi-sensei knew there was an ambush, but didn't say anything in advance. Naruto complained. "I say, Sasuke, can you not be so cold when you talk?" Kakashi jumped down from the tree behind. No way," he said, showing no courtesy in front of Kakashi. "You really have no manners. But your brother used to work for me." Hearing this, Sasuke became somewhat unsettled. Since the night of the massacre, every time he heard Itachi's name, it stirred his emotions. In a moment of carelessness, Sasuke couldn't control himself and directly killed the ninja he was holding. Feeling the fleeting aura from Sasuke, Kakashi couldn't help but be shocked. Was this kid still a brat? If Itachi's strength was reserved and subtle, then Sasuke's power was wild and domineering. But this power had not yet fully matured. Watching his companion being killed by a kid from the opposing ninja team, they knew the mission had failed and could only plan to retreat. The man was resolute, showing no hesitation. However, in front of Kakashi, trying to escape was like a fool's dream. The man, suspended in midair, was directly knocked unconscious by Kakashi's punch and tucked. "Kakashi-sensei, that's not fair. Sasuke has already taken one down. Why didn't you leave this one for me? You two have stolen all the glory." Listening to Naruto's complaints, Kakashi really didn't know how to respond. If it weren't for the sake of being a teacher, he wouldn't want to deal with him. Seeing the battle come to an end, Dazna also suppressed his inner fear. "Whew." He let out a long breath, finally feeling safe. Dazna felt relieved. But then Kakashi glanced at Dazna, causing him to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. That cold gaze sent chills down his spine. "Mr. Dazna, what do you have to say about this matter?" Kakashi questioned coldly. I don't know. What does this have to do with me?" Dazna tried to argue. Kakashi smiled. "The targets of those two were clearly you. How can you say it has nothing to do with you?" Pausing for a moment, Kakashi continued, "If you don't intend to tell the truth, then this mission will have to be cancelled. Furthermore, given that you concealed the truth of the mission, the reward will not be refunded." Seeing that he couldn't avoid telling the truth, Dazna sighed and had no choice but to clarify that this is how it is. "Although I know it's somewhat unreasonable, my mistakes shouldn't make the people of the Land of Waves pay the price. I hope you can continue to help me. As a reward, once the bridge is completed, I will persuade the feudal lord of the Land of Waves to let Konoha manage the bridge for a period of time, which counts as paying the remaining reward." Kakashi did not agree immediately, but said, "Mr. Dazna, you must understand that a crank mission is just an ordinary escort task and should not involve enemies that are ninjas. If it involves ninjas, then the mission is at least brank. Because of your reasons, you are unable to pay the brank mission reward. Normally, we would directly cancel such a mission. However, considering that the Land of Waves has always been friendly with Konoha, I can agree to continue the mission, but the premise is that you must keep your word. After all, involving ninjas is not a trivial matter." I understand, I will." Dazna nodded eagerly. "Old man, this is your fault. No matter how much you love drinking, you can't let it affect your work." Naruto was also somewhat angry at the old man, who looked very disagreeable. Sakura also silently cursed Dazna for being unclean in his actions and not following rules. Sasuke glanced at Dazna and snorted. Just with that glance, Dazna felt a little startled. That kid's gaze gave him the impression that he wanted to kill him, but was it just an illusion? If Kakashi hadn't been leading the team, he might have really been killed by the other side. Thinking of this, Dazna secretly vowed to quit drinking when he returned, or else he wouldn't even know how he offended someone and ended up dead. Originally, he just wanted to enjoy a drink, thinking that with the crank reward, he could find a few ninjas to escort him. He didn't expect to find out that a Brank mission reward was required for ninja escorts, and that he didn't have that much money, so he could only post a crank mission. He didn't expect that such an operation would almost offend the very ninjas escorting him. Although the mission encountered a slight mishap, Kakashi still decided to complete it. It also served to let the little ones witness the harsh realities of missions, preventing them from thinking that tasks were too easy and lacked challenge. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye the group had already traveled for 5 days. Looking towards the mountain ahead, Dazna said happily, "We are close to the land of waves. Are we finally arriving? I wonder if there will be anything delicious." In the land of waves, in a large private villa, a burly man with his mouth bandaged and bare-chested sat in a chair, while a graceful young woman with flowing hair stood beside him. At this moment the two were listening to a report from their subordinate. "What? You say the people I sent out were taken out?" The burly man was slightly taken aback. "How could I have such incompetent subordinates? It seems the other side has also hired ninjas. Lord Zabuza, should I investigate further?" Go ahead, but be careful. Don't get discovered," Zabuza instructed. Hearing the report from Zabuza's subordinate Kato, who was sitting nearby, dissatisfiedly said, "Zabuza, how can your subordinates be so useless? They can't even handle a few kids." Glancing at Kato, Zabuza calmly replied, "The other side has a jonin leading them. The ones I sent are just a couple of newly promoted chunin. Don't forget you accepted my money, you must resolve this issue for me." After finishing, Kato stormed out. "This fool, once you get your money, I will surely make you pay dearly." Of course, Kato couldn't hear Zabuza's words. After Dazna and Kakashi's team entered the land of waves, they took a boat to the island where they were headed. On the slightly turbulent sea, a delicate girl slowly emerged from the water, standing gracefully on the person was the orphan named by taken in by Zabuza. Gulyalu. "Hey uncle, it's still a long way to go, I'm so hungry." Naruto asked the middle-aged man on the boat, "Is that so? It's been so long, why haven't we arrived yet?" Kakashi also inquired. Dazna pushed up his glasses and chuckled, "We're almost there, just a few more minutes." By standing on the water in the thick fog, smiled, "So these are the ninjas from Konoha. It seems Lord Zabuza won't be so lonely anymore." After speaking, Bai transformed into a puddle and merged into the water. Soon the fishing boat carrying the group docked. "Here we are, this is my home, and over there is the bridge I commissioned." The group looked in the direction The bridge was currently on hold with a pile of construction materials stacked nearby. "Uncle, why isn't anyone working on your bridge?" Naruto asked. "Sai, ever since Kato came here we often cannot proceed and the bridge construction has thus stopped. That's also why I came to Konoha to commission the task. Mr. Dazna, our mission is only to escort you safely back to the land of waves, anything else is not our concern." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Dazna became anxious. "Mr. Kakashi, please stay, wait until this bridge is completed before leaving. Don't worry, I will make it worth your while." That's really excessive. If it weren't for you being a drunkard, would there be a shortage of funds for the task? You expect sympathy from others," Sasuke said coldly. Hearing Sasuke's words, Dazna had no rebuttal. After all, this was indeed his issue. "Mr. Dazna, you should know that while there are some economic exchanges between the land of fire and the land of waves, we are not obligated to meddle in your internal affairs." Hearing Kakashi's words, Dazna knew he had to show some sincerity. Plop. Dazna directly knelt down in front of Kakashi. "Respected ninja lord, if it weren't for your protection this bridge would never be built. I beg you, I can promise you once the bridge is complete, Konoha merchants will be exempt from taxes, and moreover, I will give Konoha an extra year to operate the bridge. Please." The conditions offered by Dazna are decent, but Kakashi pretended to look troubled. "Oh dear, this is quite difficult. How about this, I will send a message to the Hokage, and let the Hokage decide on this matter. While we wait for orders, we will temporarily stay, but you must take care of our food and accommodation." "No problem," Dazna readily agreed. The next day, under Dazna's organization, the bridge resumed construction, and Kakashi spent each day reading comics near the worksite. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke began their training. As days passed, the bridge was soon half completed. On the other side, while Dazna and the workers were hastily building the bridge in a villa across the river, a short, ugly old man was angrily shouting at Zabuza. Zabuza, don't forget why I paid you to come here. The bridge is already half built. Hurry up and deal with that old man. Dazna, facing Kato shouting, Zabuza pointed his large sword at Kato, sneering, are you teaching me how to do my job? Confronted with the sharp blade, Kato felt guilty. He knew he couldn't provoke Zabuza too deeply. If he angered him, he might be dealt with on the spot, so he immediately softened his tone. Then please hurry up. You must not let those guys block my financial path, as blocking my financial path also blocks yours. After speaking, Kato stormed out. Bai pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Bai, Zabuza asked, how is it? Have you investigated clearly? Bai nodded. I have investigated clearly. This time the opponent is an elite jonin from Konoha, the copy ninja Kakashi, along with 3 little kids who just graduated from the ninja academy. So it's the copy ninja from Konoha. I've heard much about him. It's rare to have a chance to cross swords this time, Zabuza said, relaxing as he reclined on the sofa. Clearly Zabuza seemed a bit excited after learning the identity of the visitors. Bai noticed the expression on Zabuza's face and understood that he was getting a bit excited. It seems that Lord Zabuza is looking forward to this confrontation, Bai said with a smile. Zabuza's cold expression was filled with confidence. He, the copy ninja who is said to have copied over 1,000 ninjutsu. I wonder how strong this guy really is. Does Lord Zabuza not want to know about the few subordinates he brought? Zabuza snorted coldly. A mere chunin, just ants not worth mentioning. It seems Lord Zabuza is not interested in those 3 little guys. Then I won't say anything. Bai smiled and asked, Bai, what have those guys been doing these days? Kakashi is supervising with 2 of the little ones training in the forest and 1 hanging around Dazna. Let's go meet our distant friends. In the woods, Sasuke and Naruto were secretly competing while training. Although Sasuke had already defeated Naruto, he recognized Naruto's strength. If it weren't for Sister Daji's help before, he would have surely suffered a crushing defeat. I am not like him. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. Although I am somewhat inferior to Misa, Naruto is just a useless underachiever. The fact that I, a genius, need to rely on external help to defeat an underachiever shows that he is strong enough. Seeing him train so hard, I naturally cannot fall behind. Naruto, on the other hand, is much simpler. He doesn't elevate anyone just because they are a genius. He simply wants to prove that he is not a loser. Therefore, he trains hard. If I can surpass Sasuke, I can prove to everyone that even a so-called loser can defeat a genius and demonstrate my strength after all. I aspire to be Hokage. Although Sasuke felt some disdain towards chakra after encountering Daji's powers, he realized that, as Daji said, the spiritual energy in this world is too thin, making it very difficult for him to cultivate successfully. The reason he continues to cultivate chakra is twofold: first, for self-preservation, and second, to lay a foundation for future cultivation. After all, mastery of one technique leads to mastery of all. Although chakra energy is somewhat low-level, the methods of controlling energy can still be universally applied. Soon it was noon, and Sakura came to call them for lunch. Exhausted, Naruto sprawled on the ground and said he would return later, while Sasuke went back with Sakura. After Sakura left, Naruto unknowingly fell asleep. A beautiful woman with long flowing hair approached him. After gathering specific information about this team, Bai knew it would be very dangerous. Not to mention the rumored Konoha technician who copied over 1,000 ninjutsu. Even the Uchiha and this Nine-Tails brat were not ordinary foes. Bai moved with light steps, making no sound, slowly approaching Naruto. Bai knelt beside Naruto, reaching into her clothing to pull out a needle the thickness of half her pinky finger and about 7 inches long. Looking at Naruto, she softly said, I'm sorry, but for the sake of Zabuza-sama, I cannot allow uncertain factors like you to live. With that, Bai raised her hand, and the needle descended towards Naruto's heart. Just as the needle was about to strike Naruto's heart, a flash of light appeared in the woods, and a black kunai flew towards the needle in Bai's hand at high speed. With a loud bang, the needle in Bai's hand was struck, and the tremendous force caused her to feel a tingle in her palm. Bai quickly jumped away, but she was still grazed by a dart that flew past her shoulder, a lock of hair falling. Bai thought to herself how close she had come. If she had hesitated for just one more second, that dart would have severed her throat instead of just cutting her hair. Sasuke jumped out coldly, demanding, Who are you? It seems this mission is not as easy as it appears, Bai replied gently, her voice melodious and captivating. Who I am is not important. What matters is that we are now enemies, Bai said softly. So you're the ninja hired by that merchant Kato. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Sasuke spoke coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, two black tomo appeared in his blood-red eyes, slowing Bai's movements in his sight. Sasuke charged forward. Seeing Sasuke rush at her, Bai was undaunted. She pulled out another needle and charged towards him. Clang! The two weapons collided and they locked eyes. How much did that Kato guy pay you to help him? Kato didn't pay me, I'm not helping him. Then what does it mean for you to come to kill Naruto? Because Zabuza-sama accepted Kato's money. Although I want help Kato, I will assist Zabuza-sama. Zabuza? Sasuke was puzzled. He had no idea who this Zabuza was, but as long as he knew the other was an enemy, that was enough. If I hadn't arrived in time, Naruto would have already been killed by you. You really know how to seize opportunities. Unfortunately, you still failed, Bai sighed. The two continued to clash, engaging in a fierce exchange of martial arts accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, sparks flying with each weapon's collision. Sasuke was taken aback. This woman was incredibly strong. He knew that even with his Sharingan activated, her movements appeared slow to him, yet despite that he had nearly been injured by her several times. Bai was also a bit anxious. She desperately wanted to resolve this quickly so she could see if Zabuza-sama needed help. The two distanced themselves. Sasuke quickly formed seals in midair, fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. He finally expelled a ball of flame which transformed into a dragon shape, dragging a long tail as it flew toward Bai. Seeing this, Bai quickly formed seals, ice shield, magic mirror, rebound. The fire dragon collided with the magic mirror, producing a whistling sound as it vanished like a cow sinking into the sea. Bai altered her hand seals, and the fire dragon that had been absorbed by the magic mirror came flying out toward Sasuke. Seeing his technique being reflected back, Sasuke clapped his hands and shouted, "Lightning screen." A curtain of lightning formed in front of Sasuke, and the fire rushed into the lightning screen, directly disrupted by the elemental disturbance, not causing a ripple. Naruto, who had been sleeping on the ground, heard the commotion, rubbed his eyes, and sat up saying, "What's going on? It's so noisy." With a crash, Bai's figure landed just 10 steps away from Naruto. Bai quickly got up and jumped away. Whoosh! A kunai pierced the ground where Bai had just been, the handle still tied to an explosive tag that ignited upon landing. Seeing this, Naruto instinctively jumped away. Bang! Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, don't you worry about friendly fire." What's there to worry about? It won't hit you. Bai, now perched in a tree, let a trickle of blood escape from her mouth. She knew the only option left was to retreat. If one person could injure her, then against both of them, she might truly be left here. Although Bai still had hidden cards, that technique was her last resort, so she would not easily reveal it here. Sasuke, who is that guy? How did you engage with him? Naruto was filled with questions. Sasuke sneered, if I hadn't arrived quickly, you would already be dead. That guy tried to kill you while you were asleep. Really? Naruto looked at Bai across from him. Naruto, I did indeed want to kill you just now, but Sasuke-kun arrived in time, so I failed. Bai did not hide her actions. Why? Naruto asked. Why? Because we have different stances. Now it seems I can't kill you too. I must leave. Sasuke-kun, you are very strong, but next time we meet, I will kill you without holding back. With that, Bai departed. Thud. Naruto's kunai was embedded in a tree. Damn it, she escaped just like that. Naruto felt resentful. Sasuke frowned. Although he had the upper hand in the earlier fight, he could sense that the opponent hadn't used her full strength and her hidden cards had yet to be revealed. It seemed he needed to be extremely cautious next time. Naruto, let's go to the bridge. Kakashi-sensei is probably under attack as well. Kakashi-sensei is under attack too. Then let's hurry and help Kakashi-sensei. The two quickly ran towards the direction of the bridge. On the bridge, Dazna was directing the workers to carry out the construction work of the bridge in an orderly manner. These days, with Kakashi present, the troublesome warriors attempting to disrupt the construction had been unable to do so. This made Dazna immensely happy, thinking that the ninjas from Konoha were indeed reliable. Although the cost was somewhat high, the prospect of the entire land of waves developing rapidly once the bridge was completed made it all worthwhile. Of course, Dazna's previous misconduct had drawn severe criticism from the feudal lord of the land of waves. Though the feudal lord felt displeased, the land of waves was a small country lacking both power and talent. Talents like Dazna were precisely what the nation needed, and since Dazna had been the lord's savior, the lord couldn't afford to treat him harshly. It was precisely because of this relationship that Dazna dared to offer 3 years of operational rights of the completed bridge as compensation to the Konoha side. Otherwise, Konoha would never have gotten such a great deal. At this moment, Sakura also arrived at the bridge. Uncle Dazna, Kakashi-sensei, it's time to eat. Oh, Hehe, it's Sakura. Alright, well, head back soon. Everyone, let's go eat first, then come back to work. Dasna called for the workers to finish their shift and head back for a meal. After watching the workers leave, Dasna also prepared to return. As Dasna walked back with the two, a thick fog began to gather from all directions, quickly enveloping. Noticing that the fog was not naturally formed, Kakashi warned Sakura to protect Dasna. Listening to Kakashi-sensei, Sakura realized that it was likely an enemy attack. Dasna anxiously exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, what's happening? Are there ninjas coming to kill me again? Mr. Dasna, no need to panic. With me here, I will ensure your safety, Kakashi replied calmly. Oh dear, it seems we'll have to wait a bit longer to eat. What a pity, I'm already a little hungry, don't— From the shadows, a raspy voice responded. Hehe, with such a thick fog, you do not seem like an ordinary opponent. You must be an elite ninja from the Mist Village, right? Kakashi chuckled. Whoosh! A large blade whirled out from the dense fog, slicing through Kakashi's body, thudding against a massive tree. A figure gradually emerged, arms crossed from the large blade. The figure that had been struck by the blade crackled and slowly transformed into lightning, dissipating into the air. Hehe, a lightning clone. Quite fast indeed, as expected of a Konoha technician. Such skill is truly remarkable, Zabuza said with a tone of mockery. Kakashi's figure appeared behind Zabuza, kunai pressed against Zabuza's throat. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's over. Oh, is that so? Are you so sure you have me at your mercy? Though controlled by Kakashi, Zabuza remained completely unfazed. With a soft thud, Kakashi's kunai pierced Zabuza's throat, but the next moment Zabuza's body splashed and transformed into a puddle of water. Below, Zabuza's figure appeared, directly withdrawing his decapitation sword. Kakashi lost his balance and fell. Zabuza gripped the sword's handle tightly and forcefully pulled upwards. At a height of 1 meter before Kakashi could hit the ground, he was directly bisected by the decapitation sword. However, the next second, with a splash, the bisected Kakashi transformed into a puddle of water on the ground. A sound cut through the fog. A kunai swiftly pierced Zabuza, who had just retracted his large sword after decapitating Kakashi's water clone. Only the next moment, Zabuza's figure transformed once again into a water clone. Humph, what a boring trick, Zabuza's voice echoed from the fog. Kakashi's figure appeared beside Dasna and Sakura. His brow furrowed from the earlier confrontation, understanding that both he and the opponent were testing each other. Sakura, seeing Kakashi-sensei's furrowed brow, asked with concern, Kakashi-sensei, who is that person? Do you have confidence? Well, it's hard to say. The opponent is like me, an elite jonin, not an ordinary ninja to deal with. Moreover, they are a renowned wanted ninja and rank rogue from the Mist Village who defected after failing to assassinate the Mizukage. Hearing Kakashi-sensei mention the opponent was an rank rogue ninja, Sakura's worries deepened. I wonder how Sasuke and Naruto are doing, Sakura murmured softly. You shouldn't worry about those two, they are not that easy to deal with. Sakura, focus on protecting Mr. Dasna and I'll handle him, Kakashi reassured. Humph, the copy ninja of Konoha Sharingan. Kakashi. Rumor has it that you have copied over 1,000 jutsu. I wonder if you can survive my silent killing technique, Zabuza taunted. Hearing Zabuza's words, Kakashi replied somewhat unhappily, Humph, the Sharingan. While it's indeed useful, it is quite ironic for me. It seems you are not satisfied with that eye of yours. If that's the case, then hand it over to me. Bang! Sparks flew as Zabuza's large blade struck Kakashi's head. Kakashi blocked the blow with the steel guard on the back of his hand. Given the weight of the decapitation blade, Zabuza's strike was incredibly lethal. Kakashi's defense came at a cost to the pain in his left palm shot through his mind, causing him to let out a muffled groan as blood trickled down from the back of his hand into his glove. Kakashi's eyes fixed on Zabuza, the 3 black tomo in his blood-red eyes spinning rapidly. Zabuza's heart tightened as he secretly thought that something was wrong, and he found himself trapped in an illusion. In the illusion, Zabuza's figure slowly petrified. He was completely unable to move, helplessly watching as his body began to petrify from his legs, the effect rapidly spreading upwards. Realizing he had to do something to avoid dying in the illusion, Zabuza bit his tongue, the sharp pain briefly clearing his mind and allowing him to break free from the powerful binding force of the illusion. He formed hand seals and shouted, "Release." Suddenly the space shifted and Zabuza awoke. Kakashi, seeing the opponent escape from the illusion's control, delivered a powerful knee strike to Zabuza's chin, sending him flying over 10 meters into the river. Kakashi seized the opportunity, darting to the riverbank, quickly forming hand seals. He clasped his left hand over his right, forming a claw shape, and shouted, "Lightning shield, lightning sea technique." Arcs of chaotic electricity shot from Kakashi's right hand, creating a violent storm of lightning that erupted across the water's surface. Wah! The powerful lightning caused immense damage to Zabuza in the water, leaving a number of charred fish floating on the surface. Zabuza was severely injured by this attack. As Kakashi withdrew his technique, Zabuza surfaced floating alongside the charred fish. Panting heavily, Zabuza struggled to rise from the water's surface. Kakashi was also gasping for breath, though he had not suffered significant injuries. His chakra had been greatly depleted. It should be noted that a ninja's chakra is closely linked to their physical stamina. A lack of chakra means physical strength is also nearly exhausted. Additionally, due to his Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra levels had always been relatively low. Thus, this single attack had drained a significant portion of Kakashi's chakra, and combined with the consumption from a lightning clone and a water clone, his body was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Zabuza, covered in wounds, felt the intense paralysis and pain from the earlier technique. It felt as if he were being executed slowly, with numerous cuts from chakra-laden lightning energy breaking his skin. Though the wounds weren't deep, the sheer number left him feeling uncomfortable. Haha, as expected of Konoha's copy ninja. Your technique is truly impressive, but judging by your state, it must have taken quite a toll on you, haha, Zabuza remarked. Zabuza said. Seeing Zabuza could still stand, Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. He was helpless because of his insufficient chakra, while the opponent, despite being severely injured, still had some strength left. With his chakra depleted, Kakashi realized he couldn't fight for much longer. Zabuza swayed as he walked toward Kakashi, gradually picking up speed as he adapted to the pain in his body and accelerated his attack toward Kakashi. Kakashi refused to back down. Despite his significant exhaustion, the opponent was also severely wounded. If it came to ninjutsu, he would indeed have to dodge, but in close combat, he would not back down. In an instant, the two began a fierce close-quarters battle. Sakura and Dazna watched in astonishment. Is this the battle between Jonin? It's too dangerous. Not to mention anything else, just Kakashi-sensei's lightning shield technique was already quite impressive. Moreover, both of their conditions were quite poor, but the speed at which they exchanged blows was too fast for Sakura to see clearly. One must admit that ninjas of their caliber, even when in poor condition, were still formidable. Ordinary ninjas would only be fodder. As their battle continued with swift movements, both sides sustained injuries, but ultimately Kakashi proved to be superior, pinning Zabuza against a tree. Zabuza's decapitation sword was knocked away by Kakashi, embedding itself in the ground nearby. Zabuza slumped weakly against a tree, looking at Kakashi, and said in an emotionless tone, "You win." Kakashi panted heavily and said to Zabuza, "Then I shall send you on your way." At that moment, a shuriken pierced Zabuza's neck, and he slumped down lifeless. Kakashi turned to see a newcomer wearing a Mist Village Umbu mask. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Who are you?" "I am a member of the Mist Umbu sent to eliminate Zabuza. He attempted to assassinate the Mizukage and is a high-priority target for us. I kindly ask you, friends from Konoha, not to interfere in the affairs of the Mist Village." Upon hearing this, Kakashi observed the newcomer, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. The fact that they were sent by the Mist Umbu to hunt down the rogue Zabuza suggested that they were far from just an ordinary youth. "I can only express my deepest apologies for the trouble Zabuza caused you, but he is our target. Now that he is dead, I need to take him back for reporting." Kakashi felt helpless, as the bodies of ninjas often contained a wealth of information. Generally, ninja villages were reluctant to relinquish their fallen to others. Considering it wasn't worth getting into a dispute with this youth over a single corpse, he checked Zabuza's condition, confirmed the death, and finally allowed the white lad figure to take Zabuza away. Just a few minutes after Bai took away Zabuza's body, Naruto and Sasuke arrived. Seeing Kakashi looking drained, the two understood that a fierce battle must have just taken place here. "Sakura and Kakashi-sensei, are you okay?" Naruto asked with concern. "I'm fine, but Sasuke, are you okay?" Sakura asked with a hint of worry. "We were ambushed just now. That guy Naruto almost got assassinated," Sasuke said flatly. "Sasuke, Naruto, you two need to be careful and not let your guard down. This time our enemies are not to be underestimated." Kakashi admonished the two. Although he knew their strength was remarkable, their foes were skilled assassins, the most troublesome kind of ninja. Even though Zabuza was dead now, he couldn't guarantee that Kato wouldn't hire other ninjas. "Kakashi-sensei, you don't look so well," Naruto asked. "I'm fine, it's just chakra exhaustion. It'll be okay after some rest." Let's hurry back, Dazna called to everyone. Dazna had witnessed Kakashi and Zabuza's battle firsthand. It was his first time seeing such an intense ninja fight, which left him quite shocked. That kind of battle where a single misstep could lead to death made Dazna realize how wise it was to exchange the rights to the bridge for protection, otherwise no one would dare work on it. Moreover, Dazna knew that hiring ninjas was costly and Kato wouldn't have the means to hire stronger ninjas in a short time, allowing him to feel somewhat at ease for a while. Upon returning home, Kakashi collapsed as soon as he entered. Not only was he chakra exhausted, but he had also overused his Sharingan and had some injuries, making it impossible for him to hold on any longer. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and Sakura called out. Sasuke calmly said, Naruto, Sakura, you don't need to worry about him. He's not in serious condition, he just needs to rest for a few days due to exhaustion and some injuries. Naruto helped Kakashi into the room and laid him on the bed, covering him with a blanket before leaving. Since Kakashi needed to recuperate, there shouldn't be any issues with the bridge construction for the time being, so Sakura, who had no problems with training, would protect Dazna while Naruto and Sasuke continued their training in the woods. The next afternoon, Kakashi, who had been lying in bed, sat up. Kakashi realized he had slept for 4 days. Feeling a lingering pain in his body, he got out of bed, glanced out the window, and murmured, "Have I been unconscious?" Just as he was about to step outside, he collided with a young woman carrying a bowl of fish soup, causing the milky white soup to splash all over them, and she fell to the ground. Kakashi awkwardly said, "Sorry, I didn't see you coming." The young woman also looked embarrassed and a bit flustered. She said apologetically, "I didn't knock because you've been unconscious for so long, and I didn't expect you to wake up now." Thinking about how she had been the one to bandage Kakashi's wounds, change his dressings, and clean his body, during these days the woman's face flushed slightly. She didn't notice that her originally unadorned kimono had become soaked, clinging to her curves, and the contrast of her fair skin made Kakashi feel parched. As a seasoned reader of romantic stories, Kakashi undoubtedly had a shy side, and at that moment he felt a rush of heat, causing blood to uncontrollably flow from his nostrils. Seeing Kakashi staring at her, the woman's face turned shy as she spoke in a barely audible voice, "Kakashi-sensei, thank you for protecting my grandfather and allowing him to successfully build the bridge." Grr. The sound of hunger came at an inappropriate time as Kakashi awkwardly asked, "Is there anything to eat?" "I'm a bit hungry." Yes. I will prepare something for you right away, Kakashi-sensei. Please change your clothes and come out to eat." The young woman hurriedly ran away. After the meal, Kakashi went to the forest and saw the two still training hard. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, these two little guys have impressive strength and are so diligent." "Hey, you two, are you training this hard?" Kakashi shouted at the two who had just landed on top of a tree. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, you're awake." Naruto exclaimed happily. Sasuke remained cool and said nothing, jumping down directly from the treetop, and Naruto followed suit. After they landed, Kakashi said, "It seems you two have completely mastered chakra control." "Kakashi-sensei, look how quickly I've learned. Isn't that impressive?" "Kakashi-sensei, teach us a few more techniques, please." Sasuke looked at Kakashi and said, "Sakura told me you've mastered over 1,000 ninjutsu." "It's not that exaggerated, I don't have over 1,000 techniques, but I do have several hundred. It's just that my chakra levels are insufficient, so I can't easily perform many techniques." "Oh, several hundred is still impressive. Kakashi-sensei, please teach us." Kakashi said, "Sasuke, I've already taught you a few lightning release techniques. I haven't taught Naruto yet due to his aptitude, but this time I'll teach him one technique, and you can also practice it if you're interested." TCH Kakashi-sensei is really biased. He taught Sasuke so many techniques before teaching me just one, Naruto complained. "Sigh, this is unavoidable. After all, Naruto, your aptitude is actually far inferior to Sasuke's, and your chakra control was extremely unstable before, which is why I didn't teach you. I didn't teach Sakura any ninjutsu either, and she hasn't complained like you. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, please teach us already," Naruto urged. Kakashi, helpless, could only get to the point and began explaining to the two, "The ninjutsu I'm about to teach you is a technique that can be performed without hand seals." "Oh, we don't need to form hand seals." Naruto's eyes lit up. Clearly the jutsu that does not require hand seals is very appealing. This technique is called Rasengan and is an A-rank ninjutsu developed by my teacher, the Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. An A-rank ninjutsu that doesn't require hand seals is quite impressive. Let's get started, as Sasuke is getting impatient. Kakashi extended his right hand, channeling chakra from within to gather in his palm. In Kakashi's hand, blue chakra began to swirl and formed a rapidly spinning energy sphere with the surrounding air visibly disturbed. Wow! Naruto's eyes sparkled. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me, quickly tell me how to practice. Don't rush, Naruto. Don't you want to see its power? I do want to see. Kakashi-sensei, please demonstrate. Naruto looked at Kakashi with eager eyes. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, directly copying the Rasengan. You two better pay attention. Saying this, Kakashi increased his chakra output, and the Rasengan in his hand grew slightly larger before he struck the ground with it. Boom! Dust filled the air as Sasuke and Naruto stepped out from the cloud. Soon as the smoke cleared, a half-meter diameter 30-centimeter deep crater appeared beneath Kakashi. Seeing that the Rasengan, which was only slightly larger than a fist, could create such a large crater, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, Kakashi-sensei, this technique is amazing. Sasuke, slightly surprised, thought to himself that while the Rasengan didn't seem that strong, its power was not to be underestimated. Sasuke immediately mimicked Kakashi's posture, extending his right-hand fingers, clawed, channeling chakra from within. As a faint sound of energy friction against the air arose, a small Rasengan, only the size of a thumb, formed in Sasuke's hand. Seeing the tiny Rasengan in Sasuke's hand, Naruto was astonished. How did Sasuke learn it so quickly? Naruto was filled with questions. Although the Rasengan in his hand was small, he had merely glanced at it and could perform it directly. While it only seemed to be a prototype, he couldn't even manage that much himself. How did Sasuke learn it just by looking? Noticing Naruto's incredulous expression, Kakashi explained, Naruto, you can't compare yourself to Sasuke. He is from the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan can directly copy ninjutsu. However, Sasuke's Sharingan is not fully awakened yet, so he only copied a prototype. Continuing, Kakashi added, Sasuke has only awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. When he activates the triple Tomo, he will be able to fully copy this jutsu. My Rasengan was directly copied from my teacher's technique using the Sharingan. Hearing that Sasuke had such a skill, Naruto felt a twinge of jealousy. That show-off has such a skill, directly copying it while I have to work so hard to train. Life is truly unfair. But he didn't feel too upset. He knew he wasn't a genius, so to become stronger and achieve his dream of becoming Hokage, he had to put in more effort than others. And earning the recognition of a genius like Sasuke was also a great achievement. Alright, next, I will tell you how to practice this technique, and then you can practice here on your own. Kakashi outlined all the steps for training before saying he would go check on the bridge and left. Thus Naruto began to struggle with the water balloon while Sasuke repeatedly used the Rasengan, increasing the energy output and familiarizing himself with the method of energy output. For the entire afternoon the two continued to train. Sasuke exhausted his chakra 4 times, but after it replenished he continued. However, the results of his training were promising as his Rasengan had already grown to half the size of a fist. Although he had directly copied Kakashi's Rasengan with his Sharingan, the incomplete state of his Sharingan meant he lacked the enhancement from 1 Tomo, preventing him from fully replicating this advanced ninjutsu. However, having the prototype of the ninjutsu spared Sasuke from the arduous training Naruto had to endure. At least Sasuke didn't have to struggle with a water balloon filled with air like Naruto. Seeing Naruto drenched in sweat and his hands trembling from excessive chakra output, Sasuke couldn't help but feel grateful for his Sharingan, which allowed him to skip the arduous process of learning from scratch. Though he still needed extensive practice to master it, compared to Naruto's method, he was far more at ease. However, just thinking about Naruto's massive chakra made Sasuke's scalp tingle. Although chakra is a low-level energy, Naruto at such a young age already possessed a quantity far surpassing that of many jonin. In terms of chakra quantity and quality, he surpassed many, but his lack of techniques and proficiency limited his strength. Before he got to know Naruto better, Sasuke thought his chakra was comparable to that of ordinary jonin. But now compared to Naruto, his chakra was significantly less. If he were to name his chakra ton, Naruto's chakra could be called chakra ocean. Shaking his head, Sasuke pushed those thoughts aside and continued to familiarize himself with the energy output of the Rasengan. Although he had directly copied the prototype of the Rasengan with his Sharingan, increasing the chakra output presented a challenge, maintaining the Rasengan's operational state. The Rasengan requires a high level of chakra to sustain its rotation in multiple directions to maintain its power. He had to gradually increase the output power and slowly become familiar with the changes in energy state to accomplish that. However, during the training of this technique, energy chaos would often occur after reaching a certain point, leading to the chakra in his hand dissipating. Each time the Rasengan dissipated, it caused some damage to his palm. Thus Sasuke's hands were not in much better condition than Naruto's. Throughout the entire afternoon, aside from the moments when Sasuke's chakra was depleted and he refined it, the two hardly took a break. After Sasuke had exhausted his chakra 7 times, Naruto had only depleted his once, and both felt they had reached their limits, lying on the ground to rest and catch their breath for a few minutes. At that moment the sky had darkened and the two, drained of chakra, helped each other back, panting heavily. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto struggling back with their exhausted bodies, Kakashi intentionally allowed them to relax. You two don't overtrain. Your health is the foundation of your future. Naruto, don't you dream of becoming Hokage. But if you keep pushing yourself like this, who knows when you might get taken out. Didn't you encounter an ambush before? Sasuke, I know you harbor hatred and want to grow stronger quickly, but strength does not come overnight. Your brother is exceptionally strong. To seek revenge, you must at least reach the level of Hokage to have hope. However, in the path of training, haste makes waste. For your Uchiha clan, hatred can empower you, but can also consume you. To successfully take revenge, you must not be too impatient. Impatience will not make you stronger. If you are consumed by hatred, how can you seek revenge? Training requires balance. Tomorrow you two should take a break from training and rest for a day. It would be nice to join me on the bridge to enjoy the scenery. Naruto, oblivious to the situation, quipped, Kakashi-sensei, is that really enjoying the scenery? You're clearly reading an adult comic. Bang. Naruto received a hit on the head, a large bump appearing. Mind your manners and don't speak carelessly. I'm just reading to enrich my life. Sasuke, finding Kakashi's blatant attempt at disguise unconvincing, scoffed. Although he said nothing, he internally agreed with Naruto's words. Although Naruto and Sasuke were somewhat reluctant, both were eager to become stronger quickly, albeit for different reasons. Naruto sought to gain the recognition of everyone in the village and to become Hokage, while Sasuke pursued strength to avenge his family and clan. However, both understood that Kakashi was right last night. Merely training without thought wasn't necessarily beneficial. They often felt certain bottlenecks during their training, and when encountering these obstacles, relentless practice might not lead to progress. Conversely, sometimes taking a break could lead to unexpected breakthroughs. So after breakfast, they all went to the bridge. After some time of construction, the main structure of the bridge, which was nearing completion, was almost finished, with only a 2-meter gap left to connect both sides. Hey, this bridge is almost done, huh? Uncle Tazuna, you're working quite fast, Naruto said with a hint of excitement. Sasuke thought to himself, finally it will be over. Once the bridge is completed, they can go home. Haha, I have to thank you all. With your protection, the bridge has been able to be built smoothly, Tazuna said with a hearty laugh. At this time, the construction workers were already on the bridge, diligently performing their duties. Tazuna began his own work, inspecting the workers' progress and providing guidance and explanations where needed. In the distance, among the trees, Zabuza and Haku stood on a branch as thick as a human leg, observing the workers on the bridge as they went about their tasks methodically. It seems that old man Tazuna is quite fast. It's almost done. Kakashi, when we clash again, I will definitely defeat you. The young Haku looked at Zabuza with a smile and said, it seems Lord Zabuza is quite confident this time. Of course. Last time I didn't even unleash my true strengths. Now I want to see how Kakashi will defend against my silent killing technique. The Sharingan is no better than ordinary eyes against my hidden mist technique. Let's go, we will meet our old friend. With that, the two figures vanished, only to reappear on the surface of the water beneath the bridge. Zabuza formed hand seals and softly called out hidden mist technique. In an instant, mist began to rise from the water's surface. To confuse Kakashi, Zabuza did not intentionally speed up the mist's formation. Instead, he allowed it to rise slowly. Zabuza's intention was to deceive the enemy into thinking this mist was naturally formed. Next would be Zabuza's hunting moment. The construction workers on the bridge were working meticulously while Kakashi instructed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura not to stray too far from Tazuna for his protection. This was a habit Kakashi maintained during all his missions. Even when it appeared there was no danger, the target that needed protection could not be neglected. Wisps of mist began to rise from the water surface. Half an hour later, Sasuke, who had been gazing at the river and scenery, softly remarked, the mist is getting. At this moment, Kakashi lay on a stone slab, his face obscured by the colored manga he always carried. Uncle Tazuna, the mist is getting thicker, Sakura warned Tazuna. Haha, it's nothing to worry about, it's just a bit foggy. Visibility is still quite high and doesn't affect normal construction, Tazuna replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sakura immediately felt displeased. Another part of her grumbling, "Old man, what do you mean by just a bit? The mist has enveloped the entire bridge, is that small? What do you mean by visibility is high? If you can only see 4 or 5 meters, is that considered good visibility? What do you mean it doesn't affect normal construction? Is that what I asked you? I was asking whether you should stop work and go home. Watching you all build the bridge is incredibly boring." Sakura's intense inner turmoil was unknown to outsiders. Tazuna had no idea that a single careless remark could bring about unforeseen consequences for him. To confuse Kakashi, Zabuza, although not hastening the mist's formation, had hidden chakra within the mist that Kakashi still detected. "You little brats, be careful. This mist is not simple. You must protect Mr. Tazuna." Kakashi warned Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. "Mr. Tazuna, you should send your workers home." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Tazuna realized that this mist was created by ninjas. The thought of more ninjas causing trouble made him anxious, and he had no choice but to send the workers home. Kakashi also had to put away his manga and become serious and vigilant. Zabuza, seeing the mist thickening from the river, smiled and smirked. "Hee, the show is about to begin." With that, he formed a hand seal and vanished from the water's surface, becoming hidden within the thick mist. Kakashi jumped beside the others and cautioned, "You all don't stray too far from me." Kakashi was fully focused, sensing the surrounding space. He could vaguely feel 2 unusual disturbances in the air. Kakashi's heart sank as he murmured, "Be careful, there are not just 1 but 2 strong opponents coming." Kakashi deduced that the intruders were not ordinary because higher-level ninjas created less disturbance in the air while moving. Hence, he concluded that the 2 hidden enemies were formidable opponents. "Hee, let's take care of the weaker one first," Zabuza thought to himself, setting his sights on the Sakura encircling. At this moment, Sakura was also nervously attuned to the changes around her. She was ready to react at the first sign of any abnormalities. But reality was harsh. Zabuza's level far surpassed Sakura's, and he was accustomed to fighting in the thick mist. Assassination in the mist was Zabuza's signature skill. It was not something a freshly graduated ninja could handle. Sakura, fully focused, had no idea that an indistinct shadow was less than a meter away from her. Right now, she could not see beyond 30 centimeters in front of her, not even her lower body. The blurry figure raised a large sword and brought it down forcefully. Noticing the increased turbulence in the air at Sakura's location, Kakashi did not hesitate. He enhanced his speed with lightning shield chakra, a flash of lightning darting past. With a clank, Kakashi blocked the sword with his ninja blade, shielding Sakura from the deadly downward strike. Kakashi's pupils dilated. This was the decapitating sword. Zabuza was still alive. Kakashi immediately realized that the boy who had previously taken Zabuza's body was likely not from the hidden mist, but rather Zabuza's accomplice. Seeing his decapitating sword blocked, Zabuza was slightly surprised. However, thinking about how he had previously been defeated by Kakashi, he became calm and immediately pushed away, retreating into the mist and vanishing. "Hee, as expected of Kakashi, you managed to block my silent killing technique. But that's just once. Can you continue to block me?" "Hee." Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions. The earlier commotion alerted Sasuke and Naruto, who were also nearby Tazuna. After all, the noise was significant and so close. If Kakashi hadn't blocked it, Sakura would have been cut in half. Thinking of this, the 2 couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Sakura was even more stunned, her heart enveloped in silent terror. She widened her eyes. In that fleeting moment, she felt death approaching, but her senses detected nothing. Just as a flash of lightning appeared, Kakashi-sensei was before her, blocking the enemy's attack concealed in the mist. Sensing the discomfort of the group, Kakashi explained, "The silent killing technique is the signature skill of the rogue ninja Zabuza from the hidden mist. It is an assassination technique hidden within thick mist, silent and extremely difficult to detect. He became famous in the ninja world after using it to assassinate the third Hokage, but he managed to escape. In the dense fog, visibility was non-existent. You are not sensory-type ninjas, and can only judge the movements of others by sensing the flow of air. Try to perceive and see if you can sense the trajectory of your opponent's movements. Hee, as expected of Konoha's elite jonin, you are indeed not ordinary. But to expect a few freshly graduated kids to accomplish what even regular jonin cannot, should I call you naive or foolish?" Zabuza's mockery came through the thick fog. Naruto and Sasuke both tried to use the method provided by Kakashi to sense the flow of air. Naruto couldn't feel the flow of air at all and could only complain, "Kakashi-sensei, that method you mentioned, I can't sense it at all." Kakashi wasn't surprised. If Naruto could sense it, that would be a miracle. He simply explained, "It's a bit early for you right now, but this is a direction you should learn. It will benefit your future development." Sasuke didn't waste words, but focused all his effort on sensing the surrounding air currents. He had heard from his sister Daji about a peculiar method of detection called divine sense scanning. Although he had practiced it before, it felt too elusive and intangible for him to master. However, it had some similarities to the method Kakashi mentioned. Slowly, Sasuke felt a myriad of tiny transparent particles falling from above, centering around him, resembling a light drizzle, but with a much greater density. In Sasuke's perception, a leaf was carried over by a gentle breeze from a distance, and the air particles followed the leaf, tracing a path in the air, though it was quickly erased by the surrounding air. Is that the trace left by the disturbance in the air that Kakashi mentioned? Sasuke felt a surge of joy. Although he had failed to master divine sense in his training, there was still some effect, and that was why he could so easily grasp the method Kakashi described. However, Sasuke's training was still insufficient, so his sensing range was limited to a 5-meter radius. "Zabuza, you truly didn't die. That boy who saved you that day is your accomplice, right?" Kakashi asked into the fog. The range that Sasuke could sense was too small. In his perception, a figure rushed towards him with a short blade, and there was only a fifth of a breath's time from sensing the opponent's approach to their imminent attack. The speed was too fast. Sasuke could only mimic Kakashi's stance, using a lightning shield to enhance his own speed. Clang! Sasuke's kunai blocked the opponent's short blade. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the opponent retreated without a trace. I didn't expect this, Kakashi. The kid you brought is quite impressive, being able to block Haku's attack. Zabuza dissipated some of the fog between himself and Kakashi, allowing Kakashi to vaguely see Zabuza. Fixating on the figure before him, a silhouette of Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi unnoticed by him. Sasuke sensed a faint spatial fluctuation around him and looked towards Kakashi's previous position, barely catching a glimpse of a figure behind Kakashi. Without a second thought, Sasuke hurled a kunai at the figure, aiming for its head. At only 6 or 7 steps away, even if the opponent was a jonin, it would be difficult to dodge this strike. However, surprises always come swiftly. With a clang, Haku appeared and deflected the kunai Sasuke threw, while Zabuza raised his executioner's blade, ready to strike down at Kakashi. Kakashi had been too focused on the Zabuza in front of him and momentarily forgot to pay attention to behind him. Sensing the movement from behind, Kakashi immediately turned his head, but the executioner's blade was already less than 5 centimeters from his face. Kakashi thought to himself that it was bad. The lightning chakra crackled and surged around him at the speed of light. The executioner's blade struck the ground, creating a shower of sparks. In the fog, with limited perception, Zabuza had attacked several times against the kids. Although it was somewhat forced, they had all been blocked by Sasuke. At this point, Sasuke was feeling a bit exhausted. After all, the opponent was an S-class rogue ninja, and considering their strength, it was quite impressive that Sasuke could hold them off considering his stamina. Kakashi managed to escape a calamity thanks to the rapid enhancement from the lightning chakra, but he had still been grazed on the shoulder by the executioner's blade. Kakashi covered the wound on his shoulder with one hand, blood seeping through his fingers. Kakashi felt frustrated. In this dense fog, the Sharingan was of no use, and being forced to take hits was not his style. Kakashi drew a length of bandage from his pocket, wrapped it around the wound, and secured it tightly. Just as Kakashi finished binding his wound, a large blade appeared through the fog. The path it cut through the fog had yet to dissipate when it was already at Kakashi's neck. The large blade passed through Kakashi's figure without any obstruction, without a drop of blood splashing or any sensation of hitting something. With a crack, Kakashi's body transformed into a puddle of water scattering on the ground. Oh no, it's a water clone. Zabuza realized something was wrong and immediately tried to retreat. Whoosh! An ice blade shot out, and Zabuza, who had retreated at the first opportunity, was directly grazed on the calf by the ice blade, instantly freezing the area around the wound. As he landed, Zabuza lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. He quickly got up, pushing off with one foot to retreat back into the fog. Back in the fog, Zabuza was extremely shocked. After an intense battle, his once infallible silent assassination technique had actually failed. The reason they called it silent was that the assassination process would produce almost no sound. Often the moment the victim heard a sound was when their head fell. But this time, not only did Kakashi block his attack, but even that kid was able to stop him. However, his current target was not Kakashi. The reason for attacking Kakashi was merely to test his strength. Now that he knew he posed no threat to Kakashi, he secretly shifted his target to Tazuna. Haku's figure appeared behind Zabuza, her gentle voice tinged with concern. "Zabuza-sama, you are—" As she spoke, Haku knelt down, placing her delicate hand on Zabuza's frozen wound, her chakra flowing, causing the solid ice around the wound to be absorbed and transformed. Zabuza said helplessly, "It seems that we only have to kill that old man Tazuna first. Kakashi and that Uchiha kid are not easy to deal with. Haku, it's time for you to become a real ninja. I'll attract their attention. You take the opportunity to kill that old man." Kakashi, who had always been the target, was quite irritated. He touched his waist pouch, which contained 3 specially made chakra recovery potions. These potions were expensive, and although he was reluctant to use them, Kakashi knew he couldn't delay any longer. Kakashi, known for having copied thousands of ninjutsu, was an elite ninja capable of using all attributes of ninjutsu. Although not a master of all, he could find counter ninjutsu against many ninjas. Against this mist concealment technique, Kakashi naturally had his countermeasures. He quickly formed hand seals, completing more than 20 seals in 3 seconds, then brought his index and middle fingers together above his head and raised his right hand in front of his chest, shouting, "Wind Release Great Typhoon Technique." Kakashi knew quite a few wind release techniques, but most of them were techniques that compressed chakra to create airflow to attack. They were primarily aimed at enhancing offensive power, otherwise they consumed a large amount of chakra for expansive techniques. Wind release was relatively unique, so wind ninjutsu generally consisted of powerful small area attacks, while large area techniques were usually forbidden techniques. The whirlwind technique Kakashi was about to use this time was indeed a forbidden technique. For someone with Kakashi's amount of chakra, using it once would deplete most of his chakra. A chaotic typhoon erupted around Kakashi, blowing in all directions. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna all leaned forward slightly, barely managing to withstand the violent winds. The furious typhoon caused the group to slide across the ground. Sakura smartly reminded Naruto and Sasuke to use chakra adhesion to keep themselves grounded, but the force of the typhoon was too strong, causing their skin to sting and making it difficult to open their eyes. Sakura held tightly onto Tazuna, but the wind was so powerful that Tazuna was lifted off the ground and his eyes were directly blown against the railing, shattering his glasses. The fog was quickly blown away by the chaotic whirlwind, revealing the figures of Zabuza and Haku. Before Sakura and the others, as well as Zabuza and Haku, were long trails, the evidence of their displacement caused by the wind. Kakashi stopped his technique and the chaotic typhoon also came to a halt. If this book does well, I may consider updating 8,000 words daily. It all depends on whether you readers enjoy the story. The sound of the howling wind ceased and the thick fog completely dissipated at this command. The white clothing and fluttering hair also stopped swaying. The casting of the wind technique drained Kakashi's chakra completely. He squatted on the ground, gasping for breath. After exhausting his chakra, he felt utterly powerless. Hehe, Kakashi, you're really strong, actually using forbidden techniques to break my mist concealment technique. But that must have taken quite a toll on you, hehe. Seeing Kakashi looking quite weak, Zabuza mocked him. Kakashi struggled to pull out a potion from his waist pouch, opened it, and tilted his head back. As he swallowed, the chakra potion flowed into his abdomen, and immediately a vast amount of chakra energy circulated throughout his body. After drinking the chakra potion, Kakashi stood up, feeling the immense energy filling his body. Blue chakra overflowed from his surface, and Kakashi once again felt the long-lost slow chakra state. Ever since Obito gifted him the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra had never been fully replenished. He could not control the Sharingan's closure, and instead of becoming stronger due to its enhancement, he even had to allocate part of his chakra to mitigate the Sharingan's consumption. Feeling the fullness in his body, Kakashi drew out a kunai and twirled it in his hand, confidently stating, "Sorry, Zabuza, but it seems your purpose this time will be thwarted." Upon seeing Kakashi's transformation, Zabuza knew that a fierce battle was imminent. He began to form hand seals again, preparing to activate the mist concealment technique once more. Seeing Zabuza's movements, Kakashi would not give him a chance. Before Zabuza could complete 3 hand seals, Kakashi charged forward. Seeing this, Haku quickly stepped in front of Zabuza. This scene had already been anticipated by Kakashi, so as Haku blocked his path, enhanced by lightning release chakra, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of lightning. A single word flashed through Haku's mind so fast. Kakashi's vanished figure reappeared directly behind Zabuza, lightning release chakra attached to his feet, and with a bang he kicked Zabuza squarely in the back. Zabuza let out a miserable scream as arcs of electricity surged through him, sending both him and Haku flying. On the side, seeing Kakashi fully revived, Sasuke felt relieved. He knew that at his current level, without using seals or the power of his sister Kagaya, he would not be a match for such high-level ninjas. However, observing the battle was beneficial for him. Through his Sharingan, he replicated Kakashi's wind technique and the method of enhancing his speed with lightning release chakra. Although Kakashi's method of accelerating was not a complete ninjutsu, it still mobilized chakra flow, making it replicable with the Sharingan. Seeing Kakashi's prowess, Sasuke also felt a surge of eagerness. The violent and combative genes were already ingrained in the Uchiha bloodline. At this moment, Sasuke craved an exhilarating battle. Yay, Kakashi Sensei is mighty. Sakura and Naruto, watching Kakashi send Haku and Zabuza flying with a kick, immediately cheered up. Zabuza and Haku struggled to rise, arcs of electricity still flickering around them, leaving them feeling numb and causing their bodily control to become somewhat uncoordinated. Feeling the numbness in his body and the little chakra left within him, Zabuza lowered his head and laughed. Hee hee. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was frenzied. Kakashi, I must admit, I am no match for you, but killing me will not be an easy task either. With his large blade slung over his shoulder, Zabuza clenched his fists and raised them above his head, channeling the remaining chakra in his body. Zabuza gathered his strength, suddenly pulling his hands down with a shout, ugh. And with a boom, a massive surge of chakra erupted outward, forming a towering blue chakra pillar centered around him, the explosive energy creating a strong wind. Seeing this, Haku crossed his arms in front of his head. The powerful airflow made his hair flutter, and he couldn't help but exclaim, it seems Lord Zabuza isn't very confident in me either, he has a backup plan. Although Haku was somewhat surprised that Zabuza had a trump card unknown to him, he would never have any dissatisfaction towards his idol. Zabuza's powerful chakra dispersed all the lightning release chakra Kakashi had left in his body, and the feeling of numbness vanished. Zabuza placed a hand on Haku's shoulder and his chakra flowed into Haku, dispersing the lightning release chakra within him as well. Feeling Zabuza's immense chakra and the disappearance of the numbness, Haku felt a sense of relief. How did you expect this, Kakashi? This is a technique I have never used before, and you won't find any mention of it in the intelligence reports about me. If it weren't for the immense energy cost, I wouldn't want to use it. With a whoosh, Zabuza charged forward, throwing a punch directly at Kakashi's face. So fast. The only word that flashed through Kakashi's mind before Zabuza struck him in the bang. Kakashi was sent flying and Zabuza pursued him, delivering a knee strike while Kakashi was still airborne. He then jumped up, bringing both hands together to strike, and just in time Kakashi's blue chakra transformed into a shimmering armor with arcs of electricity. Bang. Zabuza's hammer-like fist struck heavily against Kakashi's chest. Zabuza's hammer struck Kakashi's lightning armor, creating waves of violent force. The armor cracked under the impact of this powerful attack. With a loud crash, Kakashi fell heavily to the ground. The broken lightning armor disintegrated into tiny arcs of light, and the hard cement ground was slightly dented. Cracks resembling spider webs radiated outwards from Kakashi's position, spreading over a meter in distance. Ugh. Kakashi clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just moments ago, in a critical moment, he had condensed the lightning release chakra into a thunderous armor, which had a very strong defensive power. However, even with it, he was still smashed apart by Zabuza's utterly ordinary hammer. If it weren't for the protection of the lightning armor, that blow would have surely left Kakashi on the brink of death. Just as Kakashi landed, Zabuza let out a miserable scream as he fell from the air. Haku jumped up to catch Zabuza. Looking at Zabuza in his arms, Haku noticed that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Haku worriedly called out, Lord Zabuza, you. Zabuza weakly replied, Haku, I have no strength left to fight. Although Kakashi is not dead, he also lacks the ability to continue fighting. Killing Kakashi, the remaining 2 brats are no match for you. Lord Zabuza, please rest well, I will handle the rest. Haku gently set Zabuza down. Don't worry, I will complete this task for you. Haku slowly stood up, staring at Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna across from him. I'm sorry, but today you will all die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Haku dashed forward, instantly reaching Kakashi and thrusting his kunai towards Kakashi's heart. I'm sorry, but it seems today you will be the one to die. Sasuke's blood-red eyes locked onto Haku. Seeing Sasuke's blood-red eyes, Haku's heart jolted. Knowing that to kill Kakashi, he first had to deal with these sub-ninjas, she instinctively retreated. Is this the Sharingan? Haku felt a slight shock. The intelligence she had gathered had very little information about the Sharingan, and she did not know much about it. That hurried glance was Haku's first direct confrontation with the Sharingan. Those strange eyes just from a brief look made Haku, who was sensitive to spiritual awareness since childhood, feel as if she were standing amidst a hellish mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Uchiha Sasuke, your Sharingan is indeed terrifying. Sasuke found Haku's reaction somewhat perplexing. The Sharingan was powerful, but with it not fully awakened, he couldn't do much with it. He naturally had no idea what Haku had just seen. Just as my hands are feeling a bit itchy, I hope your strength isn't too weak. Sakura on the side expressed her concern softly, calling out Sasuke. Be careful. Seeing Sasuke charge out first, Naruto felt a wave of regret. He had wanted to perform such a cool act of saving Kakashi Sensei, but he had missed the opportunity and let Sasuke steal the spotlight. At this moment, Naruto also felt an itch to fight. He wanted to face off against the masked man across from him. With that thought, Naruto charged forward, standing between the two. Naruto pointed a finger at Haku. How dare you try to kill Kakashi Sensei without asking me? Aren't you just the tail end of the team? What do you think you can use to fight me? Naruto raised his thumb, pointing to the forehead protector on his head. I am the man who will become Hokage. Although Haku mocked Naruto for being the tail end of the team, she had done her research on him and did not dare to underestimate him, as she knew Naruto was the Jinchuriki. To prevent Naruto from using the Ninetales' power, Haku specifically found a sealing technique from the Leaf Village's ninja archives that could sever the connection between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast chakra. This sealing technique wasn't very powerful, so it wasn't hard to master. With her extraordinary perception, Haku grasped the essentials after just a few tries. Hokage, huh? Then I'll crush you right here. Haku rapidly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, secret technique, mirror ice crystal. Suddenly the temperature in the air dropped. The moisture in the air seemed to be drawn and quickly gathering into neatly arranged water mirrors that formed a three-layered circle. Cold air enveloped Haku, rapidly freezing those water mirrors into ice crystals, encasing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Haku approached the ice crystals and stepped in. His figure was reflected in the ice crystals, and with a flash of light, each ice crystal reflected Haku's image like a mirror. Upon seeing the surroundings, Naruto was startled. Just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. It turned out the ground had unknowingly frozen over, and Naruto slipped without noticing. Ouch, it hurts. Naruto cried out, clutching his head where a bump had formed. So, Naruto Uzumaki, how do you plan to deal with me? The voice of Bai echoed through the ice crystals, startling Naruto. He had never seen such a ninjutsu before. At that moment, Naruto felt somewhat at a loss. All he could see were white figures around him. He knew the others were illusions with only one true body, but the figures within the ice crystals were indistinguishable in expression and movement. In response to Bai's question, Naruto did not back down. I'll shatter all your broken ice mirrors and see where you can hide. However, in response to Naruto's bravado, Bai merely chuckled, and the figures within the ice crystals raised their shuriken, launching them at Naruto. Clang, clang, clang. Naruto swung his kunai, deflecting the shuriken while dodging the other incoming. Thud. A shuriken pierced Naruto's shoulder, causing him to stumble in pain as a barrage of long shuriken impaled him. Sasuke stood beside Kakashi, attempting to protect him, but the shuriken were too densely packed. Even with his Sharingan working at full throttle, he couldn't prevent a few shuriken from hitting Kakashi's thigh and body. Kakashi, feeling helpless, was conscious, but severely injured with no strength left to move. Seeing Kakashi's condition, Sasuke decided to prioritize getting him out of there. He picked up Kakashi and quickly ran towards the edge while the enemy focused on attacking Naruto. Bai, who was attacking Naruto, noticed Sasuke carrying Kakashi and immediately shifted her focus of attack toward him. Sasuke's body crackled with electricity, his figure flickering and hard to hit as the scattered shuriken struggled to connect. Sasuke quickly approached the edge of the ice crystals. He threw Kakashi out and shouted to Sakura outside, Sakura, take Kakashi and Tazuna and get out of here. But Sakura wanted to say something. No buts, just do it, Sasuke ordered sternly. Hearing his tone, Sakura knew she had to comply or Sasuke would get angry, and she didn't want that. Wanting to save her comrades was not that simple. Bai's cold voice emerged as shuriken flew towards Kakashi in midair, while she herself rushed toward him, thrusting a shuriken directly at Kakashi's throat. Sasuke had anticipated this move. He quickly formed seals and shouted, fire style great fireball jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a ball of flame which carried intense heat and force, incinerating the shuriken aimed at Kakashi into steam. As steam rose, it turned out that the shuriken had been transformed from ice. Sasuke had initially intended for the impact of the fireball to launch them away, but they had simply vaporized instead. Kakashi was successfully thrown out through a gap in the ice crystals, and Sakura jumped up to steady his body as he landed. Seeing Kakashi safely out, Sasuke immediately shouted, "Sakura, hurry and go." Sakura had no choice. She knew staying behind would be a burden, so she obediently called Tazuna to leave with her. At this moment, Tazuna's beard and hair were covered in frost. He responded to Sakura with a nod and followed her out. Seeing the burden leave, a smirk appeared on Sasuke's face as he said, "Finally, I can fight without hold." By noticing Sakura taking Kakashi and Tazuna away was not in a hurry. The genin named Sakura was weak and stood no chance against her, and Kakashi, severely wounded, wouldn't recover anytime soon, so she took her time. Her current task was to eliminate the two brats before fulfilling Zabuza's orders. Damn it, Naruto thought anxiously. He hadn't even had a chance to confront the enemy and was already shot full of holes. The intense pain affected his senses, and if this continued, he would surely die here. Sasuke snorted coldly, "Is this your bloodline limit?" "It's nothing special." As expected, Sasuke realized that she was utilizing her bloodline limit's abilities. After all, he too possessed a bloodline limit, just with different powers. With the attack pause, Naruto shouted, "Sasuke, you bastard, aren't you going to come help me block this?" Naruto then gathered his chakra and unleashed a shockwave, sending the shuriken flying off him, clattering against the ice crystals, yet the surface of the ice remained unscathed. Naruto didn't stop and continued to harness energy, his orange chakra beginning to overflow. Sensing Naruto's change, Bai realized he was about to use the Ninetales chakra. Swish, Bai's figure darted out from the ice crystals, appearing in front of Naruto. Her speed was too fast before Naruto could react. Her slender hand pressed against his stomach, and the seals she had prepared were instantly activated. Suddenly, Naruto's chakra dissipated. He could no longer sense the chakra of the Ninetales. With pressure applied to Naruto's stomach, he was sent flying, and Bai's figure rushed back into the ice crystals, repeatedly attacking Naruto. Ugh. Naruto screamed in pain while airborne. Sasuke knew Naruto wouldn't easily die, especially with the Ninetales within him, but he was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Bai had actually severed Naruto's connection to the Ninetales chakra. With that, Naruto's strength would be significantly diminished. Knowing he couldn't let this continue, Sasuke activated his Sharingan with all his might, trying to discern Bai's movements, but he could only see a fast-moving blur. The speed was barely something he could keep up with, but factoring in reaction time, it was still insufficient. Naruto, battered and bruised, crashed to the ground and bounced back up 20 centimeters before crashing down again, losing consciousness. Just moments ago, Bai had not only severed Naruto's connection with the Bija, but had also sealed his chakra. In such a state, it would be difficult for him to wake up after fainting. Thus, Bai had temporarily resolved a problem. As for the Ninetales brat, she thought it best to leave him for Zabuza to handle after the battle concluded. Seeing Naruto's situation, Sasuke's heart sank. Naruto had been dealt with by the opponent. "Now, it's your turn, Uchiha Sasuke. Are you ready?" Bai's gentle voice rang out. Sasuke said nothing, only letting out a cold snort. With Naruto out of the way, all she needed to do now was focus all her strength on Sasuke, and her mood had relaxed considerably. Sakura, leaving the bridge, was dragging her small frame while carrying Kakashi and the shivering Dasna back. At this moment, the little person in Sakura's heart was frantically outputting against Dasna, persistently greeting him warmly. Of course, Dasna was unaware of this. He had been overtaken by the cold, completely frozen. With a thud, Dasna collapsed to the ground unconscious. Sakura was also extremely cold, but thanks to the protection of chakra, her situation was much better than Dasna's. Other than feeling a bit chilly, she didn't have any significant discomfort. Seeing Dasna collapse unconscious, the little person in Sakura's heart immediately burst into laughter, finally seizing the opportunity. Sakura put down Kakashi and then began to punch and kick Dasna, shouting, "You old fool. You lied, you drank too much, and you stood there talking as if it didn't hurt. Because of you, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi Sensei, and Naruto are in danger. I'll kick you to death, kick you to death, kick you to death." Dasna probably never imagined he would be beaten up because of something he said earlier. Sakura had already thought of a way to cover up her actions. Later, she would say that she had encountered thugs arranged by Kato on the way back, and there were too many of them, which was why Dasna got beaten. After that, she would chase those thugs away. Perfect. Not receiving a response from Sasuke, Bai stopped wasting time and directly attacked. This time not only were there shurikens in the air, but ice spikes as thick as arms were also emerging from the ground. As Sasuke dodged and maneuvered to avoid the ice spikes, he also swung his kunai to block the shurikens Bai was shooting. Under Bai's assault, Sasuke had no chance to form seals and use jutsu. He could only convert a portion of his lightning chakra to enhance his speed. Continuing like this was not a solution. Sasuke felt a bit anxious. He did not call for Daji's help because he knew that if he did not experience the trials of life and death, he would not grow. At this moment, he was in a perilous situation where victory meant survival and defeat meant death. He wanted to become stronger under such pressure. Seeing that she had been unable to break through for a long time, Bai felt a bit anxious. Although her ability was strong, it had its limitations, and continuing to consume energy like this was definitely not a wise choice. For the sake of the mission entrusted to her by Zabuza, I must defeat him. Bai made up her mind. It seems capturing you will require using some of my hidden skills. Bai formed seals in the ice crystal and quietly chanted forbidden technique demonic mirror ice dome. Suddenly, the originally transparent white ice crystal transformed into blood red and then into black. All the ice crystals turned into pure black, glimmering with a chilling light, and Bai's figure disappeared, replaced by Sasuke's silhouette, while the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Strangely, although the blackness of this space was the same as that of the demonic mirror, Sasuke could see the outline of the mirror and his own figure within it despite everything else being completely black. This move was a concept provided by Zabuza based on Bai's abilities, an evolved version of a bloodline limit ability that took 3 years of experimentation to succeed. It belonged to the realm of bloodline elimination, and as the name implies, this was a power strong enough to eliminate bloodline limits. Sasuke's pupils narrowed, a Bai's figure and presence vanished. Having fought until now, Sasuke had already consumed more than half of his chakra. Sasuke looked around to the reflection of himself in the demonic mirror was doing the same. He furrowed his brows as the feeling of unease became increasingly evident. Sitting and waiting for death was not Sasuke's character. He immediately formed seals and shouted fire release fire dragon jutsu. Sasuke intended to use the powerful fire dragon to shatter all these mirrors, thereby breaking Bai's jutsu. However, to Sasuke's disappointment, while the fire dragon was powerful, it could not inflict any damage to the demonic mirror, leaving not even a scratch. From the magic crystal behind Sasuke, a figure resembling him smirked, appearing extremely eerie. The figure silently floated behind Sasuke, thrusting a kunai towards him. Sensing the danger, arcs of electricity crackled across Sasuke's body. Although he managed to evade the attack at the last moment, it still left a deep gash on him. Sasuke clutched his wound, his heart sinking as he realized the difficulty of the opponent's ability. His Sharingan could not see through the illusion of himself in the demonic mirror. Seeing the figure that looked just like him in the position he had just occupied, Sasuke coldly questioned, "Is this all you can do?" Ambush. The floating Sasuke, looking disappointed, replied, "He Zabuza is a killer, and I was trained by him, so naturally I use killing methods." Do you know what a killer is? It means that everything is focused on killing the target regardless of the process. The fake Sasuke answered his own question. Just a petty thief. You can only do your dirty work in the shadows. Sasuke scoffed. You can say whatever you want, but today you cannot change your fate of dying. While speaking, Sasuke's shadow began to move strangely. He was completely focused on sensing the surrounding space, unaware that his own shadow was preparing to attack him. With a thrust, the kunai in the shadow's hand plunged deeply into Sasuke's thigh. Intense pain radiated from his leg. Sasuke looked at the shadow, smiling eerily at him, feeling a chill. He now understood that the opponent's technique was controlling shadows. The technique of controlling shadows existed in the Nara clan of Konoha, but that was controlling one's own shadow to fight. Controlling the enemy's shadow to attack them was simply bizarre. Sasuke reached out to grab the opponent, but his hand passed right through the shadow's hand. The shadow was not a physical entity. Sasuke's confidence wavered of facing such a bizarre ability. Could he really defeat the opponent? Though his confidence was shaken, his obsession with revenge kept him from conceding easily. Since the opponent's ability was to control his own shadow to attack him, then he would eliminate those shadows. The eerie smile, along with the shadow, still gripping the kunai in Sasuke's leg, was preparing to withdraw it and continue the assault. Boom! Sasuke's body was engulfed in flames. This was the fire control technique taught to him by Daji. Although it was the most basic fire control technique in the cultivation world, it proved remarkably effective here. With this single action, the dark space flickered with firelight and the shadows began to show signs of pain. They were indeed Sasuke's real shadows, but here they were completely at Bai's mercy. The fire emanating from Sasuke would instantly annihilate them. If it weren't for the protective function of the demonic mirror, all the shadows within it would have vanished. Seeing his flames engulf him, the shadows dared not attack anymore. Sasuke smirked. Sasuke increased his chakra output, the flames roaring, the orange-red flames laced with hints of white. The shadows of Sasuke in the demonic mirror transformed into light points and disappeared. Hee, have you realized? But do you think this means you can defeat me? What a joke. As Bai's voice fell, the shadows in the demonic mirror began to writhe and slowly change. Bang! 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 Sasuke swung his fiery fist, pounding the demonic mirror, but it was utterly useless. Sasuke's attack barely left a scratch on the mirror's surface, aided by a hint of spiritual energy. The shadows in the demonic mirror quickly completed their transformation. The reflection of Sasuke in the mirror no longer feared the flames surrounding him. The demon emerges, Bai's voice echoed, carrying a haunting resonance, as if it were coming from the mirror. The figures of Sasuke in the demonic mirror all emerged, surrounding him. Sasuke's heart sank. He thought to himself, it's over. A group of Sasukes attacked him. Sasuke fought back with all his might, although the flames could cause some damage to those shadows. Due to the enhancement of spiritual energy, it was limited. Very soon the exhausted Sasuke, both in energy and stamina, had reached his limits. With a thud, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It's over, a group of Sasukes said to him. Shut up. Sasuke replied impatiently. However, the response to Sasuke was a flurry of punches and kicks, and his screams echoed throughout the Sasuke fell into unconsciousness, and Bai's figure also emerged from the demonic mirror. She approached Sasuke, ready to seal his chakra abilities. Suddenly a surge of black flames erupted from Sasuke, and his body began to float slowly. The cursed seal on his neck emitted Lee-shaped red markings that coursed over half of his body before settling into a dark form. At that moment, Sasuke's body was enveloped in a surge of black energy. Gradually, this energy grew stronger and more violent. The floating Sasuke felt the immense power within him. He opened his eyes, and under the influence of the demonic energy, a new tomo appeared in his blood-red Sharingan. At that moment, Sasuke's Sharingan fully awakened, marking his ability to perfectly replicate jutsu and truly cultivate ocular techniques. Seeing Sasuke's transformation, the evil and violent power evoked a sense of fear in Bai, whose spiritual senses were already sharp. She was shocked by Sasuke's power. It was terrifying beyond belief. The chilling aura and immense pressure made her feel as if she were suffocating. Realizing the danger, she wanted to retreat with Zabuza, but Bai was horrified to find herself immobilized and unable to move. Clenching his right hand into a fist and feeling the wild power within, Sasuke glanced at Bai. In an instant, he appeared in front of a demonic mirror, his hand pressing against it as he calmly uttered a single word: break. With a bang, the demonic mirror, along with the blackened space, shattered like glass, scattering into pieces. Bai screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she flew out, crashing to the ground. Bai lay sprawled on the ground, her face contorted in terror. She could no longer deny it. She was utterly outmatched by Sasuke. Every limb screamed with agony. Her ribs were all shattered. Humph. Sasuke, shrouded in an aura of ominous gloom, cast a cold, disdainful glance upon the helpless Bai. The surge of overwhelming power made Sasuke believe he could subdue even Zabuza within 3 strikes. In that moment, intoxicated by sheer might, his expression twisted into a savage grin as he strode forward, unyielding, unrelenting, inexorable. In the brief lull between Bai's battle and now, Zabuza had recovered just enough strength. He knelt on one knee, grievously wounded, his breath ragged and labored. Though he had replenished only a fraction of his chakra, his battered body could scarcely bear even the slightest movement. Yet his gaze, fixed upon the young Uchiha advancing toward the gravely injured Bai, remained impassive. Lying motionless, Bai endured the searing pain and whispered feebly to Zabuza, "Lord Zabuza, I did my best. Forgive me, I failed you." Sasuke still advanced, grinning savagely, step after inexorable step, toward Bai. At her words, a sharp visceral ache pierced Zabuza's chest, as though a blade had plunged deep into the most tender recess of his soul. In that instant, even his own wounds faded into insignificance. Instead of his usual stern rebuke, Zabuza surprised her with unexpected gentleness. "It's all right, Bai. You gave everything you had. I hold no blame against you." Sasuke continued his relentless advance, grinning savagely step after inexorable step, toward Bai. Watching him draw nearer with each stride, she knew death awaited her. Bai had been born in a remote insular village of the Land of Water, a place steeped in xenophobia. Her mother, purchased by her father, had never known warmth or belonging within that home. Though kind-hearted by nature, her mother possessed a bloodline limit, an ability that branded her as an abomination in the eyes of ignorant villagers who subjected her to scorn, abuse, and violence. Her father never intervened, until the day Bai witnessed her mother use her power to save another, only to be beaten to death by the very people she sought to aid. That horror became an indelible scar upon her young heart, an eternal nightmare. In the years that followed, Bai assumed her mother's role, toiling ceaselessly for her father. She labored solely to sustain a man who possessed no virtue beyond drunken rages, cruel words, and brutal beatings. One day, confined indoors, as always, she watched her father usher a stranger into their home, then receive a bundle of money before commanding her to follow the man away. She was only 10. The man who bought her, seeing her delicate beauty, showed no regard for her age and attempted unspeakable acts. In her desperate resistance, she accidentally killed him and fled into exile, reduced to begging from door to door. Then came that snow-laden night, the night forever seared into her memory, for it marked her rebirth. Starving and near collapse, she saw a woman open her door, toss several steaming buns to her dogs, and retreat inside. Without hesitation, Bai lunged for the warm buns, only for snarling dogs to charge at her. In the chaos, she killed one dog, but as the remaining two tore into her flesh, two sharp yelps echoed, and then silence. Only then, trembling, did she dare open her eyes. A towering figure stood before her. He extended a hand, his voice cold and distant. "Come with me." His voice, so detached, so austere, warmed her heart on that frozen, snow-choked night. Without thought, she rose and followed him into the unknown. That was the first time she met Lord Zabuza. "Thank you, Lord Zabuza, for all these years. You taught me how to live not as a puppet, but as a human being. If only I could stay by your side forever." A gentle smile graced Bai's lips. Hearing her words, even Zabuza, the unshakable killer, felt tears spill down his cheeks. Sasuke still advanced, grinning savagely, step after inexorable step, toward Bai. Recalling that snowy night when he rescued her, he had believed his heart would remain unmoved, that he had taken her in solely for her latent abilities. Yet over the years, she had become more than a tool. She was his student, his protege, learning ninjutsu under his guidance, mastering control over her own power. Though no formal master-disciple bond existed, fate had long since bound them in silent kinship. Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, renowned for his silent killing technique, which had claimed countless elite shinobi. Even his ultimate technique, the explosive chakra release, had been unveiled, and yet he fell humiliated before Kakashi and this young Uchiha. His face ashen, Zabuza sighed deeply, then spoke to Bai for the first time with tenderness. "Bai, flee. Live on. That is my final wish for you." Seeing the demonic boy close in on Bai, Zabuza faltered, then forced himself upright and roared, "Brat of the Uchiha. Come, kill me instead. Spare Bai." Sasuke halted mid-stride and replied icily, "Don't rush. She'll wait for you below. I'll send you to join her shortly." With that, he resumed his advance, step after inexorable step, until he stood directly above Bai, his face twisted in a cruel, triumphant grin. Bai lifted her gaze toward the descending kunai and gently closed her eyes. At the precipice of death, Zabuza hurled his execution blade. It sliced through the air, spinning violently toward Sasuke. Whoosh! Sasuke evaded the strike, instantly reappearing behind Zabuza. A blinding white light erupted from Sasuke's right palm, wreathed in crackling black lightning, each bolt thick as a thumb, hundreds interlacing with a deafening shriek, like 1,000 birds shrieking in unison. Too fast. The thought flashed across Zabuza's mind. He'd hoped to stall, by precious seconds, to escape, but the boy had closed the distance in an instant. Even at his peak, Zabuza might not have evaded such speed, let alone now broken and bleeding. Sasuke's grin hardened into cold, lethal resolve. "Dying by Kakashi's signature technique is your honor. Let me grant you passage." Thud. Blood sprayed. As Zabuza spun around, his pupils dilated in disbelief. He hadn't expected Bai to shield him in that final moment. Sasuke's hand pierced straight through Bai's chest, her heart already ruptured by the blow. With great effort, she turned her head. "Lord Zabuza, meeting you was the greatest fortune of my life. Farewell, Lord Zabuza." "Bye." Zabuza squeezed his eyes shut, tears streaming freely down the face of a man who once shed none for slaughtered foes. Regret coiled in his gut. He should never have accepted Gato's mission. The cursed seal around Sasuke's neck pulsed once, its dark markings receding swiftly back into the mark, the malevolent aura dissipating. The shrieking Chidori vanished from his pierced hand as he withdrew it, gasping heavily. For a moment he had nearly succumbed to the corrupting influence of demonic chakra, barely wresting control back. Yet his body trembled, straining beneath the toll. Clap, clap, clap. What an extraordinary shinobi duel. A bald, portly, bespectacled man with long hair strode forward, flanked by dozens of armed samurai. Zabuza gently laid Bai down upon the earth. Bai. No other words would come, only silent, unceasing tears. Zabuza, you're truly pathetic. Can't even handle a child, and you dare demand exorbitant payment from me. Not a single coin, not even a copper piece. Die, both of you. Zabuza raised his head slowly, his eyes locking onto the bald man Gato. Gato flinched at Zabuza's predatory glare, retreating behind his men and snarling, they've exhausted their chakra. Attack them, kill them both. Rich rewards await. Zabuza seized his weapon, channeling the last dregs of chakra into his limbs, just enough to stand to move to fight. Ninjutsu was impossible, but slaying a pack of samurai. If it meant killing the man who doomed Bai, then death itself would be worth it. Zabuza bore no grudge against Sasuke for Bai's death. They were enemies. Zabuza had provoked the conflict. In such a world, mercy was neither expected nor owed. He had spent his life committing atrocities. Yet Bai, pure as freshly fallen snow, gentle as morning mist, had reminded him of what humanity could be. Before he died, he wished to do one last good deed, ensure Bai's soul found peace in the next life. Thus Gato, the architect of all this ruin, must die. Without him, Zabuza would never have taken the mission. Without the mission, Bai would still be alive. Though panting, Sasuke retained a sliver of residual demonic chakra, more than enough to cut through the samurai ranks and secure his escape. 100 samurai charged. Without hesitation, Zabuza lunged into their midst, snapping one man's neck, seizing his sword, and carving a path of carnage. Steel-clashed blades bit into flesh, blood, and severed limbs flew in every direction. Terrified by Zabuza's ferocity, some samurai turned instead toward Sasuke, who knelt, breath ragged, seemingly spent. Surely a chakra-depleted child posed little threat. They were met not with weakness, but with far greater brutality. Sasuke forged the last remnants of demonic chakra into a blade, and those who rushed him would never comprehend why they were cleaved into 8 pieces. Zabuza's terrifying prowess in the thick of battle shook even seasoned warriors. After all, gold meant nothing without a life to spend it. Zabuza carved a crimson path through the samurai, while Gato, seeing no pursuit, broke into a panicked sprint. But a pampered, corpulent man could never outrun a killer bred for speed. Zabuza overtook Gato after only 4 or 5 steps and hacked him apart with ruthless precision. Blood soaked the snow, grotesque and absolute. Gato lay dead beyond redemption. His retainers, enraged and leaderless, seized the opening. Zabuza's chakra had finally abandoned him, his body collapsing under its own weight. Blades descended, Zabuza fell. By then Sasuke had slaughtered the samurai sent to kill him. Those remaining near Zabuza looked upon the river of blood, and floating atop it, pale and ghastly, the brains of the men Sasuke had bisected. Horror gripped them. Their patron was dead and no reward remained. And this boy, still standing, still breathing, still radiating menace, was no mere child. He was a slaughterer. Sasuke's gaze swept over the survivors, cold, merciless. One samurai broke, screaming, "Demon! He's a demon!" before bolting in blind panic. The rest followed. Sasuke did not pursue. He glanced at Bai, his first kill. More would follow. The demonic chakra had left him not with dread but exhilaration, a primal urge to revel in slaughter. Yet as the energy receded into the seal, the intoxication faded. "Young Uchiha, though we are enemies, I ask one favor." "Speak," Sasuke replied coolly. Though adversaries, Sasuke held respect for strength, and for now both Zabuza and Kakashi qualified. He was willing to hear the request. "Bury me beside Bai." To inter a pair of corpses was no burden. "Accepted." 2 words, Sasuke's solemn vow fulfilled. "Then I am at peace." Zabuza stretched his hand toward Bai, yearning to grasp her one last time, but the gulf between them remained unbridgeable. "Bai, I'm coming." His outstretched hand fell. His final vision, frozen forever, was the still serene face of Bai. After Cardo's death, the construction of the bridge progressed much more smoothly. After half a month's rest, Kakashi had recovered about 70%. Of the remaining recovery would require a long period of gentle nurturing. In fact, although Kakashi was gravely injured, he could have almost fully recovered in just 10 days. However, the chakra potion he consumed during the battle had severe side effects, placing a considerable burden on his body and internal organs. That chakra potion extracted potential from the cells through medication, preemptively utilizing chakra energy at the cost of damaging the body. However, after Kakashi woke up, he learned that Sasuke had defeated Haku and Zabuza. He found it hard to believe, but thinking of Sasuke's cursed seal power, he assumed he must have used that strength. Sasuke also chose not to disclose the details of the battle. Although Naruto kept asking after witnessing Haku's abilities, Sasuke only wished to quickly increase his strength. The notion that haste makes waste was all nonsense to him. Power was the true path. With Kaido dead, there were no more obstacles to the bridge's construction. Without hindrance, Tazuna had no reason to keep the group behind. However, as they were leaving, Tazuna's daughter Tsunami blushed as she saw them off all the way to the shore. Only then did Kakashi helplessly say, "Miss Tsunami, you can go back now. You don't need to see us off any further." Kakashi, a seasoned warrior, understood Tsunami's feelings, but as a ninja who lived on the edge, he could not accept her sentiment. He did not want to hurt her by making things clear, as he simply did not harbor feelings for her. What? What paradise? Of course, it's the paradise of intimacy. Haha, those who understand get it. Hooray, I can finally go back. Once I return to the village, I must eat 3 big bowls of Ichiraka ramen. Naruto said excitedly. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke looked at him disdainfully and muttered, "Food bucket." Naruto paid no mind. He was used to Sasuke's harsh words. Sakura carried a bulging backpack. She thought that after being away for so long, both her parents must be worried. This was her first long trip, and she hoped to bring back many local specialties to make them happy. After Kaido's death, there were no threats. The items in Sakura's backpack were the local specialties she had bought during Kakashi's recovery. Kakashi led the 3 onto the boat. Tsunami, who had not yet left, watched Kakashi's retreating figure, feeling conflicted. She knew this farewell might mean they would never meet again. Reflecting on her time caring for him, her once dormant heart had entirely devoted itself to him. But knowing Kakashi was a powerful elite ninja of a great nation, while she was merely an ordinary person, a widow with 2 children who had been kidnapped by Kaido's warriors and sold who knows where, she felt unworthy of him. Thus, she could only bury her feelings deep within. On the shore, her beautifully delicate eyes glistening with tears, she waved at Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, thank you for your help. Farewell. Aunt Tsunami, you should go back now. We are leaving." Aside from Sasuke, the others waved goodbye to, accompanied by the sounds of wind. Gentle breezes swept across the river surface, and Sakura's pink hair danced gracefully in the river's breeze. As Naruto watched Sakura's flowing hair, her flawless and exquisite face appeared even more beautiful in the soft morning light. This scene mesmerized Naruto, who had already liked Sakura. A trace of liquid dribbled from the corner of Naruto's mouth. Sasuke noticed Naruto's foolishness and frowned, thinking this idiot was disgracing the ninja name. If it weren't for Daji's request, he would not want to be entangled with this fool. After a few days of travel, Kakashi and the others returned to Konoha. As they approached the village entrance, Kurenai came out with her ninja team. "Oh, Kurenai, are you taking them out on a mission too?" Seeing Kurenai emerge from the village, Kakashi greeted her. "It's Kakashi-senpai. I heard you went to the Land of Waves on a mission and gained quite a bit for the village." Kakashi felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "That's all due to that guy who issued the mission, intentionally concealing the truth about it, which gave me the opportunity to secure more benefits for the village." "Are you also going out on a mission?" "Yes, a nearby village in Konoha has been attacked by a band of thieves. The Hokage sent me to handle it, and I might as well take a few youngsters with me to practice." Hinata, standing behind Kurenai, looked at Naruto and Sasuke, feeling conflicted. What should she do? Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are back. Naruto-kun is still the same, but Sasuke-kun seems to have changed a bit. He looks even cooler than before. I seem to be slowly leaning towards liking Sasuke-kun instead of Naruto-kun. What should I do? It's so contradictory. Of course, Sasuke and Naruto were unaware of Hinata's inner turmoil. "Hey Hinata, what's wrong? Your face is so red, are you sick?" Naruto asked Hinata. Naruto's sudden remark made Hinata's already flushed cheeks burn even hotter. She lowered her head and responded in a barely audible voice, "No, it's nothing. Too, just feel a bit hot." Beside them, Kiba could not bear it any longer and said, "Naruto, you idiot Hinata. Seeing Kiba about to reveal Hinata's feelings, Shino placed a hand on Kiba's shoulder and said, "Kiba, let her handle her own matters, we shouldn't interfere." Kiba scoffed, and Akamaru let out a small bark in agreement, as if to say it thought Naruto was an idiot. Kakashi, seeing this, rubbed the top of Naruto's head, saying, "Naruto, you really are an oblivious guy." Hinata's feelings were all written on her face, yet Naruto remained clueless. Kakashi felt somewhat helpless. How could he, as a master of flirting, have such a dull son? "It seems Naruto truly cares about my Hinata," Kurenai remarked meaningfully. However, the oblivious Naruto did not pick up on Kurenai's meaning, saying, "After all, we are classmates. Even though we have graduated, classmates should still care for each other." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and snorted, "Idiot." "Haha, Kakashi-senpai, Naruto is Kakashi covered his face, unsure of what to say, and changed the subject. "I need to go report back, so I won't disturb you. Kurenai, you should go on your mission too." Then Kakashi-senpai, you go ahead." Kurenai's beautiful big eyes glanced meaningfully at Hinata and Naruto before she said nothing and led the group out of the village. P.S. Dear readers, it's been 3 days since the 7-day verification period began. Today is the 4th day. The average word count for the first 3 days has been quite high, so I hope everyone continues to support me. Creating content is not easy, and I hope during this 7-day verification everyone can help the author achieve good statistics with more encouragement and adding the book to their shelves. Thank you to all the great readers. The author promises that if the data is good enough starting from the 1st of next month, I will continuously release around 6000 to 8000 words daily for a month. In the Hokage office on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, there was a high stack of pending documents on the left, while only 2 or 3 processed files were on the right. In the middle, however, lay a crystal ball and a book titled Paradise of Affection that Jiraiya had delivered 2 days prior. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled as one of them fixated on the image within the crystal ball, while occasionally glancing at the vivid descriptions within Paradise of Affection. His hands moved faster, and he began to pant heavily. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to reach the pinnacle of his life, a series of knocks echoed at the door, startling him and causing his whole body to shudder. Disturbed by the interruption, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of annoyance. That knock had nearly caused him to lose control. After all, he was older and somewhat withered. To stimulate his reactions, he gripped tightly, but this very action almost caused him to tear apart. The sharp pain that pierced his core made even this master of ninjutsu feel a chill in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed. "Hokage-sama, the mission is complete. I've returned to report." Hearing Kakashi's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite wanting to explode, replied, "Kakashi, wait a moment." Upon hearing that the Third Hokage wanted him to wait, Kakashi stood outside the office and took out a book with an extremely flashy cover, opening it to read. The title was none other than Paradise of Affection. Sakura glanced at the flashy book in Kakashi's hands, feeling a wave of disdain. The elite jonin of Konoha actually reads such absurd books. I, as Kakashi's student, feel a bit embarrassed to face others. Beside her, Naruto scoffed, offering no face to Kakashi, bluntly commenting, "Kakashi-sensei actually reads this kind of inappropriate comic. It's so embarrassing." Sasuke stood awkwardly to the side, disliking the reporting of work. What he wanted most was to train quickly, as his ninjutsu skills were still somewhat lacking. It must be said that with the support of the Ninetales Fox Daiji, he had greatly benefited from the use and transformation of energy. Under Daiji's occasional guidance, his mastery of lightning and fire release became more fluid. Sasuke aimed to develop some powerful ninjutsu based on this foundation. His previous Void Fire Sea and Fire Dragon Tornado were inspired by Daiji's words, though their consumption was still somewhat high, making them not particularly practical for him at present. It was only with a bit of spiritual energy support that he could reduce some of the consumption. As for the path of cultivation, Sasuke didn't want to think too much about it right now, considering the thin spiritual energy in the air made achievements difficult. His focus remained on the training of ninjutsu. Moreover, he remembered Daiji once saying that all paths of cultivation lead to the same destination. Although the chakra energy in the ninja world couldn't compare to spiritual energy, the methods of energy control were not much different. Thus, training chakra would also aid him in the future when cultivating orthodox immortal techniques. Therefore, for Sasuke, enhancing his power was still a priority. In the Hokage office, after a few minutes of adjustment, the pain emanating from below had lessened considerably. He stored the crystal ball away, took out a pipe, lit it, took a deep puff, and then spoke towards the door. "Kakashi, you can come in now." Hearing the Hokage's voice, Kakashi pushed the door open and led the three of them into the Hokage office. A strange smell invaded their nostrils as the four entered the office, causing them to frown. Kakashi, realizing what had happened, thought to himself that he had surely interrupted the Hokage's private affairs. But who was Kakashi? He was not like his father, a foolishly honest man, but rather a cunning old fox whose intelligence rivaled that of the Hokage himself. Although he disapproved of some of the Third's actions, he was still a subordinate, and after a brief frown his expression returned to its usual nonchalant demeanor. Sasuke remained silent. Though he was quite dissatisfied with the Third, it wasn't the right time for him to speak. He simply wanted to leave quickly, as the Third was the root cause of his clan's annihilation. Seeing the Third always wearing a facade of false sympathy made Sasuke feel a churn in his stomach. Sakura, although also puzzled by the strange odor in the Hokage office that she had never encountered before, recognized that this was not a place for her to speak, so she tactfully kept quiet. Strangely, Hokage-sama, why is there a strange smell in the office? An odd aura permeated. While Sakura and the others were silent, Naruto was not one to hold back. He had always been straightforward and opened his mouth directly. As soon as Naruto spoke, several black lines appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead and his gloomy expression betrayed his thoughts. Naruto's words were akin to slapping his face and the Hokage's face. However, considering Naruto was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, he naturally would not truly act against him. Seeing the Third's gloomy expression, Kakashi felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly resolved that if the Third were to act against Naruto, he would protect him at all costs. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gloomy expression quickly dissipated. Little Naruto, it's nothing. We were just renovating the office and used diatomaceous earth, which is why there's this smell. The Third fabricated a temporary excuse to dismiss Naruto. Really? The school renovated with diatomaceous earth before, and it didn't have this smell. Naruto muttered softly. The Third's face darkened, but he did not engage with Naruto on this topic. Instead, he turned to Kakashi saying, "Please report on the situation of this mission in detail." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Kakashi immediately began to report in detail about the events that transpired after they arrived in the Land of Waves, modifying the account of the battle with Zabuza to state that he had defeated Zabuza and killed his powerful subordinate instead of Sasuke. The reason for this was that Kakashi had previously discussed it with Sasuke. Kakashi understood that the path Sasuke was about to take would be extremely challenging, and he intended to offer some assistance. Sasuke was aware that Kakashi was trying to protect him, as he could not afford to expose his abilities too early. Of course, Kakashi's help for Sasuke also stemmed from his own selfish motives. His father had been killed by Danzo, yet the Third Hokage did not protect one of Konoha's pillars, White Fang, and even exacerbated the situation, leading to his father's death under endless regret. As for Uchiha Itachi, he had once been Kakashi's subordinate, but he wiped out his entire clan for the sake of the Third's so-called Will of Fire, which left Kakashi very displeased. Kakashi despised those who were undeniably intelligent yet remained foolish when faced with major moral issues. However, Kakashi was self-aware. He didn't know how strong Itachi was, but he guessed that Itachi had long surpassed his level. Ordinary cage-level ninjas might not even be his match. The grudge between Sasuke and Itachi could only be settled with blood. But Kakashi knew that it would be extremely difficult for Sasuke to take revenge, so he could only provide assistance within his capabilities, ensuring Sasuke did not expose himself too early before he had grown stronger. With Jiraiya as Sasuke's backing, the Third would not act against him. Soon after finishing the report, Kakashi led the three youngsters to receive their mission payment before heading off for a hearty meal. Time flew quickly, and as night fell, Sasuke was still in the Uchiha training grounds conceptualizing his new ninjutsu. A snake the thickness of an arm flicked its tongue, twisting its body with a rustling sound before it stood upright against the wall. The snake's mouth opened wide and a slimy figure emerged from it, none other than Orochimaru. He crawled out from the snake's mouth, the slime quickly dripping to the ground. "Hehe, the scent of Uchiha is truly exquisite," Orochimaru murmured. With a whoosh, Orochimaru vanished from the corner, reappearing atop a power pole, the very pole that Itachi had stood on during the night of the massacre. This pole was tall enough to see much of the Uchiha compound. Looking at the vast Uchiha compound now devoid of life, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh, "Hehe, how things have changed." The Uchiha clan was once so powerful, yet they ended up following in the footsteps of the Senju. After a quick search, Orochimaru soon spotted Sasuke in the training grounds, holding a pen in one hand and pressing down on a scroll with the other, scribbling away without knowing what he was doing. In the training grounds, sensing an unusual presence, Sasuke suddenly looked up and barked, "Who's there? Come out." "Hehe, you found me, Sasuke." "I didn't expect you to notice me," Orochimaru said, stepping out from the shadows of a building. "What do you want?" Sasuke frowned and questioned. "Sasuke, don't be so angry. I'm not here to cause you trouble this time," Orochimaru said with a wicked smile. "You are a rogue ninja from Konoha. Aren't you afraid of being caught by that old man, the Third Hokage? You don't need to worry about that, Sasuke-kun. I have my ways to evade the old man's surveillance." Uchiha Itachi has joined an organization called Akatsuki. Akatsuki. What is Akatsuki? Is an organization composed of the most talented ninjas from various countries, specifically for capturing tailed beasts, many of whom are rank rogue ninjas with formidable strength. "You came to find me just to say this. No matter what organization Itachi joins, I will personally..." Sasuke spoke with determination, his tone icy. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. "Sasuke-kun, how do you like the gift I gave you?" Sasuke frowned and rubbed the curse seal on his neck, still feeling a slight pain there. Though the pain was merely a faint sensation, it reminded Sasuke of the immense power he obtained from Orochimaru's so-called gift. Remembering this pain allows him to appreciate the benefits that the great power brings. Although he knew Orochimaru's intentions were impure, if it weren't for Daji's sister, he might have followed Orochimaru in pursuit of power. What would become of him afterwards? In such a situation, he likely would not have resisted the temptation of power, and whether he could truly avenge himself was uncertain. As for whether Orochimaru would help him, it was hard to say. In his consciousness space, Daji lay under a tree, her eyelids slightly lifted. A clear and delicate voice rang in Sasuke's heart. "Kid, the guy opposite you is interesting. He seems to have his eye on you. You can use his interest against him." After saying that, she continued to squint and doze off. Orochimaru was unaware that his thoughts had been thoroughly seen through by Daji in Sasuke's sea of consciousness. "Your gift is quite good. I am very satisfied," Orochimaru said without concealment. "Sasuke-kun, to tell you the truth, I have been researching human potential and the secrets of life. Through this I have developed a ninjutsu that allows for reincarnation, and you are the subject I selected for it." Upon hearing Orochimaru say this, Sasuke was not surprised. He had long known that the other party had ulterior motives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him power for no reason. He had always thought Orochimaru was waiting for him to fully awaken his Sharingan before taking action. Just a moment ago, Sasuke thought that Orochimaru had come to collect his eyes after discovering information about him. He never expected that what Orochimaru coveted was not the Uchiha Sharingan, but his body. Thinking of how Orochimaru always appeared with a slimy entrance made Sasuke feel a wave of disgust. I didn't expect that in this world of ninjutsu someone would come up with the method of body snatching to prolong life. This truly surprised me, the Ninetales' voice echoed in Sasuke's mind. Just now, Orochimaru originally intended to entice Sasuke to his base with the power of the curse seal, but he changed his mind at the last moment to see Sasuke's reaction. Although Sasuke did not understand what Daji meant by body snatching, it was not difficult to grasp when combined with Orochimaru's words. "Sasuke-kun, to tell you the truth, the curse seal is not a power inherent to the ninja world. It is a strange power that emanated from a special rune capable of infecting living beings. I have studied this power for many years, but I have never understood it, so I have experimented on many excellent ninjas and geniuses, most of whom died. But you not only survived, it seems you can utilize this power on your own. Others who can use the cursed seal's power are not limited to you, but none have mastered it as perfectly as you. So I am very curious if Sasuke-kun would be willing to explore that ruin with me. Perhaps there will be new discoveries or even some special treasures that can directly help you take revenge." He has no idea that Sasuke cannot perfectly use the power of the cursed seal. The reason why Orochimaru has the illusion that Sasuke perfectly controls the cursed seal's power is that Sasuke has unleashed its potential to an unprecedented height. Though Sasuke's control is not perfect, Orochimaru believes it is only a matter of time before Sasuke fully masters the cursed seal's power. Sasuke snorted coldly. "If what you say is true, then I am indeed interested in exploring it. Rest assured, Sasuke-kun, although I, Orochimaru, am not a good person, I also disdain to lie. Although Itachi wiped out your clan, he left you behind. I truly do not dare to easily move against you. Even as one of the 3 legendary ninjas, I am but a matter of a glance before Itachi." This statement carries a lot of weight, reflecting Itachi's strength. The 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha have been renowned across the countries for decades, each one being a shadow-level powerhouse. But now this member of the three legendary ninjas Orochimaru tells him that he would lose to Itachi with just a glance. How strong must Itachi be? He has likely surpassed the strength of a shadow. It seems the road to vengeance will be long for me. Originally, with the enhancement of demonic energy, Sasuke thought he could easily defeat Itachi, but now he is not so sure. It seems Sasuke-kun is also quite interested, hehe. However, if Sasuke-kun wants to explore that ruin, you will need to pay a small price. As expected, I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Sasuke clearly does not believe in such sudden good fortune. Sasuke, don't say it so harshly, hehe. I came with good intentions. Although you need to pay a bit of a price, it's not much for you. Sasuke coldly uttered two words, speak. Orochimaru was not angry at Sasuke's indifference. He spoke in a calm tone. I have long yearned for Uchiha's bloodline. As long as you can leave Uchiha's bloodline to me, I will take you there. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke sneered, Uchiha's bloodline. Orochimaru, you really dare to dream. Do you think I would agree? Seeing Sasuke's expression, Orochimaru realized that Sasuke misunderstood him and immediately explained, Sasuke, you must understand I am a ninja and also a scientist. In terms of human research, no one in this world is stronger than me. So what? Orochimaru, Itachi is not easy to deal with, nor am I someone to be easily bullied. If it were before, Orochimaru would not have wasted so many words with Sasuke, he would have attacked directly. However, since giving the curse seal's power to Sasuke last time, Orochimaru has been closely monitoring Sasuke's movements and has gathered a lot of information about him. As Orochimaru learns more about Sasuke, he becomes increasingly alarmed because Sasuke not only uses the cursed seal's power, but also possesses a strength that surpasses even that power. This strength is something Orochimaru is still completely in the dark about. This is also the reason why Orochimaru can calmly converse with Sasuke. He feels that using reincarnation jutsu has weakened his soul significantly over the years, so he is eager to explore that mysterious ruin to see if there are any strange treasures that can repair his soul or grant him immortality, which would be a huge gain for him. Although he suspects that the probability of finding what he wants is low, he still wants to take the gamble. In fact, the price is very simple. I just need to extract a bit of your cells and blood. Weren't you just arrogantly demanding my Uchiha bloodline? Why is it now just a bit of cells and blood? Sasuke scoffed. That sounds like saying even one of the three legendary ninjas Orochimaru can be timid. Hehe, Sasuke, do you think my title as a scientific ninja is just for show? I mastered cloning technology long ago. With just a bit of cells and blood, I can cultivate a completely new and independent Uchiha. Of course, you can rest assured that the appearance of the clone can be artificially interfered with. He will not look like you, so you don't have to feel uncomfortable. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke felt relieved. He had thought that Orochimaru's mention of the Uchiha bloodline meant he wanted him to. Having always pursued immense power, he had no understanding of matters between men and women and naturally wouldn't act on mere words uncertain of their truth. However, drawing a bit of blood and extracting cells was something he could accept. After all, a clone wouldn't look exactly like him, so it didn't matter. Sasuke didn't believe that the other party would deceive him over such trivial matters, so he agreed. Upon seeing Sasuke nod, Orochimaru wasted no time. Then please follow me, Orochimaru said and walked away. Sasuke followed behind him, and the two moved swiftly through the mountains and forests. Orochimaru ahead of Sasuke felt a hint of surprise. Sasuke's speed was surprisingly able to keep up with his own. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, a being beyond elite Jonin, and his own power had reached the level of a shadow. Yet a mere 11 or 12-year-old child like Sasuke was actually able to match his speed. Although the little white snake had gathered much intel on Sasuke, knowing he was not as ordinary as he appeared, experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. Initially, Orochimaru felt it a waste not to treat Sasuke's perfect body as a vessel, but now it seemed like a wise decision. Although the cloned Uchiha would certainly not compare to a true Uchiha, it would still be quite satisfactory. After a long journey during which Sasuke had to rest twice due to exhaustion, finally before sunset on the third day, Orochimaru stopped with Sasuke in front of a small hill. Orochimaru pressed down on a small mound of earth beside him. The small mound trembled slightly before revealing an opening that led to a staircase slanting downwards. After Orochimaru led Sasuke inside, the small mound closed, automatically returning to its original state as if no one had ever been there. Orochimaru guided Sasuke through an extensive underground passage. Is this your base, Orochimaru? Sasuke asked. Glancing at Sasuke, Orochimaru smiled. Yes, to be precise, this is just one of my many bases. Truly a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. The sound of footsteps echoed in the passage as Orochimaru led Sasuke toward the laboratory. In the laboratory, a young man lay on a bed, his body filled with small tubes the size of a pinky finger, surrounded by various instruments monitoring his condition. By the bedside, Kabuto was preparing a potion for the young man. Kabuto, has Lord Orochimaru returned? The young man spoke with a slightly weak tone. Not yet, but he should be back soon, Kabuto replied casually. Unaware of Sasuke's detailed information, he naturally had absolute confidence in Orochimaru. In his eyes, although Sasuke is known as a genius, an unformed genius is just that, especially since Lord Orochimaru is a genius among geniuses. Thus Kabuto was not at all worried that Orochimaru would fail to capture Sasuke. It was merely a matter of course. Kimimaro, you needn't worry too much, he's just a lowly genin. I believe Lord Orochimaru will return soon. Just then Orochimaru pushed the door open and walked in, asking Kabuto, what are you discussing? Upon seeing Orochimaru return, Kabuto happily said to Kimimaro, see, I told you had arrived right after we mentioned him. Then Kabuto responded to Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro was just talking about you. Sigh. Orochimaru sighed as he looked at the tubes on Kimimaro's body. Lord Orochimaru, I fear I have only a few days left. I just want to see you once more before I die. At that moment Sasuke also walked in. Kabuto was somewhat surprised. Wasn't Lord Orochimaru supposed to keep Sasuke under house arrest? Why was he brought to the laboratory? Oh, isn't this the repeat student from Konoha, Kabuto? I didn't expect you to be one of Orochimaru's. Upon seeing Kabuto here, Sasuke was also somewhat taken aback. Orochimaru ignored Kabuto's surprised gaze and pointed to Kimimaro on the bed, introducing him to Sasuke. This is Kimimaro from the Kagaya clan. Like you, he possesses a Kekkei Genkai that is not inferior to the Sharingan of the Uchiha, but he has been eroded by the curse seal and is now at the end of his rope. Originally, Kimimaro was my most satisfactory vessel. It's a pity I couldn't become Lord Orochimaru's vessel. For that I am sorry. I hope Sasuke can become Lord Orochimaru's most perfect vessel, Kimimaro said with some self-reproach. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Sasuke became displeased, snorting coldly, foolish. I've never seen anyone so eager to become someone else's vessel. Kabuto remained silent on the side, knowing that since Lord Orochimaru allowed Sasuke to be free, he must have his own plans. Kimimaro, you are mistaken. Sasuke is not my vessel, but my partner. He can fully unleash the power of the curse seal, and I will explore the ruins together with him. Is that so? Then I hope Lord Orochimaru can obtain what he desires. Kabuto, draw a bit of blood from Sasuke and extract some tissue cells, Orochimaru ordered. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke, the meaning clear, be cooperative. Sasuke said nothing more. After all, drawing a bit of blood and cells was nothing serious for him. This way, please, Sasuke. Kabuto beckoned. After completing the task, Orochimaru reminded Kabuto, take good care of Kimimaro. I will, Lord Orochimaru. Let's go, Sasuke, I'll tell you about that ruin. Orochimaru led Sasuke to a secret chamber. That ruin is hidden behind a waterfall deep in a forest south of the Sound Ninja Village. I discovered it by accident. I'm curious, Orochimaru, with such great power, why don't you use it yourself and instead experiment? Sasuke, you think too simply. After using the reincarnation technique multiple times, my soul has weakened. If I were to forcibly implant such power, even I would die. So you're sharing this secret with me? Aren't you afraid I'll use the cursed seal against you? Sasuke, do you think I could have lived this long? The cursed seal implanted in my body is dangerous for me, but if you use it against me. To be honest, while the power of the cursed seal is formidable, it cannot kill me on its own. Furthermore, can you extract the power of the cursed seal? You cannot, and as for implanting it into my body, that's not even worth considering, because how would you know which one is my true self? I am quite careful, you know. Answering Sasuke's question, Orochimaru continued, based on my years of research, the power of the cursed seal is an energy cultivated through a certain secret method far surpassing chakra. Just a trace of cursed seal power is enough to drive a ninja mad. Over the years, although my research has not progressed, I discovered through studying that ruin that there is a very special formation there. This formation is unlike any I have seen or heard of. It should belong to a different cultivation. In other words, the one who set up the formation was not a ninja, or rather, not of this realm. It could be a powerful practitioner from the ancient times or a future spatial node. Through my years of research, I found that the formation has been weakening. This should be due to the energy consumption required to maintain its operation. While the formation has been weakening, it has also become unstable, and it was precisely because of this that I discovered that place by accident. The cursed seal power I gave you was collected from a trace of energy that leaked during the formation's instability. So, what makes you think we can explore that place together? Sasuke-kun, still so impatient. Originally, I intended to capture you, but after seeing you I changed my mind, which led to the idea of collaborating with you to explore the ruins. The reason I am giving you the opportunity to explore the ruins is that these days are when the formation is unstable. During this time some fissures will appear in the formation, and I have a way to pass through those fissures. Orochimaru, since you are so sincere in your help, I might as well tell you something. Oh, what is it? Orochimaru became interested. What you refer to as the power of the cursed seal is not part of the ninja world's cultivation system. In fact, it belongs to a powerful practitioner in the immortal realm known as the demon cultivator, who cultivates demonic energy. Shadow-level powerhouses in that realm are merely at the bottom of the cultivation world, or to put it bluntly, they are just slightly stronger mortals. Is this the answer to the mystery of the cursed seal? Sasuke-kun, where did you obtain this information? Actually, what Sasuke said was prompted by Daji. She actually appreciates this guy named Orochimaru to some extent. Although he is a bit disgusting, someone like Orochimaru is an anomaly in the ninja world. Aside from having a strong curiosity, this kind of person loves to stir trouble. Daji decided to reveal a bit to Orochimaru, wanting to see how far he could go. Originally, Orochimaru speculated that the power of the cursed seal could be cultivated. Sasuke's words undoubtedly confirmed this. It's just a pity that I don't know how to cultivate it. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with some regret. Don't look at me, I don't know how to cultivate demonic energy, and even if I did, it would be impossible to cultivate in the ninja world. Such techniques can only be successfully cultivated in the 3 great immortal estates. Hearing Sasuke's words, Orochimaru felt disappointed, yet he could understand. After all, it was not easy to know such information from another world. Orochimaru assumed that the people from that world might have left traces in this one, which explained why Sasuke had some knowledge. From this, Orochimaru speculated that the strange white energy surrounding Sasuke was likely related. It seems that Sasuke also has his own opportunities. Orochimaru said with a smile. Though his face bore a smile, his heart was scheming. Kid, that Orochimaru thinks you have some special opportunity to have obtained certain legacies from the world of cultivation, and he wants to gather information about other relics from you, so be careful. Sasuke heard the voice of Daji in his mind. Sasuke replied with his thoughts, yeah, I've always been on guard against Orochimaru. This guy is utterly untrustworthy. Now Sasuke, let's go. We need to prepare some things for the trip. Orochimaru brought Sasuke to an open area, which was a circular space. Under the illumination of the firelight, Sasuke saw that the surrounding stone walls were embedded with numerous iron doors resembling cages forged from fine steel. Behind each cage was a stone chamber large in size, containing a group of people. Are these people you have imprisoned your experimental subjects? You could say that, but these people are not good individuals. All of them are rogue ninjas. This time I need some manpower for the exploration of the relics. I'll pick a few from here, and then we can set off. The arrival of Orochimaru and Sasuke caused some commotion among the imprisoned group. Among them were newcomers who had been recently captured, as well as older prisoners who had been there for a while. The older prisoners remained relatively calm. They had become numb to Orochimaru's experiments. After all, those who could stay here for years had undergone more than 50 experiments. Although they were elite ninjas, they had no chance against a legendary ninja like Orochimaru and certainly could not escape. Thus they remained calm. Orochimaru had promised that as long as they survived 100 experiments, they would be released. In the absence of an escape route, they had no choice but to accept their fate, knowing that causing a ruckus would be useless. However, the newcomers were different. They had not been imprisoned for long, and some had only undergone a few experiments. Each experiment had cost them nearly half their lives, so upon seeing Orochimaru, they all clamored for him to set them free. Orochimaru, you finally came. Hurry and let me out. In the godson of the second cousin of the Raikage's distant relative. If you keep me locked up, you better watch out for the Raikage coming to flatten your snake den. Yes, let us out quickly. Otherwise the Raikage will definitely kill you. The group echoed in agreement. In response to these mindless threats, Orochimaru smiled slightly. I'm quite curious to see if the Raikage will come to kill me if I kill you. It's been a long time since I've had a meal. While speaking, Orochimaru stretched his neck, bringing his head close to that of the Rakich's relative's godson. The man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face filled with terror as he said, "No, no, don't kill me. I won't say anything else, I promise." "In that case, seeing how sincerely you plead for mercy, I will let you off for now. I have good news to share. I wonder if everyone is interested. There is a relic left by a powerful being from another world. I will take some of you as pioneers to explore the relic. In return, if you survive the exploration, I will set you free. So I will select 10 people. If anyone is willing, you may sign up." Soon more than 20 volunteered, but there were only 10 spots and Orochimaru chose the strongest 10 from among them. Sasuke could sense that the auras of these individuals were quite strong, with 3 of them possessing strength on par with Kakashi. Yet at this moment they remained obedient and did not make a move. "Orochimaru, aren't you afraid these people will turn against you?" "Turn against me? Hee them. Just ask them if they dare," Orochimaru said disdainfully as he glanced at the 10 individuals. "Orochimaru, I hope you keep your word. As long as we can survive, you will set us free." Clearly, they all understood that the relic left by the powerful being from another world was not easy to navigate, and it was very likely that some among them would perish. However, they were unwilling to remain stagnant. They wanted to take a chance, and they were also intrigued by the relic left by the being from another dimension, hoping for unexpected gains. Thus, despite being treated as cannon fodder, there was still some hope in Orochimaru taking them as pioneers for exploring the relic. Don't worry. I said, as long as you can walk out of the relic alive, I will let you go." Sensing the implication in Orochimaru's words, Sasuke sneered in his heart, "A bunch of fools." After the mission in the Land of Waves, Kakashi had Naruto and Sakura rest for a few days before disappearing. At this moment in a grove, Naruto was still trying to pop a water balloon. This was the first stage of training for the Rasengan that Kakashi had taught him earlier in the Land of Waves. It must be said that Naruto's talent in ninjutsu was poor due to the interference of the Ninetales, even worse than that of an ordinary ninja. However, he was more determined. If one attempt failed, he would try again, and if that failed, he would try a third time until he succeeded. Bang! The water balloon burst once more as Naruto could never control the strength of his hands while manipulating chakra, always squeezing the balloon too hard. But Naruto did not give up. He silently picked up another prepared water balloon and continued his. At the Uchiha compound, Kakashi found a note in Sasuke's room which read, "He'll be gone for a few days and will return after a few days." Kakashi frowned as he looked at the note, saying he really left in a hurry. Kakashi's job was to keep an eye on Sasuke and Naruto, but he only observed them from the shadows and did not stay with them the whole time. Therefore, on the night Orochimaru came, Kakashi was not present and naturally could not know why Sasuke hurriedly left the village. Kakashi did not know what Sasuke was up to, but since Sasuke was no longer a child and possessed great combat ability, Kakashi only felt somewhat worried that it was Orochimaru's doing. However, since Sasuke had time to leave a note, it should not be related to Orochimaru. If Orochimaru were to find Sasuke, he would definitely just grab him. There would be no way he would let Sasuke leave a note. Sigh, what a troublesome fellow. After saying this, Kakashi disappeared from the Uchiha compound. Orochimaru brought Sasuke and the 10 individuals to a waterfall, which was the site of the relic. Orochimaru quickly formed seals and used the earth release technique to block the flow of water. Once the waterfall's water flow was cut off, a stone wall was revealed featuring a circular cavity with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. "Go!" and Orochimaru called out as he entered the cave, first with Sasuke following closely behind him and the 10 individuals following after. Although they did not understand why Orochimaru brought a kid here, they said nothing. What they cared about most was how they could survive and walk out of there to gain their freedom. After passing through a long passage, the group entered a spacious circular stone chamber. The floor of the chamber was engraved with mysterious patterns, and in the center stood a stone platform surrounded by numerous points of light of varying sizes. The larger points were connected by beams of mysterious light resembling some kind of enigmatic star chart, illuminating the entire chamber as brightly as day. On the wall directly facing the group were 8 stone doors, each inscribed with the ancient characters for open rest, life, do view, shock, injury, death. From the gap beneath one of the stone doors, a black substance slowly seeped out. Seeing the scene, aside from Orochimaru, Sasuke and the 10 others curiously surveyed their surroundings. The arrangement here was quite unique. They had never seen or even heard of anything like it. Each stone door was sealed, as I mentioned earlier, and specifically that seal covered the stone wall. Although the power of the formation had weakened to its lowest point, it was still impossible to forcibly break it. Sasuke furrowed his brow and said, "Why are you still talking? Didn't you say you had a way to open it?" "Calm down, Sasuke-kun. There is indeed a method." As Orochimaru spoke, he cast a glance at the 10 individuals. Feeling the black gas, Sasuke seemed to sense an inexplicable pull moving his steps toward the stone door. Seeing Orochimaru's gaze, the 10 understood it was their turn to perform and immediately asked, "What do you want us to do, Orochimaru?" "Infuse your cursed seal power into that stone platform." Orochimaru pointed to the stone platform in the center. As Sasuke approached the stone door with the black gas seeping from the crack, the cursed seal on his neck glowed red. A wave of pain made him break out in cold sweat as the demonic energy surged uncontrollably from the cursed seal invading Sasuke's body. The 10 did not hesitate and were about to follow Orochimaru's instructions. Suddenly, there was a loud boom and a terrifying force of cursed seal power erupted, unleashing a violent surge that sent everyone, including Orochimaru, flying against the stone wall. Sasuke shouted as the black gas flowing from the crack of the stone door seemed to be drawn toward him. The color of the demonic energy on Sasuke intensified, becoming an extreme shade of black. Sensing the immense purity of the demonic energy, Daji in Sasuke's mind was also startled. With such pure demonic energy entering his body, Sasuke could not possibly withstand it. "Kid, take it easy. Keep your mind clear and try to guide this power into the cursed seal. I will help you suppress some of the demonic energy, but it's too strong for me to completely control at my current level." As the increasingly pure demonic energy entered Sasuke's body, his chakra was devoured by this force, his veins expanding painfully. Gritting his teeth, he responded to the Ninetales, "What should I do?" "I will teach you a meditation technique. Just recite it in your heart and guide the demonic energy into the cursed seal." The Ninetales transmitted the meditation method directly into Sasuke's mind through a mental imprint. Noticing the new information in his mind, Sasuke recognized that it was the meditation technique from Daji. He immediately followed her advice and began reciting in his heart, "Cold as ice for 1,000 ages, all things remain still. The heart should be tranquil. I seek to be alone in spirit, merging heart and spirit energy should follow the remnants, remain unshaken by changes, free from desire and attachment, without self or action." Orochimaru, blown away by the violent demonic energy that Sasuke was emitting, was shocked. He never expected Sasuke to explode with such power here and frantically absorb demonic energy. At this point, Sasuke had begun to suppress the rampaging demonic energy. Clearly, he possessed secrets that Orochimaru was unaware of. It was precisely because of this uncertainty that the usually cautious Orochimaru had not attacked Sasuke at the Uchiha base, but instead extended an invitation. The meditation technique not only calms the heart, but also keeps your mind clear from inner demons. Moreover, it contains the essence of the Tao, greatly enhancing your comprehension ability. It is considered the supreme secret of heart cultivation. The Ninetales' voice resonated in Sasuke's mind. As Sasuke heeded the advice and followed through, the once turbulent demonic energy surrounding him was subdued by the meditation technique and ceased its rampage. Seeing that the demonic energy was being suppressed, Daji transformed into her human form, forming hand seals and continuously applying sealing techniques into the air. Over 20 complex seals directly struck the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. Huff, in Sasuke's mind, Daji let out a long sigh of relief, finally managing to suppress that pure demonic energy. Only a legendary heavenly demon body could condense such pure demonic energy. Daji thought to herself, curious about what kind of existence the owner of this demonic energy was. Could it be someone like herself, possibly from the immortal realm or even the divine realm? A flash of red light flickered on the cursed seal around Sasuke's neck, and the demonic energy within him rapidly gathered toward the cursed seal being sealed off. The black demonic energy from the stone door also returned to normal, no longer surging violently toward Sasuke. With a thud, Sasuke collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His chakra had been nearly completely consumed by the demonic energy, and a strong sense of dizziness overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to faint. Orochimaru approached Sasuke, handing him a bottle of potion. "Drink this." "What is this?" Sasuke frowned. "This is a chakra recovery potion. Drink it, and you'll have your chakra back in just 10 minutes. Sasuke glanced at the black potion Orochimaru handed him. Remembering how Kakashi had consumed a blue chakra potion during his battle with Zabuza, he felt uneasy. That potion was powerful, but the side effects were equally severe. If he drank this potion, he feared that it wouldn't be long before the side effects would cause him to fall into a deep slumber in this unknown place. Haha, don't worry. My potion has no side effects. It's not like that junk Kakashi drink. Orochimaru seemed to sense Sasuke's thoughts and explained. Although Orochimaru said so, Sasuke still felt uneasy. Seeing that Sasuke had not taken the potion, Orochimaru tilted his head back and poured the potion into his own mouth, then handed the remaining half back to Sasuke, saying, "Now can you put your doubts to rest?" Seeing that Orochimaru had drunk it himself, Sasuke said no more and took the potion, tilting his head back to drink it. As the potion entered his body, Sasuke felt a strange warmth circulating within him, but he did not feel anything else. Orochimaru interjected, "This is a chakra recovery potion, not a chakra replenishing potion, so what you need to do now is refine your chakra." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke began to refine his chakra. The potion provided by Orochimaru was powerful. The speed of chakra refinement increased tenfold. With no side effects, Sasuke couldn't help but marvel at the effects of this potion. In just 7 minutes, Sasuke's chakra was once again brimming. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he stood up and said to Orochimaru, "You can let your subordinates continue now." The 10 individuals, initially angry due to the powerful air current caused by Sasuke's released demonic energy, felt a sense of intimidation, seeing that Sasuke had a more potent curse seal power than them despite being only 11 or 12 years old. At Orochimaru's signal, the surviving 10 infused their curse seal power into the stone platform. At once, the curse seal power from several of them was poured into the platform, which transformed the power into liquid that flowed down through the grooves of the stone platform. The black liquid flowed along the patterns on the ground. As the cursed seal power drained away, the individuals began to sweat profusely, for once the power was exhausted, the stone platform started to draw from their life force. In no time, 4 of them collapsed, their life force drained. Seeing that their cursed seal power was insufficient to fill the patterns, Orochimaru turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke-kun, I'm counting on you." Sasuke understood what Orochimaru meant. At this point, Sasuke knew that to activate the formation was the only way to unlock the seal on the stone door. However, it was somewhat awkward that his cursed seal had been completely sealed by Daji, rendering him unable to mobilize the demonic energy within. "Go ahead, I will open a gap in your seal so you can use it." Seeing Sasuke standing still, Orochimaru was about to speak again when Sasuke moved. He stepped toward the stone platform, placing one hand on it and infusing it with demonic energy. As the pure demonic energy was infused, the patterns on the stone platform emitted a faint black light, and the liquid demonic energy quickly filled the remaining patterns, causing the ground to glow with the same dark light as the stone platform. With the patterns activated, the entire stone chamber began to shake violently. The ground started to move and reassemble, and ultimately a stone pillar emerged from the center of the stone platform, featuring a groove on top. Orochimaru instructed the surviving individuals to bleed into the groove. Previously, just absorbing the cursed seal power had caused 4 deaths. Now, with the order to bleed, they feared that if they truly bled, it would mean a near-certain death. In an instant, the group felt hopeless about their freedom and prepared to rebel against Orochimaru. However, after Orochimaru instantly killed 1 person, they quieted down. They knew that even if they teamed up, they could not match Orochimaru's strength, and they had no choice but to comply. Though bleeding meant near certain death, not bleeding would guarantee 10 deaths. Faced with this slim chance of hope versus despair, they chose the glimmer of hope. As expected, 2 more of the 6 who bled died. Once the stone platform had absorbed enough blood, the patterns on the ground glowed with a blood-red light. After another tremor, the patterns were formed and the stone pillar in the center vanished, replaced by a translucent colorless stone. 5 elements spirit stone, the Ninetales exclaimed in Sasuke's mind, causing a tremor in his consciousness and leaving Sasuke dizzy. "What are you doing making such a fuss?" Sasuke's consciousness appeared in his mind, questioning Daji. "Sorry, the 5 elements spirit stone is just too rare and precious, so I lost my composure." Daji seemed to realize she had overreacted and felt a bit embarrassed. However, despite saying this, the expression on her fox face, when she returned to her true form, showed no sign of embarrassment. However, Sasuke couldn't dwell on it. He was curious about what use this 5-colored stone had that even the Ninetales found valuable. After the 5-colored stone appeared on the stone platform, it emitted a colorless brilliance towards the center of the star map above. After a period of continuous output, the energy-exhausted 5-element spirit stone lost its luster and shattered into a pile of fragments with a crack. As the five-colored brilliance shot into the star map flickered rapidly before swiftly transforming into the shape of a key. With a rumbling sound, the seal outside the 8 stone doors disappeared, and the previously visible transparent energy curtain vanished. With the seal lifted, Orochimaru laughed heartily. How many years has it been? I have studied the seal for so long, and today I have finally unlocked it. Although the seal was lifted, the 8 stone doors remained an obstacle blocking their entry. The inscriptions carved on each door left everyone exchanging helpless glances. Naturally, Orochimaru was unfamiliar with them as well. He turned to Sasuke and asked Sasuke, "Can you know more about that world than I do? Do you recognize the writing on this door?" Sasuke did not recognize it either, but Daji did. Daji transmitted relevant knowledge about those characters to Sasuke. In that instant, Sasuke gained some memories which were precisely the answers to the current questions. That was the art of Chimin-Duinjia, a branch of the mysterious arts in the cultivation world divided into 3 wonders and 8 gates, with the 8 gates of Kai Xiusheng Du Jing Jing Sheng and Si corresponding to these 8 doors. In the cultivation world there is a theory of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 8 gates correspond to the 5 elements, with Kai Xiu and Sheng being the 3 auspicious gates and Si Jing and Sheng being the 3 ominous gates. The gates of Du and Jing are neutral, often determining auspiciousness and timing based on their elemental interactions. The 8 gates, huh? That does have some connection to the ninja world. Konoha has a technique called the 8 gates Duinjia, which is the ultimate physical technique in the ninja realm. The 8 gates in the 8 gates Duinjia share the same names as the 8 gates in your Chimin Duinjia. I wonder if there is any connection. Unfortunately, I have never practiced this technique, nor have I read its scrolls. Sasuke's consciousness sank into his mind, asking Daji if she knew how to open the doors. Kid, although I have a wide range of knowledge, Chimin arts are also a secret not passed down among humans in the cultivation world. This Chimin formation, although it only applies part of the theory of Chimin arts, is not something an ordinary person can learn, as it requires many rare treasures to qualify for study. Even though I am the king of the demon realm, I am not interested in the formations used against humans, so I have not. Moreover, even in the cultivation world, only practitioners of many formations, or those who have mastered the great prophetic arts, possess the complete knowledge of Chimin arts. Sasuke felt somewhat disappointed. Initially, after hearing Daji talk about it, he thought Chimin Duinjia was quite powerful, and Orochimaru's words confirmed its strength. Sasuke speculated that Orochimaru's mention of the 8 gates Duinjia might be a simplified version of Chimin Duinjia. However, even as a simplified version, if it could be regarded as the ultimate physical technique by a legendary figure like Orochimaru from the ninja realm, it must be very strong. As for why it is a simplified version, can the secrets not passed down among humans in the cultivation world be inferior to those of the ninja realm? Just look at how Daji, despite her low realm, can still be so powerful, and you can somewhat understand. Chimin arts originated from the Zhou Yishu Dian Chimin Duinjia chapter in the cultivation world, originally used for predicting auspiciousness and inauspiciousness. Later it was applied to formations, transforming the previously obscure field of formation studies into a supreme discipline that everyone desired to learn. Its application not only enhances the power of formations, but also makes their changes more difficult to predict. Since then, the formations enhanced by Chimin Duinjia, known as Chimin formations, have become something that practitioners of longevity arts strive to learn, for otherwise, if they were found out to be ignorant of formations, they would be laughed at. Regarding this, even Daji was not well informed, let alone Sasuke. Daji's negative response left Sasuke somewhat disheartened, yet the cultivation world she spoke of made him yearn for it even more. Of course, regarding the information that Sasuke had revealed, Orochimaru and the 5 remaining survivors were also yearning for that mysterious other world. Upon hearing Sasuke speak for so long, a glimmer of hope rose in Orochimaru's heart as he asked, "And then? The method to open the stone doors?" "I do not have it." Sasuke was also quite direct. Although Orochimaru was disappointed by Sasuke's answer, he understood that Sasuke knowing so much about the other world was already a stroke of fortune. At the very least, from Sasuke's explanation, Orochimaru now knew what these doors were. Orochimaru prepared to forcefully shatter the stone doors. Always cautious, he opted for a safer method to open the doors, and then ordered the few people he brought with him to break the stone doors. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining ninjas attacked the door frantically. In an instant, dust filled the air, and when the smoke cleared, the stone doors appeared completely unharmed. Orochimaru tried as well, but it was useless. Even as a legendary ninja, he could not inflict the slightest damage on the stone doors. Sasuke tried too, but it still didn't work. Kid, I will lend you my spiritual energy, try using it. Daji was also curious about what was inside this ruin, so she directly lent her power to Sasuke. With Daji's spiritual energy entering his body, a tremendous force suddenly emerged within. Orochimaru was taken aback. Here it comes, that kind of power. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue and muttered quietly, hee, if only I could possess that kind of power. Empowered by the spiritual energy, Sasuke launched a fierce attack on the door, but after 3 minutes the stone door remained unmoved. Although the spiritual energy was powerful, 3 minutes was already the limit that Sasuke could endure. Such immense power required a strong physique to support it, and Sasuke was not specialized in body refinement, so he could not withstand that force. After Daji withdrew her spiritual energy, she sighed, it seems my realm has fallen. To forcefully break through these stone doors is truly beyond my capabilities. Sasuke was panting heavily. Just as Orochimaru was preparing to attempt his blood sacrifice technique, Sasuke accidentally placed his hand on the dragon head carved on the edge of the stone door. With a crack, the sound of rattling chains echoed, and the 8 stone doors began to rise slowly. After a thud, the doors settled in the grooves above the door frame. As the stone doors opened, the demonic energy from the dead door poured out like a rushing stream, seemingly drawn toward the passage they had entered. Behind the 8 stone doors was a long passage. Aside from a somewhat thin stream of demonic energy, the ground was paved with bluestone, and the walls were made of red bricks. Looking at the 8 stone doors wide open, Orochimaru originally thought that he could use the blood sacrifice technique to tear a crack in the seal and shatter the stone doors, allowing him to transform into a snake and slip inside. Unexpectedly, an inadvertent action from Sasuke effortlessly opened all the stone doors. Orochimaru, having studied this formation for many years, knew that it held deeper mysteries. Yet, since it was a relic of an alternative cultivation system, he still could not fully comprehend the principles of this formation and the intricate arcane symbols. Nevertheless, years of research had given him some rudimentary understanding of those complex symbols. He originally thought he was well prepared, but it turned out to be insufficient. Fortunately, he had brought Sasuke along this time, otherwise it would have been a wasted trip. Sasuke-kun, it seems that inviting you to explore this ruin was indeed a wise decision. Sasuke snorted coldly and ignored Orochimaru. You guys go ahead. Let's go in and explore to see if there's anything inside. Half of the people Orochimaru brought had perished, and the remaining few said nothing, having no choice but to follow Orochimaru's lead. Thus, with no one in front, Sasuke and Orochimaru walked together into the passage revealed by the first stone door. As several people entered the passage, the lamps on both ends of the walls lit up by themselves, illuminating the corridor, and the group encountered some dangers. However, none were fatal, as if it were a warning to the intruders. Wasn't this supposed to be a safe entrance? Why were there traps inside? Orochimaru asked Sasuke. Although he was not afraid of death, he did not want to leave his physical body behind due to an unexpected attack. Cultivating a clone was no easy task. After all, Orochimaru's soul bore some indelible injuries from his past endeavors in cultivating clones and reincarnation. While the trap seemed harmless at the moment, who knew if a sudden powerful attack might appear? Given that this was a relic left by a powerful being from another realm, Orochimaru dared not let his guard down. Soon they arrived at a stone chamber which contained only a mat and a stone platform. On the platform rested a delicate jade porcelain bottle, crystal clear, within which lay several green pills. Orochimaru stowed the bottle and exited the passage to continue exploring. Apart from a few small items behind the first door, the group had not encountered anything else. After a thorough exploration, they found everything to be quite safe, and nothing had happened, and no. The brief success caused the 5 to forget the knowledge about the 8 gates array that Sasuke had previously shared, as they began to eagerly anticipate completing their exploration of the ruins and gaining their freedom. Things began to change once they reached the door of obstruction. The passage was not particularly dangerous, but at the other end lay a shimmering curtain of light resembling flowing water. At Orochimaru's command, one person stepped into the curtain of light, but there was no response. After a long wait with no one emerging, Orochimaru sent in 2 more individuals. After half an hour with still no sign of them, Orochimaru grew anxious and was about to use his own treasure to scout ahead when Sasuke spoke up. Let's go in directly, there isn't much danger. After saying this, Sasuke stepped into the curtain of light. Seeing Sasuke had gone in Orochimaru's side and allowed the remaining two to enter before he himself followed. Upon entering the curtain of light, Sasuke's pupils constricted. At that moment, Uchiha clan's residence, how did I come back? Sasuke murmured in confusion. Little Sasuke, don't be deceived by the illusions before you. This is a space of mirages. You may encounter scenes you do not wish to see, so prepare yourself mentally. Hearing Daji's reminder, Sasuke touched the nearby houses and walls. The tactile sensation felt real. If this were an illusion, it should not feel this authentic, as illusions affect sight and mind, but do not influence touch. In the next moment, to Sasuke's disbelief, he transformed back into his childhood self, and his body involuntarily walked forward. The unspoken fear he would never forget surged in his heart, and then he encountered Itachi, experiencing that fateful scene again, including being placed under Itachi's Genjutsu Tsukuyomi. Just like back then, his body moved uncontrollably, performing the same actions, speaking the same words, and feeling the same terror. Then Sasuke's youthful form underwent a change and returned to its original state as he stood quietly at the door of his home. Inside the room, the corpses of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto began to stir, their bodies twisting grotesquely, with still warm blood oozing from the contorted parts. Watching the twisted corpses of his parents slowly approach him, Sasuke cried out, "Mother, father, I love you so much and miss you. Can you come accompany me, mother? Father, my pride, why did you only just come back? Where were you when Itachi slaughtered us? If you had been there, mother and father wouldn't have been lonely below. Come with us down there." Sasuke closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks, as he gazed at the horrific expressions and movements of Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Fugaku. "Father, mother, I will avenge you, but not every being can defile your names." Sasuke stood up, dark energy flowing rapidly throughout his body from a seal created by the Nine Tails. He formed hand seals, summoning immense dark energy, his mind replaying the scene of showing his father the results of his training after learning the Great Fireball technique. Sasuke firmly declared, "Father, mother, I will be your eternal pride. Fire, release Great Fireball technique." A tremendous force of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Unlike before, this time the dark energy had become pure, transforming the originally orange flames into black flames. The shrill screams penetrated the air, resembling the demons of the underworld. It must be said that ordinary flames would hardly harm such beings capable of shapeshifting. However, this time Sasuke's Great Fireball did not use a shred of chakra, but drew entirely from dark energy. Pure dark energy inherently restrains malevolent entities, and combined with its transformation into fiery power, the temperature of this Great Fireball became exceedingly high. In Sasuke's mind, Daji praised, "Not bad. Combining dark energy with the method of casting ninjutsu has amplified your ninjutsu's power 100-fold. It's much stronger than your brother's Amaterasu." The scene before Sasuke twisted, and he found himself in a stone chamber. Sasuke looked around. There was only a rectangular furnace, with some stones burning faintly inside, mysterious runes flowing over them indicating they were extraordinary. It appeared to be a forge. On the forging table lay a sword, without a hilt, its blade measuring 40 centimeters long, with a dark hue and mysterious patterns etched onto it. Upon seeing the sword, Daji's eyes sparkled. She urged Sasuke, "Hurry and take the sword. This is a rare top-quality, refining material, and this sword is not an ordinary item. Even in the realm of cultivation, many would fight over it." Sasuke found a box in a cabinet-like area nearby which contained something wrapped in cloth. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered a book, but he could not recognize the characters on the cover. "It's Fundamentals of Arrays," Daji exclaimed. Sasuke jumped in surprise at her reaction. Wasn't it just Fundamentals of Arrays? Was it necessary to make such a fuss? Or was this Fundamentals of Arrays something extraordinary? "This Fundamentals of Arrays I know. It is said to be the insights of the Blue Emperor, who carved the Great Array runes with his own life and achieved the status of an emperor. This book contains his understanding of array techniques. This is something that everyone in the cultivation world desires. To my knowledge, this book has always been in the hands of the descendants of the Blue Emperor, and I didn't expect it to have fallen here. It seems this place might very well be the cave left behind by Chufeiyu." Sasuke opened it, finding it filled with unfamiliar characters and mysterious rune patterns. The last page bore some writing that looked like a message. Daji readily acted as a translator. "To the fated one, I am the descendant of the Blue Emperor from the cultivation world. 300 years ago, I accidentally arrived in this world, and due to my low cultivation, my lifespan is nearly over. Here I can hardly cultivate. 300 years only allowed me to recover to the foundation establishment stage. As my lifespan draws to an end, I set up this cave and left behind some teachings. This Fundamentals of Arrays is a handwritten copy passed down from my ancestor, the Blue Emperor. I also left behind some teachings sufficient for you to traverse this world. If you are interested, go find me at the Death Gate. A friendly reminder, be careful for your life. Kid, that is the inheritance left by the heir of the Qing Emperor. Oh, we must see if we can obtain it, said the Ninetails as it licked its front paw. Although the Ninetails could transform, it still retained some of its primitive habits, one of which was licking its front paw. Just as Zhuosu was about to step out, 5 figures suddenly appeared in the stone chamber. Zhuosu was somewhat surprised to see that they had freed themselves from the illusion. These people actually managed to escape such a realistic illusion. Previously in the illusions, Zhuosu could feel a strong wave interfering with his mind. Fortunately, his determination to slay Uchiha Itachi was steadfast, which prevented him from being greatly affected. But the fact that these 5 could escape that illusion indicated that they were quite capable. What about Orochimaru? Zhuosu asked. He was the last one to enter. He should be coming out soon, said a tall, burly man among the 5. We should leave first, that Orochimaru won't pass through such an illusion. One reason is that his soul is flawed, and the second is that someone like him is easily tempted. You should know that the illusions of the cultivation world are on a completely different level than your genjutsu. That illusion formation is indeed terrifying. It can simulate such realistic scenes. However, what happens if one cannot pass through the illusion? Little Zhuosu, I don't understand formations. If one cannot pass, the outcomes can be quite severe, but the most common ones are direct death or being teleported out. Although the others glanced at the sword in Zhuosu's hand with some envy, they still maintained their rationality, knowing that this young man before them was not easy to deal with. For them now, nothing was more precious than freedom. Let's go. Orochimaru should not be able to pass through the illusion formation. We will head out first. In the environment before Orochimaru stood a tall mountain gate with a large plaque above it carved with magnificent golden characters reading Tianlan Sect. An elder with an immortal aura sat cross-legged in the air teaching the Tao, while rules and order surrounded a group of listeners. Orochimaru could feel that everyone around him far surpassed shadow-level powerhouses. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat, afraid to act recklessly, and could only pretend to focus on listening to the teachings like everyone else. Though he couldn't understand, he could inexplicably sense the immense power of heaven and earth contained within. After a short while, the teaching elder stopped speaking and looked at Orochimaru, saying, "Impure thoughts, chaotic energy, return from whence you came." With a wave of his dust whisk, the elder sent Orochimaru out of this illusionary space. Orochimaru was mysteriously expelled from the illusionary space, somewhat bewildered. It was only at that moment that he realized it had all just been an illusion. Orochimaru's face fell in disappointment. He thought he had arrived in the cultivation world, but it turned out to be an illusion. However, that illusion was so realistic that it could simulate such mysterious powers. When the old man taught, he resonated with heaven and earth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might have thought no one was there. Moreover, the listeners in that illusion appeared so real that he could sense they were living beings with blood and flesh possessing immense power within. Though somewhat disappointed, Orochimaru did not leave empty-handed. Through the illusion, he had caught a glimpse of some information about the cultivation world. Though Orochimaru, who had been conducting research for years, did not know the principles of the formation, he could feel that the illusion formation was not a lethal, deadly formation. Therefore, he was not worried about Zhuosu's safety. Despite Zhuosu's young age, his strength was not low. Soon a few people emerged from the passage, with Zhuosu bringing up the rear. After all, he was unfamiliar with them, and he had a treasure with him. He could not expose his back to strangers. Zhuosuku and you all came out. Then let us continue exploring. The 5 were very cooperative. They entered the next passage without needing Orochimaru to give orders. Soon the 5 ahead let out terrified screams as 2 fell. The remaining 3 confused, but the next moment another person died. This inexplicable phenomenon of death filled the remaining 2. Daji seemed to sense something and released her divine sense. 3 semi-transparent, menacing, ghostly figures appeared under the coverage of her divine sense and flew towards Zhuosu and Orochimaru. Daji warns Zhuosu is a ghost invisible to the naked eye, only divine sense can expose it. But now you haven't cultivated divine sense yet, but your heavenly demon chi can restrain these evil entities. Hearing the Ninetails say this, Zhuosu immediately understood and unleashed a great fireball towards the passage ahead. In an instant, piercing screams echoed from the passage ahead as those 2 people and the ghost were reduced to ashes under Zhuosu's great fireball attack. After integrating more refined heavenly demon chi, Wasu's heavenly demon body was activated to a basic level, allowing him to channel magic energy normally, though he could not fully unleash its power. Even so, it was sufficient to deal with a few ordinary ghosts. With no subordinates left, Orochimaru could only send the snakes to scout ahead. The two followed behind the snake, encountering no further dangers along the way. Clearly, this level only had those invisible ghosts. Like before, this was also a stone chamber with not much inside except for a book called Shangqing Dan Lu and an alchemy furnace. On the last page of Shangqing Dan Lu there was also a message: fated person being able to come here is your opportunity. It seems that those who can pass through should be my peers in the cultivation world. This book and that third grade alchemy record are for you. Shangqing Dan Lu is an introductory book on alchemy compiled by the 9th grade alchemist Ta-Ching Shangren. Studying Shangqing Dan Lu, if you have talent, you can become an alchemist and no longer worry about resources and cultivation, though this world is too lacking in resources. If you want more, come find me. Orochimaru, unable to comprehend the book's contents, felt a bit helpless and was eager to know what was recorded in it. Looking at the alchemy furnace, Orochimaru, especially puzzled, asked Susukuin, "What is this thing that looks like a furnace for? Does the message and the book mention this?" "That is an alchemy furnace used for refining pills. This book is an alchemy manual," Susu replied succinctly. Alchemy. Orochimaru did not understand what alchemy was. Seeing that Orochimaru still did not understand, Susu could only explain differently: it is about refining. Oh, so refining medicine is also called alchemy. Recalling the treasures he had found earlier, although 2 stone chambers had nothing, he had still found several porcelain vials, each containing pills that emitted an enticing fragrance. So that is what was refined from this furnace. If Orochimaru were not so obsessed with research, he might have eaten one on the spot. Orochimaru, let me remind you, those medicines cannot be eaten randomly. Any one of them is enough to burst you. Then I will study them before I decide. If you really are a scientific madman, Wasu couldn't help but comment. The remaining 3 deadly doors are definitely more dangerous than the previous ones, so we should be cautious. Of course, Orochimaru replied. Wasu and Orochimaru sustained some injuries in the danger and shock doors, but the things behind these 2 doors were plentiful and the 2 reaped significant rewards. After exploring the first 7 doors, the 7th door, the door of death, stands as a threshold of near certain demise. At this moment, the door of death no longer emanated demonic energy. Inside, Sasuke faced an unprecedented crisis. Before him lay a broken path with hellfire below and a swarm of tiny insects approaching from behind, emitting a visible dark green toxic gas. Both of them were utterly exhausted, and those terrifying poisonous insects had turned Orochimaru's summoning giant python into nothing but a skeleton. These poisonous insects were relentless, however there was nowhere left for the 2 of them to hide. Orochimaru elongated his neck and grabbed onto the stone across from him, then his body recoiled back. Seeing this, Sasuke wasted no time and jumped onto Orochimaru's back. The poisonous insects halted at the edge of the broken bridge. Clearly the hellfire obstructed their path, and they quickly retreated as though they had never been there. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and a new Orochimaru crawled out. This unique jutsu of Orochimaru required no chakra or hand seals. It was the result of genetic modification. Similar to Tsunade's creation and regeneration, it was achieved through cellular division, a method that depletes bodily cells, which is why Orochimaru needed to reincarnate frequently, and each reincarnation also inflicted harm upon his soul. Although this method shortened Orochimaru's lifespan, it allowed him to recover chakra directly and alleviate injuries and mental fatigue. But Sasuke couldn't do the same. Orochimaru took out a recovery potion, and without hesitation Sasuke tilted his head back and drank it. The 2 continued onward, and it must be said that this final door of death was larger than the combined scale of the previous doors and far more perilous. As the 2 explored, they soon arrived at an opening. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a scene of blue skies, white clouds, and a field of green grass, though strangely, there was a dark area in the distance, the nature of which was unknown. Besides some vegetation, the area was not large. That black region was a chaos, a small world surrounded by chaos, roughly 10 miles in size. Spiritual energy was present here, albeit thin, yet better than in the ninja world. Suddenly the ground shook as a tower emerged from the depths. Inside the tower was a vast hall adorned with stone pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes, and facing the main entrance was a rectangular stone platform. Above the platform rested a stone coffin atop, which sat a black-robed skeleton exuding a faint demonic energy. Orochimaru and Sasuke approached the black-robed skeleton, reading an inscription on the stone platform: "Those with fate who come here must bow 3 times and knock 9 times to obtain my legacy." Without a word, Sasuke understood that for the inheritance from the immortal realm 3 bows and 9 knocks were negligible. He immediately bowed before the skeleton. As soon as Sasuke completed his bow, a beam of light emerged from the black skeleton's head, transforming into a human form, a venerable old man with an ethereal demeanor. "I am Chufeiyu, a descendant of the Azure Emperor from the immortal realm. What you see before you is a remnant of my will. Once the inheritance is complete, I shall vanish. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Young one, there is something remarkable in your sea of consciousness," the old man chuckled. "Have I been discovered?" "Haha, as expected from a descendant of the Azure Emperor, you managed to find me out." In Daji's memory, although Chufeiyu was an extraordinary prodigy at the time of his disappearance, he had only just entered the Foundation establishment stage. Unexpectedly arriving in this almost spiritless ninja world, it seemed impossible for him to cultivate to a high level, making it hard to believe he could directly perceive Sasuke's sea of consciousness. Sasuke was shocked. It seemed his secret couldn't be hidden from this old man. "Senior, how did you come to the immortal realm?" Orochimaru asked. "In my youth, I studied a unique self-created formation and accidentally got swept into a spatial rift. Through the chaotic flow of space, relying on a treasure, I barely survived to arrive here, only to be disappointed that your world lacks spiritual energy." "Senior, what level are you at now?" "Now I am but a remnant will, and my true self has long since perished." "I cannot speak of a level. My true self barely reached the integration stage before death in the 9 major realms of cultivation, chi cultivation, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body integration, transformation, and tribulation transcendence. As for the cultivation level, you may inquire about the one hiding in your sea of consciousness." "What are demonic cultivators?" "The heavenly demonic body and demonic energy. Demonic cultivators cultivate the demonic body. Only after the demonic body is formed can a demonic cultivator rapidly enhance their cultivation. This method of training through the demonic body is an alternative path differing from the immortal cultivators who first refine the spirit before the body. For demonic cultivators, it is the opposite. The heavenly demonic body is a naturally born demonic body, also a naturally easy to cultivate constitution, facing fewer bottlenecks in cultivation. As long as resources are sufficient, one can rapidly elevate their level." "Senior, how do the 9 major realms of cultivation compare to the ninja world? Also, why is your skeletal remains black?" Orochimaru respectfully inquired. "God knows how powerful the beings of the immortal realm are. Even if the other party is just a remnant, will he dared not act recklessly before this person. Is this place called the ninja world?" "Upon arriving in this world, I have yet to hear it referred to as the ninja world. As for power, let me confirm with my divine sense." As he spoke, a vast divine sense enveloped the entire ninja world, quickly revealing through conversations that those with a low-level energy called chakra within them were known as ninjas, and he immediately understood. Ninjas possess a cultivation level and system that are far too low. By energy strength classification, the shadows of your world are roughly equivalent to the early foundation establishment stage, and you are at this stage as well. The reason my skeletal remains are black is that I myself am a heavenly demonic body. Although he knew the man before him was extraordinarily powerful in life, the cultivation levels of the immortal realm were different. This person had reached the 6th level, while the shadows of the ninja realm only matched the early stage of his 2nd level. This made Orochimaru once again reassess his understanding of the term powerful. "Inheritor, do you have any further questions?" the old man asked, looking at Sasuke. "Senior, you are a demonic cultivator, but why do you appear as a figure of ethereal grace? Who says demonic cultivators must be hideously ugly and filled with evil energy? In the immortal realm, demonic cultivators are also orthodox practitioners, recognized by the cultivation world with interactions across various sects. Power is neither good nor bad, it is the person that determines that." "How did you discover it?" Sasuke asked. The only response was 2 words: level. Sasuke understood that the other was saying his level was higher than his and the 9 tails, which allowed him to easily detect the seal within his sea of consciousness. Although he did not know how a 9 tails from the immortal realm ended up sealed within his sea of consciousness, he had asked her multiple times, yet she wouldn't say a word. "Inheritor, let me share a secret with you. The sealing technique for the 9 tails fox was created by me. In other words, I can help you unseal the Nine-Tails Fox. Would you like to set her free? The Nine-Tails Fox. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. Isn't the Nine-Tails sealed within Naruto Uzumaki's body? How could it be inside Sasuke? Wait, senior, did you just say the Nine-Tails is sealed within Sasuke? Inheritor, is that the name of the one who sealed the nine-tailed red fox with 9 tails? In your ninja terms it should be known as a Jinchuriki. That would be Naruto Uzumaki, right? Hearing the other's words, Orochimaru confirmed that the 9 tails was still in that Naruto, but how could Sasuke also have a 9 tails? Each tailed beast has only one. This is common knowledge in the ninja world, but now suddenly another 9 tails fox has emerged. Wait, Sasuke has never used the power of the 9 tails except for that white energy. Could it be that the 9 tails within Sasuke is not of the same category as the tailed beasts? While he had his suspicions, Orochimaru still asked, what you refer to as tailed beasts are merely slightly stronger pets. That mixed fur fox is not even on the same level as the inheritors. The 9 tails celestial fox born of heaven and earth is a divine beast worshipped by all spirits. Your 9 major tailed beasts would only tremble in fear before the 9 tails celestial fox. It must be said that the other's words revealed a hint of disdain for the ninja world, yet Orochimaru understood that before true power this was indeed the case. Just moments ago the other had perceived information he was previously unaware of. Clearly the other possessed an extraordinarily strong sense, one that could cover most of the ninja world, a terrifying perception. In the entire ninja world no one could accomplish such a feat, not even his teacher Hiruzen's Sarutobi's crystal bowl. I have one more question for you, senior. Why is Sasuke the inheritor and not me? Clearly this is a monumental opportunity. Orochimaru did not want to give up. After all, the other party was a descendant of the Azure Emperor. Although he did not know who the Azure Emperor was, anyone who could bear the title of Emperor must be a powerful figure in the immortal realm. There was no doubt about their strength. What he faced now was the inheritance of the Azure Emperor's descendant. How could it be ordinary? Sasuke was not worried, as the 9 tails had long told him that the other party would certainly accept him, so he remained calm. For when Sasuke absorbed the demonic energy, the 9 tails already recognized that the host here was a heavenly demonic body. How could the inheritance of the heavenly demonic body not be passed to another heavenly demonic body? The old man cast a faint glance at Orochimaru and said, "You are not worthy yet. Sasuke, like me, is a heavenly demonic body, and he followed the rules by performing the bowing ceremony, hence he is my inheritor. Sasuke, I ask you again, have you made up your mind? Do you wish to release the 9 tails?" Sasuke considered it for a moment, realizing that while Daji's power was formidable, it was not his own. To seek revenge, he ultimately had to rely on himself, so he decisively replied, "Unseal her. Inheritor, having performed the 3 bows and 9 knocks for me, you are now my disciple. Call me master." "Master." Very good, my disciple. I shall now impart my legacy to you." As he spoke, the black skeleton's finger emitted a delicate ring that hovered before Sasuke. "This is my spatial ring. Inside are the things I have left for you. Wear the ring." Sasuke complied. As the old man cast a spell towards Sasuke's sea of consciousness, the cage sealing the 9 tails within disappeared like melting ice and snow, transforming the 9 tails into a white light, vanishing from Sasuke's sea of consciousness. A white light appeared in the shape of Sasuke's brow, and the figure of the 9 tails fox manifested in the stone chamber. Upon seeing the not-so-large white 9 tails fox, Orochimaru was also taken aback, surprised that not only had he guessed correctly, but the other party was also far stronger than himself, sensing the immense power contained within the white 9 tails fox. "Alright, the inheritance is complete. That legacy ring can only be used by you. The contents inside belong to you now. Remember, if given the chance, please take my remains back to the Chu family in the immortal realm." After speaking, the old man's figure transformed into specks of starlight scattering into the air. P.S. Starting tomorrow, there will be consecutive updates for a month. Due to the large number of words, the fixed publishing time will be between 200 and 2300. The quality of the results depends on your support, so I hope readers can support by adding to the bookshelf following, urging updates, rating, and commenting. The light that Chu Feiyu cast into Zhuju's sea of consciousness not only lifted the seal of the 9 tails, but also contained the inheritance of demonic arts. The oppressive aura of the 9 tails was quite strong, as Zhuju himself was not very powerful and often communicated with Daji, so he did not feel as shocked as Orochimaru. Looking at the white 9 tails, Orochimaru's heart raced. Daji glanced at him and smiled, asking, "Orochimaru, are you surprised?" Unexpected. Sweat the size of beans trickled down Orochimaru's temples. Yes, it's quite unexpected. Orochimaru was so frightened that he struggled to articulate. Seeing Orochimaru's terrified expression, Daji became bored and directly transformed into her human form in front of him. Orochimaru's pupils widened. He had never imagined that a tailed beast could transform right before him. The inheritance left by Chufeiyu to Zhuozhu included an explanation about this space. This is a prototype of a world. Only by continuously expanding the chaotic space at the periphery of this world can it grow larger and eventually form a complete world. However, achieving this is extremely difficult even for individuals in the earthly cultivation realm, to the point where it seems nearly impossible. The space within the spatial ring is vast enough to contain the seed of this world. It has spiritual energy that can help Daji recover her cultivation. In truth, Chufeiyu's assistance to Zhuozhu in unsealing the Nine Tails was not entirely altruistic, but was aimed at aiding his own successor. Thus, when unsealing the Nine Tails, a forbidden script was used to suppress its power. As long as the Nine Tails acted against Zhuozhu, her strength would vanish instantly. This was an original forbidden script left by the Green Emperor, containing the essence of a special Tao specifically designed to protect the outstanding descendants of his family. As soon as this array pattern appears, it can suppress a section of space, making everyone's power disappear. However, it will not affect those with the Green Emperor's heritage seal. This is also the reason why the descendants of the Green Emperor have been able to inherit from ancient times to the present. Inside the spatial ring, although there were not many treasures, there were some books about formations, including scattered texts such as Pill Classic, Ultimate Killing Array, Artifact Classic, and Supreme Medicine Canon. Finally, Chufeiyu left a message for his successor disciple after 3 bows and 9 kowtows. You are my disciple. The inheritance of my teachings needs to be passed on by you. Originally, I, as a core formation cultivator, had a lifespan of 7,000 years, but alas, the Tao is merciless. In the chaotic flow of space, my soul was severely injured, and my spiritual veins were damaged, leading to my early demise. When you read this text, I believe you have some understanding of me. The chaotic flow of space is too terrifying, and I have left behind no treasures, only a piece of black gold, mysterious iron. I managed to refine it successfully. You can take it. You must take good care of the world seed. Do not leak any information about it. Remember. Although Chufeiyu, a descendant of the emperor, did not leave many things to Zhuozhu, each item was a unique treasure in this world, especially those books, which would be highly beneficial for Zhuozhu's future development. At this moment, Orochimaru only wished to remain inconspicuous. With the Nine Tails nearby, he dared not show himself. Although the Nine Tails appeared quite amiable for now, Orochimaru did not want to gamble on her temperament. Even though he was currently a clone, he did not want to waste his strength unnecessarily. Zhuozhu found it strange because his benefactor had previously mentioned that the sealing array of the Nine Tails was crafted by him. But who could possibly have the ability to seal someone as powerful as Sister Daji, who surpasses even the level of a Kage? Zhuozhu thought that this person might not be from the shinobi world, which meant that there could be others from the cultivation realm in the shinobi world. As for the intention behind giving the Nine Tails to himself, Zhuozhu speculated that perhaps there was someone manipulating events behind the scenes who wanted to achieve something. However, he could not fathom it completely. At least the Nine Tails could serve as a strength for him. Originally, Daji followed Zhuozhu to find the 3 great immortal abodes to restore her cultivation and then find a way back. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, she gained an opportunity. Although she could not act against Zhuozhu for now, she believed he would not mind her practicing here. Zhuozhu could feel that after accepting the inheritance, he had gained some new knowledge in his mind. Besides the cultivation method for the heavenly demon body, there seemed to be a very special mark. Zhuozhu obtained the greatest treasure from this ruin, while Orochimaru felt a sense of imbalance in his heart. After all, he was the one who discovered this ruin, yet he did not have that opportunity. As for seizing Zhuozhu's opportunity, it was a joke. Orochimaru would not dare to do that. A formation diagram appeared under his feet, slowly operating. With a flash of white light, he was teleported outside the waterfall. Looking at the plants around the waterfall that had died from being eroded by demonic energy, Zhuozhu said, Orochimaru, I have accomplished what you wanted me to do. Your gains from this ruin exploration are not insignificant. This can be considered a win-win, and I should be heading back now. About my matter, you should know what to do, right? Daji asked with a cheerful smile. No problem, I don't know anything. Orochimaru reacted quickly. Quite the survival instinct, aren't we? Let me tell you, although I am not at my peak now, no one in this shinobi world can defeat me in an unknown fight. At least you would need to consolidate all the forces of your shinobi world to have a 70 chance of winning against me. Don't think that being called kid is a loss for you. I've lived for 1,500 years. Calling you kid is not a disadvantage for you. You are quite impressive. I admire your spirit of exploration into the unknown. Although those things are merely interesting to me, I hope you can create even more fascinating things in the future. Yes, the Nine Tails is correct. Orochimaru nodded and bowed. Zuozhu sneered. Orochimaru, I didn't expect someone as fearless as you to have moments of fear. Let's go back to the village. The Nine Tails followed Zuozhu. Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief as he finally left. Although the imposing aura of the Nine Tails had subsided, Orochimaru's keen senses revealed the Nine Tails' strength before him. Facing such a powerful existence, Orochimaru felt that the tailed beasts of the shinobi world were merely weaklings. Although Zuozhu was the biggest winner of this ruin, Orochimaru also obtained quite a few good items, especially those elixirs. There were more than 70 bottles of various colors. Orochimaru planned to study their effects and see if there were any pills that could enhance his strength. The insights gained from this ruin changed Orochimaru's mindset, as his thoughts were no longer confined to this weak shinobi world, but instead yearned for the magical and powerful cultivation realm. 2 days later, Zuozhu and the Nine Tails returned to Konoha. Kakashi immediately spotted Zuozhu and approached him, asking, Zuozhu, what have you been up to these past few days? Orochimaru came to find me. Zuozhu did not hide anything, knowing that Kakashi would not betray him. Orochimaru. Kakashi frowned. He must have come to seize your body. How did you return safely? Originally, he indeed wanted to obtain my body, but he changed his mind and only took a bit of cells and blood. Kakashi was surprised. Orochimaru actually let you go. Was it Itachi who intervened? Kakashi thought to himself. Looking at Daji beside Zuozhu, he asked, who is this? Little brother, I am Zuozhu's cousin. The Nine Tails responded charmfully. When speaking with Zuozhu earlier, Kakashi had only glanced at Daji and did not pay much attention to her. But now, as he looked, Kakashi found it hard to take his eyes off her. Kakashi, with gleaming eyes, asked Daji, how old are you, miss? Zuozhu couldn't possibly be your boyfriend, right? You joke, little brother. I'm still young, how could I have a boyfriend? Cousin of Zuozhu. How come I've never heard that the Uchiha clan has anyone outside of Konoha? Kakashi inquired. Oh, Daji lightly covered her lips, smiling as she said, don't believe it. Then take a good look at my eyes. With that, she stared intently at Kakashi. In Kakashi's eyes, he saw Daji's peerlessly beautiful face, and as her large beautiful eyes blinked, they transformed into the appearance of the three-demo Sharingan. Are you really from the Uchiha clan? Then why do you dress so strangely? Kakashi asked in confusion. You see, the Uchiha clan of Konoha is merely a fringe branch of our lineage. The true Uchiha bloodline is hidden from the world, developed differently from yours, hence it is distinct. By seniority, Sasuke is my cousin. Since that's the case, would you like to join me in the bamboo forest to explore the mysteries of life? The Nine Tails blinked, chuckling, hey big brother, don't rush. You just met someone and immediately asked them to go to the bamboo forest. How can you expect them to feel comfortable? Implied was that Kakashi hadn't brought a gift. Oh, I was being presumptuous. Wait here, I'll prepare something. And with that, Sasuke led the Nine Tails toward the Uchiha residence. Sister Daji, you are being too ostentatious. Although Daji acted flirtatiously, he knew that her strength was remarkable and true strong individuals wouldn't genuinely discuss life's mysteries with the weak. At this moment, Naruto was lying on a rooftop chewing on a piece of grass, gazing at the azure sky. Suddenly, Kakashi's figure darted past, and Naruto immediately scrambled up to call out to him. Kakashi halted. Oh, it's Naruto. Why aren't you training today? Sai, like you said, it's important to balance work and rest. I haven't made any progress in training, so I thought I'd take a break. Kakashi nodded, agreeing you should take a rest indeed. I have news for you. Sasuke has returned, and he brought back a beautiful girl. Remembering Daji's stunning appearance, a look of infatuation flashed in Kakashi's eyes. No more time to waste, I need to prepare a gift. Kakashi. Before Naruto could finish, Kakashi vanished from his sight. A smile crept onto Naruto's lips. Hey, that guy finally came back. Haha, he even brought a beauty with him. After a few days, he must be feeling quite happy. I wonder how Sakura will react when she sees her. Surely upon seeing Sasuke, Sakura must be very happy, right? Hehe. Naruto murmured to himself while also brewing a plan in his heart. In his mind, he pictured Sakura seeing a beautiful girl beside Sasuke, having been out for several days before returning. Her expression at that moment should be quite splendid, and he could then take advantage of the situation. Haha, what a brilliant idea, I am truly clever. Naruto didn't forget to self-raise. Thinking swiftly, he decided to find Sakura and tell her about Sasuke's return. He arrived at the flower shop at Sakura's family home. At this moment, Sakura was helping her parents attend to customers. She handed a wrapped bouquet to a young woman with a smile, saying, "Miss, your flowers are ready. We welcome you to visit us again." Seeing Naruto watching her from outside, Sakura approached and said, somewhat displeased, "Naruto, what are you doing at my house?" Naruto paid no mind to Sakura's expression and said, "Sakura, Sasuke is back." "Kakashi-sensei," said. "What did Kakashi-sensei say?" Upon hearing that Sasuke had returned, Sakura anxiously asked. Kakashi-sensei said that Sasuke has been out with a beautiful girl and brought her back. The more Naruto spoke, the quieter his voice became, as if he were hesitant to tell Sakura. "What? Sasuke has actually been fooling around with another woman for days, and he even brought her home." Sakura erupted with rage upon hearing Naruto's words. "Let's go, Naruto, I want to see what kind of person dares to compete with me for Sasuke." How shameless. In Sakura's mind, no matter how much Sasuke disliked her, it was no reason for another woman to claim him. As long as she persisted, she believed Sasuke would come around. Sakura took the lead, rushing with Naruto towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Sasuke and Daiji returned to the Uchiha residence, looking at the deserted streets. Remembering the bustling atmosphere of the past, Sasuke felt a pang in his heart, as if those memories still lingered nearby. Yet he knew it was merely an illusion of his own making. Now that he had received the inheritance, he possessed the cultivation techniques of the immortal realm, along with spiritual energy and a stash of pills to assist him. He should be able to take revenge soon. "Sasuke." In the distance, Sakura's voice came from behind him. Hearing her voice, Sasuke frowned, wondering why this annoying girl had come again. Indeed a nuisance. Should I help you deal with her? Coincidentally, that little Naruto is quite fond of her. Do as you wish, but just be careful not to go too far. With that, the two continued walking ahead, indifferent to each other. Sakura and Naruto caught up, both panting heavily, clearly exhausted from running. Looking at the gasping Sakura, Naruto felt a bit displeased. "Sasuke, I'm saying, how can you be like this? Sakura is so tired just to see you, and you don't even care, just keep walking ahead. Hey little bro, how can you say that as if Sasuke is her something? She's the one who ran here and got tired. What does that have to do with my Sasuke?" Although Daiji spoke with a hint of sarcasm, she could not hide her melodious voice. Coupled with her unparalleled beauty, Naruto was momentarily dumbfounded. Of course, Naruto's daze wasn't, because he was captivated by Daiji, even though her charm was extraordinary. At this moment, Naruto was filled with thoughts of his seduction techniques and harem strategies. If he could upgrade his abilities using this beautiful sister as a template, the power would be formidable. He couldn't even dare to imagine. Although Daiji possessed the divine ability of mind communication, she was not a voyeur and naturally would not constantly use this ability to invade others' thoughts. Daiji constantly referred to my Sasuke, which sounded very harsh to Sakura, especially since Sasuke had neither denied nor confirmed it. Normally, if Sasuke disagreed, he would clearly deny it. Could it be? Sasuke-kun has indeed been out with this ugly monster these days. Upon thinking of this, Sakura felt extremely wronged. Sasuke-kun is mine. No way a shameless ugly monster like you can take him away. Sakura's tone was filled with acidity. Clearly calling Daiji an ugly monster came from jealousy and malice. "Oh, little sister, not looking so good and speaking so venomously is one thing, but how do you have such Is it the shampoo?" Daiji retaliated mercilessly. Although her words were not as venomous as Sakura's, each was a direct blow to Sakura's sore spots. "What did you just say? Are you looking for a fight?" When she said this, she didn't even consider that she was only 11 or 12 years old, while the other was an adult. Although she didn't understand why Sasuke would seek out someone so much older to vent his frustrations at that moment, her only thought was to tear her apart and rip that shameless mouth to shreds. Sakura immediately rushed forward without hesitation, grabbing Daiji and started tearing at her. Who is Daiji? The demon queen of the immortal realm from the Celestial Fox clan. Even if her cultivation had fallen, she was not someone a mere human like Sakura could shake. Sakura's attacks caused no harm whatsoever. However, Daiji was somewhat angered. "A double-standard dog dares to tear me apart. Today I'll show you what's what." Meanwhile, Sasuke watched the spectacular performance between the two women with great interest. However, it was clear that Sakura was being thoroughly suppressed by Daji. Deep down, Sasuke felt pleased that although he was still young, Daji's unparalleled beauty and strength had long conquered him. So Sasuke had some thoughts about Daji, but those thoughts were somewhat unrealistic for him now. He understood that only strong individuals could have a future together. Thus becoming stronger remained Sasuke's ultimate pursuit, because only by becoming stronger could he take revenge and subdue Daji. As for whether her true form was a fox demon, he didn't care. After gaining the inheritance, he understood that after a demon beast transformed, not only would it accelerate cultivation, but its physical structure would also be indistinguishable from a human. This transformation occurred at the very moment of shapeshifting. Therefore, Sasuke was not worried about whether Daji would give birth to a creature that was neither human nor fox in the future. The mutual tearing between Daji and Sakura did not involve their abilities, but rather resembled a catfight, pulling hair, scratching, and biting each other. Of course, Daji was careful not to inflict irreparable harm on Sakura, but the pain of flesh wounds was certainly unavoidable. Watching the two women tear at each other, Naruto contemplated stepping in to help. However, Daji was too beautiful and Sakura had always been Naruto's goddess. In that moment, he didn't know who to assist. Forget about them, just let them fight it out. Sasuke's cold words made Naruto somewhat displeased. Are you just going to watch them fight? Can't you pull her away? Facing Naruto's question, Sasuke merely responded with a cold smile, why don't you pull her away? Naruto was speechless. He didn't know who to help. Even if he assisted Sakura, she wouldn't remember his kindness, and helping the beautiful lady would make him feel guilty towards Sakura. It must be said that after years of being a sycophant, Naruto's experience was quite profound, and he understood Sakura's thoughts and personality very well. Although he knew his plan might not work, he still wanted to give it a try. You shameless person, stealing my Sasuke. Sakura used both hands and feet to attack Daji. You're the shameless one, a despicable sycophant. The one you're licking is someone you can never have, he's already mine. Daji's words made Sasuke choke on his saliva. So, what if I'm a sycophant? I lick because I want to, I lick because I enjoy it. Sakura felt no shame and instead took pride in it. Little Naruto is pouring his heart out to you, even a stone would shed tears. Unfortunately, you don't have any feelings, you're even worse than a stone. You little third party, watch me today as I take you down. Hee little sister, I'm not a third party, I'm a fox spirit. A fox spirit is a third party, and the whole family of fox spirits is made up of third parties. Sakura continued her venomous curses. At such a young age, not learning well, don't you see what you're made of? Don't you see if you're curvy or not, your looks, body, and character? You don't possess any of them, yet you dare to act in front of me. Daji finished speaking and slapped Sakura twice on the face, instantly leaving 2 handprints on her face, one red and one purple. The fight between the two women lasted for half an hour, and it was only after Sakura begged for mercy that Daji reluctantly let go. Sakura covered her face and ran away in tears. Seeing this, Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then at Daji's side, and chased after her. I never expected you, a dignified demon king, would also engage in a catfight with a little girl. Kid, I know you're mocking me, but I'm happy. I've always watched others fight, and today I finally experienced it myself. It actually feels pretty good. You were once a powerful demon king. Even if you stood still for Sakura to hit you, she wouldn't be able to lay a finger on you. Watching Daji, whose hairstyle remained intact and her somewhat smug expression, a hint of pity for Sakura arose in Sasuke's heart. After Sakura and Naruto left, only Sasuke and Daji remained at the Uchiha base. I said, little one, aren't you hungry? Daji asked. Gurgle. Upon hearing this, Sasuke indeed felt hungry. After such a long journey, he had expended too much energy. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that there was nothing to do, his stomach began to protest, as if complaining about its master's neglect. You're still hungry? Sasuke asked in surprise. You haven't mentioned being hungry for so long while sealed in my sea of consciousness. Well then, let's go get something to eat. Sasuke took Daji to buy some snacks by the street, eating as they walked. Tui. What is this? It's so awful. Originally, I was wondering what delicious food you had here, but it turns out to be garbage. Eating this back in my homeland, it could only be considered pig food for feeding commoners. Sasuke was speechless. The things he had brought for the Nine Tails were not cheap, yet Daji called them food meant for feeding pigs in the realm of cultivation. However, he couldn't refute her because he knew that in that world where spiritual energy was abundant and treasures of heaven and earth were countless, even commoners could live for 200 or 300 years easily. Ordinary wild beasts and fish possessed different concentrations of spiritual energy, and their meat was extremely delicious. All of this information came from Chu Feiyu's inherited memories. While he had gained that knowledge, he could not truly experience how delicious those foods could be. Although I don't know how good the food in the cultivation realm is, we can only eat this now. I have become accustomed to it, and don't find it particularly good or bad. You eat it, I can't stomach this. Anyway, I only eat to satisfy my cravings. After buying more daily supplies, the two headed back home. In the underground chamber of the Uchiha base, Sasuke opened the seed of the world contained in his ring, and a light curtain appeared in the meeting room. The two walked inside. Stepping in felt like entering another realm. Though the spiritual energy here was not very abundant, it was still decent enough for cultivation. The spiritual power in the 10,000 tower should be more abundant. Sasuke took out the jade tablet that controlled the Wanling Tower from the spatial ring and activated it. Sasuke found a spot, took out the items from the ring, and in accordance with the inherited memories, he produced a bottle of white elixir, the Gathering Chi Pill, which, as the name suggests, helps one quickly gather spiritual energy to enhance cultivation efficiency. The Gathering Chi Pill has a mild effect and its medicinal power is released slowly. Due to this characteristic, it is one of the more enduring low-grade pills most suitable for beginners in cultivation. It can be used during the Chi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Sasuke poured out a Gathering Chi Pill and swallowed it. Sasuke felt a gentle flow of energy coursing through his body. Following the method recorded in the Heavenly Devil's Manual, he began to cultivate using his magical power to refine the chaotic medicinal power within. The conventional method to enter the cultivation threshold is to guide the internal medicinal power with one's will and then reshape the properties of the medicinal power through thought to convert it into the desired form of energy. Alternatively, one can have the assistance of at least a golden core stage cultivator who can use their own spiritual power to aid others in successfully stepping into the realm of cultivation. Without the help of a golden core cultivator, Sasuke could only rely on the pure heavenly devil chi within him. However, this energy did not belong to Sasuke. For him, it was merely a type of energy form treasure. By refining this heavenly devil chi, Sasuke would be able to possess his own heavenly devil chi in a short time. After 5 hours, Sasuke finally completely refined the pill. Next, he would rely on his own heavenly devil chi to refine the heavenly devil chi contained in the cursed seal. The heavenly devil body is naturally inclined towards cultivation, and it cultivates faster than other special physiques. Sasuke was also progressing quickly, diligently refining the magical energy within the cursed seal. At this moment, the Ninetales sat cross-legged, and the spiritual energy in the air gathered towards its body. This cultivation lasted for 3 days, during which Sasuke refined the magical energy within a cursed seal's hook jade. The Ninetales successfully broke through to the peak of the Chi refinement stage, stepping into the initial stage of foundation establishment. Sasuke woke from his cultivation, glanced at the floating Daji, and without saying a word he retreated. Although Sasuke was currently in urgent need of power, haste makes waste. As a heavenly devil body, his cultivation speed was already fast, he could not afford to be too reckless. Sasuke knew that if he had never encountered information about the cultivation realm, he would surely do anything to gain power solely for revenge. However, having come into contact with that powerful cultivation system, his perspective began to broaden. Revenge was merely his first goal, and he believed that this goal would be realized in the near future. P.S. Today's chapter has been updated with over 7,000 words. The author will continue to release chapters daily for a month. Please support me. It seemed that upon sensing Sasuke had exited his cultivation state, Daji also ceased her practice and looked at Sasuke, asking, "Are we going out?" Sasuke nodded. "Sigh, although the spiritual energy here is somewhat thin, I still feel a bit reluctant to leave, as it has helped me recover some of my cultivation." Sasuke formed a black flame in his palm, dispersing it with a flick of his fingers. "I can feel the powerful strength within me. The demonic cultivation system is truly a fascinating." In these past few days, although he has not reached the Chi refinement stage, he can already sense the growth in his strength, and 1/3 of the demonic energy within the cursed seal has been refined. Although many have been consumed, Sasuke can feel that using the demonic energy he has refined is much smoother, and he also realizes that when he previously used the demonic energy from the cursed seal, he had only unleashed less than 30% of its power. Daji observed Sasuke and remarked, "It seems you have become much more confident, huh?" "I must thank you for that," Sasuke said sincerely as he looked at Daji. "Without you I wouldn't have had access to any information from that world, or without you I might have been deceived by Orochimaru into becoming a spare vessel. Hehe, it's good that you know, but that Orochimaru is not so bad either. He traveled a long way to bring us opportunities." "Yes, we indeed have to thank Orochimaru. It's a pity that the spatial ring cannot store living beings, otherwise I really wouldn't want to leave. Let's go anyway. This world shouldn't have anything that poses a threat to you right now, and it will be difficult to recover to your peak in a short time. Even if you do reach your peak, it seems there's no way to leave this realm. You can only ascend." "Little Sasuke, your words are really like Daji's. Indeed, as you said, if I want to leave this realm, it seems I can only rely on ascending unless I have some special opportunity. Let's go. Remember my identity, don't get it wrong." Originally, Daji was willing to be sealed by Itachi not only because she couldn't resist, but also to avoid trouble. But now her power is strong enough to be invincible in the ninja world, so she no longer worries about trouble because she understands humans well. They only dare to bully those weaker than themselves. Now that she is strong enough, they only bow and scrape before her. In the cultivation world, Daji has reached a bottleneck and found it difficult to break through after several hundred years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been beaten so badly by that detestable Fahai. Her current thought is that since she has ended up in this world, she might as well treat it as a trip and a way to relax. The two stepped out of the myriad spirits tower, appearing in the secret room. Stepping out of the secret room, it was already afternoon. Outside the door, a bouquet of roses lay quietly with a few leaves already wilted. "Hehe, it seems someone wants to pursue you," Sasuke teased Daji as he looked at her. Daji is beautiful. Even after seeing her countless times, Sasuke still finds himself unable to suppress a bit of impulse each time he looks at her. However, after seeing her frequently, he has developed some resistance, and that bit of impulse is easily suppressed by Sasuke. "It's that Kakashi, right? Too weak, I have no interest in him." Saying this, Daji stepped on the bouquet of roses. In the distance on a rooftop, Kakashi lay on the tiles, resting his head on his left hand while holding a book titled Intimate Paradise with his right. He was waiting for Sasuke and his cousin to come out. Ever since he met Sasuke's cousin, Kakashi has completely fallen, feeling that it was time for him to pursue his own spring, having always thought he would remain single for life. Kakashi's position was noticed the moment Daji came out. Intending to tease Kakashi, Daji flew directly in front of him. Big brother, what are you doing here?" Kakashi was startled by the sudden voice and hurriedly hid the book in his hands. Seeing it was Daji, he let out a sigh of relief. Yet he was still very shocked, as an elite jonin, this woman, who claimed to be Sasuke's cousin, could appear beside him without a sound. If she were an enemy, wouldn't she easily be able to take his life? Years of life and death experiences as a ninja have made Kakashi habitually think this way, and he was also somewhat shocked, unsure of how powerful Miss Daji truly was. Kakashi silently pondered in his heart. "So it's you, miss. What were you doing before? I've been looking for you all along and couldn't find you." "Where's Sasuke?" "He's below. Let's go down," Daji said as she grabbed Kakashi's hand, and in the next moment the two appeared before Sasuke. "Miss, I still don't know your name." "My name is Kakashi. You can just call me Kakashi. It's a bit uncomfortable to keep calling me big brother. After all, I'm not little." "Oh, hehe, I'm Uchiha Itachi. Just call me Daji." "Adding sister is fine too." "Kakashi. Am I supposed to call you sister?" "Don't joke. You look like you're only 17 or 18, and I'm already in my 30s. Kakashi internally scoffed at the idea of calling Daji sister. "Sasuke, you've had several days of rest. We have a mission tomorrow. Let's have dinner together tonight to give you a brief introduction to the mission, and then we will set off tomorrow." Although Kakashi was speaking to Sasuke, his eyes were fixed on Daji without shifting. "Where?" Sasuke asked. "At the #1 barbecue restaurant." "Miss Daji, are you free? Would you like to join us?" "Sure, but I'm a bit picky with my food," Daji replied. "How about I take you to the best barbecue in Konoha?" "Alright," Daji said somewhat disinterestedly. "To be honest, since I came to this ninja world, I've only had 2 meals. The barbecue wild boar that Itachi made was okay, but the food Sasuke took me to buy last time was simply pig food." So actually Daji has little appetite for food in the ninja world. "Miss Daji, I've reported your situation to Lord Hokage. He would like you to visit the Hokage office." Daji frowned. "What does he want with me?" It's like this, Miss Daji. I can sense that your strength is very strong. The Uchiha clan was wiped out in the village, and Lord Hokage would like to talk to you." Kakashi, tell the Hokage that I am unavailable and I have no interest in what happened in your village before. But if he dares to disturb me, I can destroy not just Konoha, but even the land of fire. Seeing that Kakashi wanted to say something, Daji forcefully interrupted, no need to say more, he does not have the qualifications to summon me. If he wants to find me, he should come personally. Alright. I'll figure something out with Lord Hokage. You two can take a look around, I have something to attend to. Go ahead with your business, Daji said somewhat impatiently. Sasuke remained silent the whole time, watching Kakashi's lovesick demeanor, secretly chuckling at how foolish Kakashi was. After leaving, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage rock, gazing at the faces of the past Hokages below. Feeling a bit troubled, he remained silent, staring at the Hidden Leaf village for a long while before letting out a sigh and disappearing from the spot. Kakashi reached his destination. The graves of Obito and Rin were here. Whenever he felt troubled, he would come here to talk to them. Rin, Obito, I've come to see you. Rin, I know you always liked me in life, but Obito was deeply in love with you. Now that you can be together in the afterlife, I also wish to pursue my own spring. As he said this, Kakashi's mind still lingered on the exquisite beauty of Daji. Rin, Obito, bless me. After speaking, Kakashi slowly left. In the woods, Sakura was still sulking while walking with Naruto. After her recent defeat at the hands of Daji, she felt immensely dejected and had no mood to help her parents with the flower shop. Her parents noticed that their daughter seemed unhappy, but seeing Naruto visit her every day, they encouraged him to pursue Sakura, hoping she would recover from the shadow of her broken heart. Thus, Sakura's parents forcibly arranged for them to go out together. Sakura did not like Naruto, but her parents insisted she go out to relieve her stress. Sakura couldn't help but think, who are your real parents? Sakura, it's been so many days, you should understand. That guy Sasuke went out with that pretty sister for a few days before returning, and after he came back he hid away again. I've been looking for Sasuke every day, but I haven't seen him. I don't know where that guy took such a beautiful sister. In fact, Naruto was quite envious of Sasuke having such a beautiful sister around him. That guy Sasuke has an incredible charm with women. He was a heartthrob in school, adored by all the girls. Now he has a stunning beauty by his side, and the two of them hide away every day. Who knows what they're doing? Naruto thought to himself bitterly. To have this time to win over Sakura, he hadn't trained in days, and had spent all the commission money he earned from missions. Naruto, do you really dislike me that much? Do I look bad? Sakura asked with a hint of loneliness in her tone. Why would you think that, Sakura? I think Sakura is the cutest and prettiest girl. Naruto replied loudly. But compared to that woman, I truly fall short. Sakura understood that she indeed wasn't as beautiful as that woman. She was completely overshadowed in looks, figure, and poise. Oh, you two seem to be progressing quickly. Kakashi's voice suddenly appeared. Kakashi-sensei, don't say such things. I'm just out here to clear my head, Sakura defended herself, fearing Sasuke might misunderstand. Kakashi-sensei, you really are a nuisance, ruining things at crucial moments, Naruto said with some dissatisfaction. Naruto, have you mastered the Rasengan yet? So this is where love talk starts. TCH, it's just a few days, what's the difference between a few days more or less? Spending time with Sakura is more important than that. Naruto muttered quietly in rebuttal. Kakashi-sensei, did you come looking for us for something? Yes, there is indeed something. You two seem idle. Oh, we have a mission starting tomorrow. Upon hearing there was another mission, both Naruto and Sakura became a bit anxious, and they both exclaimed, what mission? Naruto, thinking of something, asked suspiciously, it's not another drink mission, is it? How could it be? I know you guys definitely don't want to do drink missions, especially you, Naruto and Sasuke. Since you've both progressed rapidly since graduation, I've secured a brink mission for you. This was specially approved by Lord Hokage. Generally others wouldn't enjoy such treatment. Naruto's eyes lit up. Kakashi-sensei is great. Sakura, however, felt a bit worried because the last mission was a brink as well, and the danger level was too high. She wanted a crank mission which would allow her to practice while gaining experience. During the last mission, she had no chance to contribute and felt like an onlooker. Just thinking about Sasuke's strength left Sakura feeling powerless. Even if she were to perform well in a mission, he probably wouldn't notice her. It's getting late, I've made arrangements. Sasuke will be bringing his cousin along to the banquet. Let's head over there and discuss the mission while we eat. Cousin. Sakura caught on quickly and asked eagerly, Kakashi-sensei, you mean Sasuke has a cousin? What's the problem? Kakashi-sensei, wasn't Sasuke's clan wiped out? Isn't it just him and his brother left as the last Uchiha bloodline? Where would he get a cousin? The Uchiha clan that was wiped out is from the leaf. Our Uchiha clan is merely a branch bloodline of his cousin's line. So she's a cousin. This instantly dispelled the gloom in Sakura's heart. She had genuinely thought that Sasuke was doing something with another woman, but it turned out that the breathtakingly beautiful sister was actually Sasuke's cousin. Now instead of being disrespectful, she had to win her over to have a chance. By the way, just to mention, his cousin might become your future teacher, so be sure to show her respect when you meet her. Got it? TCH Kakashi Sensei, aren't you a perennial single dog? Now you're not content with being lonely. Naruto seemed quite unhappy that Kakashi was eyeing the beautiful sister, and his words carried a hint of sarcasm. What greeted Naruto was a harsh blow. A lump immediately formed on his head. Naruto held his beaten head and cried out in pain. Naruto and Sakura followed Kakashi into the number 1 barbecue restaurant. Number 1 barbecue restaurant is the highest rated barbecue spot in the Hidden Leaf Village. This restaurant not only offers fresh ingredients and attentive service, but also has a steep price. While it may be a bit expensive, it is known for having the best reputation. At this moment, Daji was feeling a bit tired from shopping. Although she attracted a lot of attention, no one dared to approach her because Sasuke was by her side. They all knew the name Uchiha very well and understood the weight it carried. Although the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, this Uchiha in front of them was the brother of the one who committed those acts. Even though they were ordinary people, they weren't foolish. They understood why Sasuke could grow up safely in the village. Seeing that the time was almost up, Sasuke led Daji to the agreed location. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the waiter guided Sasuke and Daji to the private room that Kakashi had reserved. Some grilled meat was already placed on the grill, sizzling as a rich aroma filled the private room. Daji felt a bit disappointed. This was already the best barbecue restaurant in the Leaf, but the grilled meat here was not as good as what Itachi Uchiha could make. Even the aroma was somewhat lacking. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss the mission we are about to undertake. According to common sense, our small team wouldn't qualify for a rank mission. However, with my guarantee, Lord Hokage specially approved this mission. Sasuke and Naruto, your strengths have improved rapidly, so during the mission, make sure to train Sakura as well. Sasuke, you are the strongest among the three, but you lack combat experience. Remember, the outcome of a battle does not solely depend on strength unless your power is overwhelmingly superior. So don't rush for revenge, steadily improve your strength and accumulate combat experience, which all needs to be gained through missions. Ordinary missions pose no challenge for you and won't help you grow, which is why I insisted on giving you higher level tasks. This mission is located in the Land of Snow, where a coup has occurred led by General Gakiji. The royal family of the Land of Snow has always maintained a good relationship with the Land of Fire, and many merchants from the Leaf have made considerable profits in the Land of Snow. For both emotional and logical reasons, we should assist them. Of course, the reward for this mission is also substantial. Currently, the coup in the Land of Snow has been ongoing for 3 days. The Land of Snow's crown prince has already been killed by the rebels. Our task now is to protect the last bloodline of the royal family, Princess Yukaheim, and assist her in reclaiming the throne. Teacher Kakashi, I can understand protecting Princess Yukiji, but helping her restore her country with just the few of us should be insufficient. Naruto asked. There is no need to worry about that. The ministers of the Land of Snow support the royal family. They are just compelled to obey due to the strength of the rebels. As long as we eliminate Gao Jibao, the power of the Land of Snow will return to the royal family. This time Gao Jibao has hired 30 chunin and 2 jonin at a great cost. This is still a bit of a challenge for you. I will only be in charge of directing this mission, and you can also test your own strength. Hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke felt a surge of excitement. Although he had not yet entered the chi refining stage, the powerful demonic energy with a density far surpassing chakra made him think that, even if there were 30 opponents, or even 10 more, he would not take them seriously, especially with Naruto present. Naruto also felt a bit excited. This mission presented quite a challenge for him. After all, he would be facing so many ninjas with higher ranks than his own. He felt a rush of adrenaline, especially with the jonin among them. Last time that guy Sasuke defeated Zabuza. Although it was because Zabuza was injured while fighting with teacher Kakashi, he was still a jonin. Naruto felt somewhat unconvinced. He thought he had merely been countered by that white-haired opponent. Sakura quietly grilled meat while watching the two talk. At that moment, a wave of inferiority surged within her. She had never longed for great power more than she did now. Recalling the cursed seal Orochimaru had placed on Sasuke in the Forest of Death, Sakura clenched her left fist under the table. She wanted to pursue strength only by gaining power could she stand beside Sasuke. In that moment, something changed within Sakura. She also wanted to obtain the power of Orochimaru's curse seal, so she wouldn't have to be invisible in front of Sasuke and Naruto. She didn't want to be a mere ornament. The expressions of the few were all noticed by Kakashi. Sakura's inability to hide her inferiority did not escape his eyes. He deliberately did not mention Sakura because he wanted to use Naruto and Sasuke to stimulate her desire to become stronger. That's the situation with the mission. Everyone do your best. Miss Daji, come have some grilled meat. Kakashi speared a large piece of beef onto Daji's bowl. Thank you, Kakashi. Daji giggled as she thanked Kakashi. Miss Daji, am not small. Please call me Kakashi. Alright, Kakaka Xiaoxi. Kakashi was speechless, but out of admiration for beauty, he decisively abandoned his insistence. Alright, if Miss Daji wishes to call me that, then so be it. Everyone enjoy your meal. Daji reluctantly took a few bites, but did not eat much because it was quite unpalatable. To Daji, it was simply wasteful. Kakashi noticed Daji's actions and silently marked it in his mind that Miss Daji did not like grilled meat. Naruto, however, was quite unreserved. He used to be thrilled just to have a bowl of ramen, and having grilled meat was a new experience. This delicious grilled meat completely conquered Naruto. Sasuke, although not a big fan of grilled meat, felt it was acceptable to eat it occasionally. However, compared to Naruto's eating style, he looked much more refined. Surprisingly, Sakura apologized to Daji, saying she had been too impulsive earlier. Daji, being a young girl, wouldn't hold a grudge against her. While she found Sakura's behavior somewhat distasteful, it had nothing to do with her. Although sealed for these years, Daji was clear about the three's relationships. Seeing her apology accepted, Sakura felt a bit happier and kept serving grilled meat to Sasuke. Sasuke was speechless, thinking to himself that he had always treated Sakura coldly, so why was she so persistent? However, since she was serving him food, he couldn't just turn her away. Kaka Xiaoxi, why aren't you eating? Daji asked. I helped an old lady cross the street earlier, and she thanked me with a big pancake, so I'm not hungry yet. Soon after everyone had their fill, Kakashi packed a portion. The next day, the group gathered at the village entrance. Of course, Daji followed Sasuke to gather as well. Seeing that Miss Daji had come along, he was about to ask when Daji said, I'm here to protect Sasuke-kun, so I should be able to join you and Kakaka Xiaoxi on the mission, right? Of course you can. If Miss Daji says so, then it's fine. Kakashi unprincipledly agreed to her joining. After all, he was more than happy to have Daji with them. Thus the group set off in the direction of the land of waves. Along the way, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura swiftly moved through the woods by jumping, while Daji flew through the air on a black sword, her graceful figure causing the others to gasp in awe. Just as they set off, Kakashi noticed that Daji's eyes transformed into Sharingan, and then shifted again. Daji then traced her finger through the air in front of her, creating a crack from which a black sword slowly emerged and then enlarged. After Daji instructed the others to step on it, she controlled the flying sword to ascend flying high to avoid detection. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately reminded the others, you little ones, gather your chakra at your feet to grip the sword's body tightly. Don't fall off. Recalling Daji's Sharingan form, Kakashi realized he had never seen such a thing. However, he knew that it was a Manjikyu Sharingan different from his own. It seemed that Miss Daji's Manjikyu had the power to manipulate space. Though Kimui is also a form of spatial ability, it is different from what Miss Daji displayed. Naturally, Kakashi was unaware that Daji possessed 9 divine abilities, the ability to freely alter any part of her body, and her spatial powers being 2 of them. Daji's spatial ability is essentially a personal storage space. She can open her own storage space. She doesn't actually tear through the void. Daji didn't know the way, but Kakashi had a map. She glanced at the map and then tossed it to Kakashi, saying, take care of it, we are setting off soon. With a whoosh, the flying sword shot out swiftly. Although Daji blocked most of the wind, Naruto and Sakura struggled to keep their balance. Just as Naruto was about to be blown away, Kakashi caught him. Daji sighed, inwardly realizing that she was still weak. If this little wind could blow them away, she used her spiritual energy to form a barrier protecting everyone inside. Suddenly, they felt the strong wind that could have blown them away was now completely absent. The 3 felt somewhat incredulous as they saw the scenery below moving rapidly backward, indicating they were still in high-speed movement. Sasuke understood that this was a capability possessed by cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment level. Although he had known about it for a long time, experiencing it personally still left him quite shocked. After all, knowing and experiencing are two different feelings. P.S. To be honest, the data is really dismal, quite a blow to confidence. I earnestly request the great ones to lend a hand. The chapter was originally scheduled to be published around 10, but it feels a bit late, so I am trying to publish it early. Wow, beautiful sister, what kind of ability is this? It's so cool. Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, little brother, no need to be so surprised. This is just an ordinary sword control technique, she replied. Naruto, little brother, just call me Sister Daji. It feels strange when you keep calling me beautiful sister. Okay, Sister Daji. Naruto happily responded. Sister Daji, what is this technique? Sakura gave Naruto a big hit on the head and said, it's the sword control technique, Naruto. Are you a fish? He forgot what he just said. Oh, right, the sword control technique. Sister Daji, can you teach me? Naruto asked eagerly. No way, little Naruto. Although the sword control technique isn't much to me, a ninja must at least reach the level of a shadow to learn this technique. So does that mean you are at least a shadow level powerhouse, Sister Daji? No, Daji shook her head. But you said that one must be at least a shadow level to learn the sword control technique. Hehe, Naruto, little brother, I did say I'm not a shadow level powerhouse, but did I say I'm weaker than your shadow level powerhouses? It seems you didn't. So does that mean Sister Daji is stronger than Grandpa Hokage? Himmed. Hehe, just a lecherous old fool. Having returned to the Foundation establishment stage, Daji's divine sense could scan an area 10 times larger. She had already used her divine sense to explore the Hokage's office. Of course, the actions of the Third Hokage in the office had long been observed by Daji. The conversation between Daji and Naruto left Sakura and Kakashi greatly shocked. From Daji's words, it was clear that Miss Daji was not afraid of the Third Hokage at all. So when she had been summoned by the Third Hokage earlier, she had been so disdainful and assertive. Had she really grown that strong? Truly worthy of the woman I value. It seems I need to become stronger so that I can be worthy of Miss Daji, Kakashi thought to himself. The speed of the flying sword was swift, having crossed the borders of the Fire Country in just half a day. Although the Snow Country was allied with the Fire Country and was separated by the samurai-dominated Soup Country, Daji's speed of flying on her sword allowed her to quickly pass through the Soup Country and reach the borders of the Snow Country. Outside the royal city of the Snow Country, a burly figure shouted from below the city walls, demanding the royal family to surrender. Above the city, a serious-looking guard commander and a group of city guards stood. The guard commander, named Oda Nobunaga, shouted angrily at the enemy below, "Came to Buju, stop with the nonsense. Today, you shall not enter the royal city." Hehe, down below, Came to Buju's eyes flashed with disdain as he laughed. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Came to Buju glanced at his adjutant beside him. Go summon those ninja masters. The royal city had been besieged for several days, and the heir to the kingdom had already been killed, and now only Princess Yuki remained. The leader of these traitors had given them an ultimatum to take the royal city by tonight's banquet and capture Princess Yuki alive. Princess Yuki was the most beautiful woman in the Snow Country. Her traitorous uncle had long coveted her, and now he had spent a large sum of money to hire dozens of ninjas to capture Princess Yuki alive. Princess Yuki had 3 bodyguards beside her, all of whom were Jonin level, but they were quite old. Seeing one of the enemies leave, Princess Yuki realized that they knew she had Jonin bodyguards and knew they were going to summon ninjas, fearing today she would have no way out. The old man beside Princess Yuki understood her worries. They had all received the old king's saving grace and had been nurtured by him, so they were loyal to the old king. Now, as the only bloodline of the old king, they were determined to protect the old king's last bloodline with their lives, for it was the only hope for the rebirth of the Snow Country. In order to repay their gratitude, they had already made up their minds to use their lives to ensure the safety of the princess. Came to Buju's adjutant arrived at the back of the military camp where the summoned ninja masters were. The adjutant approached a short man in the tent and said, "Ninja master, the royal city's defenses are too strong and ordinary soldiers find it difficult to breach. Please lend us your strength to capture Princess Yuki alive." Useless trash, just watch us, said the short man as he led his people into action. The intervention of ninjas in a secular war could be said to be a dimensional strike against an army made up of ordinary people. Soon the short man led his forces to open the city gates, and the rebel army surged into the royal city. Princess Yuki was protected by her bodyguards fighting while retreating. After sacrificing 2 bodyguards, the remaining one led Princess Yuki back into the palace, but the palace could not withstand the onslaught of the rebels. Many soldiers, seeing the situation was hopeless, began to surrender. They did not want to die in vain. To them it didn't matter who became king, so why should they risk their lives? The old ninja was injured while escaping with Princess Yuki. Although it wasn't serious for someone of his age in such circumstances, it was undoubtedly fatal. The situation was dire, and he could only cover for the princess to escape. The old man looked at the approaching rebels and their ninjas with determination. He pushed Princess Yuki back and said, "Princess, quickly enter the secret path to escape the royal city. After leaving the city, head east to the reinforcements from the Fire Country should be able to protect you." As a royal princess, Princess Yuki was very smart and would not hesitate to leave at such a time. She understood that not leaving would only lead to her sacrificing herself, and if she fell into the hands of that beastly uncle, it would be even worse than death. Thus, she decisively abandoned the old man who had protected her for over 10 years and resolutely entered the secret room, opened the secret path, and quickly ran toward the other end. In the royal palace, came to Buju, and a group of ninjas looked at the royal city, which was left with only an old man. The short ninja asked, "Old man, where is the princess? Where did you hide her?" The old man sneered, "Pah, just you lot do you think you can lay a hand on the royal bloodline? Dream on. Today you'll all die here." As he spoke, the old man bit his hands to perform a summoning technique, and suddenly a massive black bear appeared. The black bear roared as it appeared, beating its chest fiercely. After this move, the old man's chakra was drained by more than half. The stronger and larger the summoned creature, the more chakra it consumed. This time he summoned the strongest of the summoning beasts, which would also be the old man's last stand. Looking at the black bear, which was half the size of a room, the short ninja and a beautiful female jonin beside him frowned slightly, but they were not afraid. Although this bear was formidable, they still had their own trump cards. The short man glanced at the female ninja beside him, and she understood. She bit her finger, quickly drew the shape of a bird on her left hand, and channeled chakra, pressing it against the air in front of her. "Come forth, my fire phoenix." A giant bird engulfed in flames appeared. The black bear, seeing the flaming giant bird, charged forward without fear. The firebird revealed its sharp claws high in the air, using its momentum to attack the black bear directly. The black bear sidestepped and swiped at the firebird's leg, causing its body to tilt to the side. With a loud bang, the hard foundation shattered under the claws of the flaming bird, but its claws were also stuck in the solid foundation. Taking advantage of this moment, the black bear tried to bite the firebird's neck, but the firebird flapped its wings, flipping the black bear over and fiercely flapping its wings, finally pulling its claws out of the stone. While the two summoned beasts were fighting on the other side, the old man also began to fight against more than Seeing his master being besieged, the black bear wanted to rescue him, but unexpectedly the firebird seized the opportunity, directly piercing its claws into the black bear's neck, breaking its cervical spine. Then with another claw it stabbed fiercely into the black bear's neck, and with a slight force it snapped the black bear's head off. Watching the black bear die, the bloodied old man shed tears. He could do nothing but watch his longtime companion perish before him. Ultimately, after killing Fortune, the old man, soaked in blood, completely fell down. There are still 2 chapters left. The remaining 2 chapters will be delayed, as I was delayed by farming today. Under Daji's control, the flying sword glided swiftly, and as darkness fell, they entered the territory of the Snow Kingdom. There were people running below. At this late hour, could it be the target we are here to rescue? Upon hearing Daji's words, the others glanced down. Below, only the shadows of trees could be vaguely seen. Flying too high, the others couldn't clearly make out what was below. Kakashi pushed aside the forehead protector covering his left eye, and with the power of his Sharingan, he barely spotted a figure running below, seemingly fleeing for their life. "Miss Daji, let's go down and take a look. It would be unfortunate to miss them." Yukiji was still running alone through the woods, her clothes tattered with numerous wounds on her face and knees. Daji controlled the flying sword to rush ahead to Yukiji. Seeing several people standing on a giant sword ahead, Yukiji thought they were there to capture her, and without a word she turned around and fled. Seeing the woman trying to run, Daji pointed forward, and immediately a transparent energy shield appeared ahead. With a loud bang, Yukiji's head collided with the energy shield, and she was bounced back. With a thud, Yukiji fell to the ground not far from the others. Knowing she really couldn't escape this time, she slowly stood up and said, "You can kill me now. I will never go back with you. Miss, I think you have misunderstood. We are ninjas from Konoha, and we simply want to ask you if the capital of the Snow Kingdom has fallen." "The Snow Kingdom is gone, you all." "Wait, did you just say you are ninjas from Konoha?" Of course we are authentic and genuine. As Naruto spoke, he adjusted the forehead protector he wore. Seeing the forehead protectors of the others, Yukiji sighed with relief. Are you the reinforcements Konoha sent to rescue the Snow Kingdom? Yes, Kakashi nodded. The Snow Kingdom has already fallen. I am Princess Yukiji of the Snow Kingdom, and I now need your help from Konoha to quell the rebellion. Wait to confirm that you are really Princess Yukiji. We need to verify it, Kakashi said. Verify? How do we verify? Yukiji frowned and asked. Out of responsibility for our mission, we definitely need to verify the identity of the target we are protecting. As for the verification method, I believe if you are the real princess, you should know. Kakashi took out a test tube and tossed it to Yukiji. The test tube contained a black potion. The royal bloodline of the Snow Kingdom is unique, and there is a special potion that can temporarily stimulate the bloodline power of the Snow Tribe. She knew that if she couldn't prove her identity, she would surely be abandoned by them. Once abandoned, she would eventually be captured or hunted down and killed. So even though she knew that drinking the potion would tear her clothes apart when faced with the choice between her life and modesty, she decisively chose her life. Yukiji pulled out the cork and tilted her head back, gulping down the potion. She threw the test tube, which smashed against a rock, shattering into a pile of glass fragments. The black potion flowed down Yukiji's throat, and she felt a strange power gathering in her back. A dark purple light emanated from Yukiji's back. With a ripping sound, her clothes were torn apart, revealing a bizarre dark purple pattern. Enduring the pain and blushing, Yukiji covered her delicate bosom with both hands and turned her body away from the curious gazes of the others. As she turned, the strange pattern on her smooth back was reflected in their eyes. Kakashi took out a photo and carefully compared it, confirming that this was the bloodline mark of the Snow Tribe. As he prepared to take off his coat to give it to Yukiji, Daji threw a piece of clothing to her. Put this on. After all, you are a princess of a nation. Since your identity has been verified, you can rest assured. We will protect you. You all... Yukiji was a bit puzzled. Did Konoha only send you few people to the Snow Kingdom? Yes, Kakashi nodded. What? Konoha only sent you few. Their side has at least 30 chunin and 2 jonin. Although they have lost some chunin, you only have 1 jonin and 3 genin. How dare you take on this mission? You don't need to worry, Princess Yukiji. Sasuke and I are quite strong, and Kakashi-sensei is an elite jonin more than capable of handling this. Naruto rebutted Yukiji's words. Listening to Naruto, Sakura felt uneasy. She wished Naruto would include her name in that statement, but she knew her strength was far from that of Sasuke and Naruto. In this team, she was the weakest. Clearly, she could perfectly control her chakra, but her chakra reserves were small, and she hadn't learned any powerful ninjutsu. At the back, her oddity was only noticed by Kakashi. Sakura, don't be disheartened. You are also an excellent ninja, Kakashi encouraged Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, I will work hard to become stronger. After comforting Sakura, Kakashi turned to Yukiji and said, Princess, do not underestimate them. As Naruto said, they are all strong, and with me here, 2 jonin is nothing. Knowing that the person before her was the legendary copy ninja and a Konoha technician, Yukiji's heart eased a little. Kakashi's reputation was already well known when she was only 4 or 5 years old. After so many years, she believed Kakashi could handle the crisis in the Snow Kingdom. As for the 3 genin and the beautiful woman who seemed out of place, she didn't consider them. Although they had given her clothing as someone who was also a genin, she couldn't sense that woman's chakra, so she completely overlooked Daji's combat power, thinking of her only as Kakashi's wife. Though she didn't understand why Kakashi would bring a woman on a mission, it was none of her concern. In the time it took to speak, the woods, once barely visible, were now completely shrouded in darkness. Let's find a place to rest. We'll head to the capital of the Snow Kingdom tomorrow. In the darkness, a trio of chunin were advancing towards the direction where Shueji was located, and one of the female ninjas exclaimed that they had found her. The other 2 turned to look at the female ninja. The group paused on a thick tree trunk. The female ninja said, Be careful, there is a jonin and 4 genin on the opposing side, along with an ordinary woman. A jonin. This could be tricky. We are no match for jonin. After a moment, the speaking ninja addressed another member of the team. Haishi, you're fast to hurry back and notify Lord Kaiban and Lord Kazuna. I will continue to monitor them with Naiko. Understood, him on my way, replied the one called Haishi, and he set off. The remaining 2 hid in the tree. The group found a clearing and set up a tent from their backpacks. Then Kakashi went off to hunt for prey. Originally, Shueji was worried that pursuers would catch up, wanting to prevent Kakashi from leaving. Kakashi simply waved his hand to reassure her, saying, "It's fine, they can handle it. Even if a Jonin comes, we have nothing to fear." Shueji wanted to say more, but as she watched Kakashi disappear, she opened her mouth, but chose to remain silent. Her desire to keep Kakashi around clearly stemmed from a lack of trust in the abilities of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, which made Naruto somewhat unhappy. Sasuke, on the other hand, felt indifferent about it. Now he could be considered a half-demon cultivator, rounding up he was also a member of the cultivation world in this realm. Though it felt somewhat forced after accepting his master's legacy, Sasuke's mindset had changed significantly, and he naturally wouldn't be bothered by such trivial matters. It has a somewhat placid feel to it. Daji, however, cheerfully pulled Shueji closer. Daji's enthusiastic approach made Shueji feel a bit awkward, as while Daji was chatting away, her hands were mischievously exploring Shueji. "Princess Shueji, how far is it to the royal city?" Seeing Shueji's discomfort, Sakura, "It's about 30 miles to the royal city. I escaped for an entire afternoon and was still caught up. After a fierce battle, I was thrown off a cliff and fell into the river. The rushing river swept me over the waterfall and onto the riverbank. I only wanted to distance myself from their search as much as possible and could only force myself to stumble forward until my wet clothes dried, yet I still couldn't let my guard down. I originally thought I could escape the clutches of danger when, unexpectedly, you all appeared. At first I thought they were pursuers, but then I learned your identities and realized you were the Konoha ninjas assigned to the mission. But you know Konoha only sent a few of us and you feel a bit disappointed. Am I right?" Shueji lowered her head, seemingly wanting to bury her face in her chest, and responded with an almost inaudible sound of agreement. She knew they came to help her, and she shouldn't underestimate them. However, as a genin herself, she was well aware of her own limitations. In her view, they were all ninjas who had recently graduated and were technically unqualified for such tasks. Fortunately, with a powerful ninja like Kakashi, whose reputation spread across the 5 great nations, otherwise she might have run away. Before long, Kakashi returned to the camp dragging a massive python. Kakashi apologetically said to Daji, "Miss Daji, I know you don't like grilled meat, but when out in the wild, this is the best we can do. It's fine, I actually don't mind whether I eat or not. Kakashi, you do your thing, my cousin is fasting and eating is just to satisfy her appetite." Sasuke couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing Kakashi dawdling like this, he wondered when he would get to eat. Fasting. Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Shueji all looked at Sasuke with bewildered expressions. Seeing the expressions of the others, Sasuke knew they didn't understand what he meant and immediately explained, "You can think of it as being able to go without eating. Why you be hungry if you don't eat?" Naruto asked curiously. "Naruto, I assure you I won't starve," Daji teased, noticing Naruto's naive expression. "TCH. Liar, Daji, do you take me for a child?" Kakashi, meanwhile, was pondering, thoughtfully nodding his head before going to handle the giant python. Kakashi was very efficient. The giant python was soon skinned and gutted, then he used water release to wash it and set it on the fire to roast. Kakashi had brought plenty of seasonings, and as he roasted he sprinkled them on it. In no time the snake meat was grilled to a golden brown and sizzling with oil. Daji's nose twitched as she caught a whiff that smelled quite good. The group chatted casually under the starry sky while eating grilled meat. Of course, it was mainly Naruto and Daji who were conversing, while Shueji silently listened, though her heart couldn't help but feel sorrow for the deaths of Dongsang and Misin. While the camp was lively in the distance, Kon and Naiko, who were monitoring the group, felt somewhat miserable. They had been chasing all afternoon and were already hungry, and now with the aroma of the grilled snake meat wafting towards them, both swallowed hard. Kon felt frustrated, thinking to himself that Heishi had been gone for so long, he should be arriving soon, right? Little did they know that Kakashi and Daji had already discovered them. Daji remained silent while Kakashi during his hunting trip had effortlessly dealt with Heishi. Kakashi did not take action against the 2 who stayed behind, as he wanted to give the 3 little ones some practice. Sakura could also attempt to face off against a Chunin. After the meal they rested. Shueji asked Kakashi if he wouldn't arrange anyone to keep watch. Kakashi simply told Shueji to sleep peacefully, there would be no danger. Reluctantly, Shueji could only crawl into the tent to sleep. They were asleep and no one was on watch. Naiko, still monitoring the camp, spoke to Kon. "What? A Jonin leading a mission wouldn't arrange for someone to keep watch?" Kon said, somewhat incredulous. It was obvious they were going to the Land of Fire's Konoha ninja village for assistance, and that was precisely why many of them got the opportunity to execute this mission. If it weren't for the employer's insufficient funds, perhaps even more people would have participated in this mission. The employer knew that the Land of Fire and the Land of Snow had always been on good terms, so the Hokage would definitely send someone. This is also why the employer spared no expense to hire dozens of chunin for the task. However, upon learning that they encountered the enemy's reinforcements, they did not dare to act rashly after all the enemy had a jonin. But now they were resting without even arranging for someone to keep watch. How confident could they be? Let's wait and see if Heishi will bring the two lords here. Once the two lords arrive, even if the enemy is a Konoha jonin, they will only meet their demise. Naiko nodded. We will wait for the lords to arrive. However, this wait stretched into the later part of the night, and Kon felt his head growing heavy and wanted to sleep. Why hasn't Heishi brought the lords? Could it be that guy thought it was too late and went back to sleep? Kon said somewhat angrily. No, surely not. Naiko said somewhat uncertainly. In truth, she wasn't too sure either, as this was not the first time Heishi had dropped the ball. So I forget it, I'll settle the score with him when we get back. Now that they had been sleeping for so long, they should be asleep. We can try to see if we can assassinate that jonin. As long as we kill that jonin, the remaining genin will be easy to handle. Are we really going to take that risk? Naiko felt a bit scared. After all, it was a jonin. Who knew if it was a trap? What are you afraid of? They haven't noticed us, so it shouldn't be a trap. Now that they're asleep, it's the perfect time to strike. Wealth comes from risk. You wouldn't want to keep living life on the edge, would you? If we take down the enemy's jonin, our bounty will be enough for a comfortable life. Naiko nodded. All right, let's quietly sneak over and take action. That's the spirit. Kon and Naiko cautiously moved towards the camp, making sure not to make a sound, fearing they might alert Kakashi. The two carefully used kunai to cut open the tent, seeing Kakashi lying there along with Naruto and Sasuke. They exchanged glances and decided to target Kakashi first. Kon's kunai flew straight towards Kakashi's throat. At such close range, even a waking jonin would meet their demise, not to mention a sleeping one. At the moment the kunai was launched, the two seemed to envision a treasure chest overflowing with gold. With a soft thud, the kunai struck Kakashi's throat with precision. In an instant, Kakashi's body exploded, and a cloud of smoke appeared at his location. Oh no, we've been discovered. Both of them felt a jolt of fear and quickly retreated without a moment's hesitation. Just as their feet touched the ground, a whoosh sounded, and Sasuke appeared behind them, sending them flying with two powerful punches. Kon and Nizi felt a sharp pain in their lower back as they were thrown away. They spun in the air to regain control and ensure a safe landing. In midair, as they turned around, they were met with two Narutos, each delivering a punch straight to their faces. The two were knocked down by Naruto crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, the two quickly backed away, jumping further away, but Sasuke was not about to let them. A cold chuckle echoed behind them. As they turned their heads, they saw Sasuke crackling with lightning swiftly passing by Kon, the kunai in his hand silently slicing across Kon's throat. As the three landed, Kon initially thought he was doomed, but felt no pain. He couldn't help but mock Sasuke. Genin is just a genin. You had your chance, but you didn't make use of it. Sasuke smirked, coldly retorting, oh really? Just as he finished speaking, an intense pain surged in his throat. Kon's neck erupted with blood. Nizi, standing beside him, was caught off guard by the spray of blood. Kon then realized that the genin had unexpectedly slit his throat without him even noticing. At this moment, Kon couldn't utter a word, only clutching his neck and collapsing to the ground, struggling in agony. Nizi, covered in blood, watched in horror as fear flooded her heart. She realized she might not escape today and regretted listening to Kon's words. She never imagined that these two genin could be so powerful. Kon hadn't even had a chance to fight back before being taken down. Blood from her companion splattered onto Nizi's face, and in her moment of shock, Sakura seized the opportunity to charge at Nizi, aiming to take her down. In a split second, a wave of danger surged in Nizi's heart, and she instinctively dodged to the side, avoiding Sakura's strike. As Sakura and Nizi brushed past each other, Nizi swung her hand, delivering a precise slap to Sakura's face. Sakura was sent spinning from the blow, crashing into a tree trunk with a loud thud, letting out a cry of pain as she fell to the ground. Though Nizi was a chunin, she was not a combat specialist, but rather a sensory-type ninja focused on support tasks. Her combat abilities were not strong, but as a chunin, she was not someone a genin like Sakura could handle alone. Seeing Sakura being hit, Naruto was instantly enraged. He crossed his fingers in a sign that formed a cross and shouted angrily, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In an instant, Naruto created hundreds of shadow clones, filling the entire camp with his figures. Nizi, who had just landed the hit on Sakura, barely had time to feel pleased before she found herself surrounded by the furious shadow clones of Naruto. Despite the dim light, she could still see the hundreds of Narutos. She was horrified, her face filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend how a genin could create so many clones. The shadow clones of Naruto surged forward, and after Nizi scattered 7 or 8 of them, she was overwhelmed by Naruto's sea of clones. "Leave her alive, Naruto. We still need to extract information from her." Kakashi called out to stop Naruto. However, in his rage, Naruto didn't hear Sakura was his Achilles heel, and this enemy Kunoichi had dared to lay hands on her. At that moment, Nizi was seen as irredeemable in Naruto's eyes. Though he had not intended to kill her, a surge of murderous intent arose within him. Nizi, under the assault of Naruto's clones, was beaten relentlessly, blood pouring from her as she struggled. Naruto showed no mercy, driven only by the desire to avenge Sakura. Kakashi tried to speak again, but Sasuke intervened. "Kakashi, don't worry. Even if Naruto kills her, Daji can still find out their information without her speaking." Hearing Sasuke's words relieved Kakashi. While he was confident knowing more about the enemy would make future encounters easier. Soon Nizi's scream ceased and Naruto dispelled the shadow clones, leaving only Nizi lying on the ground, barely alive. At that moment, she deeply regretted listening to Khan's sweet words. She hadn't gained any fortune, but instead was left gravely injured, uncertain whether she would survive. Having been slapped, Sakura was filled with rage. Originally wanting to show off in front of Sasuke, she never expected to make a fool of herself and get slapped in the face. While Sasuke could endure, Naruto could not, and she herself could not tolerate it either. Sakura, wincing in pain, stepped toward the barely conscious Nizi. Nizi knew she was doomed. As she recalled being a Chunin beaten by 2 genin, she felt dazed, realizing that all her years of hard work to become a Chunin would end here just 2 years in. Tears flowed unbidden. Sakura stood before Nizi, her expression dark as she glared at her. Her cold eyes glinted with malice as she gripped the black kunai and declared, "Die." Sakura's icy voice pronounced her death sentence, and Nizi closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. For some reason, despite her previous fear of death, she now felt an unusual calmness, as if the one about to die was not herself. Kakashi watched Sakura's frenzied behavior, his brows furrowing tightly. Though Sakura was a double-standard girl, she was still his apprentice, and he had an obligation to guide her and prevent her from completely losing control. Just as Sakura was about to plunge the kunai into Nizi's head, Kakashi appeared behind her, striking her neck with a chop, causing her to faint immediately. It seemed that killing Nizi was Sakura's obsession, although she was knocked unconscious by Kakashi, the kunai still pierced Nizi's throat. Though the kunai was only half embedded, Nizi still clutched her throat in agony, gasping for breath until she fell silent. The injury also left Sakura stained with droplets of blood. Watching the enemy ninja struggle and die on the ground, a flash of sadness crossed Kakashi's eyes. He recalled Rin and Obito, a death constantly accompanied ninjas, and both Rin and Obito had also perished on the battlefield. Perhaps one day he too would meet the same fate. A wave of indescribable discomfort surged within him. He didn't know when this ninja game would end, but being caught in it meant a grim outcome of life and death. Sigh. Kakashi sighed, realizing that it had come to this. All he could do was silently pray that the enemy would not become a ninja in their next life. Kakashi glanced at Daji, and the meaning was clear. It was your turn to perform. Daji understood Kakashi's intention. She extended her delicate hand forward, and suddenly the corpse of Nizi was enveloped by a powerful suction force, appearing in Daji's hand with a whoosh. Daji pressed her right hand on Nizi's head, and the corpse trembled in her grasp, as if it were being tormented by some inhuman force trying to escape Daji's hold. However, Daji's slender hands gripped the corpse's neck like a vice, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from her. Soon Daji ceased her soul-searching, and the corpse stopped trembling. Kakashi stepped forward and asked, "How is it, Miss Daji? How much does the opponent know about their information?" A white flame appeared in Daji's hand, and with a whoosh, Nizi's corpse was burned to ashes, yet she remained unscathed, her clothes not even torn. Daji's action left Kakashi bewildered. He had no idea what that white flame was, and he couldn't even feel any heat from it. In Kakashi's eyes, Daji's white flame seemed to sweep over Nizi's corpse directly, and then there was nothing more. Sasuke was equally puzzled by what his cousin Daji was doing. The next moment Naruto's voice rang out, "Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, look at that female ninja's corpse." In fact, without Naruto's reminder, they had already seen the faint sound coming from Nizi and Daji's hand, and then it shattered into specks of dust that scattered in the air. Naruto, Kakashi, and Yukiji were momentarily stunned. Even Sasuke was taken aback by Daji's display. He couldn't help but speculate what kind of flame Daji was using, as it was so domineering. Kakashi said, "We have the intelligence now. The opponent has two jonin named Guiben Xiang and Xiangza, both of whom are bloodline limit users. As for their bloodline abilities, it is unclear, but Xiangza can summon a powerful firebird, which might be difficult for you to deal with. A portion of the 30 Chunin has been killed, and there should still be 18 or 19 remaining." Among them, Yukiji was the most shocked, as she originally thought Kakashi was just a simple person without chakra energy fluctuations, but after witnessing Daji's few moves, each displayed the opponent's strength. She never would have expected that someone could glean information from a dead person's mind in such a short time. Even the legendary intelligence department of Konoha would require considerable manpower and resources to extract information from someone's mind. Yet this seemingly ordinary woman could investigate others' minds in just 2 or 3 breaths. Such a method was unheard of. It was simply terrifying. Though she was just a small country princess, she was aware of many secrets and legends of the ninja world. It was precisely because of this that she felt even more shocked and couldn't help but feel a hint of fear towards Daji, worrying that she might accidentally provoke her. Despite some fear, Daji's strength also made Yukiji feel hopeful for the restoration of her country. After all, with such a mysterious powerhouse around, she had no reason to fear those rebel forces. "All right, the matter is settled. Everyone go to sleep. Tomorrow we head to the royal city." Kakashi called for everyone to rest. He placed Sakura in the tent of the 3 girls and returned to his own tent to sleep. It was already deep into the night, and aside from Daji, the others felt varying degrees of drowsiness. The ones sleeping most soundly were Naruto and Princess Yukiji, with Naruto sleeping deeply as was his usual manner. Princess Yukiji, who usually could not sleep peacefully even in the palace, found herself sleeping exceptionally soundly today. Perhaps having a powerful ally nearby gave her a sense of security. Kurama the Ninetails felt no drowsiness at all. As a great demon of the cultivation world, she was not an ordinary being and simply did not experience the sensation of fatigue that mortals did. Unfortunately, being outside with so many people made it inconvenient for Sasuke to reveal his heritage, so he couldn't bring out that little world for cultivation, leaving Daji exceedingly bored. In the morning, chirp, chirp, the crisp bird calls in the woods woke several people in the camp. Kakashi opened his eyes and sat up. Sasuke was not there, so he nudged Naruto and called out, "Naruto, wake up." "Kakashi-sensei, is it already dawn?" Naruto asked in a daze. "Yes, it's dawn. Let's go out and eat something, then we'll pack up and head to the royal city." "Is it already dawn?" "I haven't had enough sleep," Naruto said sleepily. "Stop sleeping, get up." Kakashi stepped out of the tent, and outside the tent Sasuke and Daji were sitting by the fire with Sasuke's fingers crossed under his chin. Seeing Kakashi come out, Sasuke immediately spoke. "Kakashi, the prey has been prepared. We're just waiting for you to make breakfast." Sasuke couldn't cook, so he could only wait for Kakashi. When Itachi was under Kakashi, he had taken on the cooking responsibilities, and by being influenced by Itachi, Kakashi had learned a few things. Kakashi skillfully handled the ingredients and cleaned a stone slab, then set it over the fire, laying slices of meat on top. Soon the meat on the stone slab sizzled and Kakashi sprinkled seasoning over it, then said, "It's ready to eat." In the camp while eating, Sasuke thought that the food Kakashi made was far more delicious than those made in the village shops. Inside the tent, Naruto, still groggy, caught the scent of meat. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and felt much more awake. Suddenly remembering that Kakashi-sensei had called him to wake up, he had actually fallen asleep again. Naruto hurriedly got dressed and exited the tent. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Naruto complained, "Sasuke, you guy, why didn't you call me for breakfast?" Sasuke glanced at Naruto and replied coolly, "Naruto, you're blaming me. Did I force you to sleep all this time? Besides, Kakashi already called you when he got up, I heard it." At this moment, Naruto felt his stomach rumble, and with the enticing grilled meat remaining on the stone slab, he decisively abandoned the argument with Sasuke and joined the meal. After the meal, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura packed up the tent. They discussed that since they were not far from the royal city, they could run there quickly, so they didn't need to have Daji use her sword. In the main hall of the royal palace, the Lord of the Turtle, who cannot stand the younger brother of the king of the land of snow, Shui Luosangshan, sat on the throne. At this moment Shui Luosangxian scolded the turtle who cannot stand baka. I ordered you to capture my niece alive, yet you couldn't even catch her. Since when could a little flower girl escape from your hands? Could it be that you all ate her clean? It must be said that Shui Luosangxian was truly a scoundrel, daring to have such thoughts about his own niece. Xiangzi Hui frowned as she hated this kind of lecherous scoundrel the most, especially since this guy was so unscrupulous. Xiangzi Hui decided that after this mission was over and the reward was secured, she would conveniently eliminate this guy as he was not a good person. After scolding his subordinates, Shui Luosangxian turned his gaze to Guoben Xiang and Xiangzi Hui, saying obsequiously, "Respected ninja lords, you see I have spent a fortune to invite you here, so I trouble you both to run this errand." Before Xiangzi Hui could respond, Guoben Xiang interjected, "Prince Shui, our mission is to help you seize the throne, not to capture your concubines. Please keep your dignity, Prince." Although Guoben Xiang addressed him as Prince repeatedly, there was not a shred of respect in his words. At this moment Sasuke and the others had arrived outside the royal city, where the city was under martial law and entry and exit were not allowed. They could only sneak into the city. Within the royal palace, there was also very tight security, with teams of soldiers patrolling. Though the guards in the palace were strict, they were all ninjas and easily avoided all patrolling soldiers. Now their goal was to gather intelligence, as only by obtaining enough information could they conduct targeted attacks during combat. I originally thought the data for the explosive updates would be a bit better, but after several days of explosive updates the data hasn't improved and has instead worsened. Writing this has become disheartening, purely a waste of effort. With such poor data, how can I dedicate a lot of time to explosive updates? It will be as it is following the regular schedule. If the daily update requests are substantial, I will increase the updates. If the data remains poor, I will only adhere to a daily check-in of 4,000 words. Although it is quite discouraging, readers who have favorited this book can rest assured that I will finish writing it. There will be no discontinuation, it's just that the poor data has diminished my enthusiasm for explosive updates. You can still read it normally, and the later parts will be even more exciting. I will put my heart into depicting every battle. Kakashi led the group to avoid the patrol soldiers in the palace, quickly sneaking to the sleeping quarters. In the sleeping quarters, aside from a few women, there were no others. To avoid alarming anyone, Kakashi refrained from taking action against these ordinary people and instead made his way toward the main hall of the palace. Soon hiding behind a rockery outside the main hall, Kakashi observed a patrol team of 10 appear. "Kakashi, this group of people can be utilized," Sasuke whispered. Kakashi nodded, signaling to act together. Daji had the means to control that team of ordinary soldiers directly, but she also wanted to nurture Sasuke. After all, she would be in this world for a long time. Having a compliant younger brother to command was quite beneficial. If everything had to be done by herself, that would be too dull. Moreover, it wouldn't serve to train Sasuke. The group suddenly appeared, silently, swiftly subduing the few soldiers. The speed was too fast. These ordinary soldiers had no chance to react and were knocked unconscious. Naruto created several shadow clones to replace the surplus number of soldiers, while the others also used transformation techniques to disguise themselves as soldiers, ensuring they wouldn't be exposed in both quantity and appearance. The reason for targeting this patrol team was that the patrols within the entire palace were too dense. To reduce the risk of exposure, they acted against this patrol team, and they also needed the soldiers' equipment to maintain appearances, thus ensuring their disguise would be convincing. The group picked up the soldiers' weapons and swaggered through the palace, pretending to patrol as they approached the main hall. Inside the main hall, Shui Luosangxian listened to Guoben Xiang's words, his expression darkening. In his view, he was the one paying, yet the other party dared to refuse him, showing such disrespect in front of him. He shouldn't think that being a ninja made him impressive. Once the situation stabilized, he would find a way to eliminate him. Although Shui Luosangxian harbored thoughts of wanting to get rid of Guoben Xiang, he showed no sign of anger on his face. Instead, he wore a lowly, submissive expression and spoke in a tone filled with guilt, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, what Lord Guoben said is true. It's just that my subordinates are incompetent and unable to complete the task, so in my desperation I thought to ask for your assistance. I was overthinking. Lord, you have already helped me eliminate Zueji's guards. I should not be ungrateful." His appearance seemed filled with extreme shame, practically the epitome of humility. As long as you know. Guoben Xiang snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Who? Xiangzi Hui seemed to sense something calling out while turning her body. Xuelua Sangtian looked at a group of individuals resembling soldiers patrolling as they walked by the main hall's entrance, his expression wary. Xuelua Sangtian's brows furrowed slightly, thinking to himself that he had clearly given orders. How could this patrol team still be roaming near the main hall? No, this cannot be my soldiers. They must be those hired by that old fool from Konoha. Xuelua Sangtian initially wanted to call them out, but upon remembering there were 2 jonin present, he calmed himself. In his view, although the Land of Snow had a good relationship with the Land of Fire, the king of the Land of Snow had long since gone bankrupt, and the ninjas of the Land of Fire were notoriously expensive. Thus Xuelua Sangtian settled down again. In his view, the Land of Fire would not send any strong characters, at most just sending a disposable lackey to put on a show. The few who had been discovered maintained their calm, continuing to feign patrol as they walked toward the other side of the gate, seemingly having not heard Xiangze Hui's inquiry. Seeing the group pretending not to hear and continuing on their way, Xiangze Hui shouted, "You lot at the entrance, I'm calling you, stop right there." The group halted, and at the forefront was Kakashi, who asked with a puzzled expression, "What is it, my lord?" "We are on patrol." Xiangze Hui sensed that aside from the others in this squad were ninjas, and the one leading the squad appeared to be a jonin. Stop pretending. The chakra signatures on you have already exposed you. Speak, why have you infiltrated here? Guiben Xiang believed this squad was likely ninjas sent from the Land of Fire and immediately advised, "Brother, although you are a jonin, we have 2 jonin here, and the king of the Land of Snow has long been bankrupt. There will be no high commissions for you, so don't be fooled by empty promises. I advise you not to wade into these murky waters." "Sai, I've been discovered. Although I've tried my best to hide," Kakashi said, and with a bang a puff of smoke erupted, revealing the true forms of the group before everyone. Among this group, Shueji was prominently present. Xuelua Sangtian was pleased, but upon seeing Daji's stunning beauty, he instantly thought his niece was nothing compared to this beauty before him. Filthy thoughts rose in Xuelua Sangtian's mind, and in an instant he imagined dozens of ways to seduce Daji. "That won't do," Kakashi said with a helpless expression. "This is the arrangement of Lord Hokage. Furthermore, who says the Land of Snow is bankrupt? It still exists." Kakashi's gaze shifted towards Xuelua Sangtian. "In that case, there is nothing more to say. Eliminating you is all that remains. Don't think being a ninja from Konoha makes you invincible." Xiangze Hui saw the negotiations had collapsed. Without further ado, she directly launched an attack. Suddenly, Xiangze Hui's hair absorbed the chakra, wildly expanding, then spontaneously splitting into sharp spikes like blades that flew toward Kakashi's direction. The group dodged, and Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, shouting loudly as a massive black fireball shot towards Xiangze Hui, who used her hair to defend. With a whoosh, her hair was incinerated to ashes as the fireball continued its unyielding trajectory towards Xiangze Hui. Xiangze Hui could sense that the black fireball contained terrifying energy, prompting her to leap back, distancing herself by several meters. Sasuke's fireball struck the ground, emitting a violent explosion, with shattered floorboards flying in all directions. Xiangze Hui was hit by the debris from the floor, knocked back. As the smoke cleared, Guiben Xiang found himself before a dilapidated rock wall nearly half a meter thick, with a large crater now visible on the wall, almost having been breached. Kakashi did not expect Sasuke's great fireball to possess such formidable power, and he distinctly felt the curse mark's energy within the fireball, yet there were no signs of Sasuke being corrupted by the curse mark. A thought emerged in Kakashi's mind: Sasuke had perfected his control over the curse mark's power. Of course, he did not know that Sasuke could only control it, but was not yet proficient, let alone perfect, as all this power was a result of his own training. Sasuke had intended to experiment with the power of magic, but unexpectedly, he drained his internal magical energy with that single move. Luckily, he had refined chakra to mask his demonic cultivation identity, otherwise, he would have had to rely solely on his physical prowess. Unlike chakra, which leaves one feeling extremely fatigued once depleted, whether a cultivator practices immortality or magic, as long as the body itself is undamaged, one does not become weak. Because of the different forms of energy, chakra is the refined energy of the physical body and spirit, while the spiritual energy or magical energy absorbed by cultivators is pure natural energy, one of the primal forces that align with the Tao. Thus, the use of chakra directly consumes oneself, while the energy used by cultivators, whether spiritual or magical, merely consumes the purified energy transformed from absorbed spiritual energy. Sasuke's strike made Guiben Xiang and Xiangze Hui extremely wary, yet they would not sit idly by. Turtle Ben Xiang clenched his fists and raised them above his head, beginning to gather chakra that enveloped his entire body. Then he suddenly swung his hands. Boom! The powerful chakra erupted from his body, burning like blue flames, and then quickly transformed into a soil-colored rock armor that enveloped him. The rock armor wrapped around Turtle Ben Xiang elevated his otherwise shorter stature slightly. With a crack, the weight of the rock armor crushed the floor beneath him. Turtle Ben Xiang clenched his fists and began to clash them together, creating a series of loud thuds, then looked at Sasuke and said, "Hee kid, that last move of yours had quite a power. However, with such a powerful ninjutsu, I wonder if you can still use it now." Sasuke snorted coldly in response, "I'm not afraid of you without that move. It seems you can't. But even if you tried again, you wouldn't break my defense. My defense is comparable to a steel plate 20 centimeters thick. Next, it's my turn to perform." Kakashi noticed that the rock armor on the opponent had extremely strong defensive capabilities. He couldn't replicate this technique as it was the opponent's bloodline limit. Kakashi didn't expect that the rebels could afford bloodline limits, and even two of them. Although Daji had mentioned that there were two Jounin with bloodline limits, Kakashi had initially been confident he could defeat them. However, now this short figure clad in armor had already established an invincible position. The bloodline ability of the female ninja had yet to be revealed, leaving Kakashi feeling uncertain. In terms of stamina, Kakashi knew that his chakra was insufficient to sustain a prolonged battle against two Jounin. Although Sasuke could help a bit, it was still not enough. Kakashi realized that Daji wouldn't intervene until the critical moment. He didn't dare to be overconfident and planned to end the battle quickly by first dealing with the woman. As a ninja experienced in battle, Kakashi wouldn't show mercy on the battlefield. Xiangze Hui brought her palms together, fingers aligned with her thumbs and forefingers separated, preparing to unleash a powerful move. Kakashi, enveloped in lightning, suddenly appeared in front of Xiangze Hui, delivering a fierce kick right beneath her. The sudden attack caused Xiangze Hui to feel a sharp pain surge through her mind. She screamed as Kakashi's kick sent her flying into the air. However, Kakashi did not intend to let Xiangze Hui go. Instead, he held 3 shurikens in each hand, channeling a spark of lightning into them before launching them toward the airborne Xiangze Hui. The shurikens, enhanced by lightning, moved at over double their usual speed. Xiangze Hui couldn't defend in time, and fear flashed in her eyes. In a critical moment, a whooshing sound pierced the air. Thud thud thud, Kakashi's thrown shurikens embedded themselves into Turtle Ben Xiang's arm. With the power of lightning, the shurikens not only flew faster, but also became sharper. Yet even so, they barely penetrated more than a centimeter. In midair, Turtle Ben Xiang crossed his arms to protect himself. The 6 shurikens, bound together, suddenly ignited, followed by a series of explosions. The 2 were blown away, but the powerful shockwave was blocked by Turtle Ben Xiang, and they landed safely. Kakashi frowned. The 6 explosive tags did not affect the short figure at all. "Hee, it seems your tricks aren't that impressive," Turtle Ben Xiang said mockingly. Xiangze Hui had been caught off guard by Kakashi's sudden series of attacks, feeling a bit scared. The opponent's speed was too fast enough that she was attacked the moment she saw him. "Don't be careless. After all, he is a Jounin from Konoha," Xiangze Hui reminded. Hee, don't worry, he can't break my defense." The commotion in the royal palace had long since alerted the Chunin, who rushed towards the palace. Just as Turtle Ben Xiang finished speaking, a group of Chunin arrived. Seeing the situation, they quickly understood what was happening and surrounded Kakashi and his group. Xiangze Hui immediately ordered, "Leave that Jounin to us. You all take down those lower-ranked ninjas." "Hi, my lord." The Chunin saluted the order with loyalty. However, Sasuke and Naruto would not show mercy to these fools. They had already struck while the Chunin were preoccupied. 2 ninjas were ambushed, and Naruto sent one flying with a single punch. Sasuke, wielding a shuriken, swiftly slashed through the necks of 2 Chunin, who could never have imagined that within the brief moment of greeting, they would lose their lives. The others, witnessing the sudden deaths and injuries on their side, immediately stopped underestimating the situation. Previously, they had only seen 4 lower-ranked ninjas and 1 Jounin, thinking the Jounin could handle it, while they only needed to take down the lower-ranked ones. For them, taking down a few lower-ranked ninjas was a piece of cake, but they hadn't expected this line of thinking to be rather naive. It must be said that the gap between Chunin and lower-ranked ninjas was significant, as Sakura and Yukiji could barely hold their own against these Chunin, and Naruto had repeatedly shielded them when they were about to be hit. As a result, Naruto was hit several times and winced in pain, but with Naruto's protection, Sakura and Yukiji felt much safer, otherwise they would have been severely injured. Naruto and Sasuke engaged fiercely with the enemies. Although Naruto had a massive amount of chakra, his techniques were limited, and he was clearly not up to par in close combat, with Chunin quickly receiving several punches. However, it seemed that the more he was hit, the stronger he became. His strikes grew increasingly powerful, startling the Chunin. The strength of Naruto and Sasuke clearly shocked the Chunin, who had never seen lower-ranked ninjas so powerful. While this group was locked in battle, on the other side Kakashi was engaged in a fierce fight with Turtle Ben Xiong and Xiangze Hui. Kakashi found it difficult to break through Turtle Ben Xiong's rock armor. He only needed to evade Turtle Ben Xiong's attacks, focusing primarily on dealing with Xiangze Hui first. As an elite Jounin, Kakashi's strength far surpassed that of an average Jounin. Although his chakra was somewhat lacking, both his taijutsu and ninjutsu were formidable. The chaotic battlefield had left the palace in ruins, while Shui Luo Sangtian and Gue Tubuju had long since fled the scene. At this moment, Shui Luo Sangtian, watching from afar, felt a pang of heartache. This royal palace had cost a fortune to build, and now it was about to become a wasteland after such a short time since the battle began. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the ninjas, especially those from Konoha, where mere 2 lower-ranked ninjas could not only kill several Chunin, but also rescue others amidst the chaos. Haha, keep fighting, keep fighting. Ideally, both sides will suffer heavy losses. He was also coveting the powerful female Jounin, but hadn't dared to act due to her strength. Now, with his niece Yukiji joining forces with Konoha, bringing along a woman of extraordinary beauty, he thought, that Konoha female lower-ranked ninja is quite attractive. After this battle, I'll take them all. Shui Luo Sangtian smiled to himself, thinking about some inappropriate group activities. Fire release, ash accumulation, burning. A stream of deep gray fluid spouted from the mouth of a Chunin. The fire dragon flame bullet hit the ash accumulation, burning, instantly transforming the already high-temperature ash into a mass of fiery red magma flying towards Naruto and Sasuke. Wind release, shadow wind blade. Water release, water dragon technique. In an instant, magma, wind blades, and water dragons surged towards the group. Sasuke and Naruto reached the 2 girls, each grabbing one and jumping away from the combined attacks of the crowd. Boom! The magma and water dragon collided, creating a violent explosion. The magma exploded upon contact with the water, splattering both magma and cooled chunks with raindrops, all severed by the wind blades. As Naruto pulled Sakura back, 2 wind blades grazed across his face. The group continuously retreated until they stopped after backing away over 20 meters. Naruto, we can't keep entangling with them like this. We need to eliminate this group quickly. At this stage of the battle, 6 Chunin from the opposing side had already been killed, and the remaining ones were filled with fear, each contemplating in their hearts whether they should escape. Although fleeing would lead to being hunted by the village and branded as rogue ninjas, it was still better than dying here. However, thinking that the opponents were genin and had killed so many, their chakra must be nearly exhausted, the group suppressed their urge to flee. Naruto wiped the wound on his face, and facing a formidable enemy, his fighting spirit only intensified. He responded with a punch and a palm strike, declaring, "All right." Naruto charged at the enemy, saying, "Next, let them taste the feeling of being besieged." While running, he formed seals and shouted multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, 2,000 clones of Naruto surrounded the group of Chunin, charging at them together. At the same time, Sasuke formed seals. One hand grasped his wrist, while the other shot out a series of lightning needles towards the crowd. Sasuke's lightning needles were not highly lethal, but covered a broad area. Any part struck by the needles would be instantly paralyzed, significantly reducing the enemy's control over their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto's clones were also dispersed under Sasuke's indiscriminate attack, but the number of clones that were dispelled was still a mere fraction compared to the remaining ones. In a critical situation, they hurriedly formed seals to defend themselves. Earth release, earth flow wall. A stone wall suddenly emerged from the ground. Although the wall blocked Sasuke's lightning needles, the speed of the needles was too fast, and everyone was affected to some degree. Wind release, 1,000 killing blades. Immediately, thousands of wind blades shot out, clearing a large area in front of this Chunin. A ninja quickly formed 20 hand seals and shouted multiple lightning clone technique. In no time, 50 lightning clones of Chunin appeared. Although this was far fewer than Naruto's shadow clones, the strength of Chunin clones was qualitatively different from that of genin clones, easily matching 1 against 10. In the field, Naruto's clones were continuously dispelled, but the smoke left behind and the enemy's paralyzed bodies rendered the Chunin helpless. At this moment, the Chunin were all affected to varying degrees, and just like that, 2 more Chunin fell. Seizing the opportunity while the opponents were still paralyzed, Sasuke threw 4 shuriken towards the Chunin. Enhanced by lightning, the shuriken cut through the air and quickly struck the Chunin, piercing several of them. The struck individuals felt the pain but narrowly avoided fatal injuries. The few Chunin hit felt relieved to have escaped serious harm at the last moment. But in the next moment, the immense lightning power from the shuriken spread throughout their bodies. They screamed as they were completely paralyzed. Sasuke, empowered by lightning chakra, also plunged into the crowd of Chunin, slashing the necks of 2 with his shuriken, then dispatching another 2 before engaging the remaining Chunin. On another front, the lightning release ninja's lightning clones were completely obliterated by Naruto's relentless assault. The original was also met with a warm welcome from dozens of Naruto's clones, dying with resentment. As the battle reached this point, Naruto's eyes were bloodshot, showing no regard for whether he was killing, because he saw Sasuke's strength and his ruthless nature. Showing no mercy to the enemy, he struck with the intent to kill. Since he viewed Sasuke as a target to chase, he could do what Sasuke did. Moreover, this group had already targeted Sakura multiple times, especially the lightning release ninja, which fueled Naruto's deep hatred towards him. In an instant, the scene of Naruto and Sasuke fiercely battling the group of Chunin left the 2 watching girls dumbfounded. Although they had already been shocked countless times since the battle began, witnessing the exaggerated fight of the 2 still left them in awe. The remaining Chunin were still struggling. At this point, Naruto's clones numbered only 200 or 300. Although this was significantly reduced from the initial 2,000, the losses on the Chunin side were equally severe, leaving the few remaining Chunin to struggle to defend. On the other side, Kakashi's battle with Turtle Bear and Kagesuake had entered a heated stage. Under the cover of Turtle Bear, Kagesuake finally summoned a Firebird using the summoning technique. Kakashi had no choice but to bring out his true skills to confront them. At this moment, with his Sharingan fully activated, Kakashi managed to deflect the enemy's attacks. However, after a prolonged battle, his stamina had also been considerably drained, and with the toll on his Sharingan, Kakashi was starting to pant. Though Kakashi was somewhat weary, the enormous Firebird hovering above was still poised to deliver an attack. The battlefield of the 3 ninjas and 1 beast was already surrounded by flames. Turtle Bear charged forward towards Kakashi, while Kagesuake attacked from behind Turtle Bear. The Firebird also directed a blast of flames towards Kakashi. At this point, Kakashi's chakra was low, so he refrained from using lightning chakra to enhance his speed. Even if he moved quickly, the 2 were too close, and they could quickly form a back-to-back stance, effectively negating the advantage of his high-speed movement. Although Kakashi's battle had reached a stalemate, he had not sustained any significant injuries. However, Kagesuake had been pierced in the shoulder, and Turtle Bear's hard rock armor had been dented with 7 or 8 indentations due to Kakashi's lightning cutter embedding the rock into Turtle Bear's body. Fortunately, with the aid of his Sharingan, Kakashi had anticipated and dodged most of their movements. All 3 ninjas and the beast had expended considerable energy. Kakashi glanced at the battlefield of Sasuke and Naruto, noticing that there were not many enemy ninjas. Kakashi then resolved to stop delaying. While refraining from attacking, he bit his finger, quickly formed seals, and seized the opportunity as the enemy attacked, leaping backward. Midair, Kakashi pressed his palm downwards, growling summoning technique. With a bang, a puff of smoke appeared and a gigantic husky materialized beneath Kakashi. As soon as the enormous husky appeared, it exuded a powerful sense of oppression, causing even the Firebird in the air to nearly stop flapping its wings and fall. Before Turtle Bear and Kagesuake could react, a giant paw from the husky slammed down solidly onto Turtle Bear. Kagesuake, positioned behind Turtle Bear, was sent flying along with Turtle Bear. The Firebird in the air immediately unleashed a massive blast of flames towards the husky. Boom! The immense flames engulfed both the husky and Kakashi. Kakashi, has this kind of trash forced you to the point of summoning me? I see your strength is not impressive at all. The voice of Era echoed amidst the sea of flames. Sigh dog brother, I don't have enough chakra. While dealing with that turtle-like shell, I also have to guard against attacks from above. It's not easy to take on 3 alone, there's nothing I can do. Kakashi sighed helplessly. At this moment, both Kakashi and Era were completely engulfed in flames, yet Era emitted faint glows from his body, as if wrapped in a layer of energy shield. Standing atop Era, Kakashi was unharmed, as if the scorching flames posed no threat to him. Previously during the battle with Zabuza, Kakashi did not summon Era because he was in a deep sleep, thus he refrained from summoning him. This time it was because Era had awakened from his slumber, prompting Kakashi to summon him for assistance. In the distance, Sasuke and the others felt a wave of pressure and couldn't help but glance towards Kakashi's battlefield. Kakashi-sensei's summoning beast is so large and cool. If I get the chance, I also want a flashy summoning beast like that, Naruto said with a look of envy, smiling to himself. Yukiji and Sakura looked at Kakashi's summoning beast, their minds filled with a single thought: Kakashi-sensei is so big, even larger than that of Kazashike. As the battle reached this point, Sakura and Yukiji had already become mere spectators. Kakashi gently patted Era's head and said, "Dog brother, finish it quickly, and don't let them escape." The firebird in the sky, seeing that Era was unharmed beneath its flames, was filled with rage. The firebird let out a long cry and then extended its sharp claws towards Kakashi, knowing that as long as it dealt with that human, the summoning beast would automatically return to its position before being summoned. But it must be said its calculations were off. Because Dog Brother is no easy prey. Kakashi unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan to counter the firebird's claws. Due to its massive size, Kakashi's divine power could only barely snap one of the firebird's talons. The firebird cried out in pain but became even more ferocious, lunging at Kakashi. No! Just as it seemed like it would hit, a powerful sound wave erupted from Era's mouth, creating a ripple in the air that blocked the firebird's claws. As the firebird's claws collided with Era's sound wave, an invisible barrier made it difficult for the firebird to advance. In just a moment, the firebird was sent flying by Era's sound wave. Simultaneously, a cracking sound was heard. That was the sound of the firebird's talon break. As the firebird was knocked away, Dog Brother spat out a flying sword which pierced through the firebird and then split it in half, causing it to fall from the sky. No! Lying on the ground, Kazashike shouted, but what responded to her was the sound and dust from the firebird's body crashing to the ground. She struggled to get up, her eyes filled with a glint of hatred as she glared at Era, who remained utterly unconcerned. Good. Since it has come to this, there will be no retreat. Kazashike formed a seal, which she used to release her own chakra seal. With the seal lifted, chakra surged from Kazashike, rapidly healing her injuries. Kazashike's ninjutsu is somewhat similar to Tsunade's Byako, both utilizing accumulated chakra through seals to be used in critical moments. Her rapid healing ninjutsu also resembles Tsunade's creation rebirth, as both stimulate cell division to heal wounds. The difference is that Kazashike's technique has severe side effects, as it not only promotes cell division, but also causes permanent damage to those cells. Though the consequences are dire, Kazashike could not afford to worry about that now. A vast amount of chakra filled her body, and the immense power gave her a newfound confidence. Looking at Kazashike's furious expression, Era said nonchalantly, "Yo, the little girl is still angry." Kakashi could sense the powerful chakra aura emanating from Kazashike, a highly compressed chakra that was almost on par with Sasuke's cursed mark power. Immediately Kakashi warned Dog Brother, "Dog Brother, be careful, her chakra is very powerful." However, Dog Brother remained unfazed, adopting a pose that seemed to say, "Oh, I'm so scared, come at me." That demeanor gave off an extremely irritating vibe. Facing Era's disdainful tone, she sneered, "Let's see if you can still come out later." A dog is still a dog, and no matter how much it learns to speak, it remains a beast with such low intelligence. Kazashike's curse made Era slightly angry. "Yo, little girl, do you think just because you have a bit of low-level chakra you can be invincible? In front of Dog Master you are nothing." At this moment, Turtle Ben Xiang had regained some strength. He stood up, disregarding the numerous bleeding wounds on his body, pulled out a bottle of recovery potion, and drank it down. Gulp gulp, the potion was swallowed by Turtle Ben Xiang, replenishing his chakra. However, the potion only replenished a little over half of his chakra. With chakra restored, Turtle Ben Xiang formed seals and shouted, "Yellow Spring Mire." This was a forbidden technique with a vast effective range, engulfing an area of 15 meters. Era immediately sank into the mire, but it did not struggle. Kazashike's powerful chakra forcibly opened up the yellow spring mire around her. Turtle Ben Xiang looked at the sinking Era and laughed heartily. "What's wrong, cute little dog? Aren't you going to struggle? Are you resigning to your fate?" Kazashike looked at Era, her tone icy. "I want you dead." As soon as she finished the word dead, her entire being shot forward at an incredible speed towards Era. As soon as the Era appeared, it was scolded, and now the opponent dared to challenge its authority again. It sneered, "Do you want me dead? With your strength, The majesty of a divine beast cannot be offended by mere mortals. Do you really think you can bind me with your pathetic ninjutsu? Naive. At this moment, Koizumi Ki's attack had already arrived. She concentrated her chakra into her ninja sword, and then swung it forward with great force, sending a massive crescent-shaped blue light flying towards the dog. This is a special technique that enhances the wind blade attached to the ninja sword through the motion of the sword. In a mere 20-meter distance, the wind blade reached within 2 meters of the dog's neck in just 2 breaths, as if it were about to decapitate the dog. However, the dog, which was still sinking, directly raised its front paw and slapped forward, leaving several paw prints that, like tangible marks, dispersed the wind blade, while maintaining their momentum towards Koizumi Ki. In a hurry, Koizumi Ki had no time to dodge and could only slip through the gaps between the paw prints. Although her intention was correct, she overlooked her own physique. With a thud, 2 peaks on Koizumi Ki's chest were sliced off and blood gushed forth. She let out a mournful cry, her heart filled with horror. She looked at the era with disbelief, a wave of intense fear washing over her, only to be replaced by a sudden wave of pain the next moment. The pain instantly brought her back to her senses. She realized she was no match for her opponent. Just now she had been numbed by the chakra power she accumulated over the years, thinking she was invincible, that even if the god of ninjas Hashirama Senju came, she could still fight. Little did she expect that her imagined invincibility was nothing before a true powerhouse. Although she despised the beast that hurt her, she had to admit that this dog was truly strong. Kakashi, on the head of the era, remained calm throughout. Although Kakashi was unaware of the dog's exact power, he knew it was definitely strong, extremely strong. Daji, although she did not participate in the battle, the Chunin had no way to approach her, so no ninja. The moment the dog was summoned by Kakashi, she sensed the enormous era, which surprisingly emanated the aura of a divine beast. Although the nine-tailed fox is a celestial demon nurtured by the heavens, compared to a true divine beast, its bloodline is still 2 ranks lower. One must know that divine beasts possess strength comparable to ordinary immortals from the moment they are born. Daji was not surprised that Kakashi could summon a divine beast, but was astonished that such a being could exist in the ninja world. It seems this world is filled with many mysteries: the 3 great immortal mansions, the cultivators of the immortal realm, the legacy of the emperors, the demon cultivators, divine beasts. This world appears to be quite extraordinary, Daji murmured to herself. Seeing Koizumi Ki's fate, Guiben Xiang initially thought her powerful chakra could defeat the opponent. Unexpectedly, she couldn't even withstand a single claw, having just laughed boisterously, believing this era would soon become a dead dog, only to find that this era was so strong. Seeing the era's body sinking, he originally thought he had confined the vile dog. Little did he know that this dog was not just powerful but terrifying. The era, seeing that its paw did not directly cleave the opponent into 8 pieces, immediately felt a bit displeased. Such a lowly creature was unworthy of being its pet and should be killed. I never expected that with 1 paw I couldn't crush you. I must say you really have a lucky life. However, your luck ends here. The era frowned, and a surge of momentum swept from its body, directly constraining the space. In an instant, everyone present, including Kakashi on the era's back, was immobilized. Even Naruto and Sasuke's battlefield felt a powerful binding force, a force that made them feel as if they were trapped in quicksand, making it difficult to move with every action, requiring enormous effort and time. Daji sensed this overwhelming might, her heart shaken once more. She thought the gigantic era before her was unfathomable, undoubtedly of extraordinary origin, but she was still unclear about the dog's background. However, as a weakling, she dared not inquire about the origins of the strong, for that would be a path to death. Guiben Xiang and Koizumi Ki were bound by this force, finding it almost impossible to move. Watching the two immobilized, the era's face showed a smug expression that appeared quite comical. Such expressions were usually inconsequential, but the era's already humorous image combined with this expression and its smugness incited a strong impulse in others to want to beat it up. Now, your majesty, let's see how you escape. The era unleashed a bolt of lightning from its mouth, which instantly struck Koizumi Ki. Under the violent force of the lightning, Koizumi Ki exploded into a mist of blood, as if she had never set foot in this world. Guiben Xiang, witnessing this scene, was utterly terrified. He had thought that this era was merely a slightly stronger summoning beast. Unexpectedly, this dog possessed the power to bind space, a power that could likely bring down even shadow-level powerhouses. In his eyes, shadow-level powerhouses represented the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world. They should be able to struggle under such power. However, he would never have the chance to witness that scene. After the era dispatched Koizumi Kate withdrew the binding power and Kakashi seized the moment of the opponent's shock to charge forward. A loud clang echoed in Guiben Xiang's ears. In the next moment, a physical manifestation of a chakra sword in Kakashi's hand pierced through his armor and heart the violent current rendering his heart utterly useless. "You can go down and accompany her now." Kakashi's cold words echoed in his ears, the last phrase he would hear in this world. P.S. This book will not be suspended, only the update cycle will change to irregular updates due to poor performance. Since there are no profits, it will be written for personal enjoyment, but I will still put effort into the content. Readers can take some time off before reading. After all, the author also has to live and cannot write full-time. I will work for a few months, and if there are results in the second half of the year, I might resign to write full-time and resume frequent updates. With the help of Kakashi and his companions, the opposing forces were eliminated and Princess Shueiji successfully seized control of the Snow Country's government, marking the royal family's return and heralding a new beginning for the nation. This battle was fraught with tension, but ultimately without peril. Fortunately, none of the team sustained serious injuries, though they were left exhausted from the excessive consumption of physical strength and chakra. The group was honored as esteemed guests by Princess Shueiji, who arranged for their stay in the royal palace. Among the members of Team 7 apart from Kakashi, it was Sasuke who shone the brightest. During the battle to assist Princess Shueiji in her restoration, Sasuke's performance was remarkable and his strength earned the princess recognition. Unbeknownst to herself, she had developed feelings for Sasuke, but being a clever girl, she understood his character through their few days together. Moreover, he had a companion whose beauty rivaled her own, leading her to bury her admiration deep within her heart. Of course, she also liked Naruto, whose lively personality and considerable strength were appealing to her, though her feelings for him were different from those she harbored for Sasuke. Days later, the group bid farewell to Shueiji and set off on their journey back to Konoha. As she watched their figures gradually fade from view, Princess Shueiji gazed longingly at Sasuke's silhouette, murmuring goodbye. Sasuke-kun. During their time in the Snow Country, the group gained considerable battle experience, and even Sakura, the weakest among them, saw a significant enhancement in her abilities, approaching the level of a Chunin. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Naruto, whose carefree nature thrived in battle, making it a point of pride for him, especially considering the numerous formidable opponents they faced. Thus, throughout their journey, Naruto chattered incessantly. It wasn't until Daki spoke up that he finally quieted down. Soon night descended, and the group hastily set up a camp to prepare for the night. With the tents erected, the group sat around the campfire, enjoying grilled meat. For some inexplicable reason, everyone fell silent, leaving even the typically loquacious Naruto feeling restless. Sasuke, like Daki, was also intrigued by Kakashi's summon. He sensed that the summon emanated a pressure stronger than that of Daki, suggesting that it might not even belong to the known species of the ninja world. He was unsure just how powerful the so-called three great sage areas were, but that summon likely possessed the strength to annihilate them. Moreover, the energy used by that summon was entirely different from chakra. It bore a striking resemblance to the energy of Daki. It must originate from a powerful world akin to the realm of cultivation. Sasuke harbored a deep yearning for power. Before encountering Daki, he believed that the legendary three great sage areas represented the pinnacle of power in this world, with shadow-level experts being the apex of ninjas. However, his understanding had evolved it in this world. Kakashi's summon was likely the strongest, even surpassing the current Daki. Additionally, there was the man he swore to kill, Itachi Uchiha. He was uncertain of Itachi's true strength, but even if Itachi possessed shadow-level prowess, he knew he must eliminate him. Thus he needed power, the power to kill Itachi. For that he was willing to pay any price. Though the group remained silent, their exchanged glances betrayed their thoughts, as if the words "I have a ton of questions" were written on their faces. Despite being carefree, Naruto was equally curious about Kakashi's summon, yet felt hesitant to ask. After holding it in for several days, it was becoming quite uncomfortable. Kakashi, feeling helpless, finally broke the silence. "Oh, it seems you all have questions for me." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura quickly nodded yes. "Kakashi-sensei, that summon of yours seems excessively powerful. Please tell us about its capabilities." Kakashi glanced at the others. "Is that what you all want to ask about?" "Of course. With such a strong trump card, why didn't you use it sooner?" Naruto shouted. Sasuke simply nodded in agreement and fell silent. "Kakashi, I am indeed curious about your summon, Dakichin. Please do tell." Daki possessed an innate charm, exuding a captivating aura even without the use of seduction techniques, leaving even Sakura, another woman, mesmerized. Kakashi, unable to resist, felt a flush rise beneath his black mask, evident from the small red spot that appeared. Realizing his lapse in composure, Kakashi turned away, quickly wiped the stain of blood from his mask, and then faced them again. It seems I can't escape this today. Dakasan, Sasuke, follow me. Naruto and Sakura, wait a moment, we will be right back. With that, Kakashi disappeared, using the body flicker technique with Sasuke and Daki in tow. Watching them leave, Naruto crossed his arms in discontent, saying, "What the heck, they just left us to whisper." "Yeah, what kind of secret does Kakashi-sensei have that we can't know?" Sakura pouted and complained. The two individuals here were unhappily gnawing on roasted meat. Meanwhile, Kakashi casually set up a barrier formation, preventing the outside world from overhearing their conversation. Seeing that Kakashi had this skill, Sasuke, not understanding it, asked Kakashi, "What are you doing?" "It's nothing, just a little trick," Kakashi replied. Sasuke didn't understand, but Daji did, immediately saying it's a barrier formation. "Kakashi, as a ninja, how do you know this kind of thing?" Well, Miss Daji will know soon enough. But let's talk about you first. Miss Daji, aren't you Sasuke's cousin? To be precise, you are not human, but a nine-tailed celestial fox from the cultivation world, right? Yes, I admit this. Daji was not surprised that her identity was exposed. After all, that dog clearly looked extraordinary. It was not strange that it recognized her identity and informed Kakashi. Originally, the dog had told Kakashi that Daji was not human, but a nine-tailed fox, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Now that Daji admitted it herself, he still found it hard to believe. Looking at Kakashi's expression, Daji smiled lightly. "What? Do you find it hard to believe? It's actually not that strange. Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you can transform into the species you wish to become. Humans, innately close to the Tao and exceptionally perceptive, are favored by nature. Having a human body allows for faster cultivation speed and the ability to learn more complex and diverse magical techniques. No matter what kind of monster it is, as long as their level is sufficient, they will generally choose to transform. Even our celestial demon clan, born of nature, needs to transform to cultivate faster. This is a transition from beast to human." "Is that so? The transformation across species must be quite dangerous, right?" "Of course. The path of transformation for monsters is fraught with peril. They must undergo tribulation, and failing to do so leads to death." "And them understood." Kakashi nodded, thanking Miss Daji for her honesty. The conversation between the two provided Sasuke with some new insights. He knew Daji was transformed from a nine-tailed fox, but he did not know what she went through during her initial transformation. After finishing his conversation with Daji, Kakashi turned to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, the power within you does not belong to this world. It has the ability to corrupt the heart and amplify your hatred. You should try to use it less in the future." Sasuke casually responded, "That's my business." With that single remark, Sasuke left Kakashi at a loss for words. Kakashi could only shake his head and sigh, "Perhaps it is fate." This phrase was learned by Kakashi from the dog. "As for my summoned beast," Kakashi gave a bitter smile. "Rather than saying it is my summoned beast, it is more accurate to say that I am its summoned beast." "Kakashi, do I look like that idiot Naruto to you? Did you summon that dog, or did that dog summon you?" "Such ridiculous words. Are those really something you, the renowned Konoha technician, would say?" Sasuke scoffed. Kakashi had long grown accustomed to Sasuke's attitude and knew his character, opting not to argue. Although Kakashi didn't want to argue with Sasuke, he rarely spoke seriously, saying, "Sasuke, I won't hold it against you for saying that to me, but you must remember that the strong deserve respect even if it is just a dog. You'd better call him dog brother, or else you'll end up getting a beating. At that point, I won't be able to stop it, and neither will Miss Daji. So you'd better respectfully call him dog brother or Lord Hei Huang." Kakashi then removed the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing his red Sharingan. Seeing Kakashi's Sharingan, Sasuke scoffed again. "Kakashi, you, who have no Uchiha blood, shouldn't flaunt your Sharingan in front of the Uchiha." Little Sasuke, look closely. He isn't showing off your Uchiha Sharingan. To him, it's not an enhancement, but rather a burden. Daji placed her hands on Sasuke's shoulders, explaining for Kakashi. Listening to Daji, Sasuke then noticed that there was a strange golden pattern swirling above Kakashi's Sharingan, but it did not resemble the kaleidoscope form recorded in the clan's history. It looked like something else. "Sasuke, did you see that? This is dog brother creating an independent space in my left eye, and that pattern is the formation maintaining that space." The summoning technique I used to call Dog Brother is not a true summoning technique, but rather a communication technique to inform Dog Brother. The summoning technique is just for show, like what's happening now. Sasuke was startled by Kakashi's words. He hadn't seen Kakashi speak yet. Kakashi's voice echoed in his consciousness. A communication technique, huh? That's really peculiar. Miss Dodgy, my talent is limited, so I still struggle with array formations. You should be able to set up an illusion array to isolate the outside world, right? A small task. Dodgy formed several hand seals, then gathered her spiritual energy into formation flags. With a wave of her hand, she placed the flags around, and they automatically connected to form an energy shield, which then concealed itself. Seeing Dodgy's array formation technique, Kakashi's eyes lit up. He only knew that Dog Brother's formations and the prohibition technique were extremely powerful, but he had never witnessed many of their techniques. Is Miss Dodgy a master of formations? No, it's just a third-level formation. It is fundamentally different from the soundproof array you just casually cast. Originally in your world, a first-level formation was sufficient. Although setting up formations is simple, the energy expended cannot be recovered, while a third-level formation utilizes formation flags to draw upon the heavenly principles, and the flags can be reclaimed, resulting in practically no losses. In Kakashi's independent space, Dog Brother watched the few people with great interest. Knowing it was time for him to make an appearance, he stepped out without needing Kakashi to notify him. Sasuke only saw the pattern in Kakashi's eyes flash, and then a gigantic husky appeared in front of him. The husky stood 3 meters tall, sitting and looking down at the others with its dog eyes. Sasuke was alarmed. Previously, he had only observed from afar, but now up close he felt an immense sense of pressure just from the dog's size, as Dog Brother's aura was too overwhelming. Sasuke was unsure what it felt like to face a tailed beast, but he felt that compared to Dog Brother, he would rather battle a tailed beast than meet the dog's gaze, as the way the dog looked at people was extremely strange. The hidden celestial demon body. I hadn't noticed before. I only sensed that you had some impure demonic energy. I didn't expect that. Even I could overlook it at times. After finishing with Sasuke, Dog Brother turned to the Ninetails. Not bad. The nine-tailed fox, a natural spirit beast of the cultivation world. It's a pity that it suffered greatly, although it repaired its body with treasures it left behind hidden injuries. Upon hearing Dog Brother's words, Dodgy's body trembled. She hadn't even noticed that she had hidden injuries within her. She only felt something was off with her body, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Moreover, he could sense that this dog before him, though comically dressed, was actually much stronger than his. Just as Kakashi said, strong individuals deserve respect. Moreover, as a fellow demon, Dodgy felt no psychological burden and immediately knelt. Little demon Dodgy pays her respects to the senior. Not bad, not bad. You understand the rules better than that little brat. Given your understanding, I shall help you reshape your body. With a gentle hook of its front paw, the husky lifted Dodgy into the air, restraining her. With a slap of its paw, Dodgy's body was instantly turned into blood mist, leaving behind her soul. Taking out a divine herb from the inner world, he refined it and infused it into Dodgy's soul. In an instant, Dodgy's soul began to shine, and she emitted a heartbreaking, enchanting scream. Endure it. Your hidden injuries reside in your soul. I will refine the life essence of a divine herb to repair your soul. The process will be somewhat painful. With the assistance of Dog Brother's divine power, the essence of the divine herb was quickly completely refined for the Ninetails. The Ninetails felt her soul become incredibly solid. She felt stronger than her peak self. Next, it's time to reshape the physical body. Dog Brother took out a crystal clear bottle within which lay a pool of liquid. This is divine source liquid, capable of reshaping a cultivator's body. Dog Brother reluctantly took out a drop of divine source liquid and dripped it onto Dodgy's soul. That is divine source liquid, a treasure that even quasi-immortal emperors find hard to come by. Today, to show off him wasting it on such a small demon, it would be impossible not to feel a pinch, as this thing is also useful to me and is extremely precious. As for that divine herb, I have as much as I need, so I don't feel any pain. With the help of the divine source liquid, Dodgy's physical body was soon reshaped. At that moment, she not only regained her tribulation transcendence power, but also broke through to the 12th layer peak of tribulation transcendence, reaching the level of Fahai. At that moment, the aura of the Ninetails was incredibly powerful. Aside from the husky, both Kakashi and Sasuke were pressed to the ground, struggling to resist with their strongest powers. Sasuke was alarmed as this. The power of the cultivation world. Just a trace of aura emanating out is so terrifying. Glancing at Kakashi, the ground where Kakashi lay was already soaked in blood. He had become a bloodied figure, unable to even speak. Seeing Kakashi's miserable state, Sasuke secretly felt relieved. He still had demonic energy to resist, which lessened the pressure he felt. Otherwise, he feared he would be worse off than Kakashi right now. As the reshaping process concluded, the Ninetales retracted her aura. At that moment, she felt incredibly clear that whether it was her physical body, soul, or spiritual essence, they were all extremely solid. If she were to encounter Fahai now, she could easily defeat him. Spiritual energy has transformed into spiritual essence, marking a qualitative enhancement. Generally speaking, cultivators only convert their spiritual energy into spiritual essence after transcending the ascension tribulation, but now she hadn't transcended yet and already possessed spiritual essence. Moreover, after reshaping her body, the capacity of her spiritual essence increased several times. Now she could stand against a true immortal. Thank you for the grace of rebirth, Senior. The Ninetales bowed in gratitude. Initially, she thought Dog Brother was a great figure in the cultivation world, but now it seemed that, even in the upper cultivation world, he could dominate. She realized she had been somewhat ignorant. I am a quasi-immortal emperor of the ancient immortal era. Even in an age where strong contenders abound, I am one of the few elites in the cultivation world, having taken in countless human prodigies to serve me. Even your so-called upper cultivation world is merely a primitive world in my eyes, easily extinguished. The words of the dog stirred a storm in the hearts of the three, for after all, Daji had already become extraordinarily powerful. Yet the upper realm of cultivation, that even a being as strong as Daji yearned for, was merely a trivial indigenous world that could be easily extinguished before the dog. How powerful must this dog be? It's simply unimaginable. Senior, what you mentioned about the ancient immortal era. Before Daji could finish, the dog immediately interrupted. Don't ask too much. All I can tell you is that the ancient immortal era was a powerful and dark time of chaos. I've been to both the upper and lower realms of cultivation. Your cultivation realm, including the ascended upper realm, is nothing but the most insignificant small world among the countless fragments left by the ancient immortal world. Upon hearing the dog's words, Daji felt even more shocked. It turns out that the cultivation realm is truly just an indigenous world. Who knows how many powerful beings the ancient immortal world bore during that dark and chaotic era. So does it mean that you can break the barriers to go to other worlds, Senior? Daji desperately wanted to return to the cultivation realm because she sought revenge on Fahai. Yes, it is possible, but why should this emperor assist you? The dog said disdainfully. After hearing the dog's words, Daji thought to herself, indeed it was my greed. The senior not only healed my spiritual wounds, but also helped me reshape my body and enhance my cultivation. This is already a tremendous favor. I must not be too greedy. You're right, Senior. I was too presumptuous, Daji said apologetically. The dog nodded. If you want to return to the cultivation realm, then you must work hard. As long as you reach the level of a golden immortal in your world, you will be able to easily break the barriers and return. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Seeing someone as powerful as Daji being so respectful, Sasuke couldn't help but feel conflicted inside. He didn't want to bow his head like a dog. With a glance from the dog, Sasuke flew out. Sasuke spat out blood, looking at the dog with kid. Strong beings must not be insulted. You can call me Dog Brother or Black Emperor, but if you call me dog again, I will strike you. Forced by the circumstances, Sasuke had no choice but to lower his head to Dog Brother, calling out with some humiliation. The dog was very satisfied with this perceptive young man who bore the body of a celestial demon. After a pause, the dog simply said, "Let's go back to the camp. I still need to collect a pet." Upon returning to the camp, when the others learned that Kakashi was the dog's pet except for Daji and Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were left in shock. However, in the eyes of the Ninetales, this was nothing extraordinary. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. The stronger one is, the more justified they are. The law of the jungle is an unchanging truth of the universe, just as light can never penetrate darkness. This is an iron law of the universe. After Naruto learned of the dog's power, the Ninetales within him began to urge Naruto to recognize the Black Emperor as his master. The Ninetales was not foolish. Although it was the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world, the feeling the dog gave it made it think that the dog was unfathomably deep. Moreover, when the dog casually guided it and provided a trash bloodline cultivation method obtained from a demon cultivator, it directly allowed the Ninetales to break through the nine-tailed limit and ascend to the 10 tails. Such a thick thigh, the Ninetales. Oh no, the 10 tails must be held tightly. However, the dog said that it was entangled by fate with Naruto, so it was unwilling to help him lift the seal. Naruto, being carefree, had no thoughts of being human and not a servant. He simply felt that the dog's strength could make him stronger, so without hesitation, he called out to Dog Brother naturally and agreed to the dog's wish to take him as a pet. Originally, the dog should have taken Sasuke as a pet, as Sasuke had high talent and strong comprehension. However, his personality was of a type that the dog did not like, so it dismissed the idea of taking Sasuke as a pet. Naruto's personality was very compatible with the dog. The two quickly found common ground, and after Naruto praised the dog a lot, the dog casually pointed out a few things to Naruto, enhancing Naruto's understanding of chakra, and he exclaimed that he needed to go back to the village to enter seclusion and cultivate. Although Sasuke craved power, he despised the idea of flattering others to achieve this goal. After all, he had Daji's help. Now that Sister Daji's cultivation had recovered, he believed he would soon be able to take down his good elder brother. Hey Kakashi, as my pet you will now be responsible for my daily life and meals. The dog spoke to Kakashi in a commanding tone. Kakashi placed a hand on his forehead, looking utterly helpless. Dog brother, can you give me a little face? To call me your pet without any respect. After all, I am a teacher to several young ones. Having spent quite some time with the dog, they have become somewhat familiar, which is why he dared to speak like this. Otherwise, facing such a powerful being, he wouldn't have the courage to retort. Sasuke coldly snorted, saying nothing more. His attitude clearly indicated that he did not acknowledge Kakashi as his teacher, which is why he has never referred to him as such. The dog curled his lip and disdainfully said, Teacher. You. Tell me, what have you taught the little ones? Aside from giving a little extra help to the one with the Tianma body, what else have you taught them? Kakashi's face turned red with embarrassment, having been rebutted by the dog, for he indeed had not taught them anything substantial. The dog looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. You little ones must work hard. Cultivation is endless. Your strongest Hokage, the one known as the God of Ninjas, is merely like an ant in the realm of cultivation. Kakashi had grown accustomed to the dog's arrogance, but he also understood that the dog had the capital to say such things. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression changed as he realized how powerful the cultivation world was. Perhaps the first Hokage isn't considered a particularly strong figure there. However, the God of Ninjas being called an ant by the dog was hard for him to accept. After all, the first Hokage is indeed stronger than Uchiha Madara, the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke held no respect for the legendary Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha, known for their power, have always been habitually indifferent towards others outside their family. Nevertheless, he admired Madara's strength. So when the dog said that, it implied that Uchiha Madara would also be an ant in the cultivation world, which was somewhat hard for Sasuke to accept. He only knew that the Ninetales was strong and that the cultivation world was formidable, but he never grasped the extent of their power. Sakura asked in shock, Dog brother, is the cultivation world really so powerful that even the first Hokage is an ant? Naruto crossed his arms, smirking with a mocking expression as he looked at the dog, rebutting Sakura. Sakura, do you really believe that? I know Dog brother is strong, even the Ninetales in my body bows down to him. But against the Ninetales, the first Hokage could just flick his finger. That cultivation world. Even if it's powerful, it shouldn't be to the extent that the first Hokage has to act like an ant. After all, the first Hokage is the ultimate being in the ninja world, known as the God of Ninjas. Hee little Naruto, I have to say you are truly ignorant. Someone like you would be weaker than your so-called God of Ninjas in the cultivation world. Daji said with a smile. Really? Sister Daji, are you serious? Of course it's true. How old are you? And how old is that so-called God of Ninjas? What kind of reputation does he have? What reputation do you have? In the cultivation world, both of you are ants, no different from each other. So, what do you think? Kakashi was also shocked by the power of the cultivation world. He had heard from the dog how powerful the emperors of the ancient era were, capable of destroying a universe with a single move. Although he personally thought the dog was exaggerating. However, he could genuinely feel the dog's strength. Although he couldn't fathom its depths, it didn't diminish the dog's power. The dog had lived through an era filled with powerful emperors and had even been to the cultivation world, yet he had suffered setbacks there. Although it was due to being injured and falling into a spatial rift to this world, it was still evident that the power of the cultivation world was a height unattainable for the ninja world. The dog glanced dismissively at Naruto and said lightly, Little one, there are 19 realms of cultivation, each realm divided into 12 levels. So I'm not exaggerating when I say that in the chaotic era where I was even in the cultivation world saying your god of ninjas is an ant is no exaggeration. The cultivation realms are divided into Chi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, integration, great ascension, tribulation, transcendence, loose, immortal, earth, immortal, human, immortal, golden, immortal, great, luo. Golden, immortal, primordial, golden, immortal, saint, great, saint, supreme, saint, primordial, saint, chaos, Tao, lord, totaling 19 major realms. Below the nascent soul realm, each realm extends lifespan by 100 years with power differing by 100-fold. From nascent soul to integration, each realm extends lifespan by 500 years with a 2,000-fold power difference. From great ascension to human immortal, each realm extends lifespan by 1,000 years with a 10,000-fold power difference. Reaching golden immortal extends lifespan by 10,000 years with a 30,000-fold power difference from great luo. Golden immortal to primordial golden immortal, each realm extends lifespan by 100,000 years with a 100,000-fold power difference. From saint to primordial saint, each realm extends lifespan by 100 billion years with a 50 million-fold power difference. And for chaos, Tao lord, lifespan is infinite with power differing by a trillion-fold. I won't introduce all 19 realms of cultivation, I'll simply mention the strength of the second realm, foundation establishment, so you can understand. Upon entering the foundation establishment phase, the spiritual energy within one's body liquefies and transforms into true essence, enabling flight and allowing one strike to destroy a mountain. With this strength, one is already an incredibly powerful existence in the secular world. However, this is merely the early stage strength. You should know that each level differs by 100-fold, and that power is superior to what you have in the ninja world. Your so-called god of ninjas at best is at the second or third level of foundation establishment, which is merely the early stage of that realm. Upon hearing the dog say this, the few of them began to grasp the terrifying nature of the cultivation world. It truly was not an exaggeration to say that the god of ninjas was an ant. Pausing for a moment, the dog continued, "Here only the Tianma Kid and the Ninetales have better potential. The Tianma Kid is likely to reach the human immortal realm, while the Ninetales can only reach the golden immortal at best, provided you all enjoy the best cultivation resources in the cultivation world." The dog's introduction completely shocked the others present. Even the Ninetales had no idea about the realm divisions beyond the great Luo golden immortal. Now Sasuke wanted to know the realms of the Ninetales and the dog, but since the dog was both unfamiliar and extremely powerful, he could only ask Daji about her current realm. At the peak of tribulation transcendence, which is the 12th layer of that phase, she was just one step away from breaking through. Upon learning Daji's current realm, Sasuke couldn't help but gasp. This was simply too strong. Wouldn't she easily defeat Itachi? Seeing through Sasuke's thoughts, Daji said, "Don't think about it, before sealing me he already fought me." Sasuke was curious, because he knew that at that time Sister Daji's cultivation had fallen, and she was heavily injured. But after all, she was from the cultivation world. Even if her realm had dropped and she was injured, she shouldn't be easily overpowered by just anyone. Overpowering, the Ninetales merely spat out those two words. Overpowering? Who overpowered whom? Sasuke was bewildered. That Susanoo of yours couldn't even withstand one of my strikes. The Ninetales spoke with a hint of disdain. Then how were you sealed inside me? Sasuke pressed on. Because I was careless and didn't expect your elder brother to have obtained the inheritance of the Eastern Wilderness Qing Emperor's descendant, who was a genius in formation techniques. The Qing Emperor's power was immense. If it weren't for most of it being destroyed in the spatial rift, your elder brother might currently possess mid-foundation establishment strength. I never thought the Ninetales would be outsmarted by a mere ninja. That's impressive. The dog said with a mocking tone. Regarding the dog's taunt, the Ninetales dared not say much. After all, the dog was speaking the truth. After all, she indeed lost face in the cultivation world. The peculiar knowledge increased, giving Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura reasons to grow stronger. Thus they all thought about returning to the village to see if they could ask the dog or Daji to teach them cultivation. For this, Sasuke set aside his pride as an Uchiha and along with Naruto and Sakura went to ask the dog for guidance. In response to their requests, the dog casually gave some guidance before sending them to find Daji, while he leisurely spent time with Kakashi. The three little ones also began their seclusion for cultivation. A year later, the bored dog at Naruto's request set up a void spirit invocation array for the three of them. Boom, 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 three loud noises echoed across the skies of Konoha. Red, black, and blue beams of light descended from the void, and the powerful spiritual energy surged into their bodies, causing the three to feel tremors and find it difficult to move. The dog thought since he had already done it, he might as well help the three of them reshape their meridians, then tossed three worthless techniques to them before leaving. The commotion caused by the three beams of light shook the higher-ups of Konoha. Unfortunately, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Umbu to investigate, but there was no progress because they could only see the location and had no way to approach. During a meeting, the third Hokage noticed Kakashi gazing absent-mindedly out the window at the three beams of light, and she couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Kakashi knows what those beams of light are? Kakashi, how are your three little ones doing? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question from the Hokage, and he hurriedly replied, they're doing well. Doing well. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that little guy Naruto for some time. Has he been training recently? Kakashi looked at the beams and said yes, they're training and will soon grow stronger. Hearing Kakashi's words, the third Hokage's frown deepened. Kakashi, do you know anything about those three beams of light outside? Sai Hokage-sama, can't I just not say? Kakashi knew it was impossible, but he still wanted to struggle a bit. No way. The third Hokage's words were firm. Seeing her insistence, Kakashi softened and slowly revealed the background and circumstances of the three little ones' seclusion. After hearing Kakashi's words, the third Hokage was filled with disbelief, as she never imagined that there was an even broader world and more powerful beings beyond the ninja world. Kakashi, are you serious? Although she knew Kakashi wouldn't lie about such matters, she still couldn't help but seek confirmation. Yes, it's true. These three beams are proof. So it turns out that in front of true powerhouses, even Lord Hashirama is nothing but an ant. Wow, that's quite a blow. Although he spoke these discouraging words, his tone was anything but disheartened, even carrying a smile. For him, Konoha gaining the assistance of such strong beings was a blessing. With this, Konoha would possess absolute power, and the other major countries wouldn't dare to provoke Konoha. He was not afraid that Naruto gaining powerful strength would lead to any disasters. He had absolute confidence in his brainwashing skills. As for Sakura, she was just a simple little girl. Even if she possessed great power, she was not a concern. It was the Uchiha brat he was wary of. The third Hokage had a strong dislike for the Uchiha clan, so he tried every means to force Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha clan. However, he was unaware of the true nature of the Uchiha massacre. His target should be his elder brother, and with Naruto's restraints, Konoha wouldn't face any issues. 3 years later, three beams of divine light pierced the sky. The three little ones emerged from their seclusion, radiating immense power that made the air tremble. Soon the three little ones withdrew their power, and Konoha returned to peace. The dog and Daji appeared before them. The dog nodded, saying, "Good, they have finally emerged." Naruto and Sasuke had reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, while Sakura had reached the 12th layer of chi refining. Although their talents were not outstanding, achieving such strength in just a few years was still quite impressive. Sakura was the most satisfied. After all, although her chakra control was perfect, she was a commoner with no family heritage. Reaching the level of a Hokage was a huge accomplishment for her. As for her understanding of her own strength, Sakura did not have a clear perception. At this point, her power had already surpassed the level of a shadow and reached a higher tier. In terms of cultivation, a shadow-level powerhouse was equivalent to the 10th layer of chi, refining a Jonin to the 7th layer, a Chunin to the 4th layer, and a Genin at the entry level. Naruto was so excited that he jumped up. He and the Nine Tails had both broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Now, even if Hashirama himself were to come, he would dare to fight. At that moment, he felt that the position of the next Hokage was his alone, and he burst into exaggerated laughter. Idiot! Sakura punched Naruto on the head. Naruto covered his head and looked at Sakura with tears in his eyes, saying, "Sakura, why did you hit me?" Boo-hoo. Despite the significant disparity in strength, their personalities remained unchanged. Feeling the immense power, Sasuke's mentality began to shift. The Uchiha clan was like this. Once they gained powerful strength, their ambitions would swell rapidly. Now with his strength, he could take revenge. Sasuke looked toward the horizon where Itachi was located and murmured, "Itachi, wait for me. I'll soon send you to see our parents." Although Sasuke's mindset had changed, the more he trained, the more he felt the extraordinary nature of the dog. If there was one significant change in Sasuke, it was that he transformed from being arrogant to respecting the strong. The moment he emerged from seclusion, he did not immediately seek revenge, but instead sought out the dog, respectfully thanking it. "Thank you, Dog Emperor, for your rebirth. Sasuke will never forget this." Seeing Sasuke's attitude, the dog felt pleased. After all, the difference between fearful respect and genuine respect was significant. Taming someone like Sasuke was a great achievement for him. Not bad. You still have a bit of conscience knowing to be grateful. If it weren't for the demonic energy on you, I would have considered taking you as my pet. Alright, do whatever you want as long as it doesn't bother me, I won't intervene. After saying that, the dog turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, it's time for Xiaoze today, especially her little female dog. Even I feel stirred. Let's go take a look." Alright, dog brother, let's go. Before Kakashi left, he glanced at Sasuke. "Sasuke, now that your strength has increased, Konoha will always be your home. If you want revenge, I won't stop you. I can't stop you either. I hope that after your revenge you can return to a normal life, not just for anything else, but for the revival of the Uchiha clan." "I know this, but before killing Itachi, I need to deal with that old man, the Third Hokage." "Sasuke, no." Kakashi's expression froze. Kakashi was already very intelligent and had actually guessed the truth behind the Uchiha massacre long ago. After all, he was also an orphan of the White Fan clan, and in a sense the Third Hokage was also his enemy. "Kakashi, don't worry about the affairs of the young. If you keep rambling, I won't get to see my little female dog. Dog brother, don't rush. One last thing." Kakashi stared at Sasuke and finally advised, "Alright, dog brother supports you too, so go ahead, but promise me not to harm innocent civilians." Sasuke nodded in agreement. "Okay, I won't kill those people. They hold no significance for me, and moreover, dog brother still needs them for his enjoyment." In the Hokage office, the Third Hokage initially felt delighted by the commotion caused by several individuals leaving their confinement, but upon sensing the varying strengths of three powers, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He sensed that Sasuke's aura was the strongest among the three, and Naruto was considerably weaker than Sasuke. This unease stirred within the Third Hokage, causing his right eyelid to twitch uncontrollably. Upon hearing that Sasuke intended to kill the Third Hokage, Naruto could no longer remain calm. He questioned Sasuke with a harsh tone. "Sasuke, why do you want to kill Grandpa Third?" "It's just revenge." Sasuke casually replied to Naruto's words. "Revenge? Revenge for what? Wasn't the Uchiha clan destroyed by your brother? What does it have to do with Grandpa Third?" Sasuke turned to the Hokage office and said indifferently, "Naruto, you should seek revenge too. That old man, the Third Hokage, is nothing but a treacherous and cunning individual." "Sasuke, I won't allow you to insult Grandpa Third like that." Naruto responded fiercely. "How foolish. Don't you remember what that old man was doing during the Kyuubi incident? Why did your parents die? Moreover, the Fourth Hokage sealed the Kyuubi within you in hopes that you could utilize its power, but why are you regarded as the embodiment of the demon fox? You clearly protected the village. You were a hero. If he truly cared about you, why did the Third Hokage allow others to treat you with such disdain and insult? What you don't know is that the label of the demon fox was instigated by that old man, the Third Hokage, directing Danzo. Think about the grievances you've endured over the years. Do you deserve them? Moreover, that old man not only harbored such malice towards you, but also seized your parents' assets, barely providing you with expired food enough to survive. Do you really deserve this? Impossible. I don't believe it. Sasuke, don't fabricate reasons to incite me to join you in confronting Grandpa Third. Haha, don't be ridiculous. Killing the Third Hokage is a piece of cake. I don't need to rely on anyone's hands. Not only the Third, but I also intend to kill that old man Danzo. If you want to verify whether I'm speaking the truth, just ask Kakashi." After hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto looked at Kakashi, who was on the dog's head, and asked with difficulty, "Is that true?" "Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi nodded. "Yes, the situation is roughly as Sasuke described. The Fourth Hokage is your father. During the Kyuubi incident, the Third Hokage did not show up at all, which is simply unacceptable. Back then, my father, the White Fang of Konoha, was renowned alongside your father, the Yellow Flash, both being absolute powerhouses dominating the battlefield. The old Third Hokage killed my father for his own interests. Later, after my teacher succeeded as the Fourth Hokage, not long after the village erupted into the Kyuubi incident. In that battle, my teacher was pierced by the Kyuubi while protecting you and your mother. Using his last breath, my teacher sealed the Kyuubi within you, thus ending the Kyuubi's rampage. If he had participated in the battle, the Third Hokage would have had fewer concerns and would not have died. The Senju clan and Uchiha clan were successively destroyed. As founding clans of Konoha, why did they disappear one after another? It is merely power corrupting hearts. Some individuals desire dictatorship, wishing to turn the Hokage position into a hereditary one. How could this happen? How could this be? Naruto looked dejected, feeling as though he had lost his soul, slumping on the ground. He never anticipated that the amiable Grandpa Third was actually a devious old man. Naruto. Seeing Naruto's state, Sakura felt a pang of sympathy, softly calling his name. Although she found Naruto annoying, she also felt he was truly pitiable. Sakura also never expected that the seemingly kind Third Hokage was so treacherous behind the scenes. Taking a glance at the Hokage office, Sakura shook her head. She didn't plan to intervene, as she knew Sasuke wouldn't allow her to get involved, so she could only watch the situation unfold. Watching Naruto looking so devastated, Sasuke merely snorted coldly and then flew towards the Hokage office. Entering the Foundation establishment stage, he began to convert the spiritual power within him into demonic essence. Unlike Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke was a demonic cultivator practicing pure demonic cultivation techniques. The demonic techniques that rely on slaughter or plundering the essence and souls of other cultivators to elevate one's realm are only used by low-level demonic cultivators. Although such techniques enhance rapidly, they are unstable in foundation and overdraw potential, often leading to a transformation becoming their final destination. Authentic demonic cultivation techniques like those of immortal cultivation are practiced step by step, but they are stronger than the same-level immortal cultivation techniques. Usually, demonic cultivators are invincible among their peers and can even cross realms to defeat enemies. The key is that demonic techniques require low qualifications for personal spiritual roots, hence the low threshold for cultivation. The low cultivation threshold yet extreme strength is why in the immortal cultivation world demonic cultivators are hunted down by the so-called righteous factions at all costs. Spiritual energy is the purest essence of the heavens and earth convertible into demonic energy. This is why Sasuke can absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, but it requires an additional process to convert it into demonic energy. With the support of demonic essence, Sasuke can fly using objects and, of course, he can fly himself, however it consumes more energy. But the size of Konoha is limited, so the extra consumption is not significant. The Third Hokage looked at Sasuke flying toward him, his heart filled with dread, sensing that the approach was not friendly. Moreover, Sasuke was flying at an incredibly fast speed. Without a word, he intended to flee directly, but Sasuke did not give him the chance, instantly accelerating and blocking the Third Hokage's escape route. Danzo also sensed Sasuke's powerful aura, and without hesitation, he rushed toward the secret passage, wanting to escape at the first opportunity. "Sasuke, what are you planning to do?" the Third Hokage asked in a flustered tone. "What am I planning to do?" Don't you know?" Sasuke retorted. I don't know," the Third Hokage tried to argue. After saying that, Sasuke extended his right hand, and with a whirl of magical energy, the Third Hokage was directly drawn toward him. Sasuke clenched the Third Hokage's neck, lifting him high, and casually said, "Then go down and ask my father if he knows." "Don't kill me, I haven't done anything wrong to you." The Third Hokage continued to argue. "Haven't done anything wrong. You've certainly done plenty." Old man, don't you have any idea how many people you persecuted during your tenure?" Sasuke questioned sternly. "You needn't argue anymore, you are doomed." Hokage-sama. A group of Umbu suddenly rushed in, trying to protect the Third Hokage. But seeing the Third Hokage lifted high by Sasuke, they dared not act recklessly. Faced with the encirclement of the Umbu, Sasuke simply uttered a single word: "Die." Immediately, a fireworks display erupted around Sasuke as several Umbu Jonin exploded, splattering blood that stained the Hokage's office red. Watching his guards explode before his eyes, the Third Hokage hadn't even seen Sasuke make a move, and those Umbu were already dead. It is known that the Third Hokage's direct Umbu were elite Jonin figures of that caliber, and even he would require several moves against them, yet Sasuke didn't even need to lift a finger to eliminate them. The Third Hokage was completely despondent, realizing that he could not escape today. He could only resign to his fate. "Wanna die? Hehe, I won't let you die so quickly. I want you to taste the flavor of despair as well." Saying that, he dragged the Third Hokage toward the Ninja Academy. At this moment, the two advisors of Konoha could only stay in their respective offices, trembling in fear, not daring to show their faces. Thinking of his current predicament, all caused by those two damned advisors, the Third Hokage felt a surge of resentment. He wanted those two despicable fellows who led to his current situation to also taste death. "Sasuke, have you heard? Those two advisors did not do little when it came to dealing with the Uchiha. They bear great responsibility for the clan's destruction. Oh, is that so? Then I will send them down first, and after that I will send their descendants. With a bang, Sasuke kicked open the advisor's office. When the two saw Sasuke enter, they trembled even more violently, not expecting that the old man Sarutobi would still try to drag them down with him before dying. The two cursed Sarutobi viciously while constantly passing the blame. Sasuke did not want to listen to their nonsense, giving each a palm strike. When his palms made contact with their heads, their skulls shattered like toner cartridges, splattering brain matter all over the Third Hokage. The commotion startled ninjas throughout the building who rushed out wanting to save the Hokage, hoping to gain favor, but they all died at Sasuke's hands. The Third Hokage, lifted high by Sasuke, had all his strength imprisoned, and now he was just an ordinary old man being held by the neck, making it extremely uncomfortable for him, yet at this moment he was powerless. Sasuke's ruthlessness frightened the ninjas, and those rushing to help did not dare to continue attacking, merely surrounding Sasuke and moving with him, indicating that they had done their duty. In response, Sasuke paid them no heed and quickly arrived at the Ninja Academy. As a magic cultivator, Sasuke had a very strong sensitivity to bloodlines, so the Third Hokage's son Asuma and grandson Konohamaru were easily found by Sasuke. Bang! Sasuke threw the Third Hokage to the ground, activated body flicker technique, and with the enhancement of magical energy, the speed of body flicker technique was incredibly fast, as if he had suddenly vanished. Hokage-sama, are you okay? We came to rescue you. Seeing Sasuke leave, two Umbu ninjas prepared to save the Hokage. I'm fine. Quickly dispel my seal. Asuma and Konohamaru are inside. Yes, Hokage-sama. As soon as their hands touched the Third Hokage's body, bang, the two Umbu turned into a mist of blood. This scene left the ninjas dumbfounded. Originally, they wanted to rush to save the Hokage after seeing Sasuke leave, but they did not expect Sasuke to leave so confidently for a reason. A few seconds later, Sasuke appeared, one hand holding Asuma and the other holding Konohamaru, throwing them in front of the Hokage. Calmly, he said, "Third old man, you harmed the founders of Konoha, the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan, while also harming the genius ninja White Fang, scheming against the fourth Hokage, and the offspring of heroes, monopolizing the fourth's wealth. The sins you committed deserve hell, but considering your isolation in the afterlife, I kindly allow your son and grandson to go down and wait for you." While speaking, Sasuke released the Third Hokage's confinement. Grabbing Konohamaru, Sasuke deliberately slowed his speed as he aimed for his forehead. "No, assistant, he is innocent." "Innocent? Your grandson is innocent, but the Senju clan deserved to be destroyed by you. The entire Uchiha clan, young and old, was wiped out except for me. Weren't they innocent? Naruto, as the son of a hero, was schemed against by you. Isn't he innocent?" Haha, that's truly laughable. You like exterminating clans, right? I will also eradicate the Sarutobi clan from Konoha entirely. Puff. Konohamaru's head was smashed. The Third Hokage attempted to save his son using ninjutsu against Sasuke, but Sasuke was not afraid at all. He lifted Asuma high, calmly standing, still against the various ninjutsu used by the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage exhausted all he had learned, but all his ninjutsu vanished beside Sasuke, like a mud cow entering the sea, unable to stir up any waves, let alone harm Sasuke. The Third Hokage gasped, feeling despair. He could hardly imagine the level of Sasuke's strength. At this moment, how desperate he was, watching his grandson's head burst before him, and now his son was about to follow in his grandson's footsteps. He sat down on the ground in despair, regretting not eradicating the roots, and now facing retribution. It could be considered karmic justice. Sasuke stopped wasting words, blew Asuma's head apart, then broke the Third Hokage's arms and legs, disabling his chakra and hanging him on the Konoha building, even erecting a plaque of crimes. The Third Hokage's crimes were made public, and those who had been persecuted by him all shouted Sasuke's name, while the common people learned a lot of evidence regarding the Third Hokage's persecution of the Senju and Uchiha clans from these victims. The fleeing Danzo could not escape Sasuke's grasp at all. With his magical sense spread out, he instantly located Danzo's position, and Sasuke caught up to him and gave him a beating. Like the Third Hokage, Danzo was also hung up to have his crimes exposed. On this day, blood flowed like a river in Konoha as the Sarutobi clan and the Danzo clan were all exterminated by Sasuke with overwhelming force. Sasuke eliminated a great threat for Konoha. The strength of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura was at its peak in Konoha, and no one dared to oppose Sasuke. Under Sasuke's recommendation, Kakashi successfully ascended to the position of Hokage. After the leaves were cleared, Sasuke had only one final task: to kill his beloved elder brother. The sky rumbled as heavy rain began to fall, the sound of raindrops pattering. Sasuke sat cross-legged on Hokage Rock, gazing into the distance. I have eliminated the mastermind behind the sins that harmed you, father and mother. Next I will send my elder brother to atone for you. As Sasuke looked toward Itachi's direction, it seemed he sensed something and turned to look back at Sasuke, softly calling brother. What? Still thinking about your brother? Kisame said beside Itachi. Itachi stretched out his hand, raindrops falling on it, murmuring, I can feel it. Feel it? What do you feel? Kisame asked, puzzled. I don't sense anything. Itachi replied coolly, the bloodlines calling. Sasuke seems to have grown stronger during this time, perhaps he is coming. After saying this, Itachi covered his mouth with one hand, coughing. Blood seeped through the gaps of Itachi's fingers. Kisame frowned. Itachi, your condition has worsened again. Shouldn't we seek Orochimaru? That guy may not be strong, but he must have a way to cure your illness. Orochimaru is a dangerous person. I don't want to seek him. Sasuke still wants revenge on me. Hey, I really don't understand how you think you would go this far for your brother. Kisame couldn't comprehend Itachi's feelings for his brother Sasuke. Kisame, you and I are different, do you want to understand? Sai, sometimes your expression is really annoying, but why can't I seem to dislike your foolish actions? How foolish. A powerful tailed beast has said the same. A powerful tailed beast. Does a tailed beast even talk to you nicely? Kisame rolled his eyes. Kisame, you may not imagine how strong the beasts from another realm are. Another realm? Are you saying you encountered a tailed beast from another realm? If she hadn't shown mercy, I would have been dead long ago. Kisame was surprised. In his memory, all legends about tailed beasts were associated with violence and destruction. But according to Itachi, that tailed beast from another realm seems to be a peculiar one with intelligence. From what you say, it seems that tailed beast is quite unique. Kisame licked his lips, eager to witness it. Unique. Indeed. But not only unique, she's also immensely powerful. Hearing Itachi say that the tailed beast is strong, Kisame became even more eager to see it. How strong? Kisame inquired. Itachi looked at Kisame and asked with a smile, what? Do you want to try? Yes, Kisame answered straightforwardly. Itachi simply responded with 3 words, you will die. So strong. If even Itachi has such a high regard for him, that tailed beast must be truly formidable, but I still want to see. You really want to see? Itachi asked. Without waiting for Kisame's reply, Itachi continued, when Sasuke arrives you will witness it. Her strength is beyond imagination, and not only can she transform, but she is even stronger than the god of ninjas. Transform. A foreign term that Kisame did not quite understand. What does transformation mean? She can take on human form, but it's not a transformation technique, or rather she is both human and beast forms. The tailed beast transforming into a human. This clearly exceeds Kisame's realm of understanding. What is her true form? A white 9-tailed fox. A 9-tailed fox. Hee, so that means there are 2 9-tailed foxes in the ninja world. Not the same. Sister Daji, let's go. He formed hand seals and flew with his sword while Daji flew in the air. Now she lacks for true essence. She could easily fly across a small ninja world. Sasuke braved the rain, standing on a flying sword as he swiftly flew through the downpour. The next morning he halted above a dilapidated building. Itachi did not look up, he merely greeted coldly, my foolish brother, what are you here for? Come to die. In response to Itachi's words, Sasuke simply replied, I am here to send you down to meet our parents. Sasuke boasting requires strength to back it up. I wonder how your Sharingan has developed over the years. Sharingan. I disdain relying on my eyes, and my power comes from within. Oh, is that so? Itachi suddenly looked up and called out Amaterasu. Black flames erupted from nowhere, rushing toward Sasuke. Watching the incoming Amaterasu, Sasuke did not dodge, but allowed the flames to strike him. With a soft thud, the black flames enveloped Sasuke. Itachi sensed Sasuke's strength. He believed Amaterasu would not pose a threat to him, so he confidently unleashed it. From within the flames came Sasuke's cold snort. Sasuke exhaled a word, and the black flames that engulfed him instantly dissipated as if they had never existed. It seems you have grown somewhat over the years. I wonder if your strength is enough for revenge. I am no longer the same, and my foolish elder brother, today is your death day. Then show me your skills, Sasuke, Itachi nearly shouted. Sasuke remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive magical fireball crashed down from above. Itachi could sense the tremendous energy. Boom! The fireball completely leveled the abandoned building. Watching the immense destructive power, Kisame, who was observing from afar, couldn't help but gasp. He had originally thought Sasuke would be crushed by Itachi. Sasuke's strength was beyond his expectations. Itachi probably didn't expect that the foolish brother he spoke of would become this strong. Although Sasuke saw Itachi's figure swallowed by the fireball, he did not believe Itachi would be so easy to deal with. Suddenly a massive energy sword broke through the ruins, thrusting directly toward Sasuke. Sasuke had been prepared and maneuvered his flying sword to evade the strike. Bang! A gigantic red energy giant appeared, its powerful energy sending debris flying. Sasuke's pupils constricted as he sensed a fluctuation of true essence. Though it wasn't as strong as his magical energy, it was not to be underestimated. Sasuke was shocked, wondering how Itachi, who had cultivated energy from the immortal world under the guidance of a great master, came to possess it. Wasn't it said that the descendants of the Azure Emperor's lineage were nearly all destroyed? My foolish brother, I inherited the true essence of the Azure Emperor's descendants. Combined with my battles against the nine-tailed fox and years of exploration, I can also utilize energy from the immortal realm. However, this energy is consumable. Every bit spent is one less. It all comes down to whether you can kill me today. Though it surprises me that you can also use true essence, that's all it is. Today you must die. Gue Jiao noticed a delicate beauty standing in the air not far behind Sasuke, watching the scene unfold. Is she the transformed beast from another world? Truly beautiful. Upon sensing the unusual gaze, the Ninetales merely turned her head, casting a fleeting glance at Gue Jiao. Instantly Gue Jiao was sent flying 300 meters, crashing through countless trees before finally coming to a stop. Pff, Gue Jiao coughed up blood. At this moment he understood the weight of the words "you will die" spoken by Mr. Itachi. He was gravely injured just from a glance, and it seemed she had held back, or else he would have been killed on the spot. How ridiculous that he had wanted to confront her earlier. How could that even happen? Gue Jiao spat out more blood, then fell into unconsciousness. After a brief exchange of banter on the battlefield, the two resumed their battle, which belonged solely to them. In an instant, ninjutsu clashed, roars echoed, and the ground continued to collapse as their fight intensified. Seeing that ninjutsu was ineffective against her, Sasuke immediately unleashed a sword attack towards it. The sword technique was ferocious, but its effect on Itachi was minimal. Every time the flying sword struck him, he would immediately transform into a crow and reassemble elsewhere. It was clear that this was an illusion technique, and the illusion, bolstered by true essence, was even stronger, making it more difficult to shield against its sensory impact. Sasuke was still blank on the aspect of spiritual cultivation and momentarily found himself in a passive position. Seeing his attacks were futile, Sasuke activated the Eye of Deception. He had specially learned to break illusion under the enhancement of demonic energy. His eyes emitted a black light, and wherever it shone, the illusion space exploded. Surprised, Itachi exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to break my illusion. It seems Lord Tian who has indeed provided you with considerable assistance. But that is not enough. You have grown stronger, and I have not remained stagnant either." As soon as Itachi finished speaking, Sasuke was instantly pulled into the Tsukuyomi space. Bound to a cross, he watched the massacre depicted in the page of Itachi's clan annihilation. Sasuke remained unfazed. He had already purged his inner demons. How could a minor Tsukuyomi disturb his Tao heart? Sasuke sneered and mocked. "You showed me this 10 years ago, and now you bring it out again. Do you think you can provoke my anger?" The space shifted, and Sasuke saw countless versions of himself bound to crosses, surrounded by numerous Itachis. The chorus of Itachis spoke in unison. "Next, I will make you feel excruciating pain." Sasuke smirked and said, "Tsukuyomi. Child's play. Even without the Eye of Deception, Tsukuyomi cannot harm me." Countless Itachis retorted, "Foolish brother, my Tsukuyomi has long been upgraded. Unlike other illusion techniques, Tsukuyomi can create a real space, while your Eye of Deception only works on illusory techniques. Then accept your punishment." Countless Itachis brandished their pitch-black long blades, lunging at Sasuke. In the next moment, the Sasuke on the cross broke free from his restraints and engaged in battle with Itachi in the illusion space. As long as the number of Itachis far exceeded that of Sasuke, even though the Tsukuyomi Itachis were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers were practically endless. With no better option, Sasuke unleashed all his demonic energy, forcefully shattering the Tsukuyomi space. The breaking of Tsukuyomi inflicted significant backlash on Itachi, with blood gushing from his eyes. As he knelt holding his eyes, Sasuke mocked, "What's wrong? My dear elder brother, is this all you can do? It seems that in these years you have grown into an extraordinary powerhouse, but your elder brother is not weak either." Itachi clapped his hands channeling true essence, and a powerful surge erupted enveloping Susanoo. With the left hand holding the Yada mirror and the right wielding the Totsuka blade, Itachi unleashed his full power, and his complete Susanoo towered 100 meters high. Not to be outdone, Sasuke also unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan. The surging demonic energy flowed into Sasuke's Sharingan, and his Susanoo, entirely black, stood even taller than Itachi's. The black Susanoo slashed at Itachi's red Susanoo, but was deflected back by the Yada mirror, forcing Sasuke to dodge. Itachi's Totsuka blade came slicing toward Sasuke. Seeing the Totsuka blade strike down, Sasuke smirked and said, "Ah, here it comes. Is this the spirit of the divine sword?" Sensing the might of the Totsuka blade, Sasuke did not dare to be careless. He utilized a sword technique from the celestial realm bestowed upon him by Daji, specifically designed to control various weapon spirits. Sasuke had only just begun to master it with the help of the Nine Tails. His goal was simple: to seize his elder brother's Totsuka blade. Noticing Sasuke's reaction, Itachi grew anxious, fully aware that once the Totsuka was unleashed, it possessed a powerful binding force over a certain range, and he could not freely control the Totsuka blade. Itachi feared that with this attack, he might just cleave Sasuke in two. Just as Itachi prepared to feign weakness, he heard Sasuke extend a hand and say, "Sword, come." Buzz. The Totsuka blade in Itachi's Susanoo halted mid-fall, trembling as though trying to break free from Itachi's control. Realizing the immense power of the Totsuka was about to slip from his grasp, Itachi let out a sigh of relief. He had originally wondered how to transfer the Yada mirror and Totsuka blade to Sasuke before he died, but unexpectedly Sasuke possessed such a method. Itachi glanced at Daji, who was watching the battle from a distance, knowing that she had likely imparted something. Although he had once sealed this mysterious beast from another world, Itachi understood that he had merely taken advantage of Daji's carelessness. Even though Itachi had grown stronger, he did not think he could match Daji. Originally, Daji thought that Itachi would stagnate, and even if he made some progress, it would not be significant. She did not expect that in such a short time Itachi could reach this level solely based on his inheritance, without anyone's guidance, looking almost equal to Sasuke. When Itachi glanced at her, Daji knew what he was thinking. However, she had no intention of reminiscing, but merely reminded Sasuke, "Your elder brother is not much weaker than you. Be careful, or you might find yourself in a tight spot. In the past, I was careless and fell for your brother's trick. I know. 3 years of seclusion, all for this moment. To kill my dear elder brother, I will give it my all." With a roar, Sasuke commanded, and the Totsuka blade directly detached from Itachi's Susanoo, transforming into a divine sword that soared into Sasuke's hand. Though it was merely a beginner's level divine sword spirit, the overwhelming power contained within was enough to drive Sasuke mad. Unfortunately, he could not wield this sword spirit for long unless it recognized him as its master. The process of seizing the sword had been perilous. It seemed effortless, but was fraught with danger, as a single misstep could result in being backlashed by the divine sword. Boom! As soon as the divine sword reached Sasuke's hand, demonic energy surged uncontrollably, completely beyond Sasuke's control. Sasuke let out a mighty roar, and the tremendous impact sent Itachi flying several meters. Under the force of the powerful impact, Itachi coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. This blow had already injured his internal organs, exacerbating the burden on his body, which was naturally afflicted with a 5-element illness. As Sasuke's tremendous demonic power exploded, the sword spirit transformed into the sword embryo trembled violently. Simultaneously, the sword embryo began to absorb the demonic energy, and in a moment the originally golden sword embryo turned completely black. Sasuke gasped heavily. That single strike had drained half of his accumulated demonic energy over 3 years. This sword is not something an ordinary person can control, he thought to himself. Daji realized that this was not a divine sword spirit at all, but rather the spirit of a demonic sword. Sasuke, this is not a divine sword spirit, but the spirit of a demonic sword perfectly suited to your Tianma body. Quickly drop your blood to recognize it as your master, and it will completely belong to you. Hearing Daji's words, Sasuke wasted no time biting his finger and letting bright red blood drip onto the sword embryo. As the blood fused with the sword embryo, it shimmered with a red light, and Sasuke immediately felt that the sword embryo formed from the demonic sword spirit had become significantly lighter. Itachi stared at the changes in the Totsuka blade, shocked to discover that it appeared to be a demonic sword embryo. Feeling the overwhelming power on the sword fetus, Itachi felt as if he were a lifeboat adrift on the sea, ready to capsize at any moment. My foolish brother, it seems Miss Daji is indeed quite good to you. Sasuke coldly replied, Sister Daji has indeed helped me a lot, but she is not the one who has helped me the most. Hearing Sasuke say that Daji's help was not the greatest, Itachi frowned. He could not imagine that anyone in this world could be stronger than Daji. He felt that, even if he faced the original generation, he could fight evenly with his current strength, yet against Daji, he still felt a profound sense of danger. Moreover, he had a strange feeling that the current Daji seemed to be in a much better state than when they first met. What? Surprised are you? Sasuke said smugly, perhaps in your eyes Sister Daji is the strongest in the ninja world, but what you don't know is that in front of Lord Black Emperor, Sister Daji can only be respectful. Sasuke, little brother, you're not being good now. Why are you dragging me into your brotherly affairs? Although Lord Black Emperor is present, and I can't do much to you, I believe that a good beating would go unnoticed by him. Oh. Paying no mind to Daji's words, Sasuke turned to Itachi and said, my dear big brother, thank me for allowing you to witness a power greater than that of the cultivation world and your inheritance before you die. Sasuke formed seals with his fists together as black lightning crackled and hissed in his palms. Then, pulling his hands apart, the black lightning coalesced into a black war spear with intertwining black lightning blades. Ignoring Itachi's changing expression, Sasuke swung the war spear, continuously sending arcs of lightning towards Itachi as attacks. Although the black lightning was deflected, it was still overwhelmed by the subsequent lightning. Although the Yata mirror could reflect Sasuke's attacks, the continuous crisp sounds echoing in his ears tightened Itachi's frown further. He wanted to leave the Yata mirror to Sasuke, but with Sasuke attacking like this, he feared it would not survive. However, thinking of Sasuke's strength, he believed that Sasuke was already invincible in the ninja world, so he stopped dwelling on it and focused on the battle. Sasuke swung the spear over 20 times. Although this move was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy. He stopped the attack, panting heavily, while not forgetting to mock Itachi. I must say your turtle shell is indeed very tough. With a swish, a black flying sword pierced through Itachi's body from behind. Itachi quietly looked at Sasuke, a hint of appreciation on his face, and gently said, Sasuke, you have suffered over the years. After saying that, Itachi's figure transformed into a crow cawing as it flew to another location and reassembled into Itachi's form. Brother, over these years I've also awakened. I am beyond redemption. I am a sinner of the Uchiha clan. However, the destruction of the Uchiha is also greatly related to the higher-ups of Konoha. Originally Enough. Sasuke interrupted Itachi directly, saying coolly, I already knew the truth long ago. I don't want to hear your foolish thoughts, you parasital traitor. But don't worry, the culprits behind the destruction of our clan are already in the Yellow Springs waiting for you on your way there. Remember to apologize to our parents properly when you go down. Itachi looked up at the sky, 2 lines of clear tears streaming down his face, falling onto his red cloud robe, and he said with a hint of melancholy, is that so? Perhaps this is what the master whom I have never met meant by the will of heaven. At that moment, Itachi seemed to age instantly. Despite being in his 20s, his hair turned white rapidly. Originally, I just wanted to protect you and make you stronger. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan is very powerful. The Sharingan can evolve into the eternal Mangekyo enough to defeat the Hokage. But I overlooked your thoughts. At that time, the Uchiha may not have been able to confront the entire Konoha, but self-preservation was certainly possible. Yet what did you do? You sacrificed the entire family for those unrelated to Konoha, even committing parricide. Even if you have countless reasons, they cannot diminish your sins. Then let me see how much you have grown before I die, Sasuke. The red Susanoo coalesced into an energy blade, cleaving with a mighty strike, sending a dominating red blade of light rapidly flying towards Sasuke. Sasuke, holding the Thunder War Spear, pointed at Itachi, and a beam of white light gathered from the black lightning spear then shot out. Sasuke swung the spear, and wherever the white light passed, everything was flattened, the red blade of light was shattered, and Itachi's Susanoo was beheaded. Puff, the backlash from the destroyed Susanoo left Itachi's body overwhelmed, and his vitality rapidly dissipated. He staggered and stood up straight, looking at Sasuke. Itachi slowly raised his right hand, pointing at Sasuke, and with his last bit of strength tenderly said, forgive me. Sasuke, I will go and apologize to our parents now. The red Susanoo energy dissipated and Itachi froze completely at that moment. Feeling the absence of life in Itachi's body, Sasuke knew that Itachi was truly on the verge of death. In truth, that previous sword had indeed pierced Itachi. He had forced himself to transform into a crow. Although it reduced some damage, it was ultimately limited. Moreover, given his already poor physical condition, being able to deliver that last strike was his utmost effort. Sasuke approached Itachi, and seeing Sasuke come closer, Itachi smiled and said, "Brother, the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the clan is entrusted to you." After finishing his last words, Itachi slowly closed his eyes, utterly losing the final trace. Looking at Itachi's corpse, Sasuke was speechless. For a long time, his mind replaying the memories of his older brother, who had warmed his childhood like sunshine before shifting to the night of the massacre. That was the shadow of his childhood, both good and bad, all stemming from this man before him. Fate is indeed ironic. Not knowing how long had passed, rumbling thunder and lightning flickered in the dark clouds, producing immense sounds, and the rain fell relentlessly. At that moment, Kisame finally arrived, seeing Itachi's upright body, feeling somewhat helpless and regretful. In his eyes, Itachi was a good person, although it was foolish to destroy his own family for a group of unrelated individuals. Apart from that, he was quite admirable. Having learned his lesson, Kisame couldn't muster even a bit of desire to fight the Nine Tails. After all, that was a being that had put him to sleep with just a glance, and he knew very well that if the Nine Tails wished to kill him, it would only take a single glare to end him. Seeing the battle between Sasuke and Itachi, Kisame realized that Itachi's power was not merely in his omnipresent illusions. His raw strength was also formidable, undoubtedly at the super shadow level. The residual energy from the battle between the two brothers had caused the entire ground to collapse, and several distant peaks had been flattened. Such power made Kisame feel inferior, and he had no intention of engaging Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Kisame. "Are you his partner?" "Oh, how rude of you." "I am indeed Mr. Itachi's partner." After saying that, he revealed his serrated shark teeth, grinning and asking, "What? Do you want to keep me here as well?" Sasuke turned and left. "I'm not interested in weaklings. Find a place to bury him." After speaking, he used a body flicker technique and disappeared from the scene. Daji looked at Itachi's corpse and said lightly, "Although you were quite foolish, I must admit. You had no words to say about your brother. I hope you won't be so foolish in your next life." After saying this, Daji vanished into thin air. From seeing Daji disappear without a trace, cold sweat broke out on Kisame's back. If that previous glance had nearly obliterated him and instilled fear, this act of vanishing entirely left him terrified. Had truly frightening. Glancing at Itachi, Kisame bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Indeed, you really do die, Mr. Itachi. You are not wrong." After saying that, Kisame lifted Itachi's corpse and left the scene. Now that Sasuke had avenged his great grudge, there was nothing left for him to cling to in Konoha. What he desired was only to enhance his strength and then venture into the world belonging to the strong. Although the villagers of Konoha wished to support Sasuke as the new Hokage, Sasuke had no interest in the Hokage position. Instead, he helped solidify Kakashi's position. Naruto, on the other hand, had an unwavering dream to become Hokage and earn the village's recognition, quietly reserving a spot for the next generation of Hokage in his heart, for he now had the strength to do so. As for the elusive cultivation world, he did not think much of it. His dream was simply to become Hokage in Konoha, to be loved by others, and to change the fate of being scorned, distanced, and insulted. Sakura, on the other hand, gave birth to 10 children, for Sasuke becoming a housewife. A year later, under the guidance of Lord Black Emperor, Sasuke and Daji entered seclusion once more. Under the guidance of Dog Brother and the nurturing of immense spiritual energy, the two made rapid progress in their cultivation. Time flew by. 1,000 years later, Sasuke emerged from seclusion. The sky was overcast, powerful thunder brewed within the clouds. It was Sasuke's heavenly tribulation. This was also Sasuke's first tribulation, and with both Dog Brother's guidance and Daji's descriptions of heavenly tribulations at hand, Sasuke still narrowly passed through undergoing the baptism of thunder liquid. His body grew stronger and fully recovered. From then on, Sasuke's strength at the initial stage of tribulation was thoroughly solidified. Feeling the surging power within him, Sasuke thought that ninjas and Hokage were nothing more than ants. Even if the original generation came, they would be no stronger than ants before him, at most just a bit more agile. With Daji's special care and her formidable talent, in 1,000 years, she broke through to the golden immortal realm. 10 years later, Sasuke followed Daji into a spatial rift to pursue the power he yearned for.